There's only one way to actually know if something works, and that's to try it for yourself or to watch someone else try it here on YouTube. That's exactly what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be showing up every day and showing you what I'm doing as I build out a blog using AI. I'm going to be using Koala Writer, ChatGPT 3.5 as well as 4 because I have ChatGPT Plus. I'm going to be using a software called RankIQ. RankIQ doesn't have anything to do with AI, but I needed something to sort of give myself or remain grounded when I were talking about keyword research. Or this is a tool that I have that I use on another blog where I don't use, or I'm not doing a copy and paste type scenario here where I'm letting the AI create the content and see where the AI can take me with that content. I'll also be using Groove and putting the content up on Grooveblog. I will not be using WordPress in this case study. We'll be taking a look at the page insights. Of course, this is directly showing you what Grooveblog and Groove is capable of. We'll have mobile and desktop results as we move through. We'll look at performance, accessibility, and all the other metrics that Page Speed Insights is going to give us. And of course, we'll be looking inside of Google Search Console because we will connect Grooveblog up to Google Search Console, as well as GA4 inside of Google Analytics. I've even put together a handy dandy spreadsheet to keep track of the URLs, the titles, external linking, internal linking, who the post was written by, ChatGPT, Koala, where the keywords came from, because yes, I will be doing some keyword research just with the AI to compare it again to the RankIQ software that I'm using that has a team of people doing research based upon their proprietary algorithms. I'm going to be showing you all of that every day inside of the case study, and you can actually start watching this case study right now. I'm up to day 15 as I put this news out to the world, and if you want to see day 1, click on the video on the screen right now, jump into day 1, let me know in the comments what you think, what you're learning, any input that you have as you see what I'm doing. If you are just watching a video and you're like, no, you're doing it wrong, let me know in the comments. Look forward to reading all of those and continuing this case study all the way to day 100. And I'll see you in the case study. Talk to you later. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you. This is day 1 of blogging with AI, creating a blog with ChatGPT, letting ChatGPT do the heavy lifting, create the content, and without really editing it other than just to make sure that it makes sense, of course, plain editor and reading it, I'm going to let the AI write everything based upon the input that I feed it, based upon my research and the research that it helps me with. But understand that I'll be using a tool called RankIQ because I want the data to be real based on research outside of AI, because simply at this point, AI, specifically ChatGPT, because it doesn't know other than what it knows based upon the data that has been backfilled with since like 2022 or 2021, I think. It doesn't know the competition and the time it ranks, and that's what RankIQ is going to give me. And this is not a review of RankIQ, but the idea here is I'm going to be building a blog about space, facts about space. You can see here there's 239 keyword phrases from this tool that give me the competition, the yearly visits, and the time to rank. Again, not about RankIQ. I will dive more into that as we move along. But understand that this is where I'm getting the information to build the blog. But ChatGPT is going to do the lifting when it comes to giving me ideas or assisting me with the idea that I've come up with to build a blog using the content that I get from the input that I provide ChatGPT. So starting with come up with 5 blog names for facts and questions about space. You can see the first 5. I go into give me variations. I say again, I say give me 1 word variations. use question in the title again. And then I landed on this one, universe unriddled. Meaning of universe unriddled. I'm simply asking, I'm questioning the AI and saying, I like this idea, I like this title, but let's dive a little deeper into it. Universe unriddled, which is the name I have settled on, is a creative combination of two words, universe and unriddled. The term universe referring to the vast expanse of space and its celestial bodies, while unriddled means to solve or explain a riddle or mystery. The mysteries of the universe unriddled or solved. In the context of a blog titled Universe Unriddled suggests a focus on answering questions, unraveling mysteries, and exploring the unknown aspects of the universe. Then I did actually ask it for some input here. Again, I am using the suggestions or the keyword phrases from RankIQ in the niche space. But I did ask it, or I asked ChatGPT, what are some of the top questions for Universe Unriddled? And it did give me a few top questions. And then I talked about what I want the goal of the blog to be. The blog has to be in layman's terms. Can you answer these questions at that level and cite sources for the information you provide? Then it dove into a little bit about those questions and how it would answer them as a layman, meaning very simplistic terms. And then I clicked on a few of these links, but you can see here is the main problem, and this is why I like Koala. I'll go ahead and leave a link to my Koala review that I've done recently when you're watching this playlist. Again, this playlist is going to be released sort of in the middle or at the very end. This is April 15th, 2023, day 1. And you can see here that I'm in ChatGPT, and that was a 404. It did answer the questions. I did enjoy that. I told it that was good. It could stop for now. And then I asked it, what are some good categories for the blog? And it came up with the one or the first category that I've created and the one I'm going to be focused on for a while, astronomy basics, providing educational resources and easy to understand explanations of essential astronomy concepts and terms. These videos are going to be basically unedited as I walk you through what I'm doing step by step. So pause, rewind, ask questions in the comments once these videos are released, and I will answer or make a follow-up video of this case study. So again, here are the tools: RankIQ, ChatGPT, Groove, and Groove Blog. I've done some setup off camera, and I'll try to do as much on camera as I can. But what I did is I went in and I set up the blog as simply as clicking create new blog, blog name, subdomain. And I'm starting with the subdomain here for Universe Unriddled. I will be connecting universeunriddled.com through Namecheap. I bought universeunriddled.com through Namecheap. I also used the logo maker, which I'll show you here. View my existing logos. I make quite a few of my logos, if not all of my logos, through here. And you can see Universe Unriddled. Here is my logo. Go back to the blog. Here you can see that logo being done right there. That's all under settings. Under the logo, I simply just added that logo. Here's the domains. This is where I eventually will be setting up the domain, Universe Unriddled. But I got to figure out how they're doing this and the thinking or the thought process. Either to just point the folder domain.com/blog, create a /blog, meaning I can then use Universe Unriddled inside of Groove Pages to create other pages around that blog, kind of like you do in WordPress with posts and pages. That's what Groove Blog would allow me to do here. Or I could just publish universeunriddled.com straight to the domain or to the blog. If you were to go back to the home and you were to open the blog, well, you can't visit the site here. So I'll open the blog and then I'll click Visit Blog, and then you'll be able to see what I have right now. What I have right now is, again, universeunriddled.grooveblog.com. Eventually, this will be universeunriddled.com. And this is what the blog looks like right now. I did write one post. Go ahead and click on that. And that image as well, by the way, that image is coming from the free images inside of Groove. I may or may not venture outside of Groove to get those free images. I think it's just connecting to a repository like Unsplash or Pixabay or something like that. But here is the blog post, simple trick, how to memorize the planets in order. Go back to Rank IQ. And if you go back to the reports that I've ran, you can see here the first one I'm doing is how to memorize the planets. Click on the report and you'll see the power of Rank IQ. Rank IQ gives you a content target grading as well as how long it's going to take in the competition to rank. They give you some analysis here for what Google wants to see as far as words. And then the title, they have the analysis here. This is the title that I came up with. Again, I came up with this. I didn't go back to ChatGPT. In the future, I may do that just to see if it can help me out. But you can see I got the grade here inside of Rank IQ. It gives me the top ranking titles as well as the highest grading content in the SERPs that you can then check out. But what I did at that point is I take all of this information and I go back to ChatGPT in this case, and I'm going to show you Koala in a minute. I'm going to be using Koala mostly when I do product roundups, but also I'm going to try to set up a system where I do like every 5th or 10th blog post, because I'm going to have 100 posts over 100 days. So it'll be 100 days, give or take, but to get to 100 blog posts, maybe some days I can do more. Create a blog post outline for simple trick, how to memorize the planets in order, for or with the main keyword being how to memorize the planets. Again, going back to Rank IQ, this is the keyword phrase that I'm going for. This is the title that I created using the title grader. Using the title analysis that it did, topics, Google, likes, and titles, simple trick, how to memorize the planets. You can see I nailed planets, order, to, in, and how. Simple wasn't here, so I could probably make that better, but I got A+, and I got 50 characters, which is perfect. So I took that back, and I simply just said, create a blog post outline for the topic, simple trick, how to memorize the planet in orders with the main keyword being how to memorize the planets, and be sure to include all these keywords. Again, all these keywords came from Rank IQ, content analysis, topics, Google, likes, and posts, or the keywords that they like to see based upon the analysis of all the blog posts that are ranking. So I'm telling ChatGPT to create a outline based upon all this information. Then it comes up with the outline, the title that I gave it, comes up with an introduction, section 1, section 2, section 3, section 4, section 5, and a conclusion. There are the keywords that it hit. Then what I'm telling ChatGPT to write using a hypnotic structure or writing style. So using a hypnotic Nickelodeon style, I used that to sort of target kids or a younger demographic, I think is the angle that I want to take with most of this information. At a 5th grade reading level and write section 2, memory techniques to remember the planets, because this is the keyword I'm going for. And then you can see here, I basically just took this. Then I wrote section 1, basic facts about the planets in their order. I went back to Rank IQ, which has a content optimizer, and I posted what I got from ChatGPT and what I added into the blog. You can see I have a B- simply because I haven't hit the words yet, and you can come over here and you can see the keywords that are unused. I haven't hit all of these keywords that Rank IQ is saying that the top ranking post collectively, they covered or they mentioned these phrases or keywords. So I'll come back and I'll make sure that I hit all of these points inside of this outline. But right now I've just wrote or have written section 1 and section 2. And if you go back to the blog, you can see that here. And if I publish that, you can see this is what the blog looks like right now. This is simply the post. I simply just went into the blog here under post, and I simply just opened the editor and I posted in that content from ChatGPT that it wrote. And I did, like I said, I read it and made sure it makes sense. The only thing I actually changed here was where it said, all right, future astronomers, or I said, all right, future astronomers, now that you've memorized the planets in order, are you ready to take a trip through our amazing solar system? Because ChatGPT, when it wrote section 2, it said, hey there, space explorers. Or no, that was the first section when it wrote section 1. it said, "Welcome, future astronomers. Are you ready to take a trip?" Well, I already welcomed them when I said, "Hey there, space explorers." So when I said, "Hey there, space explorers," and then I covered the memory technique first because that is the point, or that is the title. So I wanted to hit that first, and then I wanted to dive deeper into more facts to basically, for lack of a better way to say it, pad the article with the topics that RankIQ is telling me will work best and will rank me the fastest and get the traffic that I'm looking for this keyword phrase. Basically, or my thought process is, answer the main query, which I also use for the post slug, how to memorize the planets, memory techniques to remember the planets, and then basically keep reading. As you can see here, reach for the stars, and then I might have ChatGPT in the future, or I may add here and say, keep reading to learn more facts, keep exploring, that type of thing. Try to keep that space theme as I move along. But I will be exploring Koala and Koala Writer as well. Koala Writer has a usage limit based upon the lifetime plan that I'm using. So I'll limit that most likely because I want to use ChatGPT 4. And for every 1,500 words, that's going to chew up 7,500 words when I use ChatGPT. But again, Koala Writer is based on ChatGPT. It's connected to the API. So it's the same output, just utilizing their API interface that they provide you here inside of Koala Writer. So that's where I am at day 1. Hope this makes sense. And day 2, by the time you watch this video, will be here in the cards. Click that, keep watching, see the progress that I made, see the hurdles, the roadblocks, all that good stuff in this case study, 100 days of using AI, ChatGPT specifically, to create this blog and posting the blog on Grooveblog and seeing how Google likes all of this stuff together and see what I got after we get to the end of this 100 days together. Talk to you later. Bye. That video there, check it out. Hey, Gary here. Welcome back. AI blogging day 2. We have some technical decisions to make before we go on and create any more content, because creating the content is great. Getting it on the blog is great, but we got to get the domain set up and get it connected so Google knows that it is out there and that they should be crawling it and ranking the content. Inside of Namecheap, here we have universeunriddled.com. This is our domain. We're inside of Grooveblog. So if we go over to Grooveblog, if we remember where we were, we had the blog here. We'll go under edit, under settings. One of the things before we jump into setting up the domain, we need to decide if we want to publish to the root domain, and then we want to decide if we want to publish it to a folder called domain.com/blog. If we publish it to the folder domain.com/blog, then we would need to create a splash page or a landing page that has the blog role effectively or has information on there. And then we would need to link to the blog, which would work fine. But I would prefer that the blog just be the first page. So when someone goes to the blog, they land on effectively the blog role or the popular post or whatever, and let Grooveblog control all that versus me creating a page. Now, I looked up the best SEO blog URL structure. Basically, it's just URLs that are simple, easy to read, and include keywords that describe the content. For example, wikipedia.org, everything they have is under wiki. And then, for example, if you were looking up pancakes, it would be under pancakes. So if I was to bring this down so you can see the structure in the URL bar, this is the wiki, and you can see it's the main page. Anything that you click on, for example, this article about John Hastings, you can see everything is still under wiki, and then it's listed here. Now, a more traditional blog would be Miles Beckler. It's a marketer I follow. If you were to go to his blog, he has this set up so the blog role is the category. Of course, this, if you go back to the settings for SEO, the URL category is categories. But by default, everything under the blog, if you go back to the way it's set up right now and you go under the first blog post, every blog post is under the category post, kind of like what Wiki is doing here. Everything is a Wiki entry. I honestly don't think it matters as long as it's simple. It's easy to understand. So when Google crawls it, they'll see the structure, they'll identify it. And as long as it stays the same and you're consistent, everything will be good to go. So you go to Miles Beckler and you can see here again, he has the category for blog. But if you were to just go to his URL blog, which this would be the way this would be set up if we were to use this option, the blog would look like this. And then we would need to configure a main page to show this kind of thing. But if you actually click on the blog post, it is just the domain name and then effectively the name of the blog post or the keyword phrase. Matt Diggity does the same thing at Diggity Marketing. If you go to his blog, you can see here is his blog. So his homepage effectively is Diggity Marketing, which would be our setting, would be Universe Unriddled. But again, we'd have to do like what he's doing here, and we'd have to create a page, and you have to have information like what are you looking for. And then down here, he has most popular content. So this would typically, or this would be his, or what you would typically see in a blog. This would be the blog role. We'd have to build that inside of Groove Pages if we were doing it that way. But again, if you go to his blog, and I'm just trying to show this for completeness so we make an informed decision. You can see he's doing the same thing here. But in our case, there's going to always be, like what Wiki is doing, there's always going to be this Wiki or blog post. I don't think you can get rid of that. Now, over at 30 Minute Marketing, this is built on WordPress using Thrive themes. I have a landing page for 30 Minute Marketing that has my lead magnet. And then for my blog post, what I did is I created /blog. But one thing that happened and I messed up, or I sort of got this messed up, is I have 30minutemarketing.net, and then I have /blog. Then I have category of blog. So I created a slug /blog for everything on my blog post. But then I also created a category named blog. Again, Google understands this. It is the structure. They crawled it. They get it. You know, they understand what I did here when I said blog. You know, I did this in 2017. This was the recommendation that I got, or the information I was reading. This was the best practice on the information that I was reading at the time. So that's what I did. But again, it all works. It doesn't really matter as long as it's clean, as long as it is always following the same structure. So for example, if you get rid of this and you save this, see, it says it is required. So you have to put that in there, and that is what they have chosen. So we're going to go ahead and I'll reload that just to make sure that works. We're going to go ahead and just stick with it. And then basically all of our posts will be under post. But back here under domains, we're going to set this up, but we need to set up a domain. And to do that, I don't know. Yes, you can click here and you can go under domains. If you go back to your dashboard, or if you're in any of the apps here, Groove Pages, Groove Sell, whatever, or you can just click on your settings and billing, and then you can go right under your domains and manage. It's all right here. We're actually going to add this domain. So like I said, this is some technical stuff. We need to take care of it. So we're just going to knock it out because we also need to connect this to Google. It's going to take some time. Like I said, I want to show you everything and I'm going to do my best, but you may have to just fast forward through this if you already done this or know how to do it. But we're also going to be doing some clicking and see how this goes. We have the full domain setup, or the subdomain setup. This is recommended for a brand new or unused domain. Of course, legacy domain setup would be here. We're going to go ahead and skip that. Enter the URL of the domain you would like to add. We're going to go ahead and add universeunriddled.com. Make sure we take out that space. We don't have any other spaces in there. Go ahead and say next. Then then Groove is going to tell us that we need to connect our domain. So then we need to copy these, go back here and we need to customize our DNS. We need to put in that option because on the back end, Groove is using Cloudflare, which basically the whole internet uses these days. And we're going to go ahead and save that. So now what's going to happen is the DNS servers are going to update, but it may take up to 48 hours. Here we connected this domain. We're going to go ahead and say next. And then it's going to validate, or we're going to need to validate this. So we're going to click on validate DNS records and initiated. Check back again after an hour. Domain added successfully. Your domain has been connected successfully. Now you can manage the records. We'll go ahead and complete the process. And you can see here, it is still pending verification. So this is going to cut that part short. And of course, then we'll pick back up. But before we leave, don't leave, because what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to still make the primary Groove pages. That way, if you scroll down, and this is the Universe Unriddled blog post. If you scroll down, you have the privacy policy and the About Us. I still want the ability inside of Groove or inside of this blog when this goes to, of course, it's universeunriddled.grooveblog.com. This is going to land on universeunriddled.com. I still want that capability to be able to create pages under that root. So I'm going to make, and I think this is going to work, I'm going to make Groove pages the primary application to give it the power to create pages. But then if you go to universeunriddled.com, it will redirect you to the Groove blog based upon the settings inside of Groove blog. Of course, we'll have to come back and verify that. So I'll go ahead and click over to Groove blog and show you real quick again what I'm talking about. If we make the primary DNS setting inside of the domain controller or the DNS settings of Groove, if we make it primary for Groove pages and we publish here to the root domain by selecting the domain, we'll publish the blog to the root domain universeunriddled.com, but under the SEO, it'll be the post, and then we'll be able to create these pages, privacy policy, About Us, any kind of marketing pages that we want to create, any kind of other page under the universeunriddled.com domain that we want to make sure that we set up and provide as much, in the eyes of Google, authority or EEAT, expertise, forget what the other E stands for, authority and trust. Then we have that all under that primary domain that, again, we're going to set up here under domains, under custom domains, and it's still pending the verification. And then, of course, that is with Namecheap right here. We set up, and that pointed Namecheap to Cloudflare. And in the background, Cloudflare is connecting with Groove, and Groove is taking care of all that inside of our DNS settings here. So back to what I wanted to show you and talk about as far as content creation. If we go over to ChatGPT, and I'll leave a link to the video that I saw this, because I actually got this from Matt Diggity, this dude right here, his YouTube channel. He did an entire blog, which actually gave me part of this idea. He did an entire blog with AI. I'll link to that video so you can check it out. I'll also link to the video where he gave me this information, and that's the information that I had. What he talked about in the other video was creating topical authority. Topical authority is when you write about the same thing en masse. Like you literally create everything, every question, every topic, every angle under a specific topic, and you create massive authority, topical authority under that concept, under that category or that topic. This was the prompt he gave me, or the prompt he gave everyone on his YouTube video. Give me semantically relevant but unique topics under the main category of, and here I entered space because that is the main category based upon the rank IQ information that I'm using, or the niche, quote unquote niche, that rank IQ that I found under rank IQ. And this gives me additional topics or additional ideas to go along with what we saw under rank IQ. And I'll go ahead and log into that as well so you can see that. But you can see, give me 30 semantically relevant but unique topics. Then you can see it literally lists these topics. Now this topic would be for the niche that you're doing. And obviously you're not going to do the niche space because I'm doing that. And you're not going to try to step on my toes and take all my work. You're going to do your own, right? So the idea here is you take these 30 relevant semantic topics and then you pick the first one, because remember, these are 30 relative topics to the category of space. So we're going to take the formation and evolution of our solar system as one additional category, or one semantically relevant, meaning that it is on the topic of space, and we want to cover all 30 of these topics. And then the next prompt that I got from Matt Diggity was, now give me 10 different keyword variations of the first topic, the formation and evolution of our solar system, that addresses a different search intent. Now, here are the searches that people would be searching for. 10 of them. These are the blog posts that we're going to write under that, for lack of a better way to say it, category of those 30 categories that we got, that topical authority list that we're going to build content on. So we would do 10 of those for this one. Then we would do 10 of those for this one, 10 more for this one. And it's going to give us a new list, which is 10 more blog posts or 10 more questions we're going to answer. But there was also another hint. And then I said, let's go back and reduce each of the 30 semantically relevant but unique topics under the main category of space down to 3 to 5 word links. Here you can see now it's reduced it, and it makes a little more sense when we're thinking about categories and the way that we would think of creating category slugs in our blog. We may or may not do that, but right now we're going to shorten that to solar system formation. If you were to go back, you could see it was the formation and evolution of our solar system. If I scroll back up for completeness, this was the first prompt here. You could see that it gave me these longer sentences. I took it down to 3 to 5 words. You can see this is the exact same list. They're just shortened. So then I came back and I said the same prompt. Now give me 10 different keyword variations. Solar system origin, planetary formation, process. But you can see what happened is it took my 10 questions that it gave me from the first prompt, from the longer results, and it just brought them down to a small keyword phrase that people would be Googling. But then I actually did another prompt to say, turn these 10 into questions that need to be answered. And then it gave me 10 questions. And then if you scroll back up, you'll see that it did that for me when I just left the actual categories or the topics in that long form format. So again, ChatGPT AI, of course, ChatGPT, and we're using Koala to write some of these blog posts. And some of these for sure, I may just feed directly into Koala and see what I get and build a category separate of what I'm doing with ChatGPT. Because inside of RankIQ, you can remember here, I'm using RankIQ and those keyword phrases that RankIQ has provided inside of the report. So that's where I'm getting the phrase there. That's using their content analysis and then creating the content based upon the ranking post based upon this tool. But I only get 12 reports a month. So I'm going to run out of reports. So I'm going to fall back on this. And then I am going to take that into Koala. And I'm just going to go into Koala Writer using GPT-4. And we'll do this in the next video because this video is getting kind of long. What we'll do at that point is then we'll just take this question and we'll copy that. And then we will paste that in here with that target keyword. Then we'll decide on tone of voice and all that. Professional, excited, formal, casual, humorous. I kind of went with that Nickelodeon style, if you remember in the first blog post in video number 1. Also did some more AI stuff here with asking it questions, basically using my AI buddy, my AI chat buddy to sort of brainstorm. Do these 10 questions fall under the category of astronomy basics? The reason I said that, obviously, is because over at Universe Unriddled, you can see that what I've done is I've set up a category called Astronomy Basics as my first category, and that's what I'm basing all those on. And then you can see here, yes, these 10 questions can be considered to fall under Astronomy Basics as they cover fundamental concepts and knowledge related to the formation and evolution of the solar system. Understanding these topics provide a solid foundation. Then I said, dig a little deeper here with me. Would there be a better category for those 10 questions? And then it actually came and it said, yes, you could create category solar systems origins or planetary formation. Now check this out, solar system origins. And I think even I may take it to the point where I may ask ChatGPT to give me categories based upon these prompts, because you can see solar system origin. So these could be categories. But the second question, planetary formation process, was another category. So I think Astronomy Basics is going to work. And again, if you go back to the best SEO blog structure or URL, if you give it, or if you give your if you structure your blog with an idea of this is what I'm talking about, universe unriddled, the mysteries and questions that people want to know about the universe. They come here, they land here. I create a category, Astronomy Basics, and then when they're in that category, they stay in that category and they assume everything about the basics of astronomy. As long as I stay on topic, I can create that topical authority for my blog using that one category that I made up, instead of diving into and trying to create all these little mini categories, especially when you're first starting out and you want it to just be a niche site. And then later on, then you can start categorizing and drilling deeper and really play with that and figure out how you want to get all that done. Now, again, this is waiting and pending verification. So one thing that I do want to do is I'm going to go over to the account that I created for Universe Unriddled. So I got universeunriddled@gmail.com. This is the way I like to do it. I know that you can link all these under like one account, but I like to create a Google account, and then I like to call it something. In this case, universeunriddled@gmail.com. I was able to grab that, and I'm going to create a spreadsheet. And in this spreadsheet, and I'm not the best at spreadsheets, I'm not even going to lie about that. I want to keep a track of all my blog posts with the blog post URL. So for example, copy that title, copy that URL, and then go back. And then what I want to do is I want to keep all this information organized, and then I can use it for tracking. I can also use it for interlinking. Like when I start writing these blog posts and I look at it, and I may ask also ChatGPT to help with that. Take a look at these blog posts, this information, something like that. I haven't gotten that far yet, and that's the power of the 100 days that we're going to discover together, all the things we can use. But what I'll do is I will keep this information in a spreadsheet to do my best to stay organized. And you can see here it actually copied the link, and I could unlink that because I don't want that linked, honestly. And actually I may go ahead and insert a column to the left here and leave that blank, because I may put something else in there. For example, this was written by ChatGPT, right? And then like if I write one with koala, then I may say this one is koala and keep track of that. And just any other pertinent information like the current ranking, or do I have this linked, yes or no, and just sort of fill out this spreadsheet and call this Universe Unriddled Blog Tracker, blog post tracker. Right, so this is for blog posts. I could create one for pages, or obviously you can add a new tab, right? Like this could be the blog post. And again, this is just going to be the way that you track and you maintain information in your mind. Again, I'm not the best at this when it comes to this kind of thing. I spent 30 years in IT, and we typically had someone that maintained documentation, and we would just give them information and they would make it all pretty and put it in a repository, and they maintained a lot of that. So I got really lazy over 30 years, typically relying on someone to maintain that type of documentation and keep it all in track. So I have a bad habit of just trying to remember everything that I'm doing. So again, we looked at Koala. We looked at Rank IQ, and I talked about like how that is going to, or how we're going to use this. They have their content optimizer as well. We looked at that in the first video. Do believe I covered everything. It is pending verification. Oh yeah, going back to what I was talking about. So the spreadsheet, remember this account is Universe Unriddled. So what I did as well is I grabbed the name for the YouTube channel because, you know, I like to start with YouTube. I prefer to do YouTube. That's the way I did Publisher Report. That's what I teach inside of the Affiliate Accelerator, inside of affiliating. The top strategy, when I show people the top strategy, it starts with YouTube to get traffic. But what I did is under customization, what you can do under the basic info, you can name your channel, but you can also get now they have the unique handle. So only one person can have Universe Unriddled. So I now own that. I own that property. So speaking of that, next thing we'll be doing is setting up Google Analytics. So we'll be logging in to Google Analytics and we'll be setting up that here, and we'll be establishing and provisioning, I believe that's what they call it, Analytics Web Provision. So we'll be setting up and measuring and making sure that our site is connected. Universe Unriddled is connected to Google Analytics. Also, we will set up Google Search Console. So we will set those all up. Again, underneath here, we'll have to set up the domain. So we got to make sure that we get our structure the way we want it before we do any of this. So we'll set up Google Search Console. We'll set up Google Analytics. And that is all going to rely on getting this verified. Then when we get it verified, we'll get the DNS and the structure the way that we want it. Inside of Groove, everything will be cool and good to go. Then we can start throwing that content in there. We'll get Google linked up with our blog over on Groove blog inside of our Groove account, and we'll be off to the races. And that is AI blog day 2. Day 1 is in the playlist. Check that out if you started here. Day 3 will be in the cards when I get that linked up, and of course when day 3 gets here. Thanks for watching. Hope you're enjoying this. If you are, give it a thumbs up. Any questions, ask them in the comments, and I'll talk to you later. Bye. Hey, Gary back with you. AI blogging using Groove blog day 3. We're back inside of Groove, and we are going to click to verify our domain, and we're going to validate those DNS settings. You can see here now we are secured and connected. Next up is choose the primary app for this domain. If you remember in video 2, we talked about what we were going to do. Of course, you can set any of these as the primary. We're going to go with Groove Pages as the primary, and we're going to test and see if this works. This is my theory. Set Groove Pages as the primary, and then use Groove Blog inside of the Groove Blog settings as the main domain, and then I'll be able to function within the DNS settings. Of course, you can click DNS at any time, and you can add in different DNS records as needed. Of course, you have all the different types of DNS records. This configuration right here is the type of configuration that you would see if you were using Cloudflare, because on the back end, Groove is interconnecting with Cloudflare, but they've set it up so you can control all your DNS now that you've set it up with them inside of Groove with your name registrar. Of course, we used Namecheap. So now what we're going to do is we're going to see if that works by closing this, going back to Groove blog, and then finalizing some of these settings to get our domain set up before we move on to the technical stuff with connecting our Groove blog to Google so Google can see the traffic. Here we have the domain section. We're going to go ahead and publish this to the root domain. And here I wanted to select the domain. Go ahead and edit domains. And this may be where it's not going to work. Let's see. Here we go. Groove blog, subdomain, add a new subdomain. I don't want to add this to a subdomain. Groove blog, but maybe I have to. See, these are the questions that I don't have the answers to without just playing with it. So let's go ahead and close that again. Publish to the root domain, and I would select the domain. Publish to the domain.com, and see here, it's going to allow me to set it up to universalriddled.com. So let's do this and go back to settings and billings, domains. Let's go back to this. Let's see if I click this, can I change this? Yeah, you can add a new domain here. Let's go back and add Grooveblog. It's still asking for add new subdomain name. So I may have messed this up when I set that up as Groove Pages. And I may have to set this up with Grooveblog as the primary if I don't want to publish that with /blog. Because again, if I go back and I publish this to domain.com/blog, it is under the same domain, but it won't have that page there. Let's see here. Publish to the root domain. Select domain. Edit domains. Domains. Manage domains. Grooveblog. Add a domain. Let's do this. Let's delete this. Yes, delete it. And then let's add a domain back. We'll go ahead and we'll set it up. I'll go ahead and I'll go back to Namecheap and I will copy this and I will set this up. And like I said, this is a true case study. I am doing this and showing you what it is I'm doing as I'm doing it and thinking it through. Even when I start creating the content, I'll be going through this process. So let's make sure Dora and Major, next, validate DNS records. It should validate that. Complete the process, pending verification. They should be there. 404, validate DNS records. It should have validated that. I don't know why it wouldn't have validated it at this point. Maybe I'm going to have to wait again, but I wanted to re-add it. So I could add Grooveblog as the primary now because my thought didn't work to set Groove Pages as the primary and then inside of the blog settings, make it still be the root domain. Yeah, request fail with status code 404. And because I added this and then I went back and deleted it and I went and added it, I may have to contact Groove support to get that done. And if that's the case, then we'll have to do that. And I'll do that. Let's see. Let's try this one more time. Yep, there we go. Secure and connected. Now let's set up the DNS. Just took it a few minutes for it to figure it all out. And go back. Choose primary app. Again, we're focused here. Choose primary app. We'll go ahead and set the Grooveblog as the primary app. Now you can see that Grooveblog is the primary app. You still have the same options inside of DNS to add records, even though we have set it as Grooveblog. But what we'll do is we'll go ahead and close that now. And then let's refresh this just to get this all back on the same centered field here. So now publish to the root domain. And now you can see that we can publish it to universeunriddled.com. Publish to a subfolder. See, it doesn't show up here. So that is the key. The key is that setting for the root domain is setting the primary app to Grooveblog. So we'll go ahead and we'll do that and then we'll just stick with it and see what we can do as far as the other pages that we wanted to publish. And we'll go ahead and let's select the domain, select the location, and it'll be the root, and we'll go ahead and we'll save that. So now we have that set to universeunriddled.com. And now if we go back to home and go back under open blog, go back to publish. And now when we visit the blog, it should take us to unriddled.com. And you can see right there. Now this gave us a version number. That may just be tracking for the button inside of Grooveblog, this visit button here. But we published that. And now we are published to unriddled.com. And as you can see, here's our first blog post. Of course, that's under a category. I clicked on the categories. So you see the tag there, or the slug for categories and the URL. If we click on the post, that'll change to post. So you can see now that that is our structure. We have categories and we have post. But the question that does come into play here is what and where and how do we publish these? So let's just do this right quick and copy this and go back into Groove. Because again, we have the settings under our domains. We published it to the root domain. So now if we go back to Groove pages, let's see what kind of settings we have. And this really isn't part of Groove blog because we have what we need. Absolutely 100%. We could build that out. But let's go ahead and come up with a new site and come up with single pages, and we'll just use a blank template. And we're going to call that, I don't want to call that privacy policy. I want to call this unriddled, universe unriddled. I don't know why I always want to start with unriddled. Universe unriddled. And we'll call this site Universe Unriddled. And we'll go ahead and we'll start building. And we'll see what we can do here when we publish these inside of Groove pages. And then we will go on and we'll move on under our universeunriddled@gmail.com. And we will set up Google Analytics as well as Google Search Console now that we have our domain settled as far as for the configuration of the blog. Here, I'm going to go ahead and I just want to create a page real quick. We'll go ahead and we'll just use the elements and we'll just grab this real quick and just put it in here so we have something. And we'll go ahead and we will update that just so we know what we're looking at. Got all that, universeunriddled.com, just so we know it when we look at it. We'll go ahead and we'll look at publish under pages. And again, I was looking at privacy policy. I want to call this the privacy policy page. And real quick here, the pages, if you've never seen how this works, under pages, you create the website and then you create the pages and then you have the settings for your pages. So here, what I want to do is I want to call this, and I think I'm going to need a index page. So let's play with this real quick. Under publish, manage domains, and your hosting options, you have manage domains. That takes you back here. We want to set up the hosting options and we want to select a custom domain, and we want to see, it's not going to give us the option because we didn't define one yet. We would need to set up a custom domain, pages.universeunriddled.com. That's going to be the only way that we're going to be able to do this if we want to use pages. So let me show you what that would look like. Come under domains real quick. We'll manage these domains. We'll go ahead and we will set up a name here, a subdomain, and we'll just call these pages.groovepages or pages.universeunriddled.com. And what we'll do here, not sure what this edit button is. I don't think we need to do anything else. No, that's all we need to do. Go ahead and we'll save that again, just to be safe on the safe side. So now we have pages.unriddled or universeunriddled.com, and we'll go ahead and go back. Of course, there we go. But it's the primary is all under Groove blog. We'll close that. It'll take us back to the hosting options. And now we're going to have to refresh this. That is saved. We'll go ahead and we'll just refresh that. And then we'll save this page just to move forward with this, because the pages themselves, I was trying to keep it all under universeunriddled.com and then use /pages. And that was my thought, that I could build these out that way and keep even the pages underneath the same domain, universeunriddled.com. But it looks like we're going to have to use a subpage, and that's fine. We'll go with custom domain. And here you can see Universe Unriddled, and you can select the location. See, now it is giving me the option to put it under the root domain, but we selected Groove blog as the root domain. So if we say now that Groove pages, it should publish on the root domain, that may cause an issue. So let's do it this way just to get it published and see what happens before I totally mess this up. And real quick, I'll show you what this is going to look like. Now, when you click on that, you're going to see here, this is pages.universeunriddled.com. So now what I would do is I'd come back and I would actually create another page, because this is going to be the index page. That's the home page under this new domain, pages, or subdomain, pages.unriddled.com, under the root domain. And of course, our blog is still the root domain that we set up inside of DNS. And that's why I don't want to publish this page to the root domain, because it would overwrite this blog, is what I'm thinking. And I don't want to mess this up too bad, because I really want to start publishing content. And I don't think this is going to have that big of an issue, or be that big of an issue as far as, link juice or the authority or the information that we're posting about astronomy. The articles that are the blog posts under universeunriddled.com, these are just about pages, privacy policies, and marketing pages. They don't really add any authority or expertise, I would say, to the domain itself. So I really wouldn't worry about it. And we can always interlink them. So if that's a problem, I don't think it's going to be a big problem. Here you can see I made a copy of that. Now what I will do is, you'll see that I'm editing this. I want to make this the privacy policy. So I'm going to make this the privacy policy page. And I'm just going to call this page URL privacy policy, because it kind of makes sense. And I don't know that I need a hyphen there. I'm just going to take that hyphen out. And I'm going to make this the privacy policy. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say privacy policy. Well, let's just go privacy policy. And then I will click around here a little bit. And what happened there? Delete this. And then I will unlink that, because I don't want that link. So I'll click here. That should have unlinked that. Then of course here, we'll get rid of these buttons, and then we'll come back and we'll make this a real privacy policy page. Of course, we won't need this. We may add an image later, so we'll go ahead and cancel that. Save, and then we'll publish, because we may add an image here and put some more information. Now you can see we'll publish the website. And this is kind of a glitch right now, because once we publish the first page and you come back to publish, you'll see this still says website. We're going to reload this. You're going to see this is going to change to website, and now it's going to say pages. So we'll come back and we will say publish. Now you can see it's broken up into website and current page. Of course, we published this website. So if we click on this now, you're going to see pages.unriddled.com. Let's go back, because I didn't actually select the privacy policy page. Now we have highlighted the privacy policy page. We'll close that, go back to publish. Now when I click on this, you're going to see that this is privacy policy. And now we're going to go back to the blog. And I know that's a lot of clicking around. It's a lot of sort of just thinking out loud, but I really want this case study to show you everything that I'm doing, the thought process and why I'm doing it. And really the first time I've used Grooveblog since I backed Groove in May 2019 to get Groove pages, because it's really the only thing that I use inside of my Groove account. So we'll go ahead and we will say Grooveblog. Now we have that privacy policy page. We will go and we will edit this. And let's see, where do we link these? This is the navigation here under privacy policy, edit. And here we will add a link. We can have that open in a new tab. And if we don't open that in a new tab, we will need to link back or put this logo in a navigation bar and do all that as well. But for now, we're just going to update that, and we're going to publish, and we're going to visit our blog. And then when we visit our blog, it's going to load up. And when it loads up, it should have this privacy policy link. As you can see, it didn't change down there actually. Go ahead and load that up. It's what happened. Universe Unriddled. That should be linked to the privacy policy page. Edit that. It's still there. Okay. Universe Unriddled. What happened here? Why is that not loading? Now my blog's not loading. Let's go ahead and publish that again. And then visit the blog again. Now, it's just a Took a little while, right? We're clicking a lot, publishing, making a lot of changes, just like with any blog builder or even WordPress. Sometimes you have to slow down. You have to save it again, right? Let the cache and the memories and all that stuff catch up with what you're doing. So here's our blog. And again, I'll bring this down because this is under the main domain. It just keeps adding that version. But if you see, this is universeunriddled.com, and it is our blog homepage. Our privacy policy, if you look down there, it does go to pagesunriddled.com privacy policy. Of course, now if you click that, that will be our privacy policy page, and we will need a header and we will need a header and a footer down here for navigation. Obviously, we just don't want to leave people in a lurch and not thinking to actually just hit the back button to go back to our blog. So that has taken care of that. Now we need to go back under settings. We got our domain set up. Even if it wasn't really what I wanted it all under the root, but we'll live with the pages.universeunriddled.com. Don't really think it's going to have that big of an impact. Here is where we're going to do tracking in pixels. It's my understanding that this is where we're going to put in the analytics code. So here again, we are under universeunriddled@gmail.com. This is where we're going to do all of our tracking to include, remember, we have our spreadsheet where we're tracking all of our stuff for our blog. When we start making the post, we have ChatGPT posts, we have Koala posts, all the content written by AI. So we're going to be tracking that as well. But now let's go ahead and let's dive into Google Analytics and let's click Start Measuring. Accounts can contain more than one tracking ID. My new account name. Obviously, I want to go back and I want to just copy this right here to make sure that I spell everything correct. You may think it's weird, but I just like to copy and paste a lot of times. That way I don't make any mistakes whatsoever. And then you have account data sharing and settings. This is all going to be just next type stuff, but I want to show it to you real quick. And this one, it wasn't enabled. I'm not even sure what this is. Google products and service. Settings will apply authenticated visitation. Not really too worried about all that. We'll go ahead and say next. Here is the property name. Please fill out that. We're going to go ahead and just go with that same thing. Here, we're going to be moving forward. This should all be GA4, United States. Our time zone, I am in Chicago. I'm in Central. US dollars is currency. Show advanced options. Create a universal analytics property. We'll go ahead and we will do that. And this is going to be universeunriddled.com. And it's going to create both a Google Analytics 4 and a Universal Analytics property. We'll just go ahead and do that. And we are small. How do you intend to use Google Analytics? Measure customer engagement with my site. Optimize my site. Optimize my advertising cost. Yeah, I'm going to do all this. Let's just say app installs. No. Measure lead generation. Sure. Analyze my online sales. Probably not so much. But we'll go ahead and create that. And then, of course, we will read all of this and we will accept and we will say, I accept. And then we should have our property created. Here you can see data collection isn't active for your website. View tag instructions. Here is where you're going to need to configure your tags and set up your connection between Google Analytics, your new property, and your Groove blog. So what we're looking at here is what do we need? We need Google tag, configure Google tag behavior, measure no data received, view tag instructions. We're going to click that and we're going to click that. Is it going to give me the page? Okay. Email communications. We're going to save that. Take a tour. It's going to walk us through reports. Right now, migrating from, no, I'm not migrating. Tell us about your choice. I'm not migrating anything, so we'll go ahead and save that because I'm not migrating. You can see no data received. I get that. So what I'm looking for is the button to link this. So let's go back in here. And I want to set this up. I just have to figure out where the tag instructions are. Install your Google tag. I'm telling you, you got to click around and you got to just let these things, you got to find these things. Install the Google tag manually. Below is the Google tag for this account. Copy and paste it in the code of every page on your website immediately after the head element. Don't add more than one Google tag to each page. All right. So we're just going to assume that I'm going to copy this and add it after the head element, which means that we're going to go back to Grooveblog, that here, and after the head element. So include in the head element. That's my understanding. So after the head element would be include. We're going to go ahead and save that. It saved the changes. Now, the question remains, do we need to go back to the home page and edit and republish? Let's go ahead and go under edit. And then let's go under analytics. And I installed it manually, so we should be good there. Go ahead and say close that. And then eventually what should happen is these should connect with each other. And of course, you're going to have to wait, just like everything, right? View tag instructions, close that. You're going to have to wait and see these link up. It should happen rather quickly. And I've done this in the past with WordPress, but obviously I've never done it with Google Blog because, this is the first time that I've used Google Blog. So we have to check that. And then even if there is some way for me to check that, I think there is a tag. I was grabbing my phone real quick to just go to the blog and see if I show up. universeunriddled.com. It's not Grooveblog anymore. It is universeunriddled.com. Go ahead and go. You can see what I'm doing is I went to the blog on my phone and I wanted to see if I refresh this, if it will actually show up as a user, if it'll show up live. And I think there is a Google Chrome extension for Tag Manager that I might be able to use. So at this point, I've copied the code, I've added it to Google Blog, but maybe what I do need to do is what I'm thinking, that I need to hit publish to actually push that data out to where Grooveblog hosts this. Because just like I was saying, a lot of times you have to save and publish and save, and there's cache and memories, and of course Groove is building this in the builder, and then they're literally compiling it for you and pushing it up to web hosting, to actually serve up the page. So we we published that. Now we'll go ahead and we'll refresh that, and I am connected to it on my phone. So let's see if we get a user showing up. And again, this may take a while to sync up, and I've never done this, so we'll probably just let this sort of set up and think about it for a while and move on. And then of course, I may have to go through some of this because data collection, property settings, turn on Google settings. You can see here that none of this has been started. Manage data streams, no data. We did all this. So I've already done that. I've set up the tag. And like I said, if I go back to the tag under Grooveblog, I have this tagassistant.google.com. I would need to add a domain. This is not actively debugging any domains. Here, I would need to go back and grab this domain, go back to Google Tag Manager, and let's see if we can get this extension. And this is a Chrome extension, Google Tag Manager Chrome extension. So let's connect it and see if it will connect and debug it. Debug information for this page is viewable in a Tag Assistant window. So now you can see here, connected. Debug window closed. The connected debug window has been closed. To continue debugging, reopen. So we'll go ahead and reopen it. Debug information, Tag Assistant connected. Okay. see possible reasons why. And then we have to go through all this troubleshooting here and see why it can't connect to this. 2 Google tags found. So you can see here, it does have this UA right here in the API call, Universal Analytics. It also has this property here. So then if we go back to Analytics, measurement ID DGDKZ302V5PG, and we'll go back. So that's it right there. It is connected. It just hasn't synced up yet. So we do have the tags on there. So the tags, that portion has been set up. It just hasn't actually collected any data. Of course, there's no traffic going to it. So we'll see what happens. Oh, look at there. 2 users in the last 30 minutes. That's me, United States, right there. So see, again, I got a little fast. And city, let's see if it shows. Searcy, Arkansas. That's where I am, Searcy, Arkansas. So the connection did work, and we are getting Google Analytics. Welcome to Search Console. We'll go ahead and we'll do the same thing here. You can see how it works. It is just like what you thought it would be. If you've ever used WordPress and set this up before, it is really the same kind of thing. It is me recording this, doing a case study for you, setting this stuff up so you can see it. If you choose to watch the entire thing, then you'll see exactly what I'm doing. And these are just the technical steps. Inside of the Affiliate Accelerator, I talk about this all the time. Step number 2, to get traffic. Once you pick a topic, which we did, to talk about space, now we're going through and understanding the tech and tools, and we're putting them together. So here we need a text records. Sign into your domain provider, copy the text record below into the DNS configuration for Unriddled. Now, remember this is saying GoDaddy or Namecheap. Remember we connected this and we let Groove take over the DNS settings for us. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy this. Then we're going to go back to Groove, and we're simply going to, if this thing will cooperate with me. Sometimes my mouse gets a little just crazy on me. So here we are back inside of Groove. Of course, we go back to the dashboard. You can see we have access to everything inside of Groove. And what we want to do, even though we're working with Groove Blog, we want to go under Settings and Billings. This is where our domain information is, under Manage. And remember, the DNS settings for Universe Unriddled are now controlled under, and you can see Groove Pages is popped in here because we have that subdomain, and Groove Blog. But the settings for all of this are under DNS. So we want to add a record. And to do that, we want to add a text record. And in that text record, we want to call this Google Search. I don't think they told us what to call it, so we'll call it Google Search. And then the content was that tag that we pasted, again, from this text record right here, this Google site verification. We went ahead and we pasted that all in. You see I pasted that under the content. I'll go ahead and save that. DNS validation error. Text. Google search. Cancel. All right. Why is it not? Why are you not letting me set that up? DNS. Add record. Text. Name. Type. Maybe you have to put text there. Save. There you go. It was just a guess. I'm not even going to lie to you. I just said text. You can see here it created txt.universeunriddled.com. And you can see that that record is now in there. For that, we'll go back and let's see if this works. Verify. Verifying this may take a minute. Ownership verification failed. We couldn't find your verification token in your domain's text record. Sometimes DNS changes can take a while to appear. Please wait a few hours, then reopen your property in Search Console. If verification fails again, try adding a different DNS text record. So we will have to, let's click it just one more time to see if it takes. So again, may have to wait a couple hours. So that is part of setting this all up. But you can see the steps that we walked through, the time that it took. this was all done live. This was me doing it. There is a text record there. I did paste it in. We'll go back. You can see that was under universeunriddled.com. Of course, if you click on these or if you highlight these, I think you can click on each one of these. You can see here is pages.unriddled.com where we published our privacy policy. Here's Grooveblog. We can add different subdomains there, but it is published Universe Unriddled. Our Grooveblog is published under that main domain, universeunriddled.com, or that root domain. Our DNS records, we have that text record set up right there. So we'll go ahead and close that. We'll go back to Grooveblog right quick because really this was what I was trying to do, was get this set up. We saw the two users connected there. So now we have all the information, and we'll be able to see when we post our records or when we post our pages, we'll be able to see the traffic. There you go. You can see the two last traffics under analytics. We'll go ahead. Let's just verify this again real quick while we're here. And it still hasn't, so we'll cover that in the next video. And let's go back real quick to the Grooveblog. Go ahead and go under edit and take a look. What we've done on day 3 is we have one post live. And I really started there to show you sort of the big idea and the big picture of creating that steady, consistent flow of content, because that is step 3 of getting traffic inside of what I do inside of affiliating. Typically, that is how I set up a YouTube channel, but setting up a blog is no different. You literally have to just do the steps. Step 1 is picking Step 1 is picking a topic, the topic that you're going to use to create your traffic, the topic that you're going to continue to talk about after you set up all this tool, set up all the tech and the tools, and dedicate the time to setting this stuff up so you can measure what you're doing. Because we could be in here creating posts all day, but if we didn't set up analytics, we would never be able to see what Google is doing. We'd never see inside a Search Console if the fruits of our labor are paying off. If we can't validate this and get these tools connected, then creating a spreadsheet and creating all the AI content in the world isn't going to matter. So we're going to take the time and we're going to do it, and we're going to do it right. But now we're going to take a few minutes and we're going to think about this. And we are going to go back under Rank IQ. And I want to dive in just real quick. And I know this video has been long, but hang in there with me on day 3, because this is the time that we need to really be dedicating and front loading and getting our plan together. You can see here I have my first keyword phrase under my keyword library. And again, this isn't an AI tool. And we looked at how we could use the AI tool inside of ChatGPT by using the prompt to get the topics, where we use this prompt here, semantically relevant but unique topics under our main category of space. And then of course we narrowed that down in video number 2. But again, I think it's valuable to really say and look at the limitations of what the AI currently here, April 17, 2023, the limitations, because that AI is using data that it has from or up to the data that it was backfilled with up to, I want to say 2021, and you can ask ChatGPT. It'll tell you the date. But using a tool like Rank IQ or some other third-party tool that gives you these keywords that is either done through their proprietary algorithms or through their own research, and they're providing you this data, it gives you the best opportunity to really be successful in a short amount of time, along with using the AI tools to actually generate the content. But what I want to do is I want to look at this and I want to say what we're doing and what we're thinking as far as like astronomy facts or astronomy for beginners, because we were talking about using the reports here. And if you click here and you run a report based on this keyword, then this gives you all of the information that I showed you in the other videos. But if we don't have that, and we're still thinking about creating our astronomy basics and what the information we got from ChatGPT about these semantically relevant topics to create that topical authority inside of our blog. We could still use this tool and this information for astronomy for beginners. And then we could take that over to Koala and let the Koala writer do the heavy lifting by creating a blog post for us for the target keyword, astronomy for beginners. And then we can move forward with letting the AI create the content. Because at the end of this 100 days, we're simply going to measure what we accomplished by letting AI assist us, by letting AI be our assistant and help us brainstorm all of these ideas that are in our head. And as we put it together, we're only on day 3. Still got 97 days to go to fine tune this every day as we move forward. But for now, we're going to use this keyword, astronomy for beginners. We're going to go ahead and we're going to use the tone of voice that is SEO optimized, confident, knowledgeable, neutral, and clear. We're going to stick with that. And we're just going to say this is a serious topic, so we want the post to come off as the best post that we can create or have created for us for this topic, for this target keyword, to be confident, knowledgeable, neutral, and clear in the fact that this information is for beginners and it's going to help you. So here we're going to use real-time search. We're going to cite sources. We're going to use the online editor inside of Koala. You can check my channel, 30-Minute Marketing, for my Koala review. It covers all of this to include the advanced options. Here we're just literally going to say astronomy for beginners, and we're going to select GPT-4. This is going to cost us more as far as the number of words that we're going to use in our Koala account, but I want to get GPT-4 because I believe in my testing up to this point. And we will play with this a little bit to see, because when it comes to using AI, you kind of have to be stingy in things that you think ChatGPT 3.5 Turbo can do well versus 4. But you want to be stingy in the word count. But in this case, this is going to be a pillar post. This is going to be a major cornerstone article for me, I do believe. So we'll say astronomy for beginners, and we will create the outline. And then here is where Koala Writer sets itself apart from a generic ChatGPT, which is designed to do a little bit of everything, or to be good at everything and give anyone and everyone the content they need. And here Koala Writer has come back, and you can see the size of this article, the introduction, and this is providing the H1 tags, the H2, the H3 tags, getting started, basic terminology, considering location and time, observation of the night sky, telescopes and equipment, deep space exploration, astrophotography. You know, this is being able to actually take photographs of the stars and the planets. So we're just going to let Koala do its thing and write this article. Astronomy for beginners, your essential guide to stargazing and space exploration. And it's literally going to spin out the article and count the words, as you can see right here. And we're going to let it do its thing. And then we will have this blog post that we're simply going to copy and paste over in the Guru blog. And then we're going to put our editor hat on. And by that, I mean the AI is going to do the heavy lifting for us. But do not shortcut the shortcuts. Read the post. Make sure that it just logically makes sense. And if you don't know anything about the topic, then do a little bit of research, because even though this is a one-click blog post generator and we're letting AI generate all the content for us, we don't want the blog to be full of a bunch of nonsense. And you should have a general, or you should have the capability, and if you can't, then you need to do the research. You need to look at it and say, look, astronomy for beginners, let me just go and read a few blog posts on astronomy for beginners. Let me get a book and read a book. Let me watch a few YouTube videos and just do a simple verification that what this is spitting out makes sense. You can just say, does this make sense? Right? You could even get into the point, and we may do some of this, where you could look for plagiarism and things of that nature. Just take parts and pieces. And you can see here where it's citing the source. You can see here it's linking out to me to this article. We'll click on that article. We'll read that article. We'll make sure that what it's doing here is citing it correctly based upon the information that it pulled and, the article that it wrote. And my point being here, not to belabor this, but this is going to be a pretty in-depth article. One thing is, don't click off of Koala Writer. I had learned that in my full review when I examine Koala Writer in detail. You can check that out again on the channel. I'll try to remember to leave a link here so you can check it out. But let it write. Let it do its thing. But understand that if you're writing about something, or if you're letting the AI write about something, and while I'm talking, I'm going to go back and verify this again to see if the verification has connected. It still hasn't connected yet. And of course, that is the propagation of DNS. DNS literally takes 24, 48 hours. A lot of times it'll happen fast and you can be spoiled, but it does take time. So we'll let that sort of bake in, and we'll let this write this blog post. But I just want to take these few minutes to let you understand. If you think that you're just going to let the AI write about something you absolutely have no interest in, or absolutely have no knowledge about, and you're not going to at least get a cursory sort of view or take the time to figure out like what it's talking about and if it's legit, then this is never going to work, right? Understand that you need to be able to play editor, and you need to take it serious that you're posting this information out there, and that it at least reads well, that it makes sense, it's not gobbledygook, and that it can stand on its own next to other content out there. Because if it doesn't, then it can never rank, and the 100 days that we would spend wouldn't be worth the time that we're putting into it. And that's really all I'm going to say about that. I'm going to let this finish, and then we'll come back, and then I'll show you what I'm going to do with this content as far as put it into Grooveblog, because this video is getting quite long. I'm going to pause here and I'll be back. All right, I'm back, and you can see here the word count, 1,669 words. Now it has copy. You can also download it. If you click the download button, it will download the HTML file, and you could save that. But it will remember it over here. It will be in your history. Of course, if you lose that, then you'd want that backup. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy that. And you can scroll down here and you can see everything that it covered: astrophotography, deep space exploration, everything that was in the outline. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Grooveblog. I'm going to create a new post, and I just want to see how this works. I just want to see what happens when I click here and I simply say paste. You can see there, not perfect, but we'll figure that out as we move along. You can see there, auto guiding, and highlighted that. But you can see the links here, right? All the links are included. I don't know why it's saying that. It's spelled wrong. Anyway, again, we have the tags here. If we highlight those, it should be an H3. It's an H2. This one should be the H1. Of course, we need to take that, and Grooveblog needs a title, which will basically be the same thing. So the title, and we will go ahead and take that space out there, and we will, let's save draft. Not sure of the order of operation here. Also, we need to select the category, astronomy basics. And I want to take this out. The post slug is going to be the title. It's going to take that by default, but I don't want all of that. I just want astronomy for beginners and the publish date. And then here we can add keywords later. We can put it in the excerpt. Now, I thought that the metadata, and I seen somebody do a video that said that it would read some of this and enter in this metadata. And it did look like it put the title in here, in astronomy for beginners. Of course, we'll need an image and all that, and we'll have to come and do that. Of course, we'll need a featured image. We'll go ahead and choose that real quick while we're here. We'll go to free stock photos, and we will paste in astronomy for beginners. Actually, let's use that word. Let's use stargazing and see what we get. That word sort of, yeah, I like this. Let's see, a telescope maybe. I don't know if I like that image, really. I like this one. Let's go with the telescope for now. And of course, like I said, we are just clicking, and we are learning, and we are doing a true case study, figuring out what it is we're doing, and then we'll save that draft. See, this didn't change here. I changed my post slug, but the page didn't change here. Let's go ahead and publish it and see what we get, because I changed the post slug, but the page URL here stayed the same. Let's go ahead and exit. Let's save that. Let's see, we have that post here. The post is live. We'll go back to, and let me pull this down so you can see the URL bar. Go ahead and we'll refresh that by going to universeunriddled.com. Now you can see we have another blog post. You can see down here in the left-hand corner, Universe Unriddled Post Astronomy for Beginners. We'll click on that. You can see it did take that and shorten that slug. You can still see we still have post, but we talked about that. As long as it's organized, it's okay. And you can see now that we have a post from Koala. So this is a Koala post. It's linked out to these references where it pulled this data, and it's linked to these. And if you click on those, you'll see that that is a real article. It is a real website. Of course, we'll have to check all those. Like I said, we need to read through this. We need to make sure it makes sense. And then later on, we need to go in, and if we want to, clean it up a little bit as far as leading to other content that we post, interlinking with our content. Because remember, part of creating a blog is interlinking. And this is a Koala post. Koala did this post, Astronomy for Beginners. And I want to grab the title. And the title here is Astronomy for Beginners, your essential guide. And I'll go ahead and I'll click back here and I'll put that in there. And then of course that came in really huge. We'll make that 12 like the other one. So we'll keep this all organized. This is a ChatGPT post. Let's go ahead and say that's green because it's done. And for now, we have two posts. We have a ChatGPT post and we have a Koala post. And of course, we have our analytics. Oh, and we had somebody here. I don't know what that is. Is that me again? Am I still connected? We'll go ahead and say OK. Remember, this is the Google Search Console. Not to bounce around too much, but let's just verify while we're here. It still has it synced up. So we'll cover that. And if we need to contact support over at Groove, we will do that. But now we have two blog posts. It's day 3. Done a lot in this video. Connected up the domain. We have universeunriddled.com. Now it goes directly to the front page of the blog. We have those two blog posts. We can see the traffic over at Google Analytics. We'll get that Search Console verified as well with that text record. And we're off to the races. This video was quite long. It paused. I did have a few tech glitches, or on my end anyway, the screen blinked a few times at me. It's just my iMac doing what it does. All right. It's part of what we're doing here. Letting the AI build the content. We're reading the content. We're putting our editor hat on. We're verifying it as much as possible just to make sure that it makes sense when we read it, and make sure that we're not plagiarizing with those links. And we'll cover all that in a few next videos, or the next few videos, as we keep going through the 100 days of AI blogging using Grooveblog. Thanks for watching. I'll talk to you later. Bye. Hey, Gary back with you. AI blogging using Grooveblog, day 4. I was taking a look at my Google Sheet. I've added some information up here at the top to keep track of what each of these fields is about. Post written by, keyword from RankIQ, or ChatGPT. Of course, we will be looking at that. We talked about that for a little bit here, starting RankIQ and the fact that I'm utilizing RankIQ for real data that has been researched, in this case by the RankIQ team, using their algorithm for competition, visits, time to rank, and the ability to rank these posts sort of to grab low-hanging fruit, which I think is the best way to do this, especially with AI. But if you go back to my spreadsheet, what I've done here is I've added the report or keyword from RankIQ, and I've added down here the topical authority information that I got from the prompt using ChatGPT. So 30 semantically relevant but unique topics on the category space. That's the whole blog itself. Topical authority, Universe Unriddled. But I drilled into 30 semantic relevant but unique topics under the main category of astronomy basics, because that's our first category. I think we'll have about 3 categories by the time we're finished. But then again, we may just have one category and 100 blog posts under that category. So then I took the first semantically relevant keyword and I broke that down into 10 different keywords. And I looked, and I'm like, I think I could create all 10 of these just let ChatGPT go crazy with these topics that it's identified as these informational search intent topics. And then inside of my spreadsheet, track it. The keyword came from RankIQ or the keyword came from the ChatGPT prompt with those topical authority prompts where I built out those questions and I then answer. And then at the end of the 100 days, and of course beyond, take a look at which one is doing better, the RankIQ keyword, the ChatGPT keyword, or a combination of both, and if I get the most power from that. Of course, again, remember we're on day 4, so we're just getting started with that. But this case study is literally me thinking out loud with you as you watch it so you can get the benefit of the process that I'm going through, because I'm trying to identify a way to do research, and then by the end of the 100 days, you'll see this is what I've come up with. ChatGPT gave me better results than RankIQ, so what do I need RankIQ for? Especially if it's something inside of RankIQ that is not getting me the results, then why pay for the tool when I could just let AI do it for me? But we'll get there and we'll see what we get. We also need to finish the technical setup pieces with the Google Search Console. We'll go ahead. We failed verification on this one. Of course, we were supposed to wait, so we'll go ahead and we'll verify it now. And it is still failing verification, so we'll have to learn more about that and figure out why we can't verify that with our DNS. Because we did inside of inside of Groove Blog, we did under domains, under manage, under universe unriddled, under DNS. We did set up this text record, but maybe there's something wrong with the way that we did that. So I'll have to do some research and or get in touch with Groove support to figure that out, but I'm not going to do the research and contact support right here in this video. I want to make this short and sweet, and the main purpose was to give you what I'm doing on day 4, and in this case, verifying site ownership. Owner verification failed. Getting this corrected is the next step as we head into day 5. But I also wanted to show you my thought process and the blog post and sort of the way that I want to track this. By the time we get to 100 days, we're going to have all these little data points and we're going to be able to look at them and say, this makes sense. Using RankIQ was better than getting the information from ChatGPT. ChatGPT posts were better than Koala posts, or the combination of all of them together in 100 days got us to exactly where we wanted to be or what we think we want, and we're happy about the results, or this was just a total waste of time. Of course, it was not and never will be a waste of time to explore and to put in the effort and the work required to figure out what works, what doesn't work in the world of setting up your blog. Can we use Groove Blog and rank? Do we need to go back to WordPress? Should we find some other blogging platform out there? Test them, try them. The only way to test them and try them is to test them and try them yourself. Of course, watching this case study along with me as I'm doing the work is fantastic, but you doing it yourself, there is no replacement for that. If you have any questions, ask them in the comments. Of course, check out the playlist for day 1, day 2, day 3. If you landed on day 4 and you're looking to catch up, it's all on the playlist. I'll talk to you later. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you back on day 5. You remember we left off with our AI blogging and setting up Groove Blog and doing all this, getting this tech stuff set up. Ownership verification failed. We need to set up our text record. I clicked this button to go over to support. I found the answer here, verify your site ownership. I scrolled down, I read all this stuff, and then as I was reading about setting up your domain name provider, your DNS options, it clicked with me when I read this part right here. Scroll down and it says, and now I've lost it. Let me find it here. And here it is, text DNS records instructions. For host name property, either leave this blank, which I couldn't do inside of Groove, or set at as described in the documentation, or set the @ symbol as described in the documentation for your DNS provider. This is typically what I'm used to seeing, and it just didn't click with me that it's a wildcard. So back over in Groove, under our settings and billings and our domains, go under manage, go under our DNS settings for Universe Unriddled. This is supposed to be the name. The text record is for the root domain. So I had to put that @ symbol in there, because what I had done, if you recall, is I had said, oh, let's go with text. I'll just guess at what they mean. And that created a record for the domain text, or txt.universeunriddled.com, when all I needed to do, and I don't think I could leave this blank. Yeah, see, it has to be blank. All I had to do was put in the @ symbol, and then it set the wildcard, or for the root domain, to be that universe@unriddled.com. And then if I go back to my search console, there was actually a tool here. There was a link here inside of this as well that helped me out. Right here under manual domain name provider instructions, and this is all search console help. They have their Google admin toolbox. That brings up this link. You can see here I entered universeunriddled.com, and then I clicked on text, and it showed me that value, and then I immediately knew that this totally makes sense. Sometimes you get in a hurry and you get rushed, or you rush because you're in a hurry and you make simple mistakes. Go back to owner verification failed, click OK, click verify, and this may take a minute, and there you go, ownership verified. And then we can go to our property. Now we have Google Search Console set up. Welcome to your new domain property. Go ahead and click start, and you can walk through all this. But basically what this is going to do is going to show you performance of your page. It's going to show you total clicks, total impressions, your CTR, your average position, and of course it's going to show you all your pages, and of course the pages as they get crawled and indexed. You can also click on the URL inspector here, and you can start getting those inspected. So while we're here, let's do that just for the sake of being here and doing it. Let's just go to universeunriddled.com and see what happens if we were to start off with simple tricks, the first post that we created. And I clicked on categories there, but here you can see, and I'll bring this down so you can see the URL. This is the post URL. We'll copy that. Then we will go back to page indexing. And let's go ahead and select that, and it will be retrieving Google. URL is not on Google. We know this. And you can see here that we can scroll down, request, or we don't need to scroll down. You can click here, request indexing. Testing if live URL can be indexed. This may take a minute or two, and it'll sit there. It'll crunch that. And this is the first step. And actually, once we have the Google Analytics and the Google Search Console, and we verified that that new property, universeunriddled.com, is available and linked up with Google, they will start crawling it. They will start indexing. And you can see here, URL was added to a priority crawl queue. And don't submit a page multiple times. It will not help. But now we have that, and that page and the other pages we start creating will start showing up. Now let's go back to our blog post tracker. We're keeping track of these. These are only two we have. While we're here, let's jump into ChatGPT Astronomy Basics. Remember, these are the prompts that we used that we got from Matt Diggity that we covered in one of the earlier videos, where I showed you that video and linked to it and said this is a great way if you don't want to use RankIQ or some other blog or some other SEO tool to find things to blog about. Whereas RankIQ does the research for you and then puts it all together under what they call a niche, in this case space. But here we dug down into Astronomy Basics. Also did one for space, but I think this one's better because we're drilling down into a main category, and that's going to help us in this case study focus in on the fact that Universe Unriddled At the beginning, let's start with astronomy basics just to see if we can rank for those things, because a lot of the things inside of Rank IQ, in my opinion, fall under this astronomy basics, or we can make the content so that it does fall under astronomy basics. But using this and just using ChatGPT, these semantically relevant, unique topics are going to help us focus on astronomy basics and create topical authority for our blog to, hopefully in the eyes of Google, help us rank faster, quicker, and more efficiently, more effectively, or at least that's my idea. So I'm going to come down here and I'm going to pick one of these. Now give me 10 different keyword variations on the first topic, celestial coordinate systems. And I could probably pick a different one, like, let's see, understanding or phases of the moon. There's probably something that's a little more even astronomy basics than that, but maybe not. Let's see, basics of astrophotography, the science, the use of star charts and sky maps might be a good one. But the idea here is to really dig into something that is considered basics of celestial navigation, the life cycle of stars, phases of the moon. Types of telescopes would be a good one too, but I probably want to dig into that utilizing Koala Writer and the tool that it has for the post roundups, the Amazon product roundups. Let's go with phases of the moon. I was going to go in order. Did it actually? So what we need to do is here now give me 10 different keyword variations on phases of the moon. So what I'll do is I'll paste that in there, and I'm going to grab this and I'm going to put that there, and then I'm going to cut that, and then I'm going to paste that in here. And again, this is a case study. I'm trying to do this live just to give you an idea of what I'm doing, and just delete. Sometimes you get carried away with all the clicking and all the options. So we are going to go back up, and I'm going to highlight this as in progress with a yellow, and then it didn't give me that. So then I'm going to come down and say we're going to work on this one, because remember, we're trying to stack all these different keyword variations, basically 10 different keywords of the variations or of the topical phases of the moon, which is a semantically relevant, unique topic under astronomy basics. So we want to grab 10 more. And to do that, we're going to go back to ChatGPT, and let's see, where did we do that? Blog space names, distance to Mars. This is one of the things with ChatGPT. Go back up here, space blog names. Yeah, I did it right here. So let's go ahead and add this. Give me 10 different keyword variations on phases of the moon that address a different keyword search intent, or a different search intent, or a different keyword. This is going to give us 10 more. Then we're going to start creating blog posts using ChatGPT to create these 10, and then we'll fill in our spreadsheet based on that information. So I want to let this finish, and then I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to add this here, and then I'm going to moon phase explanation. Wow, that was a little harder to pronounce than I thought it would be. So now what I want to do is I want to copy that, and I want to go back to ChatGPT, and I want to open a new chat, and I want to go ChatGPT 4, and then I have this Chrome extension here called Response Manager, and basically what I'm doing here is I'm using this tool to allow me to edit or delete and copy these different prompts. So you can see here I have blog post outline for Rank IQ. I could just as easily change this, but I'm going to copy this right quick, or let me click edit and just show you what I'm doing here. I set the title, blog post outline for Rank IQ, and then I have my prompt here. So I'll go ahead and save that again. So then what I need to do is just copy that and then paste that prompt. And really I'm just having this Chrome extension save my prompts for me so I don't have to try to come back over here and look for them. Create a blog post outline for the topic and then insert blog post title here. I don't have a blog post title. Now I could use, at this point, I could use ChatGPT to help me come up with that. But what I'm going to do right now, just to finish up this video for this day, is I'm just going to do this on the fly and do the moon phase explanation. Moon phase explanation. I'm going to do this camel case. Moon phase explanation. And that's also going to be the keyword. Normally these are going to be different, but here I'm just going to keep them the same. And that's also going to be the slug when we paste this into Grooveblog. And then here I actually would need some keywords. So that's kind of where I got ahead of myself to create the blog outline because I'm used to using RankIQ. Here I can go back and I can do some more with ChatGPT around this conversation that I'm having with it. So I'll go ahead and let that load up. Of course, it's going to be slow because I'm doing this and trying to do this. Again, you get hurried, get rushed, or you're in a rush and you get hurried, or you're in a hurry and that causes you to get rushed. So I paused there for a second and I came back because ChatGPT is not loading my conversations right now. So moon phase explanation. Using this keyword, give me 5 blog post titles. We'll just let ChatGPT do its thing. So here we go. Unlocking Lunar Mysteries, Moon Phase Magic. I kind of like that one. How the lunar cycle affects our lives in the natural world. From New to Full, a comprehensive guide to Moon's ever-changing phases. Moonlit Nights, Lunar Lore. How the lunar cycle affects, I don't know if I want to go into that. I like this one, Understanding the Different Phases of the Moon. That sort of sticks with moon phase explanation. So let's just go ahead and go with this one and keep it simple. And then what I'll do is I will start a new chat. Actually, I don't need to start a new chat. I'll just grab this. I don't need to paste that in. I'm going to copy this blog post outline now. And then I'm going to put this title in here. And I could actually just tell this to use number 1 because it remembers the chat. But this is the way I would typically do it for RankIQ. And then the moon phase explanation is my main keyword that I'm trying to rank for. And here I would typically include all of these keywords, but I don't have any keywords. I could go ahead and have ChatGPT give me a list of keywords and then add those in here. And actually, I think I'm going to do that. And I'm going to just open this up. You're going to see my text editor sort of in and off the screen. I'll bring that into the screen so you can see it. And then I'm going to paste that right there. I'm going to bring this view in and soft wrap that so you can see it. And then what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just sort of off the cuff create a list of keywords based on title number 1. So now it's saying create a list of keywords based upon title number 1. Or what I'm telling ChatGPT to do is to use this title and create me a list of keywords. And then I'm going to tell it to use those keywords, those 15 keywords. Go back and now, and again, this is part of it. You want to develop a system, and that's part of what I'm doing over these 100 days is really developing a system, storing these prompts in my response manager to really make this just a process. So every day, right over the next 100 days, once I get this streamlined, you'll see it and you'll be able to copy it as well. If it works, then boom, great. You can modify it to use what you want. And be sure to include all of the keywords, and I'll say the keywords you just listed. And boom, create a blog post outline for this topic. And the reason that I do it this way is because I don't want it to just write a blog post and just have it spit out the basic information. I want it to outline it for me so I can look at it. And then what I can do is I can have it deep dive into the introduction or deep dive into the science behind moon phases. And then I can even pick and I can say, let's really focus in here on the role of the Earth, Moon, and the Sun in moon phases, or the lunar cycle. Let's deep dive into that, Give me bullet points for this. Give me a table for that. Really have it stretch out what it would be and really give people the most information that you think that they would want. Keep answering their queries as they start reading the other questions that are going to come up as you do your research. And again, we're leaning on the AI to do the research for us and to create the blog, but let's not shortcut this shortcut, and let's utilize it and let's think. And as we have interest in the outline and the topic, let's try to fill out that blog so it really drives home and answers the queries so we get all the things that we want. We want people to land on the page. We want people to read the content. We want people to continue to read the content, click on our internal links, click on our external links, spend time on the page absorbing that content. Those are all great signals to Google. It's going to help our content rank long term, even after this 100 days of just, being in a hurry to try to think about how we can focus and go fast, but do this in the right way. So click on this, and then you're going to see here what I have is the next step. Once I do the blog outline, my next step currently is what I do is, and we were using that hypnotic Nickelodeon style at a 5th grade reading level. We'll go ahead and we will say write the introduction and actually, let's just do this. Let's just have it write the blog post so you can see the difference at a reading level. Write a blog post based on the outline. Blog outline you just gave me. Please use hypnotic endings for each section to compel the reader to keep reading the next section. This right here, I'm going to do this. I've been thinking about this lately, about the koala posts that come out. When koala does this, we don't have the power that we have in ChatGPT to give it instructions like this. So I'm thinking about using something like this, because what I like to do in a blog post is I like to close the blog post, or close each section of the blog post and lead the reader into what's coming next. Tease them into what's coming up. Please keep reading, or the next thing you're going to discover is going to be even better, because we're going to, and give a little highlight of the next section. It's a hypnotic style of getting people to read and keeping their attention and getting them to want to move to the next section. Koala doesn't do that. We don't have the option, but we can come back and we can enhance what we get out of Koala. Of course, they have Koala Chat. You could do this inside of Koala Chat using that. If you just have Koala Writer or just have Koala, that's why they put the Koala Chat in there. But we'll go ahead and we'll remember that during this case study, and we will keep this. And I'll go ahead and I will do this real quick just so I have this prompt. And I will hypnotic endings for each section. I'll copy that and it'll be the title. And that way I'll have this prompt handy when I need it. And you can see here I'm just adding those prompts as we go. Then when I'm finished, I'll have these prompts, and then I'll even give you that list of prompts, or obviously you can copy them here as you're watching this video. And we're going to go ahead and boom, using the hypnotic Nickelodeon style, 5th grade reading level, it's going to take off, and it's just going to start writing these. Now, As you can see here, this doesn't lay it out like Koala does, but at this point, again, if we go back to our spreadsheet, and that's why I created these fields, where I can say now that I am having this being written by ChatGPT. Keyword was from ChatGPT. Rank IQ report, no, because I didn't get this, and I'm just going to leave that blank. Remember what the post keyword here was? If you don't remember that, we can simply go back here and we could say this is the post keyword, because this is our topical authority list, and we went to phases of the moon because it just felt like that was more astronomy basics to me. And a lot of that is what it is, right? This is you, coming up with the idea and then letting AI do the heavy lifting, but still, the AI is just an assistant. You have to guide it. You, at the end of the day, with your editor hat on, with your publisher hat on, with your content creator hat on, you have to do all this stuff and figure out exactly what you want the AI to do, and you have to guide it. Its job is not to guide you. It's your job to guide it. And we will grab this as our title, and we will do our best to keep track of all this. And of course, that will be our title right there. Here you can see my formatting is going to get messed up because copying and pasting from ChatGPT into documents always is a little weird because it's coming off of their interface. So we will have to get the post URL, which will come when we create the actual post inside of Grooblog. And we'll go back right now. And that probably has finished writing. Did that write it? Lunar Mysteries and Cultural Perspectives. As you can see, ChatGPT didn't finish, so we'll just ask it, please finish. And it will continue on and finish. It's another thing with ChatGPT that they built inside of Koala Writer. Koala Writer will finish, so their API or the programming they've done to interface with the API is making sure that it continues on and finishes. So at this point, this is our blog post. For me, that's not going to be in depth enough. You could literally put this in there, but the way that I'm going to go back and do it is I'm going to start like I did here. I'm going to go and I'm going to say, with this, I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to write each section. But you can see what it did here, right? And let's just pause here for a second, and let me show you what this did. Please use hypnotic endings for each section to compel the reader to the next section. So, as it wrote the introduction, have you ever gazed up at the night sky wondering about the glowing moon and its ever-changing shapes? Moon phases are a fascinating puzzle that can be fun to solve. Understanding these, so let's begin our journey to the moon and unravel its mysteries together. Are you ready to join us? And then it jumps into that. Then here is, are you eager to learn more? Let's dive in. I think it could do better. I think it would do better, and it will do better if I don't have it write the entire blog post, because I just said write a blog post. If you use this same prompt and you just write the introduction, you just write the science, you just write the different phases, and you add in additional keywords or your own thoughts, it will write more about that. So let me just show you what I mean. So I will put this prompt back in here, and I will say write a blog post, but I will say write, and I will take all of this out. The introduction. Please use hypnotic endings for each section to compel the reader to keep reading to the next section. We'll leave that part. And what I want this to do is start. And let's see what we get different. See there already. Do you ever dream about becoming a moon explorer, venturing into the vast night sky filled with twinkling stars and glowing moon? If you do, you're in for a treat. We're about to embark on a thrilling adventure that will unravel the mysteries of the moon and its ever-changing shapes. Understanding these captivating phases, you could already see that it did better than what it did here just by asking the AI to write that individual section, it allows it to focus and spend more time and give you more detail, give you more output based upon all the information it knows, based upon your input, which in this case gave us a much, much better introduction. Again, you will be copying and pasting these. So what I'm going to do is I am going to do that. I'm going to take this title and I'm going to copy it. And I'm just going to show you what it's going to look like. I'm going to close this, go under Groove Blog. And again, this comes into when you actually do the copy and the pasting, figuring out, and we'll take a look at this if we need to paste it into a text editor like this to clear out the formatting, because inside of a text editor, it'll clear out. And just let me show you what I'm talking about. When I click edit, we'll go ahead and that will open up, and I want to create a new blog post. Here I will add a new blog post, and the title will be right here. And you can see that highlighting on the back underneath it. I'm hoping you can see that, right? I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to delete that. Of course, it's going to tell me title is required. Now that I posted this in the text editor, I can copy that and then I can paste that in. But see, it already did it. So what I'm going to do is exit, and I'm going to say do not save. And I'm going to create a new post, and we'll enter the title. I'm going to paste that in. There you go. We've cleared out the formatting by using a text editor. This is BB Edit for me inside of a Mac, but using like Notepad, if you're using Microsoft Office, Windows, if you're using Windows or Microsoft products, get rid of that formatting. You do not want that ugly formatting. So yes, it's an extra step, but again, what you can do is go ahead and we will paste that in. And we need an H1 tag in our Groove Blog here. And I want that to be there, but I want to paste this in. See, it did it again, and I did not mean to do that. Let me see if I can delete this and get that to go away. I meant to come over and paste it in here to get rid of the formatting, and I'll do that. And then what I'll do is I'll see if I can click here. Yeah, see, it cleared out the formatting. But now what I want to do is I want to put that H1 tag in there. And the keyword that we were going after, where did I put the keyword? Did I put the keyword? Moon phase explanation. I'm going to copy that real quick, and I'm going to paste that in here. And I'm going to get rid of this, and I'm going to make this phase explanation. And what I'm going to do is go back to Groove Blog, and I'm going to say right here, and I want to make that an H1 tag. So unlocking lunar mysteries, understanding the different phases of the moon phase explanation. And that's going to be my H1 tag. And then everything after that inside of this, each section. So for example, this section, the science behind moon phases, will be in H2. I'll take that over and I will clear that formatting out real quick. Again, like I said, this is an extra step, but it is well worth the time. And then I will paste that in there, and then I will make that an H2. And you see how this is going to come together. So, of course, I would do this and break this up. It just pains me too much not to do it. So, give a little extra space there. And we'll go ahead and save that draft. I'll finish this up off camera and show you this after it's published. And of course, we want this slug to be moon phase explanation. So we want this, and I think I can just do this right quick. I can copy this. I want this slug to be moon phase explanation because that's our keyword. And part of this too will be over the 100 days. After we get some content up, we'll go back and we'll clean this up, and we'll take a look at making sure that we added all of our categories. We'll take a look at keywords. I'll get some more information about Groove Blog and what each one of these fields mean, as well as how to edit this metadata. I want to get official answers from Groove and what they say and what we should be putting in these to get the best results. In this case, we'll go ahead and we'll just save that draft. Of course, if you hit publish, then it would be published. But if you exit, and I always save, you will see that it is in draft mode, so it is not live on our blog. So if you were to go back to Universe Unriddled or the blog that you're creating as you follow along, you'll see we still only have those 2 posted because this is still a draft, because we're still creating our blog post inside of ChatGPT, and we are recording that in our Google Sheet. So we will go ahead and we will say that this is yellow, that we are in the process of working on this keyword, working on this post title, and then we'll finish and then we'll have the post URL. Of course, actually, we already have that. We know what it's going to be, but we'll finish that up and come back in day 6 and keep moving along, because day 100 will be here before you know it. Playlist, questions, ask them in the comments. Check out the playlist. It's in the description. All the tools in the description. Playlist in the description. Questions in the comments. If you have them, ask them. Thanks for watching. I'll talk to you later. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you, back with day 6 in AI blogging using Grooveblog. Taking a look at the blog up to this point for day 6, you can see that the blog is coming together as far as the look and the feel. Covered some of the privacy policies, the About Us pages. Of course, none of that is happening inside of Grooveblog. That's all happening over under Groove Pages. And under Groove Pages, what I've done is I've built what Groove calls a site, and I've called that site Universe Unriddled. And I am adding in these pages. And the page here, privacy policy, I'm going to get that squared away, or I want to get that completely finished as far as the layout. So you can see I've added a navigation bar or a header here, put in the logo, and then I've added all the pages here that I want to add, and then I've started putting in some of that information. I wanted to cover that real quick. Using AI, I'll scroll up and I ask it, can you tell me what pages are needed on a website or blog to be legal and compliant with all U.S. and international laws, and can you help me create them? ChatGPT comes back and says, I'm not a lawyer, but here are the things you need. And I say, thanks. Can you provide me some sample or a sample privacy policy? And then it reminds me it's not a lawyer. Here is a sample to make sure that if you're going to use these, to make sure a legal team and or you do your own due diligence. And then it gives me the policy page. For my purposes, these will most likely cover everything that I need. And I had it build out all the pages, and I'm simply just going to copy and paste these pages into GrooveFunnels after I get all of them built out. So I have the privacy policy, disclaimer, contact us. Obviously, the contact us page will be the way for anyone to contact me or contact universeunriddled.com if they need technical support, meaning they want their information that we've captured, which we don't capture anything at this point. We probably never will. They can get that erased from the site. That way you maintain your legal sort of position on the internet. And then About Us. The About Us is going to be important when we're talking about the authority or EEAT. When we're looking at Google and ranking, we're going to need to tell people, or I will say that it's the best practice to put an about page to let people know who is behind Universe Unriddled and what and why it exists. And that brings me to the question of what and why it exists and what we are doing with our Groove blog. Now, if you go back to AI, and I wanted to cover this as well, if you were just to ask the AI, what is the first step I need to do to build a blog? If you wanted to back up completely and look at this, because I jumped right into this because I already had an idea. But if you had no idea how to build a blog, could the AI assist you? And what would be the steps to get to where we are right now inside of day 6, where I picked a niche, I picked a platform, and I started creating content under a category. And of course, the way that I'm tracking that is I'm doing that with a Google Sheet. And I've added a lot of stuff here about topical authority and creating different lists and grabbing prompts. So while I jumped in the middle into the deep end and sort of just started swimming, I want to make sure we come back and you're on the same page here. If you decide to do this and you start using AI, I'm using Koala and ChatGPT, but I'm also using a Rank IQ, and that's where I got my idea for the blog. But if you wanted to back up and you wanted AI to really assist you from the very beginning to create a blog, go back to day 0 and say, what is the first step I need to build a blog? It's going to tell you need to identify a niche. You need to define your target audience. You need to choose a blogging platform. We chose Grooveblog. I simply chose Grooveblog because I backed Groove in May 2019 to get Groove pages, and I use Groove pages all the time, but I've never attempted to use Grooveblog. And I thought, why not use a tool that I already have to test it as a case study to see if it works? But when you're choosing a blogging platform, that's probably not what you want, because even before you ask, what is the first step I need to do to build a blog? AI can't answer why you're building a blog for you. That's a question that you need to answer. If you're watching this case study, most likely you are, or you identify as an affiliate marketer or somebody who wants to make money online, and doing affiliate marketing is the way that you've identified you want to do that. And it is the best way, in my opinion, to do it. And AI can help you. I truly believe that. And I want to see over this 100 days what we can do by building a blog. So that's why I chose the platform I chose. Here it talks about WordPress, Blogger, Wix, or Medium. Consider factors like ease of use, customization options, and cost. Okay, select a domain name. We did all that. Purchase web hosting if you are going to go with WordPress or something like that where you're going to build out and you need hosting. Purchase. We already covered purchase web hosting. Set up your blog. Plan and create the content. Develop a content strategy, brainstorm topics, and start writing high quality, engaging, and valuable posts for your audience. So we talked a little bit about that when we dove in, and I said I'm going to use a tool, and that tool is Rank IQ, that provides me a keyword library, or has a keyword library, and it has a niche that I won't say that I'm interested in, but it is interesting enough to me that I can have AI write the content, and then I can read the content, and then I can do further research as needed or necessary to make sure that it makes sense to me as an editor with my editor hat on and saying, this content is not gobbledygook. It makes sense. It's on the right track. I picked a category based upon some information that I had with a chat with ChatGPT that you saw here in the first days leading up to this day. So I have picked that as my topic, and I did all that, and I started planning and creating content. But you need, if you don't know what you're doing, you can use AI and you can ask it, can you help me with each step? And then it will actually say, or at that point, once you enter that input and you just simply ask it the question, can you help me? It will give you information and it can start helping you to lay out a plan. And it also reminds you, and I want to remind you as well, remember, building a successful blog takes time and consistent effort. Keep learning, experimenting, and iterating to improve your blog and grow your audience. At the end of the day, this case study is about building a blog using AI. I am using the tools that I have based on what I've done before this case study to successfully blog and to utilize blogging as an affiliate marketer. And I kind of jumped in the deep end and just started swimming. So I wanted to use this video to come back to make sure that if you are watching this case study and you're kind of lost, stop and reset. And let's look at how we can utilize AI to help us get to the point where we need to be, which is picking a niche, understanding that we're picking a topic, why we're picking that topic, because we want to create helpful content and put it out on the internet. Even if we're using the AI in this case study, as we use the AI, we want to make sure that the content is helpful, it's useful, it actually answers the questions that we're trying to answer. So when it does rank and Google ranks our content and people find it, they get the answers they're looking for and it actually helps them. Of course, it's going to help us when it ranks. We're going to plug it into an affiliate program and we're going to make some commissions eventually. I believe that. I think we're going to see good results, but I just wanted to stop and pause here at day 6 as we move towards day 100. to bring that into perspective of what it is we're doing, why we're doing it, and how we're doing it, and then get back to day 7, talking about more issues and things that are popping up in my mind. But I want to make sure that we're all on the same level here before we go any further. If you have any comments or questions, ask them in the comments here on this video. Look forward to seeing those, and give me a thumbs up if this video is helpful and you're enjoying the case study so far. And with that, thanks for watching. I'll talk to you later. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you. Day 7 of blogging with AI, and we're using Grooveblog. I want to dive right back into the legal pages or policy pages and highlight in this video, to make it rather quick or simple, the cookie policy. This page informs user about your website's use of cookies and similar tracking technologies. It should explain the type of cookies used, their purpose, and how users can manage their preferences. Now, you should have a cookie policy page, which we have here. It created that for us. If you scroll down, terms of service, disclaimer, and I said please continue, here is our cookie policy page. Remember, ChatGPT, the AI, is telling us this is just an example to make sure that we get our legal advice from legal professionals. But the idea here is this is going to be our cookie policy, but we also need to have a pop-up to make sure we're in compliance, that we're notifying people about those cookies. So inside of Grooveblog, we've looked at all the options. I've been through all the options as far as the settings. So of course you go here and you go under edit. And then once you go under edit, you go under the settings, domains, logo, favicons, tracking, and pixels. I believe we're going to have to use this and grab some code. But if you go back to the dashboard, or I could have went straight to Groove Pages. If you go under Groove Pages and Groove Funnels, and then we go under Manage Site for Universe Unriddled, where you're going to see here under your different pages, actually under the settings for your different pages, you would think it would be there, but it's actually under Site Settings, Cookies Alert. You have the ability to turn on and off the cookie alert, and I'm going to show you what that looks like right now. I did have it on and toggled already, so I hit the check mark there, and then I close that. And of course, you would need to publish that entire website. Then if you go to universeunriddled.com, you see there is no cookie policy here. But if you were to go to the privacy policy page, you're going to see down here at the bottom, this website uses cookies. This website uses cookies in order to offer you the most relevant information. Please accept cookies for optimal performance. And then you have the option to accept or not accept. And of course, that is the default, or the one they provide under Groove Pages here under Site Settings for Cookies Alert. I do believe here you can also add a link. So the cookie description here, you would put a link to your cookie policy, and then you could link that. Maybe you have to highlight that. Yeah, you could link that, and then you put your link here, and we'll just go ahead and go google.com so we can see it in full effect. And you would set that link, and then of course again, then you would save that, and you would close it. Then you would need to publish that again. We'll go ahead and publish. It'll publish all the pages. Or if you were on the page that you were looking to publish, you could publish the page by clicking here. Again, this is Groove Pages and Groove Funnels. But if you go back here, this is pages.universeunriddled.com. You remember all the domain and DNS settings we started with this. Now, if you were to refresh this page, let's see, refresh that page, the cookie policy should set up. This website uses cookies, link to cookie policy. And then that would be the link to your policy page. Then they could accept it. And also, if they didn't accept, I would think it would be nice if there was a button here they could just not accept or close. But I'm not sure how much you can modify that. Again, this is just for the pages that you created. So again, this is pages.universeunriddled.com. So if you go back to the blog, you're going to notice that we don't have that. So what I'm going to be looking at is the free cookie policy generator from termly.io, as well as TermsFeed. They have these cookie policies here, and you can see here we use cookies. I actually like this one from TermsFeed. So what I want to do here is customize it and see if we can create that real quick. And you can see here, customize your cookie consent. I would like a simple one, a headline, a standalone. We'll say we want a simple one, and we'll go ahead and say Universe Unriddled. And we'll say simple. It's in English. Yes. Include a link to my privacy policy. Here you would link out to your privacy policy. We'll scroll down and copy that link address and then go back, and then we'll put that in there. And then here you can copy the code. We'll go ahead and copy that to the clipboard. And then again, I want to turn this off because I want this to be consistent across the site. So inside of the site settings, you have site information, you have SEO, you have styling, you have tracking codes. I believe if you go back, it's going to tell us where to put this. I believe it's going to go in the body. Let's see, where does it go? It's Java code. Yeah, right there. Sorry. Please place the code right after the body tag. So to keep this consistent, I'll go ahead and I will apply that to Groove Pages first because we're here. And I'll go ahead and I will publish that across the entire website. And then once that publishes, again, this is termsfeed.com cookie consent. This is the one that I like, that I'm going to be using. I like this style here. And you can see I agree, I decline, change my preferences. So now we have applied that and we've saved that. So now, again, on the blog, we've applied it to pages.unriddled.com, but not the blog yet. I just want to show you the change here on pages.unriddled.com. You can see here we use cookies. This one is still showing up. I'm going to have to figure out why that one's still in the background. I thought I'd uncheck that. Let's go ahead and go back to settings, site settings, cookie alerts. Oh, I didn't turn it off. So we'll go ahead and we will turn it off, toggle the switch, hit the check mark, then close that, and then we'll publish this again real quick. And we'll go back. We'll go ahead. It looks like it published that one. And then we'll go back to, again, pages.unriddled.com. We will reload that and see it still hasn't refreshed that as far as that goes. Okay, now it's gone. You can see that one's gone. We have this one here. And again, we can play around with that to get the one we want as far as the different settings under that. But just having it is what's important. So we're probably going to move along with this because now we have I agree, I decline, as well as change my preferences. I didn't see where it added the link here somewhere. Maybe it change my preferences. Change my preferences here. You can see this is going to link to TermsFeed, so you'll need to do that. And if you wanted to remove that branding, of course, I think you would have to purchase that. But the point is here now you have I decline, I agree. But again, it is just on pages.unriddled because we need to now go back to Groove Blog here. And under Groove Blog, we're going to add that same code. So what we covered, just to summarize that, is Groove Pages and Groove Funnels has a built-in cookie policy template or a button or a switch that you can toggle that gives you some cookie policy pop-up preferences that you can set for that pop-up policy. But Groove Blog does not have that. So to maintain the look and feel across the blog and the pages, we're going to go ahead and paste that TermsFeed policy in right here to the body tag. Again, we are in Groove Blog, so we're going to save that under Groove Blog. I don't know if you need to publish that or if those changes are going to go live. We'll go ahead and we did not need to publish it, but you can see here now this has caused this to put this update cookie policies thing up here, but it did put the we use cookies down here. I agree, I decline. but now we have this little thing here, this issue with that code that we pasted in that we're going to have to try to figure out. But it is important that we do this and figure it out. So I'll try the terms feed one and see if I can fix that. But I'll also maybe try the free cookie policy generator from Termly. Of course, you can find these free, or of course you could buy a service and probably get support from them as well as from Groove to figure out why now on the blog. And what we'll do here is we'll go ahead and reload that. But you can see now up here in the header above our navigation bar, we have this update cookie preferences. Maybe something we can fix. Maybe something we can ask ChatGPT to fix. We'll have to figure that out. But most likely we'll have to get support to see why, or see if they can help us get rid of that, or even ask what they're going to be adding to Groove blog to make sure that we have this standard across the board. Because now we have that. Of course, now we can change preferences, agree, decline, but people would most likely click I agree and they would keep reading. But we have become compliant with our cookie policy that was generated inside of ChatGPT based upon the question, remember, that we asked the AI, can you tell me what pages are needed on a website or blog for legal compliance? Of course, ChatGPT, the AI, told us they're not a lawyer. Of course, you need to do your own due diligence and make sure that you are following all guidelines and policies to make sure you're above board and all legal. I'm just showing you the steps and the things that we can do with AI, the privacy policy or the cookie policy that Groove has available for us in Groove Pages versus Groove Blog, and then go and find one of those free services to just add that check mark for I agree, I decline, or change preferences and link to our cookie policy as well as our privacy policy and all those pages that I'm going to create. And when I come back in the next video, I'll have all that done and I'll share with you exactly what I did. Thanks for watching, and I'll talk to you later. Bye. Hey, Gary back here with you on day 8 of blogging with ChatGPT, using the AI to create the content and using Groove blog to host that content. Here is our Groove blog. In day 7, we were looking at adding a cookie policy in all the policy pages. I said in the next video I would have that done. Here you can see the cookie policy bar. I did change to websitepolicies.com because I like this bar that they have here better. If you go back to Groove blog, you can check out the style of this bar. I like this style. It looks better on both desktop and mobile. And I also got that error up at the top inside of Groove blog with the code that I got from Terms Feed. So I went ahead and went again with the website's policies, create a cookie consent banner. You simply just walk through this. You select the one that you like, bottom, top, go for the layout, the colors. You can modify the colors, your link to your cookie policy, some custom text if you want to change that up, and then you simply just copy the code. And then again, you go back to settings, and under settings, you come under tracking and pixels, and you add that right here into the body. And then that simply gets you, when you go back to publish, that gets you this bar right here. And here you can see the learn more. I linked to my cookies page. Of course, the pages are in Groove Pages, and I'll show you real quick what I did with that before we move on to the next technical thing that I want to cover, which is going to be the sitemap. The sitemap for your blog. So here under Groove Pages, we have Universe Unriddled. We have a site built for all of the pages, and all of those pages, of course, we got terms of service, privacy policy, disclaimer, copyright, cookies, contact us, and about us. Now, the terms of service, privacy policy, disclaimer, copyright, and cookies pages were all written by ChatGPT by asking it to create those pages for us. And you can see here that I simply just built those out. I added the links to everything and then back to the blog. Also added a contact us and about us page, even though I have a contact us section at the end of each page, compliancy page. I put that in just so it's there so people can find it very quickly, very easily. You can see what it looks like there, and people know what they're looking at when they land on the page. Then I also added an about us page, and I put my picture on here because I am the creator. and the founder of the page, and I want it to be linked to me. It's not necessary, I don't believe, but with EEAT and Google, if you tie it to a real person in my interest, say if I was to put a lot of work into this and really have this become a passion project, then it would be something that I would link to my name, and I don't have a problem with it being linked to my name. But I also said in here that our content is predominantly generated by cutting-edge artificial intelligence from OpenAI, specifically ChatGPT. However, as the curator of the content, Gary Lynn Baker personally reviews, edits, and verifies each piece before it's published on our website. This ensures that the information with us or we share with you is both accurate and engaging. Of course, we strive for excellence, but sometimes we make mistakes. If you come across any of those mistakes, please contact us at our Contact Us page or the email below. And then I linked to my media company, as you can see there, to really give universeunriddled.com a real person behind it. So if somebody lands on this page and they're looking at it, they're reading it, or if Google is crawling all the pages and they're looking at it and they're looking for a person to tie it to, they can tie it to me as a content creator, as a person that owns the media company that creates this type of content and these types of sites. But also know that legitimately I have stated on here that I'm using AI to generate the content, but I'm also editing it and then manually going over it, interlinking it, and doing all the things that are required to operate the site. So those are the pages that I put there. And then if you go here to the site settings, back to the code, of course the cookie alert here, I disabled that. And under tracking code, I added websitepolicies.io. And then again, I had linked here to the pages universeunriddled.com cookies for that tracking link for that cookies policy bar that will pop up. And there you have it. There are all of my pages. Again, I'll go back to Grooveblog real quick. Yeah, I don't care about the changes. I didn't make any changes. Go ahead and take me back to Grooveblog. And now inside of Grooveblog, we'll open the blog. I'm getting better navigating around this in the last 8 days. Of course, there's the pop-up bar that you'll see on all the pages. And I wanted to go back to settings, domains, logo. We have tracking in pixels, O&G meta settings, RSS settings. And when I was going through these settings and thinking about cookies and reading about this, I went back to see if I was missing anything. And I went back and I looked at another site that I have, Publisher Report. And I was going through the all-in-one SEO plugin that I use on WordPress, which basically walks me through all of the SEO settings. Actually, it takes care of it basically by default. It's all the default settings. There are some knobs in there that you can twist, a few that I do twist a little differently, but that's not really the focus. The focus was I went down and I was checking off everything and saying, okay, all these things that I do that are done for me with this plugin and all-in-one SEO. And again, I talked about this in the review I did for Grooveblog here in 2023 and in this case study. Grooveblog is a replacement for the basic WordPress idea of creating posts and posting blog posts and then ordering them in a certain fashion by putting them in categories and tagging them. But something like this, where you can go and get a free version of a plugin that does literally all of your SEO in one plugin in one place, and basically use it as a guide or a checklist to make sure you're satisfying all of the things you need to do. General sitemap. An XML sitemap is a list of your content that search engines use when they crawl your site. This is an essential part of SEO because it contains some important pieces of information that search engines need when crawling your site. The XML sitemap created by All-in-One SEO tells search engines where to find all of your content on your site. And if you go to Google Search Console, you can submit your sitemap. Now, if you are to click on help and bring up the information about sitemap, and if you really wanted to dig into this, you can see that what is a sitemap and do I need this report? And you can see if you're using a web hosting service such as Squarespace or Wix, which is what Grooveblog is, the equivalent, a blogging or a web hosting service or a blogging platform, they probably generate a sitemap for you like what we're doing. And I think WordPress may do it by default as well. But that all-in-one SEO plugin makes it a lot easier because it gives it to you in an easier to understand format, and it's one place where you go for all of your SEO needs when you're thinking and looking at SEO, as well as it gives you the best practices. Now, if you have a small site, fewer than 100 pages, you can reach any page on your site by following one or more links from your homepage. You don't need a sitemap or this report. Really, at the end of the day, you do not need this. It is just you helping Google and or any other search engines that can find this page and read it. And it automatically updates when you create a new blog post, and then they go back and they look at this. Because you can click here and you can open the sitemap. And really, again, this is not about what all these files are and the format. It just is all of the post. So you can see right here, this is the post. I have 43 posts, and it is indexing that, or it is counting those, and then it is updating those. You can see I last updated this site April 1st. This is April 22nd. So all of that is happening here inside of the XML sitemap. Now, there is a thing called an RSS sitemap. And if you were to go back to that Google help and you were to scroll down and look at submit a sitemap, you can see that there are acceptable sitemap formats. And let me open this in a new window because it didn't actually open the page in their little iframe. You can see that RSS is a type of sitemap that they accept. Now, inside of Grooveblog, I went under the help desk here and I opened up the help desk and I searched for Grooveblog. I didn't actually search for sitemap. I believe that Groove Pages has a sitemap, but here are some basic principles. You can see all of these pages and you can go through this. This isn't the best, in my opinion, documentation. There was a video here about connecting your blog to your Groove Pages. So then I went to the Groove Pages Facebook group, which is right here, groove.cm, official Groove Pages, CRM platforms, funnels, pages, whatever. And then there was a blog post here about a person not a fan of a Groove blog. And I clicked here in the comments and I was looking through this and I actually saw a comment in here after I'd read all that stuff about RSS feeds. Not sure what all the complaining about Grooveblog is about. We've had no issues at all. You can copy and paste. Somebody's complaining about the text editor. I actually opened a case with that. I had the same problem. Now it has an RSS feed, not perfect, but Google accepts it as a sitemap, so your posts get automatically indexed. That's what I wanted to see based upon the research that I did over here about an RSS sitemap. So that takes me back to the search console for universeunriddled.com. So what we have here is we have now 7 blog posts. Of course, this is my Universe Unriddled blog post tracker. These are the astronomy basic blog posts. I'm up to 7 using ChatGPT, Koala, and RankIQ for the keyword research. This was the last one that I wrote right here, observing planets with the naked eye. But we go back to Search Console and we go to sitemaps, and you can see we do not have a sitemap submitted. So what I want to do while we are here together is I want to go back to the Grooveblog. And remember here, when you go to Grooveblog, if you pick home, you can click open blog. This is the page that shows all of your blog posts. There's my naked eye stargazing post that I just did. And we go down to settings. And what we are looking for is RSS settings. Here it says enter an author name. I'm just going to go with my name because I'm not sure what I'm supposed to put in there. I really wish they would put some help here, like some little question marks where they would give you some little info and tidbits. And I'm going to go ahead and say all posts, and I'm going to save that. And then it's going to give me the XML feed for all of those posts. Then I'm going to take that back to Universe Unriddled in our search console, and I am going to submit that and see if they accept it. Google will periodically process and look for changes. You'll be notified if anything goes wrong with it in the future. Got it? So now you can see success. I have submitted my RSS feed as my sitemap, and it has discovered 7 pages. You can see there 7 pages. Eventually we'll be able to see the page indexing and or the video page indexing. Of course, the 7 pages there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those are my post keywords, my post titles, as well as the post URLs. So you can see it wasn't that big a deal for me to go in here, create that RSS feed, just like this person here, Dan Walker. Thank you very much for that helpful information and for the post from Claire Bloom on February 1st, 2023. Of course, this is April when I'm doing this case study. And now you can see that I have that configured. And if I go back to publish, we'll go ahead and we will visit the blog real quick and we'll just get this. I'm going to pull this down if it'll cooperate with me. So you can see here, Universe Unriddled, universeunriddled.com. There are my blog posts. Here is the carousel or whatever this is called when you have that feed of blog post that randomly just walks its way through. There is my category. Scroll down, popular post. That's an option. That's a setting inside of Grooveblog when you create the post. I don't think I covered this, but I've been doing this for a few of them. If you go here and you click Open Editor, and if this cooperates with me, Open Editor. Over here on the right-hand side, they have a popular post tag. You can check that, or you can uncheck any of these. Show on homepage, add to carousel. It's called a carousel. I think that's what I called it. Sidebar, popular post. So again, this is the carousel here. I believe that's what I said, maybe not. Popular post, you can check that. I wouldn't really populate this. I may take this back down to just 3 and then pick the popular ones, literally the big ones that sort of the hub or the pillar post that I want to focus on. But you can see I have that set. And then down here, I have terms of service, privacy policy, disclaimer, copyright, cookies, contact us, and of course, our cookie policy here and our got it. You accept the cookies or you don't, and you just leave it there. And then, of course, if you click on terms of service, that takes us to pages.universeunriddled.com, terms of service. Now, I guess I could also submit a site index, but that pages.universeunriddled.com is technically a different site, but they are interlinked together. And you can see here, what happened here? That's not supposed to be there. Somehow I got these bars here. This navigation bar is showing up. I got to check that page. Let's do that real quick while we're here. But you can see terms of service, privacy policy, disclaimer, copyright, cookies, contact us, about, and then back to the blog. And then down here, of course, if you click that, got it, it'll go away. Click got it, it'll go away. Then also linked here back to Groove, because I am a marketer. So we'll go back to Grooveblog real quick and we will exit, and we do not want to save. We didn't make any changes. Then when this loads, we'll go back to Groove Pages. And then when Groove Pages opens up, we're going to take a look at this. Most likely, I just, by some way, how, or form of clicking, I added those in. Let me check the privacy policy. Privacy policy seems to be okay. Let me check while we're here the disclaimer. Disclaimer seems to be okay as well. The copyright, we'll check that one. Here, I need to update the email address. So you can see I put it down here, so I need to update that. And then cookies. There are my cookies. There are my cookies and my cookie page. There is my contact us page. Again, like I said, contact us at support@Fixin2Media. That is my media company, which is the umbrella for all the media sites that I create. So back to terms of service. While we are here, we'll go under Groove Pages, Manage Site. Then we'll wait for that to open, and then we will click on Pages, Terms of Service, and we will edit this. We'll also edit that copyright page. Yeah, you can see here, I got these dropped in here. So we'll go ahead and delete that nav bar there. Somehow I copied and pasted these nav bars in there. It happens when you're working and you're dragging and dropping and you're just not, or like I said in one of the other earlier videos, you're in a hurry and you get in a rush, or you're in a rush, so you get in a hurry. So we'll save that. Then we'll go, I believe it was the copyright page where I forgot to enter. Yep, right there, email us at, and I will go down here and I will copy that. And of course, this is a case study on blogging and using AI to blog, but it's also a case study on setting up the blog, like all of the parts and pieces. I mean, you can see like that. Why did it do that? Support FX2 Media. Like the copy and paste just freaked out on me. So let's just do this the old fashioned way. Contact us at support@fixin2media.com. There you go. Save. And we'll publish the website. And then we will go back. There's also another bug here inside of Groove Pages with the nav bar. You can see I'm hovering over Universe Unriddled. If I scroll down here to Universe Unriddled, you can see it links back to universeunriddled.com, which most logos do. But I found that if I tried to link that to a URL, and I'll get with support to take a look at this as well. But for now, let's go back to Terms of Service and refresh that. And yes, now you can see that it is gone. I just added a couple extra nav bars. We'll click the copyright, refresh that, and there you can see now my email is in there for people to contact me. So we're back again. That's Groove Pages. We're having to use Groove Pages to create those policy pages, about us pages, contact us pages to make sure all the legal and the structure of the site as far as what people expect to see, to keep it legal, above board, and compliance, as well as when Google sees those connections, they make sure for EEAT, experience, expertise, authority, trust. Trust is a big one, that all that stuff is showing that I'm a real person and I am creating this blog and this content for other than the reason of just having content up to try to make money through AdSense or earn commissions as affiliates. It doesn't matter the end result or your end game for creating a blog is to get traffic, or that's the reason I'm doing it, is to get traffic over to affiliate offers and or build an email list and an audience around that topic. But at the end of the day, you got to walk through all of these steps to get there. And so far we're on day 8. And remember, we've also created 7 blog posts. So that content is up and now we're getting it indexed with that RSS sitemap. So everything is good and we should be on the way. Day 8, the rest of this should start really getting into just creating content and then just looking at that content, seeing if and when or how it ranks and then how we can improve it and the overall experience. Because at the end of the day, we do want the content to be helpful and relevant to the topic, the niche, and the subject matter to be on point. When people do eventually find it, we do want it to help them. We do want it to be something out there other than just a dead end on the internet where people find the content and don't get any real value out of it. Day 8, got any questions? Ask them in the comments. If this video was helpful, give it a thumbs up. Keep watching the playlist. Check it out. Day 9 will be here tomorrow. I'll talk to you later. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you. Day 9 of blogging with AI and Groove Blog. Here on the blog, I want to show you what I'm doing as far as the number of blog posts, get back into the content creation of this. Also, I remember, or I noticed in the final edit of day 8, I was talking about these popular posts here, and I've got this down to 3, and I think I'm going to try this. I like the look of it. I may extend it to see what it looks like if I was to go with 6. But we'll play around with that. But what I want to show you inside of the blog, I believe my face was covering this up when I was talking about it in the final edit. When you go in and you edit the post inside of Groove Blog, when this loads up, and you'll be able to click it, open editor, or you can come down here to the hamburger menu and click edit there. This is where you will be setting this popular post, and I want to scroll down here. This popular post setting, because I believe my face was in the way when I showed this inside of Groove Blog. Now I'm going to scroll down. Once you create the post, over here under post settings, this little cogwheel up here slides this window back in and out. It's this right here. You tick this popular post. You also have show sidebar, add to carousel, show on homepage. But this ticking the popular post here, that is what puts this in this popular post box on the homepage of your blog. All right, now I want to jump into creating content and inside of ChatGPT, as well as a new feature that just landed in Koala Writer as of, well, I seen it as of today, April 23rd, 2022. And then how I'm getting, or how I was doing it inside of Rank IQ or ChatGPT based upon the report. So how to memorize planets is one of the keywords that came from inside of Rank IQ. When you run this report, you get a content analysis, the topics Google likes in the post. You get all these words, and then you get, of course, the title analysis and then the competitor analysis. But I want to focus in on this content analysis, the topics Google likes in the post. If you go back to ChatGPT, this is the prompt that I'm using. Of course, I have my prompt up here in my response manager, this Chrome extension where I am having my prompt saved, or I'm saving my prompt in this Chrome extension. You can see here the blog post outline from Rank IQ. If I click edit, you can see here that this is the same prompt. Create a blog post outline for topic, insert blog post title here, with the main keyword being insert main keyword here that I get from Rank IQ. And then I list the keywords that you see here, and these came from inside of Rank IQ. Now inside of Koala Writer, what they've done, if you scroll down, you enter the type of article you're going to do, the blog post, you'd put your keyword here, SEO optimization, manual, specify a list of keywords to be used in the article, which is beta, or AI powered. We analyze top ranking pages and extract up to 100 topically relevant keywords and entities to use in the article. This results in a much more comprehensive article with a better chance of ranking. So you have the default, then you have manual where you're entering the keywords, which is what I was basically doing inside of ChatGPT. And remember, Koala is powered by ChatGPT. ChatGPT 3.5 by default and GPT-4 if you select that, which uses more of your credits. But here you're going to be able to enter your relative keywords, which aligns with what I was doing inside of Rank IQ. And of course, if you go back to our Universe Unriddled blog tracker, our blog post tracker for Astronomy Basics blog post, you can see the blog post was written by, or you could see here column B, post written by ChatGPT Koala, keyword from ChatGPT or Rank IQ. So now what I can do is I can have Koala use the keywords from Rank IQ, and then I can have Koala write the post the way I was doing it for ChatGPT. And again, let me go back real quick and just show you how I was doing that. So again, I would find, if I found how to memorize planets, if I found this in my keyword library and I ran a report. So if you go back to your keyword library in Rank IQ, we are under the niche of space. And again, this isn't AI. This is Rank IQ. This is research that's been done by the team at Rank IQ for the niche space. So you see those right there. And then once I have my keywords or my list of keywords that I want to go after, I have those here. And I can go back to reports, and then once I run a report, how to memorize the planets, you click on the report, and then it gives you all of those keywords that we're going to go after. And again, I am putting that prompt into ChatGPT, and then I'm adding all those keywords from Rank IQ, which now I don't need to do this in ChatGPT, because in ChatGPT, what it does after you do that is it creates this outline. Then after you have that outline, what I'm doing is I'm going and I'm telling ChatGPT to write different sections and to add information based upon what I think it needs or where I feel it's lacking. So that's how I'm doing it in ChatGPT. But now I could take this same content analysis, these same topics the same topics and keywords Google likes to see in those posts that I was adding in ChatGPT, and now because of this SEO optimization, I can add that into Koala Writer. And you'll see here, if I go and click on solar and lunar eclipses, which is a article I just wrote or had Koala write, 2,672 words. You can see this is the article, and I can just simply copy this and then put it into Grooveblog. But if you go back, or it's not going to show the outline. I don't think, can I show the outline again? I don't think it works. I was hoping I could show you the outline here without creating a new outline, but we'll dive deeper into that. But I wanted to break that down because now what I was doing manually, basically, and it's kind of weird to say manually, but what I was doing when I was creating a prompt inside of ChatGPT is I was using RankIQ. I was using the information from RankIQ, which before I couldn't add these manually into Koala. So I was relying on Koala just to go pull the information. But this SEO optimization with manual list of keywords or just clicking AI powered, which so far, like this article, solar and lunar eclipses, I just used AI powered because I did not find, or I did not pull that from a report in RankIQ, again, which I am tracking inside of my spreadsheet, that the post was written by Koala, but the keyword came from ChatGPT. And of course that came from the topical authority list, 30 semantically relevant but unique topics under the category of astronomy basics, solar and lunar eclipses. And then I take that and then I put that into ChatGPT to have it write the article. Or I pull that keyword, this keyword, and I put that in Koala, and I was letting Koala do all that work, and it generated this using the AI-powered keyword list. One note that I want to cover before I end this video, and I know I bounced around, but the case study, especially in day 9 in this early stages, as I'm outlining and I get new features inside of Koala, and I look at the information that I get inside of RankIQ versus ChatGPT and really figure out how I want to align that information and track it to see what ranks, what doesn't rank, the best information when I read it and edit it, the way it reads, the flow. I want to show all that, and then by the end of 100 days, we'll both have a process of being able to look. So as you watch the videos, you'll see the process, and then I'll outline that process totally for you so you can replicate it and then add your own spin on it, of course. But you'll be able to see the way I'm laying it out. And then at the end of these 100 days, all this information that we've learned about AI using Koala Writer. So using Koala Writer, using Koala Chat together with Koala Writer, which is what I'm about to show you right now with ChatGPT and RankIQ, and then keeping track of all that, or trying our best to keep track of all these data points so we can look at them, not be overwhelmed with the minutia or just small details, but understand that we are getting keywords from RankIQ or ChatGPT, and then we're just feeding that information into Koala and seeing where we get our best results. But what I want to do right now is pause, go to Koala Writer, click on solar and lunar eclipses, and show you something specific to Grooveblog, because part of this case study is using Grooveblog. When Koala Writer wrote this article on solar and lunar eclipses, you'll scroll down and what you'll see is there is a table here for umbra and penumbra, these shadows. It created this table. Now, when I copied this table, and I'll show you that, I'll just show you this real quick. When I copied this, actually I copied the entire thing, but when I copied this table, this is an HTML table. When I copied this into Grooveblog, you'll see here solar and lunar eclipses. When I copied this in, it did not, and I want to emphasize, it did not create this the way you see it right here. And I'm going to exit this and just show you real quick by creating a blog post inside and show you how I did this. So if I create a new post, and I'm not going to publish this post, I'm just going to put this in draft. So if I create a new post and I was just to paste in that information, again, go back to Koala, this umbra and penumbra, this H2, this paragraph, and then this table, the way that you see it here. If I just post that into Grooveblog, it strips out all the HTML that you see right here. So then I was like, okay, well, that's not really that big of a deal, because you know that you can add images by clicking the image, and I covered that. You can also add a video here by adding a Groove video, a YouTube video, a Vimeo video, a Wistia video, or embedding the code. So you can add a video, but you could also embed HTML or custom code right here inside of this block. So using Koala, I had this information, or the information in this table with these headings. Koala Chat is basically ChatGPT 3.5. So if I was to go back to ChatGPT, hit new chat, this is basically what Koala Chat is. Koala is giving you this access so you don't have to pay $20 to utilize ChatGPT Plus. Of course, ChatGPT has a free account, but there are some limitations on that. And eventually this will go to 4. Plus it also has this real-time data. But I want to show you what I did. Scroll up to the top here. Add some CSS to this HTML code to align it better. This is a chat. Remember, this is Koala Chat. And then I pasted this in, and it gave me, let me back up. I need the HTML code that puts the information in this table. Remember, if I go back and I hit cancel, when I pasted this in, it put it in, or it put this table information. It just stripped the HTML. So I went back to Koala Chat and I said, I need the HTML code that puts this information in the table, and then this is what I posted in. The way that it looked when it stripped it out inside a Grooveblog, I posted that into chat, and it gave me the HTML code for the table, which was okay. But the format, and I'll just show you real quick what this looks like so you can see it. Actually, I need to come down here and then scroll up, and then I'll copy that. This is the HTML code. So I said, okay, well, this is extremely ugly, right? I don't want that. So what I'll do is I'll post in the HTML code, or I'll paste in the HTML code, and then this is what it looks like. So you can see here, this is what it looked like with just the HTML code. If you go back to the blog post, and we'll just go to the blog post real quick so you can see it instead of opening it up in the editor. This is the live blog post here. You'll see the final result of the table. So this is the table right here. This is what I got with just the HTML code. Again, this is what it looks like, the final product. This is what it looks like with the HTML code. And I know I'm bouncing back and forth a lot, but you can see this is just the HTML code. Then I was like, add some CSS. So I said, okay, add some CSS to the HTML code. It gave me the CSS, and I was like, well, that's great, but I don't know how to combine that. So then I said, please show the code together, the HTML code and the CSS combined. And you can see here, certainly here's the full HTML code with the CSS. So then I was able to take this and again, scroll up to copy all. I wish they would add a copy code button like they have in ChatGPT, but you can copy that. Now we'll go back to Grooveblog. And again, this is the code. This was just the HTML code. I'll go ahead and I'll select all that and delete it. And then I will paste that in, and then I'm going to hit done, and you're going to see this change. You can see it changed right there, which is the final result, because this is CSS and HTML to align it to make it look that much better like it looks here in the live blog. But again, the point was, and the point is, I started with Koala Writer, writing the blog post. It gave me a nice table, which this table might look better, might not look better, and you could play with that if you wanted to. But I was able to take this information after it stripped it all out in the Grooveblog, come back to Koala Chat, and utilize Koala without ChatGPT to get the HTML code, and then to have Koala Chat add some CSS to the HTML code and make it align better to get this final result, which I think looks a lot better. So you can see the power of the AI working together, and then of course what's going on inside of Grooveblog. So once it stripped it out in Grooveblog, I knew I needed to go back to Koala and utilize the Koala chat to get the final result that I was looking for. So right now we are up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 blog posts inside of our tracker. We're keeping track of that. Of course, we're blogging, or I'm blogging off screen, but I'm sharing that here in the case study. I'll move back in to show you what I'm doing. Of course, we did the sitemap. The sitemap right now has discovered 7 pages. This was an RSS feed. I'm going to refresh this to see if this is automatically updating. You can see here it is still just 7, but the last read was April 22nd. This is April 23rd. I don't know how this is going to sync up, so we'll have to see and watch this RSS feed, because we don't have a typical RSS feed, or we don't have a typical sitemap or traditional sitemap like I showed you with the plugin that I used inside of WordPress. So we're using this RSS feed. So we'll have to monitor this to see that when we submitted it, April 22nd was the last day it read it, and it had the 7 posts. But as you can see, I'm keeping track and I have 10 posts. So there may be an update that needs to happen. We may manually have to go back into Grooveblog inside of the settings, and then I don't think it saved that draft, so we're good there. We have to go back into the settings here, and we're using this RSS feed. So we'll have to make sure and monitor this RSS feed to see that it is syncing up with our Google Search Console, because Google Search Console and analytics, I mean, it has all that information. They're connected. So Google has its spiders and it's crawling our site. But that feed, that sitemap feed, where we're updating that sitemap to make sure Google has that most up-to-date information that we're providing based upon that site feed or that sitemap or that RSS feed that we covered in the last video. We want to make sure that that is syncing up and it's doing what it's supposed to be doing and giving it that information to Google, or feeding that information to Google to keep it up to date, so we have the most up-to-date information, so we can make sure that all that stays in sync and it's happening as fast as possible. And that is the update for today. We're bouncing around, we're doing a lot of work. We're at day 9, got a long way ahead of us here to get to day 100. Hope you're sticking with me. Of course, ask any comments, ask any questions you have in the comments. I look forward to answering those questions and you seeing where we're at, where we're going, and what's happening, and you using this information to do the same thing, to let AI do some of the heavy lifting for you that maybe has kept you from blogging up to this point, and see where we can take this. All right, thanks for watching. I'll talk to you in the next one. If this was helpful, give it a thumbs up. See you later. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you on day 10, AI blogging with Grooveblog. We're in the spreadsheet and we have a new keyword, astronomy versus cosmology. So what we're going to do is we're going to have Koala write this post, and we're going to use that new feature, that new SEO feature where we can add the keywords that we get from Rank IQ. So inside of Rank IQ, what we have here, astronomy versus cosmology, we click report, and the keywords that we're going to get from this report are from the content analysis, topics, Google, likes, and posts. So we're going to use all of these keywords, and the way that I've been doing it is inside of ChatGPT, because I couldn't, before the new feature inside of Koala that we saw yesterday, I couldn't add these keywords in using this prompt to create the outline. So what I want to do is I want to compare this outline to what we get in Koala using these keywords. So this is the outline for the difference between science, astronomy versus cosmology, and then you have the outline here. We're going to take that same keyword. Again, we're going to take this keyword and we're going to simply copy that. We're going to go to Koala Writer. We're going to switch it to GPT-4. We're going to enter our keyword. Here is the SEO optimization manual. Allows me to list a set of keywords. Of course, that set of keywords that I'm talking about are these keywords right here. And I'm going to copy them from here because I've stripped out all the formatting. And I'm going to copy those. But again, those came from the content analysis inside of Rank IQ. I'm going to take those now and I'm going to paste those in here and see it will take them. Also, I've written a couple of these with the AI powered keywords, but I want to do a comparison to see what I get from this keyword, this list of keywords using the SEO optimization manual, and then of course, using the real-time results, cite sources, and use the outline editor. And there are some additional options here, and I'm just going to skip those for now. And I'm going to say create outline. It's going to start creating that outline, and then we're going to go back and we're going to compare that just at a glance, what we're getting here from ChatGPT 4 with this layout versus what we're going to get from Koala Writer when it creates its outline. Now, the next step in writing, actually, I don't just tell ChatGPT to write the blog. What I do is I break it down and I'll go ahead and use my response manager where I'm recording my prompts here, this Chrome extension. What I do then is I use this right here and I say, start writing a blog post. And then I talk about here, hypnotic Nickelodeon style at a 5th grade reading level. And you can see the actual prompt here. Using a hypnotic Nickelodeon style at the 5th grade reading level, write in an insert section to start here. I use a very basic set of details like that to get ChatGPT going, and then I have it do more or less or change it up or give me examples or analogies as I write. And I do that by moving through each one of these after I get the outline, simply by starting that down here. Again, I would just copy this, or I would click my response manager and I would just go ahead and copy that prompt, and then I would paste that prompt in there, and then I would say right here, I would just say write the introduction. And then once I say that, obviously I just hit enter and I let ChatGPT go to work. Welcome, fellow space explorers, to a thrilling adventure in the vast universe. Now, Koala is not writing that way because I don't have that option to say a hypnotic Nickelodeon style at a 5th grade reading level. The option in Koala that I'm using is just a basic standard SEO sort of neutral tone, or what they consider best for SEO. And we're going to see and compare those again using the spreadsheet when we look at the data, when these posts start ranking and the traffic we start getting to them and the responses as far as the amount of time people read it or whatever else we're using the content for. Introduction, astronomy and cosmology, key concepts, branch of astronomy, physical cosmology. But you can see here, and of course you can pause this and I'll scroll down through this, and you can see that this is what Koala came up with for an outline. And you can see here it finished the introduction. Then we'll scroll back up and you can see here the outline that ChatGPT came up with, defining astronomy, the importance of understanding the differences, the science of celestial bodies. Go back to Koala Writer, branch of astronomy, physical cosmology, historical context. They added in here, exploring the celestial bodies, the solar system, Milky Way, galaxy clusters. So you can see that every time, or they're going to be really close, but every time you generate anything inside of AI, every time you regenerate it, there are going to be little differences and there's going to be changes because it's crunching the data, the prompt that you put in, the input you gave it, it crunches all that and gives you an output. So they're always going to be a little bit different, but they're always going to be really close to the same. You can see here, history and notable figures in astronomy. Of course, those are based on the keywords we got from Rank IQ. So if those people are in here, or the historical figures, for example, ancient Greek, Albert Einstein. So we'll go back to Koala Writer and you scroll down, and is it going to talk about the people like it did? Oh, it didn't. So here's the thing, right? And of course we have Koala Chat as well. Oh, here it did. Albert Einstein, ancient Greek, historical context, Edwin Hubble for the Hubble telescope. So this basically is going to be the same kind of thing, where here you can see historical and notable figures. And then of course the science of celestial bodies. That is the headline for that one. Koala put that under historical context as an H2. And then down here, let's see, did it add the Hubble telescope anywhere? Down here, the Hubble telescope. So we'll probably cover that as far as the person or the name they're looking for when it comes to Hubble. So let's go ahead and just let Koala write the post. And we'll go ahead and say write article. And you can see here, astronomy versus cosmology, understanding the key differences. The blog post that I came up with, or the blog title here, I came up with difference between science, astronomy versus cosmology. Of course, that is part of the analysis here that I'm using. The title analysis, this is inside of Rank IQ. I came up with a perfect score, 50 and an A+. But I don't really mind this one as far as what Koala came up with either. So let's go ahead and put that into Rank IQ. And you can see it's good. It's a little long, but really it captures probably more. I was going, or what I put in there was a bit of a stretch. I was going for a shorter title to get the number of characters down to great or perfect. But I'm going to go ahead and go with astronomy versus cosmology, understanding the key differences. I think that is better. And we'll just use that. And again, we'll use everything that came from Koala Writer. And we'll update that in our spreadsheet. Again, post written by Koala Writer, keyword from Rank IQ. We will run a Rank IQ report, and we will take a look at the Rank IQ score based upon the post being written by Koala. And we will also go ahead and put in the post title. The post title right there. The post URL is going to include this part of the keyword, or it's going to be the root keyword. And we'll go ahead and do that when we paste it in and create the blog post. So here you can see that Koala Writer is still counting. It's going up. It's probably going to be 2,000-3,000 words. And then that brings me into the number of words and the credit system inside of Koala. This is April 24th. So I have about 30,000 credits left, or 30,000 words out of the 100,000 that I get each month. So that'll reset on the 1st. So we have some wiggle room here to use Koala Writer the next few days to write these posts for us. And then it'll reset and we'll get our 100,000 back on April 1st. So Koala's still writing. It's going to write that. And then when that finishes, we'll come back into Grooveblog and we will create a new post. And we do that simply by clicking post inside of Grooveblog and then clicking new post. And of course, that will bring up the post right here. We'll need the title. That title right here, we'll go ahead and we'll copy that. Go back to Grooveblog and paste that in. And we'll go ahead and we will update the post slug because we don't want it to be that. And we're going to make this all lowercase. And we're going to use dashes here. So we'll dash those and put that lowercase. We will set this to Astronomy Basics. It also brings up the fact that I've added, or I'm going to be adding another category, Cosmology. But of course, I'm going to focus just on the initial category of Astronomy Basics and then use that Cosmology later. And we'll get that going after we get all of our astronomy posts up and hopefully ranking. And speaking of up and ranking, while Koala is still writing, you can see there it's still generating. If you scroll down, you can actually see it writing, and then it'll keep writing, or you can just wait for the word count to finish, and then the download button and the copy button pop up here. Let's take a quick look inside of Google Search Console. Here you can see our sitemap. Today is April 23rd. Or today is April 24th. Talked about this yesterday. You can see here the RSS feed that we submitted. It did update last read April 23rd, and you can see it has discovered the additional posts that we've added. We were at 7. Now we're at 10. Of course, this is number 11. That Koala Writer is currently writing right here. So we're going to go ahead and let that finish, and then we'll be back to create the blog post. And it has finished, and you can see the word count here, 2,694. I typically like to download the HTML right there just to back it up. You can see if you scroll down, there is the completed blog post. And at that point, typically I just hit copy. Then I move it over to Grooveblog for editing by simply pasting it in. And then I go through and I read it, see if it makes sense, doesn't make sense. Of course, these are references that it's citing and it's pulling the live data from. At some point, I'll go back through and I'll actually find a way to link these out depending on what it's actually linking to, and think about the external linking structure and work on that. But the idea here is you get the draft in here. It's in Grooveblog, and we are just trying to populate the blog at this point to get the content up. And of course, the sitemap is feeding the information, and Google's going to crawl it, and we're going to see if we can get it crawled, indexed, and ranked simply by letting the AI do the writing or the heavy lifting. And then of course we go in and edit it and just do a common sense check with our editing hat on and make sure everything looks decent. We'll go ahead and copy that. One note is here, the title is the title, but the H1 is the keyword, and I'm leaving it like that sort of as just a way to make sure that the structure is correct. When Google sees it, they see that H1 as the keyword, and then they move through with the title. Also having the keyword in. Do you need that? I'm not really sure. I saw someone that had some success using Grooveblog, and that's the way they did it. So I'm just following suit to just be honest about that point and say, I don't really know if that's the structure we need, but I'm not going to test it. And I saw someone that was doing it and it worked. So I'm just going to follow suit and go with it for now. We're going to look for an image based upon the new keyword, and I kind of like this one. It's unique, probably grab someone's attention. We'll go ahead and we'll upload that and we'll select it. Then you can see that that puts that into the featured image. Again, we'll save the draft. I like to just go in and at least at a minimum, you know, like I said, I need to actually read this, and I will spend some time reading it, but at a minimum, you at least need to break up these paragraphs and headings and keep a format that is at least going to look like something that someone could read. So you just simply go through here, and then you would separate these with a few carriage returns to give it some spacing, just like a general, or the general idea here is it's just the eye test. Like you just scan through it and say, okay, well, let's just make sure that the formatting works as far as I have the ability to read it. Like I don't even want to try to read it when it's all like jammed up like that. So I go ahead and do that, and then I put in a little extra space here, come down here, give that a little extra space, because even before I start reading it to start editing it, I'm not going to try to like hurt my eyes and give myself a hard time trying to decipher these long strings of text with no carriage returns, which I wouldn't want to do to somebody when they land on this blog post to read it. I wouldn't want it to be that way if they were trying to read it, if I wrote it myself. So we'll go ahead and save that draft, and we'll exit that, and then we will save, and you'll see that that's going to be in draft. When that comes back here, that's going to be in draft mode right there until I have time to go back and actually edit it, which then takes me back to the spreadsheet. I will go ahead and put this in yellow. Yellow means that I am editing it, or that's what it means to me. Use your own color code. And then of course, I will give it a rank IQ report and a rank IQ score. We'll go ahead and do that now. We can do that with the draft. So we could either grab the copy out of the editor, or we could just go back to Koala Writer and just copy it again into the buffer, go back to Rank IQ. Inside of Rank IQ, of course, they've given us the content analysis and the topics that Google likes. They also have the content optimizer, which gives me the grade. So then I'm just going to paste that in, and you can see right there that the blog post at Koala Writer that I fed all of the keywords, you can see highlighted in green all the keywords that it hit. It did miss some of them. Or you can see if you click unused, it didn't use these, or I've noticed that it didn't use them directly the way. So for example, it may not have said physics of the universe, but physics of the universe or Earth's atmosphere with the apostrophe or theoretical astronomy may be in there somewhere. It just may not be in that order, may be different, or a plural of a word like small scale, nature of things. They could change it up a little bit, but the point here is the grade is an A++. We'll go ahead and copy that. Of course, that's also based on the word count. It beat the word count according to what Rank IQ is saying. Again, that doesn't have anything to do with the AI side of this. That is the tool, Rank IQ. I want to make that very clear, but it's part of the test because the SEO report, I think, is very helpful inside of Rank IQ. I've had success with it over at my other blog, so I'm using that and throwing it into the mix. So we got an A++ inside of the content optimizer. So we'll take that back and we'll say, yes, we did use the rank IQ report and we did get an A++. And that's saved. And also the rank IQ title. If you go back to the SEO port inside of rank IQ, the title that we got from Koala came back with a grade of A+ and perfect. So Koala did really well there and gave us a perfect as well. So we haven't counted up the external links and we don't have any internal links yet, but we will. We'll go ahead and look at that. I was thinking around 10 blog posts, every 10 or so blog posts to go back and go through that. But I do want to try to get the content up and indexed and see if it will rank as is before I start internal linking and getting really heavy into external linking and internal linking, sort of that linking strategy. But we'll keep track of that and we'll add all that information in. And that is day 10. So next will be day 11. So we're moving right along to day 100. Questions, if you have them, ask them in the comments, or just anything that you see or you think. I know as you watch these videos and these case studies, when I make mistakes or I look at something and I'm like, oh, I didn't do this or I didn't do that, you're probably yelling at the screen going, no, you missed it, or no, you need to do this. So go ahead and let me know what you're seeing and what you're thinking about this case study in the comments. Appreciate it. If this video was helpful, give it a thumbs up. Also, the playlist and all the links are in the description to everything I'm talking about. Or if you don't see anything in the description or you can't find something about this case study, one of the tools or the other videos, ask that in the comments as well. And I'll talk to you later. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you. Day 11, AI blogging with Grooveblog. Blog is looking pretty good. Astronomy basics. You can see the blog loaded up here. All the blog posts are loaded up with our images that we're getting out of Grooveblog. And we are using Koala Writer right now. I have 93,984 words left. The last post that I did was how many dwarf planets are in our solar system using rank IQ, utilizing the content optimizer, got a grade A++, almost 2,000 words. Also going back to the SEO report, I did create my own title versus the one that Koala Writer came up with. And I did that just to get the word Pluto in there because I saw or I see that Pluto is part of the topics that Google likes in titles. Again, this is from Rank IQ. This is the information that they give you. This is not part of the information coming from the AI. Right now in our spreadsheet, you can see I published post 11 and 12 today. So we have 10 posts published. If you were to go back to the Google Search Console and look at pages, you can see that we have 7 pages indexed. There are a few pages down here or 5 pages that are not indexed. Duplicate with user selected canonical, as well as page with redirect. Some pages simply just don't get indexed because they're not supposed to. Speaking of that, if you were to go to Google and look at the site universeunriddled.com, these are going to show you all the pages that are indexed. You can see here the home page, which is the blog roll on universeunriddled.com. But we have a problem here. Pages.universeunriddled.com is also showing up as universeunriddled.com. And if you click on that, this is our index page inside of our pages.universeunriddled.com, where we're hosting our legal pages, our terms of service, our contact, and about us pages. So I want to go into Groove, or I will be going into Groove in the next update, and I'll be looking to see how to unindex that or do a no index tag on that page. But you can see here our post for telescope buying, as well as our terms of service, and our post for astronomy for beginners. Also our simple trick post, how to memorize the planets, as well as our category astronomy basics have all been indexed, and you can see they're showing up. And again, you can see here, if you click on the index pages, you can click and view the data about those pages, and you can see that those are the pages that have been indexed and served up on Google. Again, blog posts 11 and 12 were posted just before I made this video, or published on the blog just before I made this video. And I did use Koala to write the how many dwarf planets in our solar system, as well as astronomy versus cosmology. And you can see here I have the blog post organized or showing the newer first. So you can see not just Pluto, how many dwarf planets in our system, as well as the astronomy versus cosmology. And if we were to go to publish, We can see here again, this is what the blog looks like that we have published. So everything is looking good. The pages are indexed. 10 pages or 7 pages are being served up. We have 2 more blog posts published. This is just day 11. Day 12, we'll take a look at that page or pages.universeunriddled.com that should not be served up, should not be indexed. Or if we can't get it de-indexed, we'll go ahead and put some information on there that is actually relevant and gives more information or leads people back to the blog to make sure all that just makes sense if we can't get it de-indexed and keep Google from serving it up. Got any questions? Ask them in the comments. Also, if you're enjoying this case study, give this video a thumbs up. Playlist in the description. Also, all the links for all the tools that I'm using are in the description. Check those out, and I'll talk to you later. Bye. Hey, Gary here, back with you, day 12. Back inside of the Google Search Console, we had submitted this page for removal. I went back to Google and I searched the site. You can see here that page has been removed, but it also removed all the other pages. When we go back to the day 11 video, you can see here we had pages, so terms of service, but now you can see that even the terms of service is not being served up because we have said pages.universeunriddled.com /. So I think what needs to happen is cancel that request, and then we need to put in a new request, but we need to be very specific and make sure that we're just canceling out that, which is actually pages.index. Or if we go look at the URL, pages.universeunriddled.com, this is technically index.html, the way that it's being structured inside of Groove Pages. So we just want that page, not all of the pages under that root domain. Hopefully, if we go back to removals and we enter that, we'll get this correct. So we'll go ahead and it says remove this URL only, remove all URLs with this prefix. That is what I think it did because I just put the / and didn't use the index.html. So we're going to try this again and we're going to submit that request just for index.html because again, that's what that page is index.html. If you go back to Groove under Groove Pages, under that site that we created for Universe Unriddled, here is that page. So we'll highlight the page. You can see the page is actually / index.html. Then terms of service, each one of these have their own page. Of course, you can see that if you go under Publish, under Hosting Options, that is the domain, the subdomain, pages.universeunriddled.com. And of course, the current page here, if you were to click and go to that page, you would see it says universeunriddled.com. But again, like I did a second ago, if I was to go to index, you can see it's the same page. More specifically, it's index.html, the same page. That's the full URL. Now, for that page, under settings, under page settings, we have SEO, and under SEO indexing, you can see here that I have disabled page indexing. Disabling index will keep the page in the sitemap, but it won't be indexed by the search engines. There's also a sitemap here for the site, so we'll take a look at that. So you can see here I toggled that. If we were to go to another page, you'll see, for example, terms of service. If I click on the settings and I go to SEO, you can see that that is disabled. Or it is enabled by default. Toggling it will disable it. So we'll go to site settings, and under site settings, under SEO, you can see here is the sitemap. If you were to go to the sitemap.xml, it would look like a traditional sitemap that we didn't have for the blog. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy that. Then we're going to take that back to our Google Search Console and add that under sitemaps. And we're going to go ahead and submit that for this page. And now it has that information as well. 8 pages in that sitemap. And if we go back to Groove and look at the pages, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It does have that page, but that should not be indexed. And again, if we were to go to settings, let's go to site settings. Let's go to SEO. Let's go ahead and take a look at that sitemap and see if there is something in there that talks about it being indexed. That information is not in this sitemap, but it'll probably be in it when it reads the page. All little tips and tricks and things that we're putting together as we identify the things that we need inside of the Google Search Console based on what we want indexed and what we don't want indexed with this setup that we have, where we have the blog post under universeunriddled.com because of the setup of Grooveblog. And of course, we have 2 more blog posts here. Koala GPT 3.5. I want to talk about this for a second. I've added this feature and I said Amazon yes, because what I'm doing inside of Koala Writer, there's 2 GPT versions, GPT 3.5 and GPT 4.4. GPT or GPT-4 uses 5 times the word count. So what I've done is I've decided to do some Amazon product roundups using 3.5 because I'm getting close to my current usage for the month of April. Of course, this is April 26th. That's going to reset on May 1st. So I have a few more words, or I have a few more words here to actually create these roundup posts. And if you were to go back to Grooveblog, I wrote this one, or I had Koala Writer write this one. Astronomy books for beginners, top picks to get started. And basically this is what it says it is in Koala. It is a roundup post of the best books with the pros and the cons, and basically a review post on these books that have links out to Amazon. Of course, eventually these will be my affiliate links, but you can see the post here as well as the buying guide that it created, as well as this little table. And then I wrote this conclusion. I actually went back and wrote this conclusion with Koala Chat because the conclusion wasn't included in the Koala Writer post here. Astronomy books, you can see there's the post in Koala Writer. It concluded with the buying guide, but I wanted to round it off with an actual conclusion. So I went back to Koala Chat because, again, Koala Chat, while currently it's only powered by GPT 3.5, it allows me to use those chats or to utilize ChatGPT inside of Koala, or the Koala Chat interfaces inside of the Koala interface, which includes Koala Writer and Koala Chat. And Koala Chat, you get a certain number of chats in your account versus in Koala Writer, where you actually get a set number of words. Go back inside of the post generator here, or where we create the post from the AI content, or from the AI, either Koala Writer or ChatGPT that generated the post for us. And to cover one last thing inside of ChatGPT, you can see because I'm out of credits, I've had ChatGPT write one of the blog posts because I didn't have enough credits. And you can also see here, because I am using this blog post here, I'll go ahead and click edit. You can see here, I've labeled this chat as blog post for universeunriddled.com. And you can see now that because I'm writing all of the blog posts, or when I'm letting ChatGPT write the blog post, as I have this chat and feed this information, you can see here that when it wrote the conclusion, this last paragraph, for now though, we encourage you to keep learning and exploring the wonders of astronomy. As a starting point, why not check out our blog post, Astronomy for Beginners, as well as, and continue your cosmic journey from there. So it is actually understanding at this point, because I'm containing the chat inside of ChatGPT for all the blog posts that I write, the ones that I write, or the information, or if I feed it information about the blog post, it then knows those blog posts exist, and it can actually write for me those interconnecting links and do that interconnection for me. So then I go back, and when I had it write that blog post, you can see that I added my 2 internal links because ChatGPT did it for me, because I'm having that conversation with ChatGPT, and the keywords came from ChatGPT, and the post was written by ChatGPT. Of course, not using RankIQ for any of that, or Koala. That's 100% ChatGPT that gave me that internal linking, because inside, or contained inside of that chat, is all the information it knows about my blog. So anything that I feed it, any information about the blog that it's aware of, it's going to use when it takes the input or that prompt I give it, and it's going to give me that output. So then back to this site, of course, we'll come back and we will refresh this later on. You can see that just after going into the Google Search Console, you can see my terms of service is back. You Universe Unriddled. That is the blog. Are there any other? No, there are no other pages.unriddled.com, but you can see now that I've said specifically to not block everything under pagesunriddled.com. We'll go back to sitemaps, go back to removals. I have just said pages.universe.unriddled.com versus here the root, which was my mistake. So we'll go to overview. Overview, you can see so far no total web search clicks, but it is still just day 12 and we are getting things indexed and we are getting our post up and running. Again, this is day 12 and those are all the things we've done. The next day, day 13, I'm not sure what I'm gonna be looking at. All I know is I'm going to be using ChatGPT because I'm out of Koala credits, except for I can write those Amazon roundups, as well as I think I'll use that opportunity as well when I'm doing those roundup posts for things like books or telescopes or other things that astronomers or beginning stargazers can find out or can utilize from Amazon, and they might click through and make a purchase. I might as well go ahead and set that all up now. And then on the beginning of May, I'll have all my Koala Writer credits back, and I'll be ready to dive into using Koala Writer and GPT-4 to create more blog posts. All right. All the links are in the descriptions. If you have any questions, ask them in the comments. If this video was helpful or if you're enjoying this case study, give it a thumbs up, and I'll talk to you later. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you, back with AI blogging and Grooveblog, day 13. Google Search Console, you can see we're still at 0 clicks. But if you take a look at the performance, we do have 11 impressions. You can see the top queries here, so we are getting some queries there. Of course, if you were to take a look at sitemaps or removals, I'm still playing around with this pages.universeunriddled.com. Check out the site universeunriddled.com, and I'll go ahead and refresh that. It is still indexing that, even though I toggled the no index on the Groove pages and also added it into the removals here in the Search Console. But what I did do, if I click on that, I changed things around in Groove pages. I'm going to show you that in a little bit after we take a look at the blog. What is Universe Unriddled? So I just basically took the About Us page, made a copy of it, and changed the page title to What is Universe Unriddled? But as far as the blog, what I have done, because I've ran out of, or I was running out of Koala GPT or Koala Writer credits. So what I've done is I've written 2 posts here with Koala GPT 3.5 based on rank IQ, based on the keyword best binocular, best handheld telescope, or focused on looking at product roundups because people are looking for the best. The best ones, most likely, this is a transactional search, or they're looking for something to buy, and I'm going to show you that here in a second. Because inside of Grooveblog, what I wanted to show you also is talk about linking to Amazon and the way I'm going to do it, and then show you what it looks like. But you can see here the best handheld telescope for astronomy, best binoculars. And if we go take a look at Koala Writer, again, you can see the increase here in the word count usage when you toggle to GPT-4. But I found the blog post gets the best results. But GPT 3.5, the Amazon Roundup, seems to be about the same, so I'm going for that target keyword. And you can see here that I am right on the limit, 99,901. If you were to go into my account, you can see I've used up all of my words, and my account will reset, or my LTD, that's the lifetime account that I got, it will actually reset on May 7th. This is April 27th, so I'll just be using ChatGPT until that actually resets. The next thing I want to do is go back to the post. I haven't actually set up the Amazon links for those products, but in this moon phase mythology and folklore that I wrote with ChatGPT, what I did is I asked ChatGPT to give me some books, and it listed me some Amazon books for further reading. And you can see here that I created a little table or an iframe and gave them some space, and it looks pretty good here inside of the editor. But if you were to actually go to the site and take a look at the post, again, this is the moon phase mythology and folklore, unraveling lunar legends. If you were to scroll down, and this was written by ChatGPT, and then I had the iframe built based on going to Amazon and pulling the iframe code. But you can see here that it is all mushed up. It messed up the frame. But if I go back to Grooveblog Editor, you can see that it looks okay. Now I got this, or I started to get this, because what I did is this is the iframe code that I pulled from Amazon. And if you don't know how to get that, you can simply go to Amazon. You can install their site stripe and you can click on text and image and it'll give you that iframe right there, and you just copy that. And then you just embed that code that you see right here. But I had 3 of them and there was no space when I just stacked them on top. So I wanted to add a little bit of space there. So I went to Koala Chat and I asked Koala Chat, combine these into one iframe with spacing between them. It gave me this code in a code box. It didn't even finish, so then I had to keep chatting with it. Can you provide the code box? It did. Again, it didn't complete the code. Please do it again. And again, it failed me and it didn't provide the code. So I went to ChatGPT, again, the same default mode GPT 3.5 that Koala Chat uses. I put in the exact same instruction that you see here. Here are the 3 iframe boxes that I got from Amazon site stripe. And you can see here, without even asking for the code box, it put it in the code box. It also explained what it did for me when it created the code. And then I went back to Grooveblog and I pasted that in. You can see here, if I edit, you can see I pasted that code in. And I said done. And then it read the code and it looked really good right there. And I was like, perfect. But not perfect when you actually go to the website. So I'm going to open up a case with Groove support to see what they say about that. But all in all, we are rocking through this. I did add Amazon links here to the moon phase mythology and folklore tongue twister. Also, I'll be adding the links here using my Amazon affiliate ID that I created for Universe Unriddled, and we'll see what kind of clicks we get. One other thing that I've done is I've signed up for Neil Patel's Uber Suggest just to get a little different look at the information, of course, that we can get from Google Search Console as well as Google Analytics, and see what that tool tells us. It's free, so why not sign up and take a look at it and see what information it can give us, especially when we get into the site audit and the keyword research. We'll take a look at that as we move along through these 100 days. Before we finish up, let's pop back into Groove Pages and take a look at what I've done here. You can see now we have the index is whatisuniverseunriddled.com versus that default page that I used for the template. All I did is I went down to About Us and I simply just made a duplicate. And then once I made a duplicate, I set that duplicate as the home page, which then became the index page. And it was just that simple. Again, I went back into settings. I went under SEO and I did under that page. Well, let's make sure we're on the right page here. Go under index, make sure it's highlighted, then go back to page, then go to SEO. You can see that I did disable page indexing, and then I went over and I published that website. So we'll see how that works, but you can see this page is going to be okay. The index page, even if someone finds it and they click on it, it's going to explain what is or what Universe Unriddled is and give them basically the same information. And I may change this just so it's not the same. But the idea here is if they're interested in finding out more information or reading the blog, they can just click this link and it'll take them over to the blog. Day 13, all in all, moving along. Used up all my Koala Writer credits. Koala ChatGPT, not so great, so I had to bounce back over to ChatGPT Plus to get that code I was looking for. And then Grooveblog let me down. The editor, it was perfect, but when I actually published it, it smushed it up a little bit, so we got to figure out what's going on there. Open up a support case and see what I get back from Groove. This is how we do it. Day 13, still trucking along to day 100. But if you ask me, day 13, we got those pages indexed. We actually have some queries. We didn't get any clicks, but we can work on that as well, and we will do that in the days to come. Got any questions? Ask them in the comments. Or if you just like to give me some encouragement to keep going now that we are at day 13 as we move forward to get to day 100, give me some encouragement in the comments. I'd appreciate that, as well as a thumbs up. And I'll talk to you in the next one. Bye. Hey, day 14, Gary here with you, AI blogging using Grooveblog. Koala Writer, if you remember, we were taking a look, used up all my words, waiting for that. So we are going to pause and power up our post. We have 17 posts, starting with how to memorize the planets. If you check out our Google Search Console, you can see we actually got a click on April 25th. Go ahead and look into performance. The click doesn't show up here. But anyway, the queries that we're getting, how to memorize the planets, how to memorize planets, how to memorize the order of the planets, ways to remember planets, it's sentences to remember the planets, ways to remember the order of the planets. Again, our keyword was how to memorize the planets. Here are our posts. By default, it is last published. And then we'll get our simple trick, how to memorize the planets. We're gonna go ahead and open the editor because I was looking at this. Again, if we go back to the very first post that we wrote, how to memorize the planets, we're looking at the different queries to find, or the queries that people are typing in to hopefully find our article and then click on it. If you were to open up an incognito window and search for ways to remember the planets or ways to remember the order of the planets, you're going to see here what is called a snippet. And down here you can find out more about featured snippets from Google. But the point here is it is just a simple sentence that shows off the mnemonic. If we were to search for how to memorize the planets, you can see here the very easy method for remembering the planets. And then they've laid out the mnemonic again, and again they've won the snippet. This is Art of Memory. This one is Pilton Youth and Children's Project. This is the same one. But you can see it is ways to remember the order of the planets, how to memorize the order of planets, but how to memorize the planets, which is the same intent keyword, shows a different result. So that's what we're trying to do. So we'll take that back to Grooveblog, and the way that I put it here in this format may or may not be the best way. Probably need to change this into a sentence, and I'll take a look at that and do that, as well as I need to find some images to punch up the blog, because again, day 14, we're going to pause, we're going to power up or punch up these blog posts while we're waiting for more credits to write more content. We're going to try to use that time effectively. And I did that by going to NASA and looking at the usage and copyrights. Still images, that's what I am interested in. NASA content used for commercial purposes. You can see here information about using all this for commercial purposes, but you can also see here NASA has an extensive image and video galleries online, and you can also find this stuff on social media channels. NASA content, images, audio, video, computer files used in the rendition of three-dimensional models generally are not subject to copyright. You may also use the material for education or informational purposes, including photos, collections, textbooks, publics. But again, if you go down and you look at this and you say NASA content used for commercial purposes, basically all you have to do, if the NASA material is to be used for commercial purposes, including advertisements, it must not explicitly or implicitly convey NASA's endorsement of commercial goods or services. So I think we'll be okay to use these. There are some restrictions. Again, when you come down, you read all this, do your own due diligence when using these types of images or wherever you get them. But the idea here is we're simply going to go to the image gallery because I need, for example, I need an image of Mars. So I should be able to come in here and just look for images of Mars and hopefully find something that is a picture of the planet like this right here, Mars, where I can use this and then of course link back to nasa.gov. And I'll do that in the blog, but first I want to punch up, or I want to try to create a snippet type or a piece of content that falls in line with or looks like and feels like what Google wants for snippets, for how to memorize the planets, how to memorize order of the planets, ways to remember the order of the planets. You can see here all those are different search queries, but they all sort of return the same format of that simple paragraph, certain number of characters to win the snippet that gives that instant result. So all in all, back to the performance over at Google Search Console. You can see the performance here. Of course, this doesn't show a click yet. When is this registered? This is only updated Monday 24th. So the overview that shows our click on April 25th hasn't registered on that. All of this stuff is a little bit behind, like It's not real time when you're looking at it, so keep that in mind. We also have these removals. I've tried a couple different ways to remove this. If you go back and you refresh this site index search, you can still see that that's there. But as far as I'm concerned, we fixed that by changing that page, and you can still see these are the only pages that are being served up. If you go to pages, you can still see we have 8 pages indexed and being served. Again, the point and the reason for this update is to remind you that we are out of koala credits, but we have 17 posts. We can go back through, add those affiliate Amazon links or those Amazon affiliate links. Make sure that we get credit for those. If somebody clicks on those, we have a chance to earn a commission. Of course, it's way too early in the game to be thinking about making money, but planning ahead just makes sense. And we'll go through these 17 posts here and we will punch them up, starting with that how to memorize the planets, and see if we can position ourselves, at least create the content in a way that aligns with what Google is looking for to try to win that snippet, which is not technically the first result. It's actually the 0 result because it goes right at the top, but it is a good thing to shoot for. So we'll give that a go here on day 14, and I will check back with you on day 15 and show off some images that I found with NASA and how I'm going to link back to them and give them credit for all of the photos that I use to make sure that we're on the up and up there. Of course, if you're following along and it's helpful, give this video a thumbs up. Keep watching all the videos. The link to the playlist is in the description as well as in the cards. And if you have any questions or comments, drop them in the comments section and let me know what you think so far about this case study, and I will see you in the next one. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you. Day 15, AI blogging with Grooveblog. Punching up these blog posts here inside of universeunriddled.com. The simple trick, how to memorize the planets in order. Of course, we played with snippet in day 14, I believe it was, and I've created that for my chance to try to win the snippet. But the big thing that I wanted to cover today was putting these images I got from NASA. So here is an image of Mercury, and you can see this is what I've decided on. I've used this little piece of code here to create the image source and then link back to the source, but actually embed the image or upload the image, download the image from NASA, upload the image to Grooveblog. And the reason I did that is because I was playing with some code directly linking the image using the image source. But the thing that I didn't like is the way that all these images are different sizes, like this one of Jupiter. You can see how big this is. And as I was playing around creating the image source code boxes, of course, I was doing all of that inside of ChatGPT, try to create HTML and CSS code or tables with set pixel sizes for the HTML and CSS code. I even went so far as to create a code that would display the image in full screen when it was clicked. So what that looks like here over in Astronomy for Beginners, your essential guide to stargazing exploration. And I'm going to click on this. You can see this is a clickable image now, but it still has this table that's scrollable. And it changed depending on the image size because all these image sizes that I'm getting from NASA are not all the same size. And I don't want to spend a lot of time trying to resize the images. I would just rather test it inside a Grooveblog just because of the limitation. But anyway, you can see that this is a clickable image based on the code that I got from the conversation with ChatGPT. And of course, that covered the whole screen there because you can see when I clicked on it, it went full screen. I'm on an iMac and I'm only recording the part of the screen here that's in 1080p. But the point of this is to let you know what I am doing is I'm uploading the image. So this is an image here, or this image has been uploaded. So if I click edit, it's going to open the image, and you can see here I'm clicking upload, and then I'm uploading these images into the image library on Groove or Grooveblog, which then takes those JPEGs and turns them into WebP images, which I'm going to show you in a second. I think that might have an impact on performance. And you can see then I'm linking out to the image source, and I'm using the information that I get from the NASA website. For example, this is the Venus colorized clouds. So I'm using that as the tag, and then I'm using this as the image source. So we go back to Grooveblog, you'll see I've uploaded the image, and then I've clicked, or if you click here, you'll see what I've done. I've simply selected or set the image source here, and then I've given it credit by saying it is from NASA, and then this is the name of the image. And then, of course, if you go back, you'll see on the blog post itself, again, this is the blog post, simple trick, how to memorize the planet. You'll see then if somebody wants to see the original image, if they click it, it will take them over to the original image and NASA gets the credit. A long-winded sort of way to say that there is just simply a limitation of Grooveblog. To be able to add these images in, you can't control the size of the image. It's all based upon the original image and its size. So like in WordPress, you can control it by actually, or I know if I use Thrive Architect, I can control it. I can actually change the size of the image and resize it inside of the builder. Grooveblog doesn't have that capability. Another thing that we covered in the last video, we were talking about keywords and the excerpt here. I have found that the excerpt works. If you put the excerpt in, it actually fills in the metadata here, and then that metadata shows up in the source. Also, if we were to exit out of this, because we don't need this, we'll go ahead and save that. I will come back and fix that up later. But what I wanted to show you is under the blog. If we go to where the blog is published, you'll see here, you can see the excerpt on the post where I've added that into the blog post editor. Here you can see I haven't added the excerpt. That also did not go into the metadata, so I am working on that. One quick note about the keywords. I went to the official Facebook group and I simply asked, hey, can someone point me in the direction of these keywords and how they work? And then I actually did test them out myself, but I also found out that the tags are used for searching posts using the search bar, also in the metadata. Now I tested this and they don't show up in the metadata, but it did give me, or David Lemon did give me, some information that's not available inside of the Groove Builder is that tags are used for searching posts in the search bar. Now, I don't have a search bar. If you were to go back to universeunriddled.com and go back to the home page, and then when you upload that, you'll see there is no search bar. If you go back under the blog settings, actually it's not under blog settings, it is under the themes. And when you customize the theme, you can actually change the layout and you can put in a search bar right here. So if you toggle that, that I believe is the search bar that David Lemon was talking about when he said the tags are used for searching posts using the search bar. Not sure that I'm interested in having that option. We might play with that later on down the road. Go ahead and exit that again. That's under the current theme setting right here. There is only one theme inside of Grooveblog at this time. So we go back to blog and you can see that excerpt right there. Of course, we go back to post. This is where we'll be editing those posts. And then the posts load up here and then you can click edit and edit each one. Just like we've been doing, but now I want to talk about page speed insights. And I have linked directly to how to memorize the planets. And we are getting a performance of 22 on mobile and a performance of 78 on desktop. And this performance issue is about properly sized image and serving images in next gen formats. Now I did talk about that, the WebP images, which I have changed. Now if you go to the blog post, instead of linking to the JPEG, you can see here, these are the assets or the image assets.nasa.gov, the JPEGs. You can see how long they're taking to load. But if you come down here, I have loaded now, or actually it doesn't show it here, but I've changed these and I've uploaded it, or you won't see them here. But what I'm going to do is, the point I'm trying to make is I'm going to finish all of the changes here. I'm going to finish. I'm going to upload all of these images. Again, if I was to open this image in a new tab, I'll do that right quick. And then I'll bring this down. And I don't know if you're going to be able to see this, but you can see here, if I bring it down, this is images.groovetech.io. And then if you go to this hash all the way to the end, you're going to see right here, they are, when you upload it, when you upload that JPEG that I download from NASA, they are converting it to a WebP. And I think when I get that finished, this is going to change. So I'm going to finish that. And then I'm going to have everything using this format that I've settled on, where I upload the image and then give credit to NASA via this link versus this table. And I know this is a little all over the place, but when we're doing these case studies and I'm moving from day to day, like I said in day 14, I was going to pause and I was going to power up and punch up the post because I need to go through them and I need to look at things like snippets. I need to look at things like images and take into consideration of site speed. and just the simple limitations of the fact that I'm testing Grooveblog, and Grooveblog has limitations. It is not a replacement for WordPress. Or I'll say again, like I said early on in this case study, Grooveblog is a replacement for a blogging, or Grooveblog is a blogging platform which replaces WordPress at its core. But the power that you get with WordPress when you can add all those additional plugins blows everything else out of the water when it comes to blogging. So at this point, we're at day 15. We are getting indexed. We are getting clicks. We are getting impressions. With the content that we've created and the fact that we're using Grooveblog, Grooveblog does index. Grooveblog isn't hindering me from getting indexed at all. So those tests and all those things we're doing in this test, in this case study, are quite interesting. So we'll move on. I'll make those changes. I'll update you in the next one, day 16. If you have any questions, ask them in the comments, and I'll talk to you later. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you. Day 16, AI blogging using Grooveblog. Today is not very much about AI. It's more about Grooveblog. So if you're interested in Grooveblog, keep watching. We're going to jump in here. We left off at Page Insights. We were looking at this performance score, both on the mobile and the desktop. They're both pretty bad. And if you scroll down, you can see the issue here. I'll go ahead and collapse that. The main issue is properly sized images. Now, I'd mentioned that when you upload the images, again, if you go back into Grooveblog, this is the one we're focusing on. This is the post, simple trick, how to memorize the planets in order. What I'd done is I'd added these basic facts about the planets and their order. Of course, all this information was written by the AI, but I wanted to add these images to just punch up or power up the post, right? To give it a little more pizzazz, if you will. So these images here, if you take a look at the sizes, these are the images. And of course, I got these images from NASA. You can see, except for this one, which is 1.2 megabytes, they're relatively small as far as that goes. If you go check them out, you'll see that this image is not the image that has the major problem. If you scroll down, you'll see this image of Jupiter here in the middle. It actually has been compressed by, and you can see here, images.groovetech.io by GroovePages. We talked about that in the last video where we downloaded the videos and we uploaded them versus linking out to the image source, the JPEG, the original JPEG at NASA site, and then giving them credit as far as the source of the photo with just the link. So you can see the WebP version that GroovePages, images.groovetech.io, they did compress this. So there's not much savings there. The issue now is this file here that is rather big, but this image here is not in, or it's not one of the planets that I put in the post. Here are the post images. Of course, this is PageSpeed's Insights showing you the size of the images and the link back to GrooveTech. But then these images here are actually thumbnails. So this image here, if you go to the post, you'll see that this image here is the one that has the problem. So it's the list of popular posts. So this image here, this little tiny thumbnail, is actually loading the complete image. So if you were to click on this and open image in new tab and then take a look at that, you'll see that this is the image that it's loading, even though it just needs this little, what I would call a thumbnail to load. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just take this popular post out of this post and run this test again and see what we have. So we'll go back to Grooveblog and we'll go ahead and we'll exit out of this and we'll go ahead and do not save. I didn't make any changes. And then what I'm going to do is find that post, this one right here, Astronomy Books for Beginners, Top Picks to Get Started. We'll go in and we'll edit that. And then in this, you have down here the little tick box for the popular post. And we'll take it out of popular post and then we'll publish that. Now we'll go back to Simple Tricks, How to Memorize the Order. And this is the one here, Astronomy Books for Beginners, Top Picks to Get Started. That is the image that was having the problem. We'll go ahead and refresh this. Now that should be gone out of that popular post. And now you can see we only have 4. So now again, I've taken this image out. The other ones are, we'll just say relatively small at this point. And we'll go ahead and we're going to analyze this again. Now there are things you can do, for example, like tiny PNG, smart web PNG, PNG and JPEG compression to make these smaller. But if you look at the results, when it gives you the results, it actually gives you how to properly size images from Google. And they use this Lighthouse. This Lighthouse report is the actual report, and it says the size and the potential savings. And it walks through all the strategies of how to do this and how you can get specific guidance for your platform. Of course, WordPress has a specific guidance here, or Google is giving you specific guidance on WordPress. But I'm relying again on Grooveblog inside of Groove to do all this for me. That's why when I upload it, or you upload it, it converts it to WebP, I am assuming, and they did. If you look at the report, and you can see that saved, or now it's at 24. You can see if we scroll down, we took a few seconds off of it, but now you can see it's still these 1, 2, 3 here that are causing the problem. So at this point, these are the images. If you go back into this post, these images here, these featured images, I chose these by clicking choose and then going to free stock photos. And I pulled these out of the free stock photos here. So if you're to look for stars, these are where those are coming from. So I would need to download those individually or find a different repository and then upload those if I wanted to make those smaller. But you can see, again, 400 kilobytes. I mean, when you stack them all on top of each other, and the fact that Grooveblog is serving up the full size of the photo, even though if you go back here to popular post, really, it should just be serving up, in my opinion, just a small thumbnail. And that's really what they're complaining about here on the page insights, is it is literally saying, serve images that are appropriately sized to save cellular and improve load time. So it doesn't need the full image. It just needs that little compressed thumbnail. There's really no way for me to fix that at this point, at this time. So we're just going to keep rocking with it because we have desktop improved to 64, mobile went up to 24. Again, I could change these, and I might later on go back and revisit finding better images or different images, or downloading those images from Grooveblog or Groove Pages, the free Groove photos, whatever that repository is. Or I could always just click on this and have this image right here. And then of course I could always just save that image. And then if I wanted to save that, then I could take it and maybe compress that a little bit using tiny PNG. But at the end of the day, Grooveblog is supposed to be doing the heavy lifting, and that's what we're testing. That's what we're looking at in this video. We're looking at what does Grooveblog give us as a blogging platform. I started at the beginning of this case study saying we were going to use Grooveblog, good, bad, ugly, just to see what ranks, what doesn't rank. So I'm just going to go with these defaults and just work with what I got, because the images that I'm pulling over from NASA and downloading and then re-uploading to Google or to Groove, and they're converting it to a WebP versus the JPEG I download, they are compressing that quite a bit. And that doesn't seem to be the problem that we're having. It seems to be the free stock photos that we're using inside of Groove. Those just aren't being resized appropriately. And even then, it's that little thumbnail image in that popular post. It is supposed to just display that little image. I think they could re-engineer that to create a big savings if they just showed a smaller image or preview of that. And I think I'll open a ticket to Groove support and see what they say about it, because at the end of the day, I'm using Grooveblog. I'm using their platform. So if I was using Wix or Squarespace or something like that, I am using their platform. So they need to work on the performance, or they need to give me insight on how to increase the performance. And again, I think they'll probably come back and say, well, you need to find your own images and you need to compress them. But again, if I upload them and they convert them to WebP, it would be my hope that they would take on that responsibility and compress them. And not only compress them, but then also in that popular post where it just needs to be a smaller image, they would figure out some way to make sure that they are getting the best performance possible when you look at page speed insights. So I'm going to provide that information to them, see what they say, and bring that back when they give me an answer. If you have any questions, ask them in the comments. Thanks for watching, and I'll talk to you later. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you, back with day 17, AI blogging on Grooveblog using ChatGPT, Koala Writer, Rank IQ. We're inside the blog here. I just want to show you real quick that on April 30th, I did publish 3 more articles. Today is May 1st. So those articles, the 3 articles you see here, I actually created inside of ChatGPT. I did have a ChatGPT issue. I was bumping along, going along quite well, wrote a conclusion, and then I went to write the excerpt, and you can see that I had to switch, or you see the previous model in this conversation is unavailable. We switched you to the latest default model. I was using GPT-4. GPT-4 does have limitations even inside of a paid GPT Plus account. It switched me over to 3, and I was like, okay, that's cool. And they set a time limit, and I was doing some cool things here, and I wanted to switch back, and I asked it to please switch me back to GPT-4. It said, I'm sorry, but I'm not capable of switching between different versions of GPT. Now, what I was doing here, if I scroll up a little bit, you can see that I was creating inside of one chat, I was creating all of my blog posts, and then I was asking it to keep track of the blog post title, the main keyword, and the URL. And the reason that I'm doing that is if you go back up to the conclusion where I was writing that blog post, I actually had it interlink, and you can see here, if you look down the left-hand corner, that is actually a link to my blog. So interlinking for me. So what I'm doing is I'm saying, please write the conclusion. So as I'm prompting ChatGPT to write the blog post for me, I'm saying, please write the conclusion and provide an internal link to a relevant blog post and anchor text to the keyword of the linked post. In this case, it linked to the name, or the anchor text is the name of the post itself, but there were and are other instances here where it has actually created anchor text. For example, here it wrote a section on lunar eclipses, types, and mechanics. And you can see down here, check out our comprehensive guide on observing solar and lunar eclipses. And then of course down there in the left-hand corner, you can see the link to the internal blog post. And again, here you can see the table that I'm updating. Now that chat, again, I couldn't switch back to 4. So what I did is I opened up a new chat and I told it we will be blogging and this is the information. And then I started blogging and I started using the prompts. Again, all those prompts that I'm storing inside of Response Manager or trying to restore, I'm going to make a list of those and actually give all those to you at some point in this series. Then you can see at the end of that chat, what I've done is I've updated the last post. Once it writes the post, I feed that information or the URL. I tell it the URL for the blog post we just wrote is this, and then I ask it to please update the table and the blog info. And then of course it says here's the updated table with the blog post recreated in the chat. Again, blog post title, main keyword, URL. This is just an internal running spreadsheet for me here inside of ChatGPT. So at any point I want to interlink, or if I want the information, I can just ask ChatGPT to give it to me and it'll give me that information, and then I can use it in the blog post that I'm writing here in ChatGPT, or if I want to interlink over in Groove Pages or in Groove Blog when I'm inside of Groove Blog and I'm inside of the post and I'm inside the post editor, which brings me to another issue, an issue that we had, and I opened a ticket and I want to cover that here in this update. Of course, here I was linking to these Amazon books and you can see that this looks good and I was happy with it. But in the actual published post, you can see that it got mushed up and it doesn't look good. So I opened up a ticket with Grooveblog. You can see here I added embed HTML and it's a display issue. I went back and forth with Groove and they asked me about the code, if I had any different versions of the code, and I said no, I don't. I need this code to work. And you can see here that there's no issue as the code displays fine in Groove Pages. They're going to escalate it to the dev team to have a further look. So I thought, why not? While we're here, go ahead and grab this code and see if what they say. It's not that I don't trust them, but I do always like to verify myself. So we'll go into Groove Pages, we'll open up a test site, and this page has an embedded code here. And we'll go ahead and we will just select all of this code and delete that. And then we will save that code, and then we will save and publish. We'll publish that current page, and then we will go to that current page. And then when that page refreshes, you can see here, see they said it works in Groove Pages, and it kind of does. You can see the last one or the third one looks good, but you can see this one, the second one, the middle one, and the one on the left-hand side or the first one it is actually mushed up as well. So I'll definitely respond back and send them this so they have it, because it didn't actually work in GroovePages. The real thing here, or the great thing, or the cool thing I'm doing with ChatGPT, while I'm actually waiting for my Koala Writer credits to turn over, and of course those turn over on the 7th of May. This is the 1st of May, so I'll be using ChatGPT while we do that. But I created this table and I created this interlinking system where by feeding ChatGPT information that it's not aware of, as I update it with that information, it can help me and it can assist me, which is the entire point of using the AI is to assist me in writing these blog posts. I can tell it, look for opportunities to interlink with the other blog posts that it is aware of and utilize those URLs. And it just puts that right in there for me when it creates it. And then I just simply copy and paste it and then edit it over in Grooveblog. If you have any questions, ask them in the comments. And if you're enjoying this, let me know in the comments as well. And if you are enjoying it, also give this video a thumbs up, as well as all the other ones. And I'll see you in the next update. Talk to you later. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you. Day 18 update, AI blogging. Here is the Google Search Console. Currently, you can see that we have 11 posts and or pages indexed. You can see we have 28 that haven't been indexed, and currently we have 25 blog posts. Of course, these blog posts have been written by ChatGPT and or Koala. Also, you can see the pages and the posts that have been indexed according to Google based upon a site search. One thing I will or want to cover in this update is the fact that the pages.universe.unriddled.com, if you see here terms of service, what we did in one of the updates, I wanted to remove pages.universeunriddled.com, the index, because it is not one of the pages that we created. For example, the pages here, and I can make this a little bigger, I think. There we go. It wasn't a terms of service or the privacy policy disclaimer, any of the other pages. It was a page that is the index inside of GroovePages and the way that it builds out the site in GroovePages, and it creates that index or index.html. You can see now, based upon the removal that we've added, it is gone and it's not indexed any longer, which is good. So to take a quick look at the blog and where we're at, we have astronomy basics, and I've added a new category called phases of the moon. If you scroll down, you'll see that the first post was on April 15th right here. Simple trick, how to memorize the planets of the moon. Then I moved into astronomy for beginners. And then I started moving into phases of the moon. I did make some telescope and binocular posts here, which were the Amazon post where I was using the Koala Amazon Roundup post feature to make those. But then you can see I moved back into the lunar phases here in April 30th, April 26th, April 30th, down into May. All of these posts have been about phases of the moon and tracking the lunar cycles. So I created this new category called phases of the moon. And I did that based upon this chat that I had with ChatGPT, and I put it here in the spreadsheet when I was looking for topical authority around astronomy basics. So 30 semantically relevant but unique topics under the main category of astronomy basics. One of them was phases of the moon. So I came down and I created, or I asked ChatGPT to give me 10 different keyword variations of phases of the moon that address a different search intent. And I've created all these, but I've highlighted this one in blue, moon phase photography tips. And I want to talk a little bit more about, again, why I've put this one in blue. And I'm going to do that by going back to ChatGPT and showing you what happened when I actually entered the prompt here to list the LSI keywords and then create the outline based around the information or moon phase photography tips. You can see that it dived into the world of photography to include DSL moon photography, mirrorless camera moon photography, some smartphone photography. But the idea and the concept here is once it created the outline and then it wrote the introduction, and then when it wrote the blog post, I just had it write the blog post in just one shot using that prompt. You can see here it started talking about the equipment and the camera settings for moon photography. So I think I'm going to keep this post, but I'm going to move away from this idea of photography because I'm not interested in photography. And even though I'm letting the AI write all this content for the blog and basically just have this idea of copy paste and then minimal edits, sort of the idea or the high level concept of sort of rank and bank creating this blog using AI, but also it doesn't interest me, photography, and I don't have any hands-on or personal experience with it, and I never will. So I don't even want to read or edit those posts. So I'm going to move more into categories of what I originally thought Universe Unriddled would be about, which is astronomy basics, but more facts. And to do that, I'm going to go to rank IQ. And again, this doesn't have anything to do with the AI, but the AI is just your assistant in creating the content, but the direction of the blog really is controlled by you. And you can get a lot of great help from the AI, but at the end of the day, you need to make the decision of the direction you want to go. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go into the keyword library and I'm going to go back into space because this is the niche or the real topic of Universe Unriddled is space overall. And then you can see here I can drop into search keywords and I want to search for fact or facts. So we'll apply that filter and then you can see here that I have asteroid belt facts for kids, asteroid fun facts, astronomy facts, but the idea here is black hole facts for kids, comet facts for students, comet interesting facts. And you can see here that there are a list of posts that I can create around facts. And you can see the competition and the time to rank here that they've given you inside of Rank IQ, Quasar facts, Hale-Bopp comet facts, neutron star fun facts. These are ultra fast, very fast, or considered fast to rank. And these are the things, because my blog obviously doesn't have a ton of authority, but I can rank for these because the competition is low and I can create these posts. Plus I think, or I've seen so far that the AI is better, or I can create better content if I'm looking at facts and just create posts around facts, interesting facts, and build tables for those facts, and then add in some interesting pictures like the ones I've got or the images I'm getting from NASA, instead of diving into something like photography where there's some good keywords there and I think I could rank for those. But ultimately, I think that is more of a real niche blog where you have a passion for that and you're sharing exactly what you're doing versus what the AI has given me to this point. And I'm going to go ahead and finish that blog post, the original blog post that we came up with from the ChatGPT research. And you can see here, moon phase photography tips, a comprehensive guide to capturing lunar beauty. And you can see here it created, when it wrote the blog post, it kind of left these empty. So I'm going to have to do some research. But I think the main thing here is research, or the research that I'm going to do here is going to be linking out to external sources. And you can see this table it created here. Then it created this table here and it added this green color. And I'm not sure where that came from, but I actually like the look of it. But I like this fact that I can add this into the category and the category over here of phases of the moon. But I can link out to these external resources and really just use this as a post as part of phases of the moon. And then also towards the end, I'm going to change this sentence right here to be about, if you're interested in photography, the first way or the best way to start to get an idea of taking good photographs would be to check out these binoculars so you can get a good idea, or you can get a good look at the moon before you start planning to take photos of the moon, something like that. But then move away completely from this idea of creating blog posts around photography, astrophotography, tips around photography, because I do not want Universe Unriddled and this exercise in creating blog posts about taking photographs. I want it to be more about the riddles or the mysteries of the universe that I can solve, and I can do those with facts using the AI a lot better. Or that's what I think at this point. If this update was helpful, give it a thumbs up. Also, don't forget all the other updates are in the playlist. Check that out. If you have any questions, leave them in the comments, and I'll see you in the next update. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you. Day 19, AI blogging with ChatGPT and Grooveblog. We're taking a look at page speed insights today. We have this performance issue. We did talk about this actually being the images, and I said incorrectly that you cannot resize the images inside of Grooveblog. This note was actually from Life Church St. Louis. Thanks for this comment. Grooveblog does allow you to crop and resize images. When you have uploaded the image, click on the 3 dots on the image and then on the crop symbol, which is good. And I also Googled the recommended size for blog post featured image to really get an idea for what I want my image size to be. Also, I took a look at Pixabay because I was trying to think, how can I represent this so you guys can see what I'm talking about here? And the mention that I got in the comments was about resizing the image, because I was thinking about compression and smushing the image, or how I showed you could do that with some online software, or how I do it with WordPress plugins. But when you're on Pixabay, you can see here that if you just resize the image, then it changes the file size. Now we're going to go with this recommended 1200 by 628 pixels that we got from blog.hubspot, this Google snippet here. And then we're simply just going to go look at Universe Unriddled. And we're going to start with these 5 popular posts that we have right here. And we'll go back to Page Speed Insights because we're getting a 23. And we're going to look at the images. And you can see it is the first 3 images here that are really causing the big problem. And I'm not sure how much, even with the resize, this is going to improve the performance, because the simple matter of the fact is, or the simple fact of the matter is that we're stacking all these images, no matter how small we make them, without some type of lazy load mechanism. It is going to really be a performance issue. But let's go ahead and try this inside of Grooveblog to see how it works, and then talk a little bit more about what's happening with the blog as far as ranking and clicks. So we want to resize these first 3. So we'll take a look at these images here, and we'll just go off of our eye. And the first one here is going to be Spot Planets with Ease, a naked stargazing guide. So we'll go into the post and we will just find that. I think you can do a search here, and I think a keyword here will be the naked. That's going to be one that's easy to find, and we will open the editor, because what we want to do is we want to resize this image, the feature image here. So we're going to select choose on that featured image, and you can see here that we need to, and I forgot what the image is. It's the guy in the night sky. But first you can see here, this is 6,000 pixels by 4,000 pixels. Again, going back to 1200 by 628 is the recommended WordPress featured image size, which is what we're actually playing with here, is the featured image. So we'll choose that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go find that image, and you can see that image right here. Now that comment, thank you very much for that, by the way, talks about you can delete, or see these 3 little lines here. I didn't even think about clicking on those 3 little lines. And I knew the delete was there, but I never even thought about this little crop image symbol here. So I'm going to go ahead and click that, and then I'm going to set this to what we want to crop it. Again, to the recommended 1200 by 628. So I'm just going to come here, and I'm going to, I think I need to unlock this and go 1200 by 628. Did it take the 8? And you can see here it's changed those dimensions. I'm going to select crop and select. I'm going to get a note here. The image is still saved on our server, untouched in its original version. The cropped image is only used where you're placing it in the app or the canvas at this time. If you later want to use the image again, it will load the original version off the server. You can choose to not show this again. I'm just going to leave that there, so I'll always get it, because I'm definitely going to forget that. Crop and select. Now you can see it is 1200 pixels by 628, and we're going to publish that, and then we're going to run our test again. We're going to let that post publish in progress, so we're going to let that push out and make sure that it gets published. And while we're waiting on that to publish, it's probably already published, but we're going to let it just make sure that it does before we run our test again. You can see over in Google Search Console, we're up to 6 clicks, 163 impressions. And you can see the queries that we are ranking for. If we go to pages, you can see now that we have 18 pages indexed, and you can click here to view the data about those pages. And then you can see the pages here going back to May 1st, April 30th, April 29th, and April 28th. Of course, today is May 3rd, as I'm making this update video. One quick note, I don't get my Koala credits back till May 7th, so I'm using ChatGPT to move forward with creating all these posts. You can see here for astronomy basics, I have 25 blog posts, and also I created that moon phase category because the majority of these, if you go under the topical authority list, I was creating phases of the moon blog post based on the main category of astronomy basics. And you can see I created all of those to include the moon phase photography tips that I talked about in the last update, where I'm going to move away from photography. And since I was doing that, I just took the opportunity to go ahead and create the cosmology basics because I wanted astronomy and cosmology as my two basics. And then I jumped in, or I'm going to be jumping into the Big Bang Theory. And you can see down here, I have Big Bang Theory overview and all of these to create. But before I created those, the first article I created with ChatGPT is an introduction to cosmology. And you can see here the title, Cosmology Basics, a comprehensive introduction to the universe. That was fully done with ChatGPT. And if you check out that article, it actually took me 2 hours to create that with ChatGPT. And we have published that, so we'll also go ahead and exit and save here as well. And here is that Cosmology Basics, a comprehensive introduction to the universe. We'll go ahead and open that editor, and I'll just show you this post because I did mention that it is now a category, or a new category, Cosmology Basics. So you can see we have Astronomy Basics, Phases of the Moon, and now Cosmology Basics. And again, I did say this took me 2 hours. I'll go ahead and scroll through here. You can see I've embedded some videos. I created tables. I created external links, grabbed some images from NASA as well. And again, more videos embedded. Some recommended reading here. These are going to be Amazon links. Obviously, I'm going to include my affiliate link there, but I haven't done that yet. And you can see, again, this was a 2-hour post, but you can see why it took me 2 hours to do this with ChatGPT. And honestly, I'm not sure that Koala, just from the single click that you could get, or the single click that you use to get the post, can compete with the type of post that I put together here, sort of as a pillar post or as a cornerstone of Cosmology Basics, a comprehensive introduction to the universe. But that is what it is. It takes the time it takes, and remember, AI is your assistant, so you're putting your editor hat on, and you're letting AI create the content, and then you're going through and editing that. So let's go back here to PageSpeed Insights and go ahead and run this analysis again. Let it perform its diagnostics, or let it diagnose the performance issues. And while that is spinning, again, I want to thank Life Church St. Louis for letting me know that Grooveblog does allow you to crop and resize the image just by simply clicking and cropping that image. We should be able to see. Back here at the PageSpeed Insights, and you can see the performance actually went down. But let's test our theory. Yes, the size did change, because you can see if we scroll down, this image now is 22 kilobytes, but we need to go and we need to recompress this one and this one, or not compress, but change the size and then come back and test. But you can see that it's still 21%, but this is going to depend on any time you hit it, depending on the JavaScript and some of these blocking resources. But the idea here is, and the concept that I'm waiting on, or the answer I'm waiting on to test this concept, is what is Grooveblog? What is Groove going to do to help me with this issue? Yes, now that I know, thanks to the comment, again, I appreciate it. I can go and I can resize these, and it definitely impacted the file size. So I'm going to go do that for all of my posts. I'm going to go do that recommended 1200 by 628 by going into each post, specifically starting with the ones that I have in popular post, and resize those images. Again, we'll go back into search post and we'll look for best binoculars. This best binoculars right here, if we open the editor, you can see I do have that in the popular post down here. Of course, I could always take it out, but you can see here, this is also 5,472 pixels by 3,648 pixels. So we'll choose that image again, and then we'll find that image. I wish it would highlight it. Let me find it. I wish it would highlight it, but it didn't. And we'll go here and we will crop that image. Again, we'll unlock that and we will say 1200 by 628. And then we will crop and select. Here's that note again. You can see again, 1200 pixels by 628. We will publish that. Then we will exit and we will save. So now we've done 2 of them. We've done the naked stargazing and the best binoculars. We can come down here to frequently asked questions. And then we'll do the same here. We'll go ahead and open the editor. You can see this one, 2007-61 by 1840. We'll choose that. Again, I wish it would highlight it because now I have to search for it. And then I come down and I will crop this one, unlock that, 1200 by 628. And then I will crop and select, crop and select. You can see that it's now changed. I will publish that. I will exit and save. The next one in that list was unlocking lunar mysteries. We'll go ahead and do this final one. Have a check here, 3,187 by 2,691 pixels. We'll go ahead and choose that one. Go ahead and choose that one. And one more time, man, if it would just select it for me, this would go a lot quicker. There it is. And we'll go ahead and crop that one. If you don't unlock it, you can see here that it keeps it relative or keeps it in perspective. But we want to unlock that so we can do the 628 and just follow suit with that feature image. We'll go ahead and crop that, crop that. You can see that's changed. We'll go ahead and publish. We're going to go ahead, exit and save. It says down there that post was published. Usually it happens pretty fast. Here again, back in PageSpeed's Insights, we have a 21. Again, we're stacking all these. So without some type of additional compression that we could do and or Grooveblog could do for us, or some type of lazy load, I don't know with all of these images if we're going to do that much better. But these should definitely be smaller. This 263.2, this 204.45, and this 117. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to click Analyze. We're going to let that run the analysis, and then we'll be right back. And we are back, and you can see the performance 22. We're going to come down here. You can see that we are getting those images, or actually reduce unused JavaScript is now an issue. That's 1.65 seconds. So we have some Google Tag Manager stuff here, and we also have Groove Video. Again, that's all Groove stuff inside of Grooveblog. But you can see the properly sized images is down to 1.49 seconds. So we've done what we can do as far as cropping those images, but you can still see that we're getting a 22 on performance. On mobile, on desktop, we're getting a 75. Again, with all these images, I'm not sure that we'll ever get away from that as far as the number of seconds or the size. Of course, we could keep compressing them or trying to change the resolution, but at some point it's going to be more of a Grooveblog issue. That's just my opinion. I think Grooveblog has to help out with this and figure out how to get this performance better for mobile. Again, I think it'll take some lazy loading or something like that, but I don't know what impact that would have. Maybe a switch where you could turn that on and off, depending on if you have a blog post that you need the images to load up front, or the blog post doesn't make sense, or whatever. Again, these are all things that we're doing in this case study. I am working with Groove. They are somewhat responsive to some of my queries, and I'm just waiting for them to reply back to that. I'll actually send them this video as well inside of that ticket so they can see it. If you have any questions, of course, thanks again for the comment about being able to resize it. That's part of why I'm doing this, because when you're doing these types of experiments, there's small things that you can tweak in the platform you're using. Like inside of WordPress, there's different types of plugins, different options, whether in the native WordPress or specifically or for sure when you actually use different plugins, there's crazy amounts of different switches that you can turn on, you can turn off, but that's what we're doing here. But the cool thing is we're getting indexed, we're getting clicks. We are having those pages that we're creating served up by Google. So let's see over the next few days, all the way out to 100 days, where we actually get with this experiment or this case study. Thanks for watching. Got any questions? Ask them in the comments, and I'll talk to you in the next one. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you, back with update number 20, AI blogging using ChatGPT, Koala Writer, getting keywords from Rank IQ, as well as posting and seeing if we can rank on Google using Grooveblog. Here inside of Google Search Console, here's our overview. We're chugging along. Let's go. Let's check out performance. Updated last update 9 hours ago. But if you actually come down, you can see Tuesday, May 2nd is when the graph actually represents. Today is the 4th of May. May the 4th be with you. Happy Star Wars Day. But anyway, back to pages. We have 18 pages currently indexed. You can see the last update for this was May the 1st. Again, this is May 4th. I want to address this down here. Crawled, currently not indexed. And I want to take a look at these and talk a little bit about them and what I'm going to try to do to remedy the situation or get them fixed. But also note that this one right here, universeunreal.com, post astronomy for beginners, on April 20th, it said it was last crawled, and it says that it is an affected page, meaning it's currently not indexed. But if you were to go back to pages and look at the indexed pages, you'll actually see that on April 28th, it was crawled and it was indexed. Just something to take note of when you're dealing with this. So we're going to go back to crawled, not indexed, and we're going to look at this top one here, the use of star charts and sky maps. We're also going to look at the second one, but we're going to focus in on this one first. And we're going to take a look at it, and just at a glance, we're going to see if something is different. And I'm going to tell you right away that when I edited this, I didn't do a good job, because you can see here, I left these just source in quotes here. I didn't actually use rich text anchoring or anchor text with rich text. I didn't do a good job. Plus, this article is just filled with those, and it is literally just filled with external links. And to be quite honest, when I read it again, it is quite thin. If it's talking about actually or trying to actually answer the query, the use of star charts and sky maps, a practical guide to astronomy basics, using star charts and sky maps, there are no like explanations or like images of star charts and sky maps and like how you would read them. Maybe I can fix that with adding some images and putting in some practical guides and advice about how to do that. If the AI can do that, if the AI can't, then I'll just leave that where it lays. Now, let's take a look at this article and see where it was written or who wrote it. Of course, we go inside of our Universe Unriddled blog post tracker. I'm keeping track of all this inside of the spreadsheet. And if we come down here, the use of star charts was actually written by Koala, and it was a keyword from ChatGPT. I'll scroll over. You can see the use of star charts and sky maps, a practical guide to astronomy. Again, that was written by Koala. The other one here, how many dwarf planets are in our solar system? Not just Pluto. I don't believe that I left any of those ugly just source references in this one. But again, this is just, and you can see here I just left these in quotes, so I didn't really do this as well as I should. But this is pretty much just factual information about dwarf planets, right? Size and shape, atmosphere and surface, basically what defines a dwarf planet if you want to get into the technical aspects of it. But it is pretty ugly when it comes to just direct linking or linking to these external links and not really giving much effort to, use rich anchor text. So that could be the issue. So we'll take a look at that and we'll edit that and see if we can get that indexed and get that crawled again and hopefully get it indexed. But not just Pluto, how many dwarf planets in our solar system. Let's check out who wrote that. And let's go over here and see if we can find that. Not just Pluto, right here, not just Pluto, how many dwarf planets. Keyword, how many dwarf planets in our solar system. That was written by Koala as well. So those Koala posts, I literally just take those, click Koala, let them write it, and then I take it and paste it in, and then I do the edit. So a lot of those external links are in there just the way that Koala created them. So that's interesting to look at. Now, when it comes to looking at this page index, if you actually want to understand what crawled and currently not indexed means, you click on Learn More. It takes you over to the Search Google Console Help, or the search console help from support.google.com. And you can see here is their answer. Crawled, currently not indexed. This page was crawled by Google, but not indexed. It may or not be indexed in the future. No need to resubmit this URL for crawling. So it says not to resubmit, but again, how often do they go back and crawl it? They don't really give you a lot of that information. So I did a quick Google and I found this from onely.com. How to fix crawled, currently not indexed. Google doesn't give a clear answer. It's pretty obvious Google doesn't give a clear answer. That's why we're here Googling it, and that's why Onely wrote this article. Why a given page was crawled but not indexed, but there are a few possible reasons why the status may appear. Learn how to fix these issues. Provide high quality content. Hello. I mean, that's really the answer, right? Then it goes in here, and this was actually sourced from Google in 2019. But the idea here is answer these questions. Does the content provide original information reporting or research and analysis? And that is really critical and key when you're writing an article. Did you actually provide original information? Can the AI provide original information? Yes, because that is the AI's job, is literally to take the data, the information, and based upon your input, give you output based upon what word comes next. So it's generating original thought. It's generating original output based upon the data it's been trained on. Now, can you give the AI more information to provide more original content? I think you can. Can you do your own research and give that to the AI and let it craft an output or craft an article for you? For sure. But the idea and the thing we're doing right now is we're just letting the AI write it, and then we're doing edits. Then you just go through here and you read these and you say, is my article actually doing these things? And if you look at it and read it, like I said, when you go through it, I read it. The use of star charts and maps, you're probably looking for a little more information and like practical examples. And if I was to find that information and put it in here, or if I can see if AI can give me like instructions or step by step, pretend you are an astronomer and you're teaching a beginner how to read a star map. Give me a step-by-step explanation. And then I go find an image that matches up with that. I think that might be what they're looking for here. Now, the not just Pluto one, I'm not sure what they're looking for. Might just try to get that indexed again or redo these edits again with these external links and try to add better linking, I guess is a way to put it. Use better, rich anchor text, or just get rid of some of the external links, especially these that are just in quotes where I've just, basically linked out to the reference. Like this is from Britannica.com. So it's referenced literally with the word Britannica. There's no rich anchor text whatsoever. So that could be the issue, and we'll try that first. Now that brings up the question that everyone asks and everyone really thinks when we're talking about using AI. And I've Googled AI detector here on the page so you can see that. And what I've done is I'm going to paste the article here that is not indexing. I'm going to paste that into a few of these AI detectors, starting with the first one from writer.com. You can see that the snippet of text that it pulls from the URL, when you paste the URL in here, it says 100% human generated content. Fantastic. Then I went to Copy Leaks. You can see here they said this is human text down here at the bottom in green. I did go to GPT-0 and I put it in here, and they said your text is likely to be written entirely by AI, which is perfectly okay. And honestly, it was written entirely by AI. That's the point of this case study, right? But then I Googled, does Google rank AI content? And then you can see here the snippet that Google has ranked. So they believe this to be the best answer, and understand that and take that for how powerful it is, right? Google has taken this as the snippet. This is the answer that they actually want people to see. Can AI content rank on Google? Yes, AI generated content can rank on Google. I've already done that. I've indexed and ranked content using the AI and having it served up on Groove Blog. So we've kind of proven the point, but we want to see how far we can take it in this case study. And Google has made it clear that AI-generated content has a potential to rank on its search engines. As Google states, its focus is on the quality of the content regardless of how it is produced. And really that comes to what the root of this issue is. No matter who produces the content, whether I write the content myself, I hire a writer, or I have a gaggle of monkeys banging away on typewriters. If they create the answer, if they create the content that gives the best answer in the eyes of Google based upon when they test it, when they index it and they put it up, and then people click on it and read it and stay on the page and consume more content on your site, that's all Google cares about. Does it answer the question? Are people getting a good experience from the content that you are posting, no matter if you wrote it, again, or if the AI or a gaggle of monkeys wrote it banging away on typewriters? So that's the update for today, day 20. Look forward to talking to you and with you in day 21. Let me know in the comments what you think so far. Any questions, comments, anything you see that you want me to test or talk about, let me know. And I'll see you in the next update. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you, day 21, AI blogging with Grooveblog. Popping into Google Search Console just to get a feel for what we're looking at here. Typically, I come to performance and you see total clicks and total impressions, but you can also click these boxes and then you can see the average CTR or click-through rate as well as the average position. You can see this was updated 9 hours ago according to the last update, but if you actually click over it, it says that it was, or the last data that you see was May 3rd, 0 clicks, but 40 impressions. And the position or the average position of the keywords or the ranking, the pages for those keywords is 25.3. Of course, today is May 5th as we're taking a look at this. I want to pop back over to the overview pane. Site analytics for content creators, Search Console Insights. When you click that, you can actually see some achievements here. If you were to click that, once you get data, and this is the thing that I want to highlight. I want to highlight the fact that Google is still gathering data. You can see here, please check back in about 15 days. We're 21 days into the case study of doing all the work, creating the content, setting up the site, looking at how we're using the AI and coming up with a plan. And then we come in here and we're looking for information, but even Google lets you know that they're still gathering data. So I want to come back to the site overview. You can see here, get more insights by associating the Search Console property with your Google Analytics property GA4. Then you can click Start Association. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to confirm that association, and then that way that will be done. And you can see here you're all set. Then you can see some more data here inside of this Search Console Insights. And of course, this tool is beta. But you can see the content now, and it's going to give me more information. Of course, remember that it's still saying that it needs 15 more days to gather data before it can even give you the achievements. But you can see here that now we have that at a glance inside of the Search Console Insights, which is the kind of information that I want to look at, that I want to be able to see. Just again, each day as I'm putting work into creating the site, I want to be able to take a look at this as well as the performance tab here over at Google Search Console. Again, this is Google or Search Console Insights. It's beta, but you have to connect your GA4, which takes me to Google Analytics and the fact that I am using GA4 and I am still working on getting my eye trained and understanding what these different reports and how to explore all these different metrics or analytics inside of GA4, because I haven't really been paying attention to my other site. I've still been using the old property, but that UA is going away and everything is going to GA4, I believe in June or July, I forgot. But the idea here is to get used to what they are showing you, because the metrics, the analytics are a little bit different. But still, at the end of the day, you're looking at where are the sessions coming from, direct, referral, organic search. Of course, we're interested in this case study primarily in ranking. So getting our pages ranked, the pages we're creating using the AI, and getting those pages populated on Grooveblog and seeing where they rank and seeing the type of traffic that we can get. So we're diving more into GA4 and Google Analytics, as well as Search Console Insights, as well as the default performance pane here inside of Google Search Console. Now, that takes me back to Grooveblog, and we're back here, and I wanted to update you on the sky maps chart, or the use of star charts and sky maps, a practical guide to astronomy basics. You saw in the last update, this page had not been indexed. It had been crawled, but not indexed. I removed a lot of the links, or I changed them to make them more of a best practice of a rich text-based anchor link, even as external links. And then what I did is I scrolled down, and because of the search intent of what I saw from the other post using star charts and sky maps, I actually put a step-by-step, or I had the AI create me a step-by-step guide to finding Ursa Major. Now, Ursa Major is called the Big Dipper or the Great Bear inside of astronomy, but you can see here that it wrote, the AI, ChatGPT, and I'll show you that in a second, wrote a step-by-step guide to finding Ursa Major. So step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5, step 6, step 7, right? And then it moves into resources for star charts, sky maps, and astronomy education. But the major piece here is the step-by-step guide to finding or using a sky map and a star chart to find an actual star or a constellation. Now, how I did that is I went back to my chat buddy here, ChatGPT, and I simply started a new conversation here, and I said, what is a person called that understands the use of star charts and sky maps, and can you give me a practical guide to astronomy basics? And then it answered the question. Now, I sort of assumed that it was basically an astronomer or an amateur astronomer, but I wanted ChatGPT to answer the question because maybe the person that uses star charts and sky maps has a very specific name. I don't know, right? So they gave me that, and then I actually I prompted, and this is where you hear and see a lot about prompt engineering when you're using AI. I actually told it to act as, or I gave it guidance, and I said, acting as an amateur astronomer skilled in the use of star charts and sky maps, give me a step-by-step basic guide to using them to find the most popular and easy to find constellation in the night sky from any location on Earth. Notice I didn't tell it to find the Big Dipper. I told it to find the most popular and easy to find constellation, and then it moved into, and it answered, as an amateur astronomer, I'd be happy to help, and then it gave me a step-by-step guide. That was great. So then I took this information here. After I had it rewrite one of these paragraphs, and this was just a paragraph that I read and I tried to rewrite and I didn't like it, so I had it rewrite it. But going back to the paragraph about the astronomer or the as an amateur astronomer, when I prompted it to act like an astronomer, a person that reads sky maps and star charts, it answered it as an astronomer, but I wanted that to be changed, and I said, okay, turn this paragraph, and I gave it the paragraph where it answered as an astronomer, into a subsection introduction with a heading for a blog post. Then it actually gave me a step-by-step guide to finding Ursa Major. If you're new to stargazing, I'm here to help. As an amateur astronomer, I prepared a simple step-by-step guide. Now, I didn't want to call myself an amateur astronomer. So you can see here, I took that and I said, if you're new to stargazing, as an amateur astronomer, meaning now the person that reads it goes, yeah, I see myself as an amateur astronomer. You need a simple step-by-step guide to assist you in using star charts. And then I walked into the step-by-step. All that to say that I used ChatGPT to give me this step-by-step guide, but I wanted to show you sort of my thought process and the way that I prompt ChatGPT to get that information. And it all started with me asking the simple question just so that I understand what it is, or so when I'm creating the post, even though I'm not really deep diving into and trying to learn everything about astronomy, I have to have a basic knowledge of what it's talking about. So I asked the AI to give me information, and then I take that information, and of course I can verify that, I can read it. But typically if you just read it, it makes sense, right? An amateur astronomer or an astronomer is a person that understands the use of star charts and sky maps. So at that point, I'm just going to roll with it. I'm going to post that. It's going to get recrawled. When Google gets around to it, actually I click the validate button. We'll see where that takes it. I'm not sure that that has any input or has any actual effect. Like, it may just be a feel good button to click that validate, and then they're going to crawl it at their own pace, or they're going to have their own schedule the way they do it anyway. So we'll see what happens, and then we'll see where that page winds up, if it gets recrawled and indexed, and then where it ranks. And we'll look at the other page as well, and we'll rewrite that and relink it, maybe add some internal links, some references to some internal blog posts. That might help it as well. But I think the big idea that Google's looking for is just to truly answer the search query intent. And a lot of that is, once you have the AI write the blog post, go and look for that keyword. And that's what I use Rank IQ for a lot. Rank IQ gives me that information of the top ranking posts. And it really allows you then to look at what is out there and what's ranking and then say, this is what I need to do. I need to be as good or better as this content. Because at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. It's about the competition. It's about what exists and about being as good or better to get that first ranking slot or show up number one and or get the snippet on Google and start getting that traffic. And that's the update for today. Thanks for watching. Give it a thumbs up if you're enjoying it. Comments, whatever questions you got, let me know and I'll talk to you in the next one. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you, day 22. We're going to jump right into Google Search Console because the thing here that we're doing in day 22 is realizing that there's a lot of work to do just to start seeing what it is we want to see. Of course, we go into achievements. You can still see we're still gathering data. Please check back in about 14 days. But we go back and we look at the things that we've accomplished so far with our new content. And of course, we should be creating more content. We've created the 25 posts so far under astronomy basics. Then we moved on to cosmology basics. And I am going to go in and continue under the Big Bang Theory and move on from Big Bang Theory overview into Big Bang Theory evidence. So I'm going to go ahead now here and copy that over and move that over, and I will start on that blog post and I'll have that ready for you tomorrow with a breakdown of everything I'm doing there. The thing I want to move on today is back inside of GA4 in Google Analytics. One of the reports, or as I was looking at the reports, one of the reports that I think we will be spending a lot of time on, or the one that really goes and shows us what I'm used to seeing under sessions and page views, is this one right here. And then I want to show you this cool little thing I learned, because here is the thing, and I'm going to change this rows per page to 50. One of the cool things that you're going to do during the case study as we're working through this, we are going to learn so much. So as you are doing, or at least as you're watching along with me, you will have the opportunity to take this and do it yourself and learn so much. And that is going to start here with simply first and foremost highlighting all this and simply copying it, because you guessed it, we're going to go back to ChatGPT and then we are simply going to paste all that in. And then when you paste all that in, this is what it looks like. I already had this chat with ChatGPT, but this is literally just the pasted in information, and then ChatGPT takes this and summarizes it for you. Now you could look at all this and you could do these same types of summaries and stuff inside of GA4, but this is taking it, in my opinion, to the next level of ChatGPT, because you are at this point now, you are feeding raw, real, live data from the things that we've done up to this point in these 22 days and what Google has seen from the content that we've created and then posted up on Google blog or up on Groove blog for Google to rank and index. Now it has given me a summary. So then I can take that summary information and then I can start asking it questions. Like, can you tell me other posts I should make based on this data? Now understand that this data is still so new. Of course, Google told us we still need to wait for our achievements to kick in, or for it to be able to tell us if we've achieved anything other than what we have achieved, which is creating the content and getting it posted and getting it indexed and of course ranking. But now I'm asking ChatGPT to take this data and say, based upon this data that I pasted in from GA4, Google Analytics, give me some more information or give me some other ideas on posts that I create. And then you can read here, based on the data provided, it seems that users are interested in astronomy related topics, especially those that are beginner friendly and provide useful tips. Here are some suggestions for new posts. Now understand we are at the early stages, so this will be more powerful as the days continue to go on. Of course, as the days turns into weeks, and the weeks turn into months, and the months turn into years. But then I took that and I said, based on what you know so far, who is my target audience? Then it literally breaks it down. Based on the data provided and the nature of the content on your website, your target audience appears to be individuals interested in astronomy. Now this is going to be where you find, or this is what I think is going to happen, is as Google Analytics starts tracking more of the types of posts that we post. For example, right now we have astronomy basics, and under that we have phases of the moon. Then we're going for cosmology basics, and then we're going to add in the Big Bang Theory. And then I'm getting my koala credits back tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow is May 7th. Today is May 6th. So then when we fill in this information or we start creating those new posts around fun facts, maybe one of those will hit, and then we'll start getting more data, and then we'll be able to see how this changes as far as our target audience by taking that Google Analytics information or that data and feeding it back into ChatGPT. But I moved on with this conversation and I asked it, can you give me other websites that target this audience? Of course, remember that the data here is like dated to 2021. So it's not real-time data, but it has been linking and using this information, or this is where it's been getting its information. Its body of knowledge that's been fed to the AI, ChatGPT, is specifically using the information from these websites and other sources that it's been fed, not just these websites. It's not just a scraping tool. So it's taking any other data that's been fed to it. Now, I moved on and I said, what about adding the topic of cosmology? And this is just to reinforce my thought process, because astronomy versus cosmology and the research and the articles that I've read from the AI that it's written so far, it made me think that cosmology fits. So I asked it, what about adding the topic of cosmology? Adding cosmology as a topic on your website can be a great idea, as it expands your content scope and attracts an even wider audience. Cosmology is a study of the origin, evolution, and eventual fate of the universe, and it can be a fascinating subject for both beginners and experienced astronomy enthusiasts. So you can see that I'm staying on point with that target audience even as I move into cosmology. But then I move on to my chat and I say, based on this chat, can you give me ideas for prompts? And now I'm asking ChatGPT to give me a prompt so I can get more information based upon the fact that we've identified the audience based on the real-time data from Google Analytics. And then ChatGPT, my good old chat buddy, said, certainly, here are some prompts to help you generate content for your astronomy and cosmology focused audience. And you can see here, write an introductory guide to the Big Bang Theory for beginners. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just take this and paste this in here and hit enter and see what it comes up with as far as this part about the Big Bang Theory, a beginner's guide to the birth of the universe. And then take that back here to the post we've written so far, the Big Bang Theory overview and the Big Bang Theory evidence. And then go back into the cosmology basics here. Of course, we were looking at the 30 semantically relevant topics under the main categories cosmology basics. The first one being the Big Bang Theory. And we have these 10. Overview, evidence, timeline, criticisms, alternatives, histories, discoveries, visualization, misconceptions, and implications. I think maybe that might fit under the blog post I wrote here using the keyword Big Bang Theory Overview, Unraveling the Mysteries of the Universe, a comprehensive overview of the Big Bang Theory. What it wrote here based upon the prompt that it gave me, again, I asked ChatGPT to help me and give me a prompt to create more cosmology and astronomy focused information or blog post for my audience. And it gave me this prompt, and then it wrote out this prompt with an introduction, and then it goes into these things that would be interesting to the audience that we now know is focused or is a focused audience based upon the real analytics that we're getting from Google inside of GA4 just by simply copying and pasting it. Of course, all this takes time. We are on day 22, but we will continue to do this type of stuff. And before we go, I want to show you where I got this information. This actually came from AI Prop Science, a channel. This ChatGPT and Google Analytics, ways to efficiently leverage ChatGPT for analytics. You can see here he was using ChatGPT 3.5. I was using 4, but he literally did this and he pasted this in. I'm going to leave the link in the description. You should watch this video because he had a slightly different conversation, and I typically don't have the exact same conversation when I watch these types of videos, but follow along, link in the description. Check that out. And if you want to follow his conversation exactly, I recommend that. But I also recommend you just having your own conversation and seeing where it goes, because he also has a tool that I'm going to cover later on. Because remember, a big part of this journey each day is not just banging out content with the AI. That is important. We do need to keep creating at least one blog post every day to get to the goal of 100 blog posts over 100 days, or that's my intended goal, is to have 100 blog posts or more. But also we're learning about Google Analytics. We're learning about our topic. There's no way you can't or you need to be learning about your topic as you edit it to get a better feel for what's working and what's not, based upon the analytics, based upon the conversations you're having with the AI, and based upon what you see and what you learn as you spend the time doing what it is we're doing, and that is building a blog, letting the AI assist us. If you got any questions, ask them in the comments, or let me know what you think about where I'm headed with this. Also, give this video a thumbs up. I would appreciate it, and I will see you in the next one. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you on day 23. We're going to jump into the Universe Unriddled blog post tracker. We're writing with ChatGPT, keyword from ChatGPT, and we are creating more content around the Big Bang Theory inside of Cosmology Basics. Simply going to grab that or copy that Big Bang Theory evidence keyword, and we're going to go back into ChatGPT. You can see the table here inside of this chat that I'm having for Cosmology and the Big Bang Theory. This is the current post that we have for the Big Bang Theory overview. I had a little conversation here. I said, thanks for that, or great. The next blog post will be using the main keyword, Big Bang Theory evidence, which I have copied in the buffer from the spreadsheet. Please prepare yourself as an expert in the Big Bang Theory by telling me what that person would be called and what they would do for a living to be considered an expert. Honestly, the reason I'm doing this, I don't put much weight in the prepare yourself to act as prompts. I think that it's going to pull from that repository no matter what when you ask it the question. But it does help sort of level out the system or the chat. And also me personally, if I ask it questions and I get in this frame of mind as, okay, I'm having a chat with you about the Big Bang Theory. Tell me a little bit about the expert that maybe I would be getting the information from if I was interviewing that person, because you can use this as a way of doing research, and that's really what we're doing, sort of in the same way. Just like your AI is an assistant to you to be a blog, the AI can also assist you as an expert by utilizing its knowledge, and then you can sort of set that expectation of the chat and yourself of understanding what it is you're talking about, and then you're ready to go. And it says here, as an expert, or an expert in the Big Bang Theory would typically be called a cosmologist or an astrophysicist. And then it goes on to explain some more there. And then I say, great, from now on, unless otherwise instructed, please act as a cosmologist whose focus is specifically on the Big Bang Theory and is supporting evidence making him an expert in that particular field. Say Big Bang if you understand this. Of course, having it say Big Bang is not required. It's just, I like to throw things like that around inside a chat. A lot of times I say please and thank you. And it says it understands. Then I had one more instruction for it, and I really wanted to focus on this. I'm going to start with my prompts, but I always focus on this because I want to keep it at a certain level when it comes to creating the content for the blog. One other instruction, please answer using industry jargon, because I want it to speak as an expert would speak when it creates the content, but I want to keep it at a 12th grade level, meaning someone that understands or has graduated high school or, between 8th and 12th grade would really understand when they read it, but also explain it at a 5th grade reading level so everyone can understand it. Can you start off this by giving me a few sentences explaining the Big Bang in this way? Then you can see it says certainly. And then you can see the first sentence. The Big Bang is a cosmological model describing the genesis of the universe. It posits that our cosmos began as an incredibly hot, dense point called a singularity, which expanded rapidly in a process known as inflation. In simpler terms, the Big Bang is like the ultimate firecracker that started everything. It was a super tiny, super hot point that exploded and grew into the vast, amazing universe we live in today. I think that really sets the tone for what comes next when we start to create the blog post. And we do that by going up to our response manager, and then we come down and we find our write blog post outline and list additional else like keywords for main post keyword. We copy that and then we simply paste that into the buffer. Of course, our main keyword is Big Bang Theory, so we'll copy that and we'll replace this with Big Bang Theory. That was our keyword, and we'll simply press start. This is just sort of how we do it every time. Now, I do find myself, and I'm trying not to because I really just want like a routine, step 1, step 2, step 3, but I found that this experiment is more about creating the content, but it's also about enjoying the process. I've seen a lot of videos here on YouTube about AI blogging, and it's all create 1,000 blog posts in an hour, or 40 blog posts in 40 seconds or 40 minutes. And it's all like, link this up to your WordPress blog and press one button. I don't have a problem with people that are doing that. They can do that all they want. I mean, I'm shortcutting the fact of I'm letting AI do the writing. As I'm talking, the AI is generating all the content for me that I'm literally going to copy and paste and then edit. But I want to experience the conversation because I picked space not only because I think the AI can and has up to this point done a really good job, but I'm also learning along the way and it interests me. I have a basic interest and I enjoy reading it and I enjoy the process. So sometimes, even though I'm copying and pasting the same prompts, so I keep the same style, and I try to keep the information the same. So when one person reads an article and moves to the next, they sort of have the same feel that it's coming from the same person. In this case, me interfacing with the AI. But also understand that during this conversation, it will come to me an idea, or I may read something and be like, oh, that's interesting. As I go through the keywords here, because it dropped 30 LSI keywords, then it created the blog post. So I may look at these and go, okay, for this one, give me a table. For this one, give me external links and references. For this one, give me a list of books for further reading. Of course, that's a good opportunity to link out to Amazon with your affiliate link. But anyway, that is the blog post title. The next one will simply come up here and we will grab start writing the blog post and we'll copy that and we will paste that prompt in there. Using a hypnotic Nickelodeon style at a 5th grade reading level, write the introduction and be sure to include all the LSI keywords and grab the reader's attention and entice them to keep reading. And we simply press the button and ChatGPT is off to the races. Then at this point, once it finishes, we'll start setting up the Groove blog. And to do that, we log into Groove blog, we go under post, and of course ChatGPT is writing in the background, but we're going to make use of that time by coming in here and setting up a new post. Click new post. Here we'll have our post slug. That'll be the main keyword. Actually, I can go ahead and put that in here. No, actually that's pasted in from the prompt. But the keyword is, if I go back to the handy dandy spreadsheet and copy that, then come back to Groove blog, this is actually going to be the first H1 tag, Big Bang Theory evidence. It's also going to be the post slug. And of course, I want to lowercase all of that. And you can find your own rhythm. I mean, I think people get into the whole copy and paste and like really trying to go as fast as possible. And you know me, it's not about faster, it's about focus. I just like to enjoy the process, and part of the process here is creating a blog post about cosmology basics and setting the categories. And then of course the post slug, Big Bang Theory evidence, and then we'll get our title. If we go back to the blog post or the ChatGPT that's writing the blog post, we can grab that title, and the blog post title is Unlocking the Secrets to Creation, the evidence for the Big Bang Theory. We will copy that. Now I have found sometimes if I paste this in here, it will add some formatting. So then I'm going to get rid of that. Then I'm going to open up a Google Doc and then I'm going to edit and paste in without formatting. So it'll clear out that formatting. Then I'm simply just going to select all that, copy that again, take it back to Groove blog, paste that back in, take out that space, and then you can see that that formatting is gone. It doesn't format this correctly. It will when we save it and exit and then we come back in. It's just a glitch inside of Groove blog. Imagine that. But here anyway, we have the post slug, Big Bang Theory evidence, Big Bang Theory evidence. Again, this is our H1 heading. That's going to be our title. We will write the excerpt at the end. We could make this popular post or all this. We will also, or the metadata will fill in when we add the excerpt. At this point, I'm going to go ahead and save the draft. And then I'm going to show you what I mean. I'm going to exit. I'm going to save that. And then I'm going to come back into the blog post. You can see here, this is in draft. I'm going to reopen the editor. And you're going to see that then the title here is reformatted back the way you would normally see it. Again, just sort of a quirk, we'll say, inside of Grooveblog. At this point, let's copy this and let's click on choose a featured image before we move along too far. Of course, we're going to go with free stock photos. We'll paste that in there, see if it will give us a free stock photo. Of course, that's going to give us, looks like somebody's in a cave. I don't really like that. Let's go with Cosmos and see what we get for Cosmos. Then here we got some general images. I'm trying to sort of keep it bright, but sometimes one will just attract me, and this one sort of caught my eye. In this case, we'll go ahead and click that and it'll upload. Take a quick glance to make sure that I haven't used that so far or something really similar or close. Of course, also click here to optimize this as far as the dimensions, because you can see the current dimensions are 2292 and 1480. Of course, we're going back to this. I had to Google this, 1200 by 628 pixels. Eventually, I will memorize that and I will have this down to a science, pun intended, 628. And we'll go ahead and that will resize that. We'll crop and select. Here's our note that it doesn't actually change the image on the server. It just crops that one for this use. Now we have that, so that'll be a smaller image, of course, when people try to load it on their mobile phone. We'll go ahead and save that draft. And at this point, we have our title, our image, we have our post slug and our categories, and we have our H1 tag. We'll go ahead and go down one more, save draft. I get in the habit of clicking that save draft just in case I make a mistake. Then we will go back to our blog post title. And at this point, we will just copy this in and we will go back. And so far, or sometimes you can just paste this right in and it'll work. Other times you have to go back and use this trick where you paste without formatting. Sometimes it'll just glitch. Like I said, it'll just do its thing, Grooveblog. But usually what I do at this point is I do a quick cursory, just add a few carriage returns in here and give it some spacing when I do go back and read it. And of course, I will go back and read this. And like I said, I just like to do a cursory sort of add some spaces. So when I go back to read it, it just gives me a good feeling for the fact that I have it sort of organized and ready to go. And I save the draft and then I move on by going back, hit it in a couple of carriage returns and save that draft and go back. Now we have written the introduction. Now we're going to use our response manager. This is a Chrome plugin. You can use any one you want. I don't recommend this one or any others because install Chrome plugins at your own risk. So find one or find anything, anyway, keep them in a spreadsheet, whatever you want to do. There's tools out there you can buy if you want to, or free ones. But the point here is we are now going to start writing the blog post. And what I want to do is find, and I thought I had this right in front of me. And this is the one I'm going to use, blog post section, 12th grade with analogies. I'm just going to copy that. And of course you can read this. I will try to put these all together at some point and give them to you so you can just copy and paste them. If you want to play around with them, of course you can read them here in the video. Now write, and I go back up, and this is just sort of how I do it. I copy this and then I add this in here. And you can see here that I'm going to say write number 2, cosmic microwave background. Please go deep into the subject as if you were teaching a 12th grade high school class. I did set that in the chat earlier about the 12th grade class and the 5th grade reading level. Also set that expectation of being an expert in the field. So we'll just go with this and see what we get. And of course, we're going to read this, make sure it makes sense, make sure we can read it. Of course, that's why it's at a 5th grade level, to make sure that I can read it. And then we'll go ahead and we will go ahead and submit. You can also say, you can also see here, I've added interesting analogies and real world examples where they make sense to help the explanation of the information. This is where if I think a section needs a table, I will just say create a table for that section or for that subsection. I didn't really add that into the prompt because most of the time I just use this and then I just submit and I let it write. And then if I'm reading it and I think, well, that would be a good place to sort of summarize and create an at-a-glance table, and then of course create that CSS and HTML code that we're pasting in, I go ahead and do that. Again, I'm not trying to make this where we're going at just blinding speed. and make it all about the fact that it's just fast as we can go so we can get these posts up. I do want them to be, I have put my name on this. I'm not hiding behind some avatar or creating some image using AI of a person and pretending to be an expert. I am letting people know that I am doing this, utilizing the AI because I have a basic interest in this information and I want to share it or share the process of me creating the conversations inside of the AI and then taking that information and sharing it to the space world overall. Like I'm doing here, I'm sharing this with you as a marketer, how to create this type of content as a traffic source to potentially generate traffic to get people over to offers and then build a list of people that are interested in the subject. If you're interested in it and you want to create a passion project around this and really dive deep, this is a great way to get started. But this also can just be a side project where you can just use the AI to generate the content. I'm not saying you have to do it the way I'm doing it. This case study is just me showing you what I'm doing. All right, so back to that, and you can see here it generated that, and it has the H2, and these are going to be H3s right here, and we will copy that into the clipboard. I like that new feature that ChatGPT added where I can just hit copy, although sometimes I still find myself highlighting and doing a copy like this, but they have this little clipboard. We'll go back to Grooveblog, and we will simply just paste that in. You can see here it does a pretty good job of pasting that in. Early on, I did see a bug, but that was with me using my text editor. I found that I can go straight from ChatGPT inside of the blog post editor and do it like this, and it seems to be working now. We're going to go ahead and make that the H2. Of course, this is going to be the H3. So we will double click all that and make that the H3. And we'll come down here, give this a little space, make this the H3 right here. And then we will, again, like I said, go ahead and make some space there. Again, I go through these first and I just say real quick at a cursory glance, I sort of do it like that. And you can see here, get ready, space detectives. We're about to investigate one of the most important clues to help prove the Big Bang Theory, the cosmic microwave background, or CMB for short. And of course, that looks like a perfect spot for a carriage return as well. And then we go ahead and we save that draft. Now we'll go back to this, and again, we're going to go up. Typically what I do is I just copy this, and it keeps me on track because it'll have the last section I worked on versus going up here to the response manager and copying it again. Keeps me from having to go back and forth. And then you can see here that we are going to be on number 3. Again, based upon the last one I copied and pasted in right here. And then I will go ahead and let that go. And it's just going to keep chugging along. You can also just sort of take a cursory glance at these and say, okay, sort of get ready in your mind. Like, are there any here? Are there any in here that could use a table? If we get to this one, or when we get to this one, mapping the universe's history, once it starts mapping this universe's history and it provides that timeline, I think that will make a good table. And at this point, that's the only thing that I found it can create is a table like that. There might be something else that I'm missing. If anybody knows, let me know, of a different type of sort of HTML, CSS format that it could make. And I might test playing around with like having it give an idea for an infographic or something like that, of that nature later on down the road. But when we get to this one, we will create a table and we'll roll with that. But for now, we're just going to let it write this. And did it already finish? Yeah, it's going pretty fast today. We'll go ahead and again hit that little copy, and we'll go back and we will go ahead and enter that. And again, we are making this the, if I click that correctly, we are making this the H2. Then we were just given these carriage returns. And there may be a way to prompt this to make these, or to write it and to make these already in the HTML. I just found that with what I've gotten, and I've tried to create some prompts to create it like Koala does, where we copy and paste from Koala and we get our we get our Koala credits back today. And I'm going to be showing you that tomorrow because I want to go back into Rank IQ and look at some fun fact stuff to really utilize, I think, what is the power of Koala for those types of posts, and also look at the Amazon roundups for some of the things that we can do with those fun facts, especially with books and further reading. But I found that with ChatGPT and the interface for Grooveblog, if I do it this way, and I think I made this H3, yeah, that's supposed to be an H3. This one is supposed to be an H3 as well. Let me go ahead, I'm talking and trying to do the same time, go back. Yes, cosmic inflation is the H2 because it's heading 3, then A and B. So go back and we have those. This is the H2, this is the H3, and then this is the H3. And then we'll break that up, and then of course we will continue. But at this point, I'm going to save that draft and I'm going to wrap this up and then come back. I'm going to show you the finished product here of what I've done, because this is just going to be more of that. And like I said, creating the table for the ones that make sense and doing some external linking. I'll show you all that tomorrow. We can just walk through that a little more quickly. And then we'll dive back into Koala and Rank IQ, looking at some of those fun facts that Rank IQ has given me as far as the keywords. And then we'll play around with that and dive deeper into this day 23, 24, 25 and keep rolling. Any questions, let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you, day 24 AI blogging with ChatGPT and Koala Writer, because we got our Koala Writer credits back. Google Search Console, you can see now we have 32 pages indexed. View data about indexed pages. When you click on that, it will show you all of the pages. If you drop down and open that up to 50 pages, because we have 32 pages indexed. 24 days in, 32 pages indexed in Google Search Console. Here is our spreadsheet, Cosmology Basics blog post using ChatGPT and the keywords from ChatGPT, Introduction to Cosmology, Big Bang Theory Evidence, as well as Big Bang Theory Overview. Remember, we found those by having ChatGPT give us 30 semantically relevant but unique topics under the main category of Cosmology Basics. And then we took the Big Bang Theory keyword and came up with 10 different keyword variations of the Big Bang Theory to address a different search intent. We're going to write all 10 of those for the new category that we created that we called Cosmology Basics, as well as a subcategory or a secondary third category, Big Bang Theory, and we're covering all of those. I am going to be creating, or I have created, a new category called Space Fun Facts, and we're going to be checking out Koala and Rank IQ to see the information that I came up with those and the blog posts that I've written so far. But let's first talk about Space Facts or Space Fun Facts. I just simply did a quick Google to see if Space Fun Facts, as the new category that I created, is a search query on Google. I don't care about the volume. I'm not interested in any of the competition. And I know and I understand that just making it a category doesn't automatically rank or help the ranking, but I want it to be a keyword that people are searching for. Thinking about Space Fun Facts under the website universeunriddled.com. And going back to Koala Writer, you can see if we scroll down, I've used 1,841 credits for this asteroid fun facts post that I created. If you click on details inside of Koala, after you've actually written the post or had it write the post based on your keyword, you can see all the article details. You can see the language. You can see the ChatGPT version. I'm going with 3.5, and I've decided that I'm going to go with ChatGPT or GPT 3.5 inside of Koala to not use up all my credits so quickly, writing the post to see if they actually get indexed and rank. And then you can see article type, point of view, real-time data, the keyword, asteroid fun facts. I've also set the tone of voice profile to excited to see how that looks compared to the prompt that I'm using in ChatGPT. And you can see all of the extra entities prompt. These are all the keywords that are inside of Rank IQ, or all the facts, or all of the topics that Rank IQ are telling us, and we'll take a look at that in a second. And you can see here, SEO optimized level is manual. That's why I'm able to enter all of these extra entities in that prompt. Then of course you can see the outline right there. Now if we go inside of Rank IQ asteroid fun facts, and we go ahead and click on the report, this is the category I came up with, space fun facts, because inside of this report, or actually if we go back to the keyword library real quick and look for space, and then under the keywords, search for facts and apply that filter. And then we say time to rank. you're going to see ultra fast down to fast for these facts here. And you can see here fun facts about galaxies, but the keyword being facts and space fun facts, that new category I created in the blog, is a search term. So just the idea and the concept of creating a category and then covering all of the space fun facts in that category, I think will give us topical authority in the long run. And of course, Rank IQ is telling me that these are ultra fast, very fast, and fast to rank for quite a few of them, to include asteroid fun facts, which was fast. Now, if we go back to our reports, we can click on report for that fun fact, and then we can check it out, and we can see here's the keyword. You can see the content targets, the Google ranking analysis, and then the topics that Google likes in these posts. If you go back to Koala and you scroll up, this is the extra entities prompt that I entered here. I entered all of these topics as keywords for Koala to cover. Did it cover all of them? We'll find out in a second. Here's the title analysis, Asteroid Fun Facts, Interesting World of Asteroids. I got a perfect score and a perfect character rating of 51. They say to use between 35 to 60 characters. 47 to 53 performs best. I went with facts, asteroids, asteroid, interesting, and fun. If you go back to Koala and you close out this article details, you can see the title they came up with. Rank IQ said that was too long and it didn't hit the keywords or all of the first 5 keywords. So we'll go with this, and you can see that compared to the top ranking titles with competition analysis as well as the highest graded content in the SERPs. Eventually what we'll do is we'll take a look at these and we'll say just aesthetically, meaning when we look at it, how does our article compare to their article based upon just looking at probably most likely what I would say would be the images. I think that's going to be the one weakness in the content that we're creating to this point. It's the fact that we need to go in and we need to sort of, for lack of a better way to say it, pad our content with interesting pictures. And of course, we started doing that with the images that we found over at NASA that we can use freely. But if you go back to looking at what we did inside of ChatGPT, of course, this is the chat that I had to create the Big Bang Theory post. And I'm following suit, or I've been following suit with what Rank IQ has been doing. Basically, give me 30 LSI keywords, just the keywords or additional keywords that we could rank for based upon the main keyword of Big Bang Theory. And then I've gone through, and you've seen this, the blog post title. It walks through all that. And I've talked a little bit about this, but I want to cover it again, how I use the prompt and then I let the prompt write it. But then when I see an option or I see a topic that I think is good for actually creating a table, and you can see here I added a table under this topic, I will actually add into the prompt, please add a table for at a glance. That is not here part of the copy and paste under my actual prompt. If you click edit, you'll see here that I don't put that here after this part of the prompt. I just tell it to use the hypnotic Nickelodeon style at the 5th grade level. But then what I do is I go in and I add, please add a table for at a glance for summary B, mapping the universe's history. It added that table in there, and then I was able to create the CSS code. Now, one thing I want to show you here is coming up is inside of the next section. And this is why I really enjoy the process, or I think it works better. I know it works better for me. I get more out of it, or I feel better about the content I've created when I go back and edit it as I read it when I do it this way. But this actually happened by mistake because I copied the exact same prompt and I changed the title here for the section and let it know to write this section for dark matter and dark energy. But I left in this section, please add a table for at a glance summary for B, mapping the universe's history. Well, this section doesn't have that subsection. So what ChatGPT did was mapped it for B, dark matter, and it created an at a glance summary for dark matter, as well as it added one for the other dark energy subsection, and it went ahead and put that in, and these tables actually came out really well. I think this is great information. So ChatGPT was smart enough to know that I wanted tables for the places where the information needs or can use an at-a-glance summary, because you can see here for this one, the connection between dark matter and dark energy, it wrote 2 paragraphs, and it didn't add a table because there was no at-a-glance summary information, it made sense to go in a table. And then of course I got the CSS information. Then I continued writing that blog post and using the idea or basic structure here. If I scroll back up, because I went past it, you can see in this prompt, I ask it to interlink, and you can see it actually interlinked right here. It interlinked to the word overview. I actually rewrote this sentence. If you want to learn more about the Big Bang Theory, check out our comprehensive overview of the subject. It linked to our blog post, Introduction to Cosmology. And if you go into Grooveblog, you go into the editor for that post, we'll scroll down and I'll show you the sentence and the way that I rewrote it. Again, I think the downfall, or not the downfall, but the one thing that we need to actually do better in these posts is create images. And where is that? Oh, this is the wrong article. This is the article that Koala wrote, the asteroid fun facts. We'll go ahead and we'll exit out of that and say do not save. Here is the Big Bang Theory post. We'll go ahead and open this editor. Unlocking the secrets of creation, Big Bang Theory evidence. We'll scroll down. Again, like I said, adding images and going to NASA is really going to punch up these posts. And here you can see the at-a-glance summary of the cosmic timeline. And then the dark energy and dark matter. Here are the tables there. And then as we scroll down towards the conclusion, or before the conclusion, you can learn more about it all when you read our comprehensive overview of the Big Bang Theory. And then I linked here to Introduction to Cosmology, which has the comprehensive overview of the Big Bang Theory inside of it. And you can see here the sentence, if you want to learn more about the Big Bang Theory, check out our comprehensive overview. It didn't really do a good job, so I did a little better job for it as far as the rich text, anchor text, comprehensive overview of the Big Bang Theory, and then linking to that article. But it does what it does, and it does what it does pretty good. And then it wrote the conclusion, and then I had it write the excerpt, the SEO excerpt, and I put that in as well. Then I gave it the URL. It gave me it responded after I gave it the URL, and it said, thank you, here are the 2 blog posts. It said, you can ask for the table or feel free to ask for the table. So I said politely, please give me the blog post table. And now here we have the blog post that we have created. Now, again, if you go back to what I'm doing, and we'll go ahead and exit out of this, do not save. When we go back to the post and go under categories, now we have astronomy basics, we have phases of the moon. Under astronomy basics, even though I didn't put it as a subcategory, it is a subcategory of astronomy basics, cosmology basics, Big Bang Theory, and space fun facts. Now we have that one post, but the idea here is we're going to let Koala write those. And again, here are the details. And you can see I'm adding that information from Rank IQ right there, given that outline. One thing that I think I will do, or I am going to do for sure, if you look at the article here, if we scroll up and close this, the article kind of just ends abruptly. After it says fun facts about asteroids, it doesn't really wrap it up and there's no conclusion. And a good opportunity here, I think, is to go under the content optimizer. Even though we got an A++ here and it wrote 1,600 words, if you scroll down again, there's no conclusion. It kind of just stops at fun facts about asteroids, which is okay. Again, it met the requirements of Rank IQ, and I think it will index and rank. But what you can do inside of Rank IQ is come over here and you can look at the unused keywords. And I think what I'll do is I'll take these unused keywords and I will copy those. And then what I'll do is I'll use my prompt. And once I copy those, I will take that back over to ChatGPT. And then I will go under another chat. And here what I've done is I've fed the information into ChatGPT. I actually made a table that Koala didn't make. I made a table here for some of the information, and I'll take this information, or I'll take those keywords that I've copied from Rank IQ, because you can see here also what I did is I pasted in the entire article from Koala because I wanted it to write my SEO excerpt for the blog post. So I fed it the blog post that Koala wrote. And this is the power for me for having ChatGPT Plus and Koala, is then I can take it and put it into ChatGPT and use GPT-4 to see what kind of result I get, and add or power it up, punch it up a little bit, and use more of the style that I'm using specifically in the conclusion. And just take that again, and we'll go ahead and I'll just copy those in here, and we'll do this while we're here real quick, and we'll go ahead and we will grab this, and I will copy that, and I will just say, please write the conclusion, and be sure to include all the LSI keywords, spell conclusion right below, and grab the reader's attention and entice them to keep reading the blog, because this is a conclusion. So these will be the keywords that we didn't hit inside of the Rank IQ post, and we'll go ahead and we will click or submit that and see what ChatGPT comes up. We'll read that. We'll see if that makes sense, because in conclusion, asteroids are mesmerizing remnants from the leftovers of the early solar system, found mostly in the asteroid belt. We can take that and we can look at it. We can go back to our koala post and again look at the ending and see how it just sort of ended on fun facts about asteroids, and then paste that conclusion into the blog post. And I think that we have a more well-rounded post using both Koala and ChatGPT Plus. Time will tell, and we'll see what Koala does in the future and how much of this we need to do based upon the missing keywords. We'll just say that Rank IQ shows that we didn't use, or Koala didn't use. Even though I fed that information to Koala, it didn't find a place for it in its outline and when it was writing. But we can actually, for lack of a better term, stuff those keywords into the conclusion. Of course, the goal is not to do keyword stuffing, but the idea is to use as many keywords as Rank IQ has given us so we can satisfy that searcher intent of the search engine, but also give quality information, or the best information that we can come up with based upon using or letting the AI write these blog posts for us, and then putting our editor hat on and reading them and just having them make sense, and make sure that we're not repeating ourselves or being redundant too much as far as trying to get all of those, or again, lack of a better term, stuff those keywords to make sure that we're getting all of those keywords into the blog post article to have the best chance of ranking. Because yes, we want it to rank, and we want to make sure that we get all that information into rank, but also when people read it, we want to make sure that we're giving them actual quality information. All right, that's today's update. Got any questions or comments? Let me know. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you. A quick update for day 25, blogging with AI, ChatGPT, Koala, even taking a look at Rank IQ, getting some keywords inside of Koala Writer. I've written 4 blog posts so far. Of course, we started with asteroid fun facts. If you check out the details, here you can see the tone of voice is excited. I added those extra keywords right there. And those all came from inside of Rank IQ. Of course, inside of Rank IQ, I am hitting fun facts for asteroids, asteroid fun facts, how to get an asteroid named after you, fun facts about the asteroid belt, and how big would an asteroid have to be to destroy Earth. So going back to Koala, I wanted to also show you, this was the first one, the asteroid fun facts. And if you remember, it didn't have a conclusion. And in the last update, I talked about using those keywords from Rank IQ, or those topics that Rank IQ suggests to get into your blog, because Google is looking for them. So get those in your blog post. It's very beneficial to the algorithm, right? So what I did is, on the next set of articles, if you go into details, I added this extra section prompt, which is a section when you actually start an article. And I just said, please go deep into the subject as if you were teaching a 12th grade high school class, but keep it at a 5th grade reading level, interested in analogies and examples as they make sense for each section. That may look familiar because it's what I use in ChatGPT here for my response manager. Of course, blog post section, 12th grade with analogies. If I edit this, this is the prompt that I use in ChatGPT when I'm writing each section. You can see it here. I say, now write in the name of the section, please go deep into the subject. So I'm incorporating my prompts from ChatGPT Plus into Koala. And I really like that about Koala. They're adding these extra little things that you can add. Of course, you all already had the point of view and the real-time data, which I really like. That is a great option, especially for creating the Amazon roundups when you're doing product reviews. But even in an article, pulling that real-time data, but also I'll show you an issue where the real-time data was pulled, but I didn't cite the reference. And now I need to go back and either figure out if maybe Koala Chat and or ChatGPT can give me the reference, or just Google it. I'll show you that here in a second. Of course, the tone of profile excited, I think I'm getting better results with that. I like the way it reads better. But this extra prompt here, this extra section prompt, when I added that prompt from ChatGPT, the paragraphs got a little better, a little more interesting, a little more detailed, as well as the sections started including the conclusion. So I'm not sure if it was that prompt that got the conclusion in there, or just the article itself, the topic, the keyword, maybe more robust, but Koala Writer has been doing better as far as what I can tell. Now, this one right here, how big would an asteroid need to be to destroy Earth? This was really good. And again, I used that same prompt inside of the details, but the conclusion was written. And what I had said in the last update was, lots of times when the conclusion isn't included, what I do is I go into Rank IQ when I run that report. And here we're talking about how big would an asteroid have to be to destroy Earth. If you go into the report, here are all those topics. And then, of course, if you go into the content optimizer, you can see right now it has an A++ grade. But I want to highlight the fact that if you scroll down, asteroids in our solar system and their threats, if you look in Koala, you won't find that, because I actually had ChatGPT add that. So I copied this by clicking this blue copy button. I took that over to ChatGPT Plus using GPT-4, and then I said, I prompted, I gave the input to ChatGPT Plus, please add a section to the blog post, how big would an asteroid need to be to destroy Earth, and use all of these keywords. Again, these keywords were the unused keywords. Again, I'm toggling this here under the keywords. These are all the keywords they say that you need to hit, or all the topics. And if you look at all the unused keywords, I copied those and I pasted those into ChatGPT with this prompt along with the blog post. And it came out with this: asteroids in our solar system and their threats. Then I went back to Rank IQ and I pasted that in and got an A++. So if you were to take that out, and I annotated this in the spreadsheet, and I'll show you that in a second. This is the piece that it wrote. This is the new section. So if I take that new section out, you can see that grade went to a B+, and the unused words went up, right? And those are all the words that I pasted in. So you can see how that changes the grade from what Koala wrote inside of Rank IQ. Again, that grade's based on a number of keywords and hitting all the topics that Google wants based on the information that Rank IQ has given us to rank fast and compete inside of this topic utilizing this keyword. How big would an asteroid need to be to destroy Earth? So that's how I was using Rank IQ to go along with ChatGPT Plus and Koala. And then, of course, putting that all into Grooveblog. And then once it's all in Grooveblog, hitting publish, and then taking us up to, and you can see here, I annotated it. It was an A-. I think when I did that big space, or I took something else out, I got a B+. A-, B+. I recorded it at the time it was A-, and then I added Chat Plus, and then I went to an A++ score. But you can see, since I got my Koala credits back, 4 blog posts, not 3, 4 blog posts. And if you go back to Grooveblog and we go ahead and exit, I didn't save anything there. You can see here we got 1, 2, 3, 4 under space fun facts. Currently right now, all of the fun fact keywords that we found that used the word asteroid. Again, sort of a little mini topical authority attempt at just getting those posts, all of the posts for all the keywords about asteroids. And then we'll just cover all of the fun facts that we have under the space category inside of Rank IQ. If you got any questions, ask them in the comments. Any thoughts, let me know about those as well. Look forward to reading those. Thanks for watching, and I'll talk to you in the next one. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you, update 26. I want to go back and update 25, and I want to give you the information that I failed to give you. Inside of this blog post, I had turned off the cite external resources that Koala does when they use external resources, and I'd mentioned that in update 25, and I said I was going to show you what I was talking about. If you scroll down to the bottom, conclusion, there is this paragraph. A new group called Naming Rights announced that they will be auctioning off the naming rights to a near-Earth asteroid. Now, I edited this to say a new group called Naming Rights. If you go back to Koala, and just to show you inside of Koala, when you use the real-time search results, it by default has site resources, and I had toggled that off just to see what would happen because I was getting a lot of external links that I was going to have to clean up. But I think it's better if I leave the site sources on there and just take that extra step and clean them up. Because if you go to how to get an asteroid named after yourself and you scroll back down to that conclusion, the paragraph actually said last month a new group called Naming Rights announced that they will be auctioning off the naming rights. Well, there's no reference point for me and last month or the reader and last month. So you can see I just changed it, a new group called Naming Rights. But I want to actually step back and I want to go back and I want to find that reference. So how would I do that? Well, I think the best way for me to do that would be to go to ChatGPT that is connected to the internet, and Bing or Bing Chat is powered by ChatGPT AI technology, which is developed by OpenAI. Of course, we're using ChatGPT Plus, or you could be using the ChatGPT free version, but it doesn't have access to the internet. It only has the information that's been fed to it up to like 2021. Koala has added that extra feature, kind of like what Bing is doing, and going out and looking at references on the internet. So I simply pasted that paragraph or that sentence from the paragraph. Last month, a new group called Naming Rights announced they will be auctioning off the naming rights to a near-Earth asteroid. Then you can see that Bing came back and said, yes, I heard about that too. A new group called Naming Rights announced they will be auctioning off the naming rights to a near-Earth asteroid. And then it said learn more, and it linked to the actual resources. Here you can see an article at theatlantic.org, iu.org, buying star names and themes naming. I'm not sure. Maybe we'll look at that one, as well as the one at The Atlantic. But the one at The Atlantic is an article that we're actually trying to compete against with the content we create, because how to get an asteroid named after you is the keyword we're going for. So we'll parse through this article and we'll see where that information is. And then we will actually use that information and we will cite this article or one of the other ones if it makes sense. But I just wanted to take a few minutes to clear that up and make sure that you had all the information that I had said. I was going to give you an update 25, but we are doing a lot of stuff. And that stuff that we're doing has successfully got us 38 pages indexed. Now, if you remember, if you go back to one of the updates, and I'll leave the link in the description with the exact update where I reference this so we can go back and look at it. But you can see that these are crawled, not currently indexed. And check out that video. I'll leave it up here in the cards as well. The video where I talked about this error specifically. And you'll see here that this post is actually indexed, but it says that it was last crawled April 20th, which is incorrect. I covered that in that video in the cards. But one of the videos here, or one of the links that I updated with additional information that I got from creating additional information to update the post in ChatGPT after it didn't get indexed, after it was crawled, has now been indexed. And you can see all that in the other update. So watch that update and then come back to this video, and then you'll see here the difference between these three affected pages that haven't been updated or haven't been crawled. So what we'll do is we'll update those and see, or this one specifically, the Big Bang Theory evidence. We'll take a look at this one because you can just simply click on this. And here you can see the information, but if you click on this, it'll take you to the blog post. And in that other video, of course, you probably watched that and came back by now, but in that other video, basically the idea is the quality of the content needs to be high quality, or they're looking for quality content, and that's usually the issue. Because at the end of the day, Google is reading through this and they're saying, what does this bring to the table? And why should I index for this keyword? So I don't really see anything here that would cause a problem just at a glance with this one. I thought this actually was a pretty good article. So we'll take a look at that. And again, I'll probably even go back and watch that update video to make sure that I remembered what I said about this, because the idea here is you're looking at these going, okay, they were crawled but currently not indexed. And if you click on learn more, it's very sparse on what it says. It just simply says the page was crawled by Google but not indexed. It may or not be indexed in the future. No need to resubmit this for URL crawling. But in that other video, you'll see that I actually hit this button right here. Or if I cancel out of this one, I think if I go back to page indexing and I go back to crawled, currently not indexed, you can see that validation failed. And of course, to learn more here, if you click see details, it shows here failed. And if you hover over that question mark, Google checked for the issue instance and it's still there. An instance can reach the state only if you explicitly clicked validate. And then you have the new validation up here that you can click. So they did recrawl it on May 8th. You can see there. So we'll try to figure out what the issue is because they don't specifically tell you the issue. Which at this point takes me to just recentering and thinking here on day 26 as we go through this update. There is a lot to do. And as you can see, I had to make this update to update you on the update as well as update you on the issue of looking at the blog post and saying, okay, the AI wrote this and then Google didn't index it, but it indexed 38 other pages that was written by the AI. So that is not the issue. The issue is not that the AI wrote it. And I've been watching a lot of videos about SEOs, particularly SEOs that are claiming that AI content is not the way to go. Simply saying that you can't interject yourself into the content. And I would say that yes, you can. And part of that and part of this challenge and even this site on the About Us page, I specifically said that it's me using the AI to go find this information, to pull this information and put it on the blog, but also me putting in my editing hat on. And because I have a interest in the content, I'm going through, I'm reading the content and I'm doing what I've done in this video. I'm going back and I'm using AI, in this case, Bing, to go and pull more information. And I'm going to go out and I'm going to research that paragraph that said last month. And then I'm going to find that reference and then I'm going to link to that reference. So the people that read my article, they have all the information the AI wrote and the at-a-glance tables that I'm creating, as well as I'm going to link out and give them additional information based on the research that started with AI, but then I interjected as myself or as a human into the content creation process. I don't think it's an all or nothing as far as what the SEOs are saying about folks that just go out and just create content on something they don't have any interest in or don't know anything about. Then that content will rank or has a possibility to rank, but then it will just tail off in the future because they're not adding any insight to it. They're not adding any of their personal insight, personal research, and they're not adding anything other than just the facts. But again, this site was created, universeunriddled.com, simply to be about facts, facts about space, the universe, astronomy, cosmology. And that is what we're doing. But again, when there's something like this where it actually calls out a reference and it says something like last month, I need to put a reference. I need to wrap that in some type of reference so people understand what the AI actually had written about, because Koala is going out and pulling those references, but I turned off its capability to cite that reference for me. So again, I shot myself in the foot and now I'm going back and cleaning that up. And in the future, I'm just going to leave that site reference toggle and then I can just instantly at a glance have that, click the link, and it's going to tell me exactly, just like Bing did, where that reference came from. I can reference it. I can actually go and read it and add my own information to it or do a little more research and add even more detail to it. Or I can just link over to that Atlantic article so people have the context when they read the content that I'm creating with AI. That's the update for update 26. If you're having a good time, give me a thumbs up. Let me know in the comments what you think, what you're learning, what you want to know, and I'll talk to you in the next one. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you. Day 27 update. I want to jump right into something called AI hallucinations, or an example of an AI hallucination, where users complained that such bots often seemed, talking about AI like ChatGPT, sociopathically and pointlessly embed plausible sounding random falsehoods within their generated content. Another example of hallucination is, or in artificial intelligence, is when an AI or chatbot forgets that they are software and claim to be human. Now, in this article, Score Your Own Asteroid, How to Get an Asteroid Named After You, I had mentioned in update 26 that it had cited a reference, or what I thought, because I'd turned it off, where it said one of the new methods that have been used to name asteroids is by auctioning off the rights to name them last month. And this is where I thought that it pulled real-time data. But that may not be the case, because it said last month a new group called, quote, Naming Rights announced that they will be auctioning off the naming rights to a near-Earth asteroid. Now, in that update video, update 26, I went to Bing and I put that paragraph or that sentence in, and it said, yes, I heard about that too. I showed you this article and these other 3 references. I actually went and read all of these articles, and other than the rules behind naming rights, there is no mention of naming rights anywhere in this article. Of course, you can see here 1 of 1. It's the only one. In this article, there were no mentions of naming rights. This is the International Astronomical Union, and this is basically just the guide to naming objects or astronomical objects. So it's not in there. And then buying stars and buying names, again, frequently asked questions from the IAU about how to buy star names or name stars, including any other bodies, celestial bodies like asteroids. No mention of that either anywhere in that article. So I simply said I don't see any references to this information. It apologized for the confusion, and it came back and said the exact same thing and gave me this link to The Guardian, which was this huge planet killer asteroid discovery heading our way, which has nothing to do with naming asteroids. And so again, I came back and it apologized, and I said, can you find any reference to the 22 QL1 asteroid, which it mentioned here. And of course, that's where we got this, or I mentioned here, or it mentioned here based on the information that I fed it or that I found in Koala, but it answered with the same information. And I'm still not sure where that information came from, but I'm going to show you a little more information so you can see that I don't think this is a true hallucination, because it did come back and I asked it to do a search on an auction to sell the naming rights. And then it said, I found some information on how to name an asteroid, but I could not find any reference to an auction for naming rights to an asteroid. And remember, this is Microsoft Bing Chat. So this is Microsoft Bing actually searching the internet and then saying it can or can't find a reference, and then giving me information or links to learn more from things that it did search the internet for. Of course, that being Microsoft Bing, utilizing ChatGPT or OpenAI and the basic structure or interface, just like ChatGPT does, and then integrating that with Bing. So again, we go back to Koala and this idea of it talking about that one of the new methods have been to name, or a group called naming rights. And I got to think, well, I fed information into Koala, and part of the information, if I was to search naming rights, I thought maybe one of the fields that I fed into ChatGPT, and yes, it was naming rights. But if I close this and search the article, you can see that naming rights was already used. So it didn't need to actually use it again the way it did down here. So again, this came and looked to me like it was a hallucination where it was trying to conclude and wrap up and decided that it found a new method, or it was going to show us or tell us about a new method in the conclusion. But it's the only mention of this new method anywhere I can find. So then I just went straight to Google, and here is where the interesting part in doing research and relying 100% on the AI, and like I talked about in the last update, where SEOs are like, this is where you can get in trouble a lot of time if you just let the AI feed the information and you just copy and paste it. Eventually, you'll get found out the fact that there was something like this hallucination, or it just factually got it wrong. So back to Google, auction to sell the naming rights to an asteroid, because remember, Microsoft Bing said it couldn't find anything. But Google did find one result that specifically talked about naming rights to the stadium and revenue from sporting events may add additional value to the asteroid. The asteroid is included in the 2008 Guinness Book of. And then I went to this link. It is for a Planet Forum or Planet Calypso Forum. and they are announcing the sale of an asteroid. And they talk about how much it's worth and talk about the naming rights and all the things that they own and all the things you're going to get if you win the auction to buy the naming rights of this asteroid. Again, since announcing the potential sale of the asteroid. But I went to this link, which was in there, Entropia Planets, and this is no longer available. So then I went back to Planet Calypso Forum, and I was like, what is this? So Planet Calypso Forum is the official forum for Planet Calypso. Planet Calypso is the first and largest planet in Entropia universe that offers a unique sci-fi themed virtual world. MMO with a real money economy. Now, so what we have here is a case where there is data that very possibly could have been fed to ChatGPT. And again, Koala pulls that information from ChatGPT and OpenAI about this sale of an asteroid, but it's not a real universe. It's a game. It's a fictional universe where this has been made up, but there is an auction for an asteroid that is occurring inside of this fictional universe. So it took me back again to Koala, where I was looking for that word naming rights as well as auction, because I thought maybe they were trying to, or Koala was trying to, based upon the keywords that I fed it. And if you go back up to details, remember I add these extra entity prompts. I added naming rights. So if we do a search, if you look for naming rights, you'll see that's one of the words that I fed into it from Rank IQ that I said I want you to talk about. But auction, make sure I spelled auction right, AUCTION, is not one of the words that I fed it from Rank IQ. It is, and I got to close this to search the article, it is just something that it came up with based upon this paragraph that it wrote, inventing this new method to name asteroids. So again, Rank IQ, remember, Rank IQ, inside the content analysis, I'm getting these topics or keywords that Google likes to see in post. And one of those was naming rights, but Koala had already covered naming rights here in this subsection, so it was good to go. But then at that point, it becomes the idea, was it a hallucination? I don't think it was a hallucination. I think it has this data in its database, and I could probably play around with this inside of ChatGPT and look some more, but I'm not sure it's really worth the time or effort. But as you can see from going to Bing, Bing couldn't find anything, but Google actually found an article going back to that game that showed an actual auction of an asteroid, but just in a made-up universe. And the point of this is to show you that when I'm using the AI satisfied the input. When I gave Koala the keyword and the additional keywords that I wanted to write about, specifically naming rights, it wrote a subsection of naming rights, but then in the conclusion at some point, it decided, either through the data that it had been fed, even though it's a virtual universe, maybe it didn't separate the fact that the virtual universe versus what's going on in the real world is different or that it mattered. All it knew was it found a new method to claim naming rights to an asteroid via this auction that was actually happening. It just wasn't happening in the real world. Pretty crazy. Or I think it's pretty crazy and very, very interesting. If you think it was interesting, give this video a thumbs up. Also, let me know what you think about the case study as we learn all these types of things, as well as we get back to blogging, creating the content and seeing if it can rank, and also what the next steps will be as we keep creating this content and learning more about the AI and all the things it can do, and apparently all the things that it knows, whether they're real or not. I'll talk to you in the next one. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you, day 28, blogging with AI. You can see inside of Google Search Console, we currently have 38 indexed, 40 not indexed, and we'll be keeping an eye on that. You can see this was last updated May 8th, 2023. Today is May 12th. So we'll keep an eye on that to see if and when that actually updates. And then we'll continue on making content. But in today's video update, I want to take a look at this keyword, These are the fun facts that I've been working on, the space fun facts. And you can see I'm up to barred spiral galaxies. And I hit the B's. I did asteroids, and then I was moving to the B's. They're barred, Big Bang, black hole, and butterfly, but I'm just going to go with B, and from now on moving forward, unless I find a cluster like I did for asteroid, I'm just going to go to B, C, D until I get to around 20 or so posts, and then go back to some of the other Rank IQ posts or Rank IQ keywords and or the ChatGPT topical authority keywords. But what I want to talk about today was doing a search for barred spiral galaxy facts and taking a look at some of the results. Well, the results, when you look at them, are simply or are heavily based on the fact that people want to find out the information. And you can see here, what is the barred spiral galaxy? And you can see it has the excerpt here, then it has an image. Down here, Universe Today, and I picked these two because this is probably more the type of site that I'm going to compete with. But you can see smushed in between them is ESO.org and NASA.gov, right? But these two are ranking, and I want to show you these two. The first one here is planetfacts.org, and you can see that they have some text here, then they have an image, and then they have a video. You can see the complaint down here from 2012. Your information is not detailed enough, and if I were to grade your writing, it would be a 2+. You need to extend, answer, and add more detail. Well, I think our writing is on point, and of course we do way more than that, so we will outrank this post, but it has a nice picture, and it has a video to watch. Okay, so we go back and we look at the next one from Universe Today, barred spiral galaxy, and then we look at this one. Again, aside from the ads all over the place, there are no images. So even though these rank and I think we can beat them, I think if we were to go back and just look at the result for barred spiral galaxy facts, people are going to be interested in reading our post, but they want to see these pictures as well. Just from even Wikipedia has all of these images, and the fact that it's listing all these images, and as you scroll down, you can see here, right, galaxy pictures, facts, and all you need to know, types of galaxies, and then images for barred spiral galaxy facts. So what I want to do is use the images from NASA that I am allowed to use and other images that I find, real images. I don't want to use something inside of AI to create the images. So, for example, Dolly from OpenAI or Midjourney that create images, that take photographs or paintings or whatever and then render a unique image. I want these to be real images based on facts, and the best place to get those is NASA. So take that idea and let's back up and think about sometimes, or we're at the point where we think AI is going to do everything quicker, faster, better for us versus just going to the source. NASA has an image repository. So I'm going to go to Bing. It uses ChatGPT, as we talked about in the last video, but I just want to talk about, or I want to ask it a simple question. And we'll start, where can I get images that I can use in my blog for asteroids? I want to see if ChatGPT is going to find NASA or if it's going to reference, because you can see here it's searching for free images asteroids blog. It's coming back with Pixabay. So you can find images of asteroids on such sites as Pixabay. They offer high resolution picture downloads for your next project. You can also check out NASA's Solar System Exploration website. See, this is what I want to see right here. But I want to take this to the next level, and I'm really just thinking out loud with you in this video because I did not do this. But I want to see if ChatGPT using Microsoft Bing, so the ChatGPT enabled Microsoft Bing search, if it's going to allow me to get better results using it as a search engine and letting AI understand that I only want to reference this site, or not even telling that I want to reference the NASA site, but having it go and find images for me that are free images that I can freely use. So at that point, I think I would just take this keyword, copy that, go back here and say, okay, and I'll just say, okay, using that information, find me 4 pictures for my blog post with the main keyword, barred spiral galaxy facts. And then I'm just going to see what it comes back with. The point here is just simply to do an exercise to see if using chat-enabled Microsoft Bing is better than using Google or going to Pixabay or just going to the NASA site and searching their image repository myself. Because I think many times people get caught up in this idea that chat is going to, or ChatGPT or AI specifically, is going to make your life easier. And in this case, I think that it might. Check this out. I found some great images of Barred Spiral Galaxy on NASA's website. They have a stunning image of NGC 613, which is a lovely example of a barred spiral galaxy. This is also content that I can take and use in my blog post for this keyword. They also have an image of NGC 1300, right? Largest Hubble images. Also, they have this other thing. You can also check out Odyssey's magazine website for more information on barred spiral galaxies and some interesting facts. Now, that's not going to give me the pictures I want, but it's a reference point for more detail as I do research. Because again, remember, part of this, even though we're letting AI do the heavy lifting and do the majority of the writing, when I put my editor hat on, I can use, for example, this Odyssey magazine. I can use the stuff that they're doing, and if it's on point with what I'm trying to do, I can take that information and then I can use it. Not copy and paste it, not plagiarize it, but use it as a reference point and give them, obviously, fair credit based upon the research that I'm doing. And in this case, you can see here, if I click on this, see all images, not sure what this is going to do. It's going to open up Bing, and it's actually going to give me the images. Again, I want to make sure that I only use images. For example, I don't want to use this from Odyssey Magazine. I don't want to use this for Pinterest. I don't want to use this one from Blogspot. I want to go back, and in this case, this is what I was saying. In this case, I'm back to searching images just like I would do normally with Google, but not knowing if any of these images have the actual license that I need to be able to freely use them. So again, it takes me back to the same point I was. I might as well just go back up here and just click here. And in this case, check out the galleries. Here you can see this was, I had searched for asteroids. And of course you could come up here and you can look under more, and you can see here under raw images. I can actually filter images based on things that I'm doing. For example, in this case, Cassini raw images, the Cassini spacecraft raw images taken from 2004. And you can see these are actual live images. These probably aren't really good. I mean, as far as using them for featured images, but they might be the perfect image that I need to describe what it is the AI is writing for me. And as I read it and as I edit it, look at these images and go, okay. Now, did the AI do that for me? Is the AI going to do that for me? It might, as I dive deeper into this concept, into this idea. This is just today's update, and it was literally me having a thought, because I am quickly creating content, decent content, good enough for me, and you have seen it is being indexed and it is ranking, and we are getting clicks here and there as we build momentum. Again, day 28, headed into day 29, 30, and beyond. We'll keep doing things like this together, and if you have any questions, let me know in the comments. If this video was helpful for you enjoying this series, give it a thumbs up, and I'll talk to you in the next one. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you. Today is day 29. Today's update, AI blogging, is inside of Koala. Koala Writer specifically has released this bulk mode option. You can see here what it is. Use this mode to generate any number of articles at once. You've seen how I've done this in the past, where I had to put in the target keyword, enter all the information, and then create, and then leave that tab open and make sure not to exit that tab, because it would stop writing. With bulk mode, what you do is you simply paste in the target keyword, and we're going to do this in this video so you can see how it works. And you do that one target keyword per line. I'm going to show you one of the limitations that I've hit based upon the way that I've been doing this. But inside of the article queue, you can see I've actually done this with two keywords: black hole facts for kids, Big Bang Theory universe facts. And those articles have finished, and of course they were running in the background. And I have those right here, so I'm ready to upload those to Grooveblog. And one of the things about this is the way that I work, and you can see here that I've labeled this post written by Koala Bulk, because I am getting the keywords from Rank IQ. These are the fun fact posts, but I'm not running a Rank IQ report on these. And I'm going to show you why I'm not wasting my Rank IQ credits or the number of reports that I get inside of Rank IQ due to the limitation currently that I have inside of Koala Bulk. So I'm going to take these three keywords right here that I just grabbed from Rank IQ: butterfly nebula facts, comic facts for kids, and common interesting facts. Of course, here are the facts inside of Rank IQ space. Here are the number of reports that I have left, and this is per month. So basically it's the same thing like your credits with Koala Writer. I only have 15 or 16 of these a month, so I'm down to 10. But if I'm not going to run the reports of these facts, and I'm down here in C, or actually I moved down, into C. I forgot where I was at. B, C, so Comet Fact for Kids, Comet Interesting Facts, and Butterfly Nebula Facts. And I didn't run a Rank IQ report on those, so I won't be using the content optimizer or looking at the title. I'll just be taking what I get from inside of Koala Writer. And now we're going to jump into the bulk mode. We're going to stick with 3.5. Here you can see I'm doing a blog post. Of course, you could do the Amazon Roundup post as well. We're going to get back into doing some of those sooner than later. And you can see here, what is the target keyword or article topic that you want to rank for? This is bulk mode. You can put separate keywords on new lines and we will create articles for each one. Now, SEO optimization, and this is where I usually use the Rank IQ to add these related keywords, entities, and topics. But inside of bulk mode, it didn't say or didn't give me an option to separate them. So if I had interesting related keywords and topics, and maybe if all three of these, for example, if I just did Comet Facts for Kids and Comet Interesting Facts, I might be able to, but I think it would dilute the point and it would just create really two blog posts that are really super similar using the relative or related topics and keywords from Rank IQ that I get. And especially with me doing butterfly nebula effects. So what I'm going to do is just use the AI powered option here for the SEO optimization, which here they state what they will do. We will analyze top ranking pages and extract up to 100 topically relevant keywords and entities to use in this article. This results in a much more comprehensive article that has a better chance of ranking. Of course, that option is still in beta, so they brought out bulk mode and then they have SEO optimization mode. So they're currently improving this and making it good. I've been using the excited tone of voice, and here you can use the real-time search results. What you don't see obviously here is the ability or the chance to see the outline. They do have advanced options here where you can add more information. So we will go ahead and add our information into the extra prompt, the blog post section, 12th grade with analogies. I like the way this comes out because I like when I instruct it, Koala in this case, telling Koala to let ChatGPT know to go deep at a 12th grade level, but keep it at a 5th grade reading level, as well as make it interesting with analogies and real world examples. And then at that point, again, you have your 3 keywords, 1 per line. And then inside of bulk mode, you're just going to hit bulk create. This is going to queue the articles. And then here you can see you have an article in process, and then you have 3 articles in the queue. Of course, I have Comet Interesting Facts and Comet Facts for Kids and Butterfly Nebula Facts, and that's highlighting everything. So you can see the ones where it's creating the outline and then adding to the queue. So that is processing in the background, meaning I can move around in Koala freely as I want. And then Big Bang Theory Universe Facts and Black Hole Facts for Kids are finished, and you click View. And then of course you can see here, it takes you back into what we're used to when we have the article that we can then copy, take over to Grooveblog and then edit. And then here are your details. You can see the language, article type, point of view, the target keyword, site sources, SEO optimization level was set to automatic. I was wanting to see if it mentioned bulk mode in here, but it doesn't, so we can't keep track of it there. But we know we did that in bulk mode. And at this point, bulk mode doesn't really mean much to me, especially because I'm not using the WordPress integration with Koala. So I literally have to copy and paste this over into Grooveblog. I don't have any integration. Of course, this integrates with like Zapier and things like of that nature. So there might be some process where you'd want to zap it over to a Google Sheet or something. I'm not really sure what you'd want to do at that point. For me, I haven't built in that level of automation because I'm still playing, or I still put myself in the middle of the AI producing the content and me producing a finished product over on Grooveblog. And that goes back to as well, actually going at some point, probably at the 50 blog post mark, and really looking at what we have as far as blog posts that are ranking and then maybe enhancing those And just even if they're not ranking, just thinking if someone lands on the site, I want them to get the best experience possible, and taking those images that we can find over at NASA that we have the rights to use, that they're letting us use, we can take those over and add the images in and tell a better story in our blog post. Because at the end of the day, we're trying to rank and bank these blog posts, but also when someone lands there, if they do find the result, I want them to have a good experience, and a good experience in this niche, in my opinion, is going to have to include photos so they can see exactly what the AI wrote. With the pictures, being able to read what the AI wrote and see the images that NASA will provide and marry those up, I think provides the best value and gives the reader the experience they're looking for when they're searching for things around space, astronomy, cosmology, and fun facts, all served up by Google on Grooveblog, written by AI, with me taking a little bit of time to figure out the best way to find the best images to really round out the article. Day 30 coming up tomorrow. See you in that one, and I'll talk to you later. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you back on day 30 of AI blogging. We're back inside of Koala Writer. We wrote this article. Comment interesting facts was the key word. Of course, this was done inside of bulk mode. But what I'm going to be doing is right now just copying this and taking this over to Grooveblog and just putting this in by pasting it and going back and copying the title. Go ahead and put that title in. Yeah, I didn't think so. As always happens, I can't copy and paste that directly into the title. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and do not save. Then we'll say new post, and we will do this. Open up a blank Google Doc and paste in without formatting. And then that gives us the ability now to copy, go back to Grooveblog and paste that into the title. It'll be a little funky there for a little bit, but we'll go back now and we'll copy the entire blog post. Go back to Grooveblog. Go ahead and enter that. I do want the keyword. What was the keyword? Comment interesting facts. I want comment interesting facts to actually be in H1. Comments interesting facts. I want that to actually be in H1. So I'll set that as the H1. Come over here and I'm going to make that the slug by doing this real quick. And again, as you're doing this, find your own workflow, but this sort of seems to work for me. Plus it gives me a chance to read this. Comets are one of the most fascinating objects in the solar system. They are often referred to as dirty snowballs because they are made up of ice, dust, and rock. Did not know that. Don't even know if that's true. Might have to do a little research to make sure that people actually say that, and make sure that ChatGPT didn't make that up. Comets are like dirty snowballs. There you go. They have orbited the sun since our solar system formed billions of years ago. So I guess people do say that about comets. We'll go ahead and save that draft. Now, if you do this, if you go ahead and exit and save that, and then we'll come back in. I do this just to bring it back and have my eyes correctly to make sure that it's updating the way that I want it to with the H1s, the H3s. And I'm looking at this going, okay, I can format this. Of course, we've been talking about images. I think this is a great place for images that we can grab from NASA. Of course, we'll get to that. We're going to move through that somewhere around the 50 blog post. We'll sort of take a break, pump the brakes in this 100 days of updates, and sort of come up with a better idea and plan for those images. But one thing that we can do, and one thing that I've done at this point, is I've copied this again. I've taken this over to ChatGPT, and I've asked ChatGPT, is there any data from this content that you can use to make tables or charts to enhance the information to the reader? Of course, you've seen along here in this case study where I've used tables. Either Koala creates a table for me, or I go back and I ask for tables when I'm doing the blog post myself inside of ChatGPT, when it can summarize or give me at-a-glance summaries. But this is the case of I'm taking the entire article that Koala wrote, and I'm pasting it in and saying, is there any data from this content that you can use to make tables or charts to enhance the information to the reader? You can see there I pasted it in, and ChatGPT's response is, based on the provided content, we can extract some data to create tables or charts. Here are a few examples. And these are cool charts or cool tables that we can take, get the CSS and HTML code, and add them into our blog post where they make sense. Then I went a little further and I thought, let's just keep this chat going, because this is a thing, right? When I'm having a chat with my chat buddy, I literally just talk to it like I would talk to a person. Can you give me more detail? Are there more things that you can think of? Please elaborate on this additional data. Please elaborate on this additional data could be extracted, because it answered after it gave me the tables. It actually gave me a hint and said additional data could be extracted by conducting further research or consulting more comprehensive sources. Well, you are my research buddy. You are my comprehensive source. So please elaborate on this additional data that could be extracted by conducting further research or consulting more comprehensive sources. Certainly. Then it started giving me these reasons why additional data may be necessary, or it gave me reasons why I may need to look in additional data places or places where I can find additional data other than ChatGPT. But the point here is it's saying certainly. While the provided content contains some information about comments, conducting further research or referring to more comprehensive sources can provide additional data insights. Well, it gave me some of this, right? And it hints here about using tables, charts, or visualizations to enhance the information provided and deepen the reader's understanding of the comments. That's the key, right? And that's what we're doing. But it gave me this hint, historical data. It's saying, go out and find historical data. The content mentions famous comments like Haley's comments, Hale Bop, and Shoemaker Levy 9. Additional research could uncover more details. Well, then I said, well, do number 2 for me. Do more research. Then it comes back and it actually gives me this information about these comments, the discovery year, the notable appearances, and the significant events. Okay. It also notes that there are other historical records out there that I could probably tap into. But for now, I said, now do number 4 for me. Of course, number 4 being, give me the space missions and the data about them. And again, it comes back with the different missions, the purpose of the mission, the sample return, and the findings. These are all key components and facts that now I can put into tables. And what I'm going to do is simply come up here to my response manager where I have my handy dandy code saved here in the response manager. So I'm going to copy that and I'm going to paste that in here. And it says, please give me the CSS and HTML in a single code box with alternating colors for rows. And oh, that's the wrong one. I want to actually have it create a table. Where do I have that? I don't have that here. I thought I had this here. YouTube, blog post, hypnotic readings. Okay. So what I need to do is here, I just need to go, please generate the table for information in number 2. Certainly, here is that information. Remember, comment name, discovery year, notable appearance, orbital period. Here, that is blank. And you can see here, please note that orbital period for this one marked as hyphen since it was a captured comet by Jupiter's gravity and did not follow a regular orbit around the sun. Some more great information we did not know. Another interesting fact that might be added later on. Again, now we go back up here and we grab the table CSS and we pop that in here and we say, give me this information here for the table you just created, for the table you just created. And then it's going to give me the table, the HTML, and the CSS code. And then I would just copy that code. I would take that back to Grooveblog. Of course, I would find the right spot to put this. For now, I'm just going to, as a demonstration, go ahead and put this in here. You've probably seen this before, but it'll be interesting to see and to make sure that if you just landed on this video, that you understand this is the type of thing I'm doing. Even though I'm using Koala, I'm still enhancing the blog post by creating these data points and then putting them in tables for at a glance or summary information. And I think you will agree that it really helps out the blog post, makes it pop, spruces it up, however you want to say it. And this is day 30. This is what we're doing. We're looking at all the things we can do to create content, let the AI create the content, putting us in the middle, put our editor hat on, read it, think about how we can enhance it and then make it a little better, and then going back to the AI, chat with it to get more data points, chat with it to get more information, chat with it to create tables, and then let it create the tables in HTML code and put it all in Grooveblog, get it indexed, get it ranked, and then get the people the information they're searching for, which at the end of the day is the entire point of this case study, is to put content out on the internet so people can find it. And then when people find it, then we have an option specifically here on 30-Minute Marketing as an affiliate marketer to figure out, once we get them to our content, what affiliate offers can we then promote to them, or build an email list, or add them to a Facebook group, whatever, to take that group of people and then help solve their problem. In this case, wanting to know more about comets, the basics of astronomy, the basics of cosmology, and just fun facts about the universe or the universe unriddled. If you got any questions or comments, let me know in the comments section. Thumbs up if you're enjoying this, and I will talk to you in the next update. Bye. So why exactly are we creating a blog using AI? This is day 31, and I want to take a few minutes to think about and walk through exactly why we're doing this with AI. But the point of this exercise is it doesn't matter if you're using the AI to create the content, if you're writing the content yourself, or if you're outsourcing the content and getting it written by someone, and then you take it and you create a blog. The point of the blog is to generate traffic. You can see in Google Search Console currently, again, this is day 31, we have 47 posts or 47 pages indexed. If you were to pop into our spreadsheet and look, we have astronomy basic blog posts and we have 25 of them. Now understand there's different types of transactional, or there's different types of searcher intent when you look at keywords. Now we got that information from this when we were doing the exercise of coming up or letting ChatGPT, the AI, come up with 30 relevant but unique topics under the category of astronomy basics when we were focused on topical authority. When we went for additional keywords, it actually gave us information based upon the searcher intent or the search intent, meaning people are just looking for information. Or if you come down here, a telescope buying guide, that's a transactional search intent, meaning people are looking to purchase. If they're looking for a buying guide, they're looking to make a purchase. Bingo, as an affiliate marketer, that type of content is the content where you're probably going to have your hottest or warmest customer, meaning people, the intent of their search is transactional. They're looking to make a buying decision based upon that keyword. Now we get all these other posts, these 47 posts indexed, and we go back to the spreadsheet and we create astronomy basic posts. We create informational search posts because that's what the majority of people are looking for. They're just looking for information. And then later on, in most cases, they work their way into becoming a buyer because they just have a general interest. So we create astronomy basic post. We create cosmology post. We create space fun fact post. Understanding and knowing that each one of these post keywords has different type of intent. So we think about that when we create that content by creating buyer guides and all that, and also using Koala, as you've seen here, to make those informational, or for example here, the best binoculars for astronomy, the top pick for stargazing in 2023. Remember, this was written by Koala, and it actually lists the products, and I'm able to link out to Amazon. Look down in the left-hand corner. So that is why we're creating the content. Now, I went to ChatGPT and I actually asked ChatGPT this question. This is the beauty of having ChatGPT, not just to create the content, but when you have a question, ask ChatGPT and let the AI assist you in finding an answer. Even as you were at day 31 creating your blog using the AI, you start thinking, Well, how can I really make money with the blog as an affiliate marketer? So I simply ask, how can I make money with a blog as an affiliate marketer? Please give me step-by-step instructions and explain how each step works. Choosing a blog niche, setting up your blog. Step 3, create high quality content. Step 4, build an audience. Step 5, join affiliate programs. Step 6, promote affiliate programs. Let's go back up to step 5, join affiliate programs. Once you have a substantial amount of traffic, you can start joining affiliate programs. These programs allow you to earn commission by promoting other companies' products or services. Once you have a substantial amount of traffic, you can or you should start joining affiliate programs. Step 6, promote affiliate programs, monitor your performance. And then it goes in here to actually a step-by-step, choosing your niche, setting up your blog, which we've done all that, letting the AI help us. That is what this is about. Understanding and knowing, just like this question and getting the answer here on day 31, we started way back at day 1, just doing what this is telling us, choosing a niche, setting up your blog, then making a plan to create high content or create high quality content, letting the AI write it. But it also reminds us, remember, successful affiliate marketing takes time and patience. It may take a while before you start seeing significant earnings. However, with consistent effort and a focus on quality, that means content, your blog can become a profitable venture. Now, here's what I teach people in my top strategy. Traffic is the content we're creating over to an offer. Remember, that was step 5 and step 6, according to ChatGPT. These are the offers, in this case, the Amazon offers for binoculars, telescopes. When people are looking for that transactional search, or they have that transactional search intent, meaning they're looking to buy, they're looking for the best thing to buy, or they're looking for a guide to assist them in making a purchase decision. And then the people inside the top strategy are when we actually move into adding those people to a list, an email list, a Facebook group, anywhere we can take them. Even on our blog, we can create a membership site, and we take those people and we have the ability to give them more information to assist them to help solve their problem. In this case, the problem is they're looking for information about astronomy or space facts. And then we take them over and say, well, if you really want to know more and you really want to get involved in this, here's further reading books. Here's a training course to teach you how to do a certain thing, like use a telescope. And by the way, here's the best telescope. So why are we doing this? We are letting the AI assist us in all elements, in every element of creating a blog, specifically creating the content. And again, it doesn't matter if we were to write the content ourselves or if we were to outsource to a writer. The point is we are creating the content because the content is the traffic that brings people over and gives us the potential as an affiliate marketer to make a commission by them buying through our link when they click on it because our content has helped them. Again, whether the content was written by us, an outsourcer, or the AI. And then after we help those people, then inside of my top strategy, we think about adding those people to a list or a group to continue to help them, if that makes sense, in the content or based upon the niche that we've chosen and how deep or how involved we want to get in that niche as an affiliate marketer. So there you go, day 31. That's a quick update. You saw how many posts that the AI has written and Google has indexed them, and we've utilized Grooveblog to get that done. So we're making progress, and I will see you in the next update. Talk to you then. Bye. Hey, Gary here with AI blogging day 32. Having a little bit of fun today by going off script and creating a keyword that I just thought of as I was watching some training that is using blogging to set up a $100 a day online business. Here we are inside of the Google Search Console. We have 974 impressions so far, which is pretty good if you go back and you look. Sunday, April 16th till today, May 15th. Today is actually May 16th. But Google Search Console is only going up to May 15th. You can see the impressions are starting to come. The clicks will happen, I do believe, as we keep creating the content. But the idea here is you have to be patient. So back inside of Grooveblog, you can see the blog has come together quite well. And here are the 2 blog posts that I just wrote yesterday. A to Z of cosmology terms, a glossary. A to Z of astronomy terms, a glossary. And if you go to ChatGPT, I will show you how I came up with those. Here is the prompt I used. Acting as an astronomer or an amateur astronomer with 20 years experience, give me the list of things you'd now put in your A to Z of astronomy terms glossary based on what you'd wish you had access to when you first started. The idea, the concept here is I'm trying to tap into the thought process of someone that's been doing astronomy for 20 years and looks back and says, man, if I'd have known these terms when I first got started, I would have been so much further ahead. ChatGPT comes back and says, sure, here's an A to Z list of astronomy terms I'd recommend to any aspiring or amateur astronomer. And you can see the first one here, aperture for A, the diameter of the lens or mirror in a telescope determining how much light the telescope can gather. That's pretty dry. And you can see the rest of the terms here. And I was thinking to myself, that is really pretty dry. Let's turn it into a blog post by telling ChatGPT first, perfect, thanks. Now acting as an SEO expert, write a blog post using all these terms in a post titled A to Z of Astronomy Terms Glossary. Please go deep into the subject, tapping into the knowledge of the 20-year amateur astronomer as needed, and write as if you were teaching a 12th grade high school class, but keep it at the 5th grade reading level and add interesting analogies and real world examples where they make sense to help the explanation of the information. That may look familiar if you click on the response manager. If you scroll down, you will see that that is our prompt right here. Write a blog post section, 12th grade with analogy. You can see right there, I just took this prompt and edited it for this particular use case. Now you can see it jumped in and it said A to Z of astronomy, terms glossary. Hello, space enthusiast. Ever looked up at the night sky and wondered what's really going on up there? Let's embark on a cosmic journey from A to Z and learn some interesting astronomy terms along the way. Don't worry, we'll keep it fun, like a game of cosmic Scrabble. A is for aperture. Think of aperture as the eye of a telescope. Just like our eyes, the bigger the aperture, the more light a telescope can gather. It's like having a bigger window to look at the stars. Way better than what we got if you scroll up here. The diameter of the lens or mirror in a telescope, determining how much light the telescope can gather. So I think ChatGPT did a really good job. And then at the end, actually I had to ask it here to please continue. It's been a while since I've had to do that with ChatGPT. Things are a little bogged down, most likely. You can see here, or actually you can see the ending. And there you have it, folks, an A to Z glossary of astronomy terms with these in your cosmic toolbox. You're well on your way to becoming a seasoned stargazer. Remember, the universe is vast and full of wonders. So keep looking up. You never know what you might discover. Of course, here in the blog, you can see I wrote the A to Z of astronomy terms as well as the A to Z of cosmology terms. So I took that same idea, acting as an amateur cosmologist with 20 years of experience. Give me the list of things you'd now put in the A to Z of cosmology terms based on what you'd wish you would know. Sure, I'd be happy to do it. And here you can see ChatGPT giving me a little different output versus the way it did. Here it had multiple terms for multiple letters, so it listed those out, and that was really cool. But again, quite boring. I had to ask it to please continue, you can see here. But again, quite boring if you were to read those. They're just definitions. So once it finished, I did the same thing here. I used my same prompt, and I said, please go deep into the subject, tapping into the knowledge of the 20-year amateur cosmologist. Then you can see it started writing the blog post. Hello, space explorers. Today we're setting off on an exciting journey through the cosmos from A to Z. Then it dove in, and you can see how it wrote this a little differently. A is for absolute magnitude. Imagine you're at a concert. The band seems louder when you're at the front than when you're at the back. Similarly, stars can seem brighter or dimmer based on how close or far they are from us. The absolute magnitude of a star is how bright it would look if all stars were at a standard distance. And then you can see it continued. Next, we come to acceleration of the universe. Then it said B, C, then it did next again. But you can see down here, it said moving on to H, we found Hubble's law. And it wrote this entire blog post completely different than it wrote the other blog post. And then at the end, you can see that it wrote the SEO excerpt for me. And again, it was a simple excerpt, unlock the universe with A to Z cosmology glossary. The easy to understand guide turns complex concepts into fun learning. Start your cosmic journey now. I would say Now is the time. If you want to try to accomplish this, start your journey with ChatGPT, AI, blogging, using Koala. They're all great tools. They all give you a little bit different output. And then when you take the time to read the output and then edit it and see if you can get ChatGPT or the AI to make it better or enhance it just by giving it an additional prompt or giving it additional information in that prompt, it changes the output. And sometimes the output's going to look a little different. And you just sort of have to go with that. I think you can always look at it and say, I like this style. Let me see if I can figure out or ask it, can you tell me how you came up with this style? Because don't forget, as you are creating the content, you can reach back and you can just ask it, how did you do this? What prompt would I use to get this same output? Give it a try, because my hope is that this case study inspires you to start blogging, to start creating content, to start using the AI as your assistant to help you where you are stuck. If you're enjoying this case study, give this video a thumbs up. Any questions, let me know in the comments, and I look forward to seeing you next one. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you. Update day 33, AI blogging inside Google Search Console. Currently 49 pages and posts indexed. If we check out our performance, we are tracking along 995 impressions. Actually, this is for May 15th. If I change this to custom real quick, you can see here the most recent date is May 16th when they update, or the last data update they have here. So we have 1,000 impressions now since we started this test. So that's looking good. But what I want to talk about today is inside of ChatGPT. They have this new browsing beta. It means you can actually utilize the internet from ChatGPT. It's only available in ChatGPT 4, and you have to actually click it to select it. You can see a test I did here. You can see the model is GPT-4. It does not have the web browsing turned on during this test. When I ask it what is the current price of gold, you can see that it's going to tell me I do not have access to the internet. If I turn on web browsing, you can see here the model is web browsing. You can see now that it has finished browsing, because it actually goes out, and I'll show you this in a second. It goes out and it tries to click links and get information, but it actually pulled the current price of gold. And if I get rid of this, if you hover over this, you can see here, you can click on that link and it will take you to the page where it actually pulled the information from. So that's pretty cool. But the process, or the thing that I'm interested in doing with this, is inside of Koala Writer. Koala Writer has this Amazon product roundup. And of course, down here under advanced features, you can use the outline editor, or actually, if you go back up to the blog post, inside the blog post, it has the real-time search results, but the Amazon product roundup will actually go out and connect to Amazon to find information about the products that it's doing the roundup for based upon your keyword. So I'm interested in what we could possibly do inside of ChatGPT. And I did this with the ChatGPT, and you can see here the default 3.5. It's going to say, based upon the input, I need to know the best current from Amazon rankings of best products. What is the best gift for astronomy lovers? Can you do that for me? Of course, that was 3.5, no access to web browsing. So then what I did is I used that same prompt, and I used the 4 for web browsing, and I asked it, and you can see here it finished browsing. But you can also see that it said, based on my research, here are some popular gift ideas for astronomers that I found on Amazon. But you can also see down here, it says, however, I wasn't able to obtain a list of the current best rated astronomy gifts on Amazon due to time constraints, meaning it tried to click and it timed out. I recommend checking Amazon's category of astronomy gifts and sorting the items by current ratings for the most up-to-date and comprehensive list. The reason I mention that is that Koala with the Amazon product roundup is actually, this is part of what you pay Koala Writer for, or what you pay Koala for a membership or to buy credits from, is on the back end of the Koala. They're using their own custom API or their own custom prompts and their own custom coding to generate the connection over to Amazon to pull this information based upon the keywords, and then using ChatGPT to take that information that they pull from Amazon and then write the review for you. Now, does that mean you could take this model of web browsing in ChatGPT and do that? Let me just show you what happens when I take this prompt and copy it and go back to ChatGPT or start a new chat. Again, you have to actually select it. The default is not to use web browsing, and it'll switch over. And then you come in here and you paste that in and you say go. And what you're going to see here is this little cursor is going to start browsing the web. You can drop this down and you can see what it's doing, and you can see it searching. It's going to search, and then it's going to start what it calls clicking links. You can see it's browsing the web, and it was searching for that keyword. And in this case, you can see it finished browsing, but it timed out or it didn't find the information. You remember what it said in the other post. It's basically going through the information here. It has from September 2021, and it's giving me that data, and it's going to tell me to try again. But if we were to go back again, let's go back to the what is the gold price, or actually let me start a new chat and let me just go to browsing and let me just do something very simple. What is the current price of silver? Here, this is going to be something super simple. It's not trying to access Amazon. It's just going to search for the current price of silver. Here you can say it's reading the content and to finish browsing, and it's actually going to give me the current price, and it's going to link out again to the silver price, basically the same website that it found for gold. Now, the plan here for this case study is to utilize RankIQ. Here you can see the keyword phrase that I was going for in my example when it was trying to browse Amazon, because I specifically told it to go check Amazon for this keyword, best gifts for astronomy lovers. Again, based upon what I'm pulling here from RankIQ and the fact that I'm testing this in this case study with getting the keyword from RankIQ, then utilizing Koala Writer and the fact that they have designed their application to do a Amazon post roundup based upon this keyword. So we're going to compare what they write, and then we're going to keep playing around with ChatGPT and its ability to browse the web, and maybe not say go directly to Amazon, to just pull this keyword from your search of the internet and see what we get for this keyword, and doing a product review post, or just a general, this is a great product, or these are the best products. Here's a list of products that we find that is best for astronomy lovers. So check this out, and then maybe have that link over to an Amazon post. Again, just the basics of blogging and interlinking and coming up with the best post that we can create for that keyword. But again, focused in utilizing the tools that we have and letting AI be our assistant to do the content creation for us. And that's a quick update for this day that we've spent together working on blogging using AI. Getting super excited. We got a long ways to go, but we're getting so much done, and we're learning so much along the way. Of course, I hope you're learning. If you are, give this video a thumbs up. Let me know in the comments what you think, any questions, and I'll see you in the next update. Bye. Update day 34. Inside the Google Search Console, we're looking at our AI blog. We're actually dropping this down, looking at the last 28 days. That would be from April 19th to Tuesday, May 16th. That's 28 days. The point that I'm making here is that's 28 days. That's 1,000 impressions. Yeah, we only have 10 clicks, but this is going to compound over time. There's just no doubt. And it's pretty amazing that we've done that with ChatGPT. Of course, we use Koala, but Koala on the back end is OpenAI and ChatGPT, which, of course, the update yesterday, we took a look at ChatGPT and the browsing feature. So I took a look at settings to see if I'm getting access to any of the other beta features. And you can see here I have web browsing turned on, but now also have plugins. Try a version of ChatGPT that knows when and how to use third-party plugins that you enable. I am going to enable that, and we will talk about that in a future update. We'll go through that for sure, but for today, we're going to go back to RankIQ because we're looking at this keyword, best gift for astronomy lovers. We talked about searcher intent. The searcher intent for this keyword is someone looking for a gift for astronomy lovers. Of course, RankIQ breaks down the competition, and it gives you all of the titles, or gives you the analysis and all the keywords that Google is looking for in a title. I'm going to address what I'm doing with Koala to maybe come up with something that is just as good. We'll see what happens. Of course, we have the top ranking titles with competition analysis. I did notice that some of the top ones, or actually the top 3, are using a number: 30 best, 25 best, 37 best. There's even one down here, 55 best. And then of course down here, you can see the highest graded content in the SERPs, 37, 31. We have those numbers again, which brought me to the idea of we are talking about space. UniverseUnriddled.com is all about space. So I went back to Koala Writer, and of course, we're in Koala Writer. We're doing an Amazon product roundup. The keyword is best gifts for astronomy lovers. We went with Amazon. Then the number of products that I chose here is 42. Of course, if you scroll down, you can see I added a little extra here into the title prompt. And I told Koala to be creative around this idea of 42 is the answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything. A joke in Douglas Adams' 79 novel, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, as well as keep the title to 53 characters or less, which is recommended by Rank IQ. So we're going to do that, and we are going to create the outline, and we're going to see what Koala comes up with, and then we are going to go from there. Koala came back with our outline. You can see here, introduction, best list of, and then it lays out all of the products that I requested, all 42 of them, and then a buying guide at the end. The next thing to do is just simply click write article. Best gifts for astronomy lovers, stellar ideas for 2023. As you can see, it did not use my suggestion about being creative around the number 42. So we'll have to use either Koala Chat or go back to ChatGPT and ChatGPT-4 and do a little work around that idea. But we'll definitely let it write the article, and then we'll paste that into Grooveblog, and we'll come back and we'll take a look at everything we've done once we get that set up and all the products, and see if we can enhance that a little bit from the things that we've learned along the way. All of the days that we put in so far doing this case study of 100 days of blogging doing AI. If this video was helpful, give it a thumbs up. If you have any questions or comments, let me know in the comments of this video, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you. Day 35, AI blogging. Inside Google Search Console, you can see that the impressions are continuing to rise, and we even got an additional click. Today, we're going to be jumping into the pages to look at the indexed pages, but really what I want to focus on is the not found 404 and how to take care of these. Now, we are using Grooveblog, so that does present a challenge. And the reason I say it presents a challenge because inside of Grooveblog, you are bound by the settings or the applications that they give you when you create the post. And it is pretty basic or bare bones, as pretty much is the case if you're using WordPress. But inside of WordPress, of course, you can install plugins. Here you can see I have a plugin called Link Whisperer that gives me information about the internal links. Of course, Link Whisperer is a smart plugin that actually allows you to speed up the process of internal linking for SEO and help you rank better in Google. Of course, that's why you do internal linking. The point here is not really to show off Link Whisperer, although there is a link in the description. If you use WordPress and you want to do internal linking, check this out. But you can see here that it tracks broken links, so you can take care of them, as well as 404 errors, and you can see it right here in this handy dandy dashboard report. But we don't have that, so we're going to use a free SEO spider tool. It's free up to 500 URLs that you can crawl. It's called Screaming Frog. Again, we're looking at the blog post inside of Grooveblog, trying to identify the not found 404 errors that are showing up here in Google Search Console. So we're going to open up Screaming Frog. Here, again, this is not a tutorial on Screaming Frog, just like not a tutorial or a pitch for Link Whisperer, but there are links in the descriptions to all these tools because we are talking about blogging, and these are blogging tools or tools that you can use if you're going to do blogging to find out things like this. So we've scanned universeunriddled.com. You can see here all of the links. Now what you can do is you can go to response codes. You can come down to client error. We're looking at 404 errors. Here you can see all of the 404 errors. Of course, these are all of the 404 errors that are happening right now live when Screaming Frog reached out and actually crawled and scanned the website or the blog over on Grooveblog, universeunriddled.com. We are looking for these two. So we're looking for observing solar lunar eclipses, as well as this one here, which is like a link inside of a link. It looks just like basically what happened there was I just entered the wrong information, basically made a typo. So here we're going and we're looking for those. Here you can see observing lunar and lunar eclipses. And you can see here it is from the post lunar phases and eclipses. So we need to go to that link and then we need to correct this and make sure that this anchor text observing solar and lunar eclipses links to the correct blog post, because this URL is not correct. Again, somewhere between me creating the post, putting it over into the spreadsheet, it all got messed up. Then again, the next one here is going to be universeunriddled.com. You can see here that this is basically, this anchor text is Hubble's discovery and expanding the universe. It's supposed to be linking out to space.com, but for some reason the link got messed up. So what we'll do here is we'll just go ahead and go into the introduction to cosmology post. And to do that, we'll simply pop back over into Grooveblog and look for introduction to cosmology. Here, I believe this is the one that it is. We'll check this post slug, introduction to cosmology. We'll open up Screaming Frog. You can see that is the one we're looking for. We're looking for this link. Here is the anchor text, so we'll just copy that. We'll take that back. We'll do a Control F on the browser and we'll just look for that anchor text. Then here you can see this is the link. So we will highlight this and we will edit that link. And you can see there that it doesn't give me the option to edit that for some reason. It's weird. It just, again, we're talking about Grooveblog here. Typically what will happen is you'll open it up, it'll show the link and you can edit it or copy it. But we can go back to Screaming Frog. And what we can do is we can copy this, go back to Grooveblog and paste that in. Did that copy correctly? That did not copy over to the buffer. We'll go back to Screaming Frog and copy that. Actually, let me drop down. Yeah, we'll copy that again. Go back to Grooveblog and try to paste that in again. And there we go. So what we want to do is we want to correct this link. And we want to link out to space.com. So we want to get rid of all this extraneous info. And then we will save that, open it in a new tab. And of course, we'll close this, get this out of the way. And then we will click publish. And now this link should be, and we'll go ahead and we will save that. Actually, don't save. Let me click on this to view the page because we did publish it. And let me see if it's working. So again, we will look for that and then we will drop down. Now this should be linking out. It says about blank. It didn't take that update, so we'll go back and then we will highlight that again and then we will edit that, and it didn't take it again. So we will paste that in again and then we will try this one more time while we're here together. See if we can get this to take. Then we will edit that. And then we're going to copy just this external link. We're going to copy that. And then we're going to say open that in a new tab. And then we're going to hit save. Now it still says about blank. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to copy that link. Now what we're going to do is we're just going to remove this whole thing here. We're just going to copy that. Open up a new text document, have that right there, and then open up Screaming Frog, copy that. This is the link that we want minus this unriddled, universe unriddled. So we want that to be our link. And I believe the anchor text was Hubble's discovery and expanding universe. Let's go back to, and the expanding universe. So Hubble's discovery and expanding universe. So we'll go back to our text tool and we will copy that. Go back to the Grooveblog post. Here I want to delete that. Go ahead and delete it, and then we will get some space there and we will paste that back in. You can learn more about Hubble's discovery and expanding universe in this fascinating article. I'm going to go back and we're going to copy that link, and then we are going to say Hubble's Discovery and the Expanding Universe. We're going to add that link. We're going to paste it in. We're going to say open that in a new tab. It's an external link. We're going to save that. Then we are going to say publish. Then we're going to go back and we are going to reload this page again. And then when that page loads, I believe if we scroll down, we can find that right here. And now that link is working as an external link. But now we have another problem. Sorry, page not found. Looking for the universe expansion Hubble link. So let's go ahead. You can learn more about Hubble's Discovery and Expanding Universe in this fascinating article. I'm sure they have tons of Hubble articles here on space.com. And you can see here, there are tons of articles. So we'll look at one of these. In this case, we'll just go ahead and copy this link address, take this back to Grooveblog. Then we'll just go ahead and highlight this and edit that. And then we'll paste that in there, open in a new tab, save that for now, and we'll publish just to see if this is taking, and then we'll reload universeunriddled.com. You can see it's a little wonky inside of Grooveblog dealing with that link and the anchor text. It doesn't actually show it, so we can't like copy it and paste it, which is a little different than working inside of WordPress like we're used to. WordPress obviously is a fine-tuned, well-oiled product that's been around for a long time compared to Grooveblog, which is in its infancy. Here we are back inside Cosmology Basics. Here's the article. We'll go ahead and we'll scroll down and we will find that right here. You can learn more about Hubble's Discovery and the Expanding Universe. Then it links out to a good article about Hubble telescope gazes into the heart of a monstrous galaxy cluster, and it gives us our link, the link that we're looking for. That again we found by using Screaming Frog to scan our Grooveblog to find those 404 client errors, and then we did a little research down here to find that it is a hyperlink from this article, Introduction to Cosmology. On the page that we're looking for is that link. We found the error. We were able to edit it. Now it's just a matter of going back to Google Search Console and either clicking validate to fix once we fix the other one, or just waiting for it to rescan. And one thing that I want to address as well is inside of Grooveblog. Of course, when you're looking at the settings and all the tools, some of the tools that you use specifically when you're doing Amazon affiliate work inside of a blog is you'll install a WordPress plugin that can handle the Amazon affiliate links, to include making sure that the links are working or not broken, because one of the things that you don't want broken is your affiliate link. It's one thing if you're clicking out to an external link for informational purposes. Of course, that's bad for SEO, but it's another thing if you're linking out to an affiliate link that's broken. That means when someone clicks on that affiliate link, you're losing the potential chance of earning an affiliate commission. Now, here are some of the plugins that you could use, obviously, like the Link Whisperer. But inside of Koala Writer, when Koala Writer, of course, has the option to do blog posts and Amazon Roundup or product roundups, there is this field called Amazon Tracking ID where you can enter your Amazon Tracking ID and then it will link out to your Amazon affiliate link. I have been failing to do this because I've just been simply looking over this and not thinking about it. And I've only been doing a number of posts, typically 5 or less. But you remember in the last update, I did a number of products of 42 products. Now I have to manually, versus just entering my Amazon tracking ID here, I have to manually go and get the affiliate link or update those for 42 products. Now, I might be able to use the AI to parse through some of that information, but 42 products, that is like a 10,000 or 11, 12,000 word post. So that's too big for me to just copy the koala post and put it back over in ChatGPT. It's going to error out with that much information. They just don't accept that much information as input. So I'd have to break it up into chunks. And honestly, ChatGPT doesn't do a great job with taking large chunks of data like that are URLs, or at least I haven't found the correct prompt or the way to give it the right information. It starts to create links. It starts to create duplicates. And then you have to take that over to an Excel spreadsheet or a Google sheet and then start removing the duplicates. And then again, we run into the problem that we talked about here in the updates about hallucination. Because when you're dealing with large chunks of data like that and asking it to sort it or look for duplicates or to build tables, it will start generating or hallucinating and making up product names or different types, the categories and the way you're trying to organize it, it will start making things up, adding duplicates. So it's just a limitation of this point, either in the way that I prompt it and or the fact that the AI is trying to generate text. That's its job, is to try to give you output based upon the input that you give it, meaning it's a language model that's taking and trying to predict the thing that you want versus just taking raw data and sorting it and doing duplicate removal like you can do inside of a spreadsheet, that its only function is to look for duplicates and remove duplicates, not to quote unquote think. If you're liking this video, or if you like this video, give it a thumbs up. And you're liking the case study in its entirety, go ahead and give this video a thumbs up. I'd appreciate it. And I look forward to seeing you in the next one. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you. AI blogging day 36. I think you're going to find this update quite fascinating. We're going to jump into Google Search Console. I want to start with the fact that we have 49 pages indexed. And I want to scroll down and I want to take a look at currently not indexed or crawled, currently not indexed. You'll see here post, or the post astronomy for beginners. And then it has www.universeunriddled.com post astronomy for beginners. But this post is actually indexed. If you click here to retrieve the Google or the data for the Google index, you'll see the URL is on Google. The page is indexed. Page is usable on mobile. Anyway, that is quite fascinating. The simple fact that you simply just have these page indexing issues that you can't seem to get rid of, or you just have to wait out. Of course, this is day 36. Here we go, discovered, crawled, currently not indexed. Let's take a look at these. Here you can see these, and the time that it says they were last crawled just says NA. Then if you scroll up here and you look at validation and you click see details, you can just see that they're pending. Then you hover over pending and it says queued for validation. The last time Google looked, this issue instance still exists. Google will check each item listed here and mark it as pass, failed, or other. So again, you're just stuck when you're doing blogging, creating content, putting it on a blog. You're just stuck waiting for these pages to index, for Google to say yes, no, maybe, just to pick something and say, okay, we're going to index these or we're not going to index these. And then even when they fail, they don't really tell you why. That's not really that fascinating other than frustrating, but I just wanted to share that piece before we dive into the part that I think you'll find fascinating. Now, this is inside of Koala, and you can see here I've simply just searched for the word fascinating, and you can see that it is, or that it appears 5 times in this post. Now, that is a problem with the AI just grabbing onto a word and then just using it, being repetitive. It's one of the things that the AI detectors use or latch onto, is the fact that once the AI starts writing, it finds this rhythm and it just gets repetitive and it just reuses things. In this case, the word fascinating. Of course, here we can click on details and you can remember or note that this is written by GPT 3.5 in Koala. And the reason we're doing that inside of Koala is honestly just because of the credit system. But the thought process came to me of, let's take this over to GPT-4 and ask it, if I give you a blog post, can you find the repetitive language or writing and show it to me and explain why and what made you choose it? ChatGPT comes back and says, sure, I can help with that. Please share the blog post you'd like me to analyze. Once I have the text, I'll identify repetitive language and explain my reasoning by choosing those specific elements. Now, I did feed it the blog post, but I was a little disappointed because after I fed it the blog post, what came back was this. It was just another paragraph, and I was confused. So I simply just said, where's my explanation? Apologies for the confusion. Could you please clarify which part of the text you would like further explanation on? So then it goes into, or it gives me the feedback of, you didn't explain yourself well enough. And I said, okay, well, let me explain it again. And then I said, say Pete and repeat. And it said it understands the question and then provide the blog post, which I did. And then I was a little happier with my output because at this point, it actually broke down and gave me some suggestions on how to make the content better. Remember, we're focusing on the word fascinating, or this idea of repetition and the way the AI sort of latched onto this word and just kept using it. Now, I didn't mention the word fascinating specifically. That was just the word that I found and I was fascinated by, and now I'm latched onto the word fascinating. But you can see and understand that it gave me some suggestions. So what I did is I just used its suggestion of the fact that it gave me suggestions. And I said, okay, make it better based on your suggestions. Certainly, I've edited the post to make it more engaging and added some transitions for improved flow. Here is the revised blog post. Then I did follow up with another question. How does the old blog post and new post compare in word count, and what grade reading level will they both be at? And you can see the answer here. It's interesting. I would suggest you pause and read that. I'm not really going to go into that at this stage because I want to go back and look at the blog post here that it wrote, that is written for us based on its suggestions. So to make this a little bit more reader friendly, I went ahead and clicked copy. Then I went into WordPress and I simply pasted it in as HTML so you could see it. But the idea here is I did a search for the keyword fascinating, and you can see fascinating in this rewrite of the blog post is only used one time. If you were to pause and to read this and compare it to the other blog post, the blog post that is live, this one from Koala, the amazing facts about terrestrial planets you need to know, where it used the word fascinating 5 times in this article, and then having ChatGPT rewrite it. Again, this is just so you can see it a little bit better if you want to read it, and the fact that it only used the word fascinating 1 time. Also, if you go back and you take a look at the suggestions based on what it actually suggested after it analyzed the text that I gave it, based upon this idea of it being repetitive, it gave some really good insights here when it talked about, or it got into the second paragraph, the technical accuracy and level of detail in this post are commendable. Of course, it wrote it, so it might be commending itself, but that's, again, another idea. However, you might want to simplify some of the more complex concepts to make them more accessible to a general audience. For instance, you could provide a more basic explanation of the concept of a habitable zone, and I slaughtered that word, or simplify the discussion about the formation of planets. Also, be sure to provide references for the sources of information, especially when discussing ongoing space missions or recent discoveries. Lastly, while your conclusion provides a good summary, it would be nice to end with a statement that encourages further exploration or inquiry from your readers. This could be a thought-provoking question, a mention of upcoming space missions, or speculation about the future of space exploration. Overall, this is an excellent blog post that clearly demonstrates a deep understanding of the topic. With a few minor adjustments, it could be even better. And again, I just ask it to make it better based on its suggestions, and I think it did. Again, here's the blog post. And the most fascinating thing, or the thing that I want you to take away, is that it got rid of that repetitive thing that I found when I was editing this and reading this. There was something, and I was like, something's not right. And then I looked and I was like, this word keeps appearing, fascinating. Now, the AI didn't actually show me that. It just showed me that based upon the new written text, as I was reading it, I was able to key on that word, because after I'd read the other posts, and then let me show you here inside of Groove Blog, this post, Asteroid Fun Facts, Interesting Worlds of Asteroids. You can see here, this was written by Koala as well, and we'll go back and take a look at that, but you can see fascinating is used in this blog post, which is a good blog post, but you can see the word fascinating again is used 5 times inside of this blog post. Again, go back to Koala, and if we were to scroll down here, you can see Asteroid Fun Facts, and when this post loads up, you can see here again, the word fascinating is repeated inside of this copy. Again, I'll close this and click on details, and you can see again, ChatGPT 3 or GPT version 3.5 is latching onto this word fascinating, and it used it again and again and again. And as I've been creating and tracking these blog posts in my spreadsheet, you can see all these posts were written by Koala or Koala Bulk, but it's all Koala or Koala, the interface to GPT 3.5. And as I've been reading and editing these, this repetitive thing kept falling or I kept hearing this thing as I'm reading or seeing this word and not really realizing it, and the word being fascinating. So I wanted to share this update and the fact that it was quite interesting or fascinating in that I saw this repetitive instance and I really wasn't clear on it. So I went back to GPT and ChatGPT and used 4 and fed it the blog post. It didn't actually hit the word I was looking for. I was hoping that by asking it, I think, again, if you utilize the correct prompt, you can get to where you want it to be. For example, repetitive words or words that are used over and over, something like that, to try to analyze that and break it down. But just based on the fact that I was asking or taking the time to give ChatGPT the content and say, look, I'm looking for something that makes this repetitive. Can you make this better? Can you give me suggestions? That's the power of what we're doing here. The power of using AI as the assistant, and the power of doing this case study is just realizing something's not right. Even if I was buying this content or writing this content myself, most likely either me as the writer, or if I was to just hire one writer to do this, it's going to probably do the same thing that happens to ChatGPT. It's going to fall into a rhythm. It's going to get repetitive, and it might have a word like fascinating that it just loves to use, or the writer loves to use, or that I love to use. Because I know there are certain words that I say a lot. I get repetitive and I repeat myself, and it becomes a habit. I think ChatGPT can fall into this as well, or any AI, because again, it's just a language model and it's just trying to find a way to say a thing. And once it gets into a rhythm, it can find these words, or you can find these words over and over, or these phrases over and over. When you're reading them and editing them, you'll see them. And sometimes you just need to pause and take it back to the AI and say, hey, check this out. Give me some suggestions on how to make this better. And then take those suggestions, or once ChatGPT makes those suggestions to you, and simply just tell the AI, hey, thanks for the suggestions. It's great information. Now apply those suggestions. Let me know in the comments what you're thinking. I appreciate all your comments and the time that you take to let me know that this is helpful. And I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you, day 37 AI blogging. A lot of people are quick to blame the AI for mistakes that happen when it's gathering information and or writing content, but sometimes it's just not its fault. Over at Koala, we had it write the post best gift or best gifts for astronomer lovers, and we went for 42 gifts or 42 gift ideas that we wanted it to create, and it did a really good job. But it did hit a few snags where it pulled products like this. As you can see on the screen, this has nothing to do with astronomy or space. That's a basketball player. It's talking about playing basketball. But if you go to the product on Amazon, here is where you cannot blame the AI. Look at the title of this product. Astronomy Gifts. Unique 7x7 tile artwork ideal for astronomers. Gifts for space lovers. Outer space themed decor. Astronomers related art prints. Special presents for adults or kids. Now, scroll down, you can see here the theme is about astronomy space. If you go down to the actual product information, the theme, astronomy and space. So again, at this point, it pulled this product and it used this image. It only knows what it can read from Amazon when it pulls the information from Amazon. So going back to what are we going to do about this, and the reason that I put myself in the middle when I'm editing this content, or you really need a human to verify this information. Whether it's the AI creating the content for you or you were to outsource the content, you need to verify this information. So we are here inside of the post, inside of Grooveblog. And here's the post. You can see I've changed the picture, but it's still linking to the name as well as the pros and cons and the information from that post. So what I want to do is find this product, which this is the product right here. And I want Koala to write me a post based on this one product. But inside of Koala Writer, when you go to Koala Writer, I was looking at this Amazon product roundup, and I thought you could come down here and do or use the Amazon search URL and provide it the product link. But this is actually for a product search. It says down here, you must provide a single URL to an Amazon product search URL, not a product URL. So that is not going to work. So what we're going to do here is we're going to come up and we're going to make the target keyword the exact title. We're going to take this and name or make this one product to see if it can find it. We're going to turn off, enable firsthand experience. And I'm going to add in my Amazon tracking ID, show advanced options here, additional instructions. None of this is going to give me what I need. I'm going to turn on the use outline editor to see what we get for the Amazon product roundup. And I'm going to say create outline to see if it can find that one product, or if this thought process and this idea of using Koala Writer, using the title of the Amazon link actually works. So it's thinking about that in the background. And here you can see it came up with an introduction, a best of list, and a buying guide. I don't need any of that. So I'm just going to get rid of that and just go with the section or the product section that I'm interested in. And I'm going to tell it to write the article. The ultimate pop chart for astronomy fans, complete history of the solar system, exploration on a large 36 by 24 poster. Hopefully, after deleting all of those sections, it's going to just give me, and you can see it starting right now, give me the link or give me the review on the link that I'm hoping it will write the review on. That was really wordy to say that I wanted to focus in on this one product, and it looks like it did, and it's doing its thing. So that's all good. The picture that I got over in Grooveblog is a lot better because I pulled it straight off the Amazon site. Here you can see it has a lot of white space on it, so I'm not going to use that one. And again, that comes into editing the page and making it a lot pretty as it's right in the post. We're getting the content we need, but I've said this at the beginning of the case study. I think the big failure here is the ability to actually add the images, the related or relevant images that people are going to be interested in when they land on our content. So even when we do get a click and they land on our blog post without images, I think the bounce rate is going to be really high. Now in my plugin video that I made the other day about ChatGPT with the image search, I think that might be able to help us utilize the AI to pick up the pace a little bit when we're going back and looking at these images. Of course, I'm looking at doing that about around 50 posts. When I get 50 posts up and indexed and being able to be searched, because I really want to get through 100 days and I want 100 pieces of content. But back to this koala post, you can see it's finished. Now I'm just going to copy that koala post and I'm going to go back here to Groove and I'm going to delete that. I'm going to keep that image and I'm going to delete all of this, which is that post that we don't want. Of course, I'm going to keep that image. Actually, I have that image. I can go ahead and delete that. And I'm going to go up here. I'm going to get myself a couple carriage returns and I'm simply going to paste that in. Here you can see that the image turned out okay with the white space, although I don't really like that. So I'm going to delete it and I'm going to add the image that I have that I uploaded from Amazon, which is right here to see if it fits better. Yeah. See, it doesn't add all that white space above the top and the bottom that you saw inside of the Koala Writer, where it's not a transparent image. It's literally white space. So we went ahead and we got that. Now I don't need this. So I'll delete that. And I'll add in that carriage return. I don't like this long title here. So we'll go back to Amazon and I'm just going to go with the chart of cosmic exploration. We'll go back to Grooveblog and what we'll do is we'll paste that in right there. Then we will copy this link address. We'll highlight that. That's supposed to be in H3. Then we'll highlight it again and then we will link out and say open in a new tab and we'll save that. And then we will highlight this and delete that. I'll highlight it again. We'll get all of it and delete it. Now add one more carriage return there, add a little space. And now we have the chart of cosmic exploration. And then we'll add some space here. We have our pros, we have our cons. This poster is a must-have for anyone interested in exploration. And you can see now that we have what we were originally looking for. And again, the idea here is, I don't like this. Let me rewrite this. I'm going to add this as a comma. Let's say the poster. And then I'm just cleaning this up while I'm here because I'm going to hit publish. And then we need to add this in here. We got too much space there. That is for a different product. So now we have replaced that. And again, going back to Koala Writer, let me publish this real quick before I forget to do it. But going back to Koala Writer and going back to the best gifts for astronomers, you can see, and I'll scroll back down. We were looking at that product and it did really good. It found all these products. about astronomy, but we're looking at this going, why did it pick this? Why did the AI make this mistake? It made the mistake because someone has made the mistake of this product when they listed it. Either they've listed the wrong images or they've added the wrong images to their listing, or I don't know, they just don't know what they're doing. But the idea is if you go through here, there are actually some other images or some other products in here. For example, a yodeling pickle. So if you were to go and you were to open this link in a new tab and take a look at this product, there has to be something in here, I would think, that caused it to think that it was something about space. But in this case of the yodeling pickle, I'm not sure. I don't see anything jumping out to me right from the bat here that talks about space. But let's see, space, astronomy. Yeah, I'm not sure why it would pick this one. This may be a legitimate mistake, but there may be something in here that I'm not seeing, that I can't see, that it actually pulled on the back end, maybe inside of a comment or something else inside of the Koala API. So this looks like a legitimate mistake here. But again, this is why, even if the AI does make a mistake, or if you blame it and it's not its fault, you need to figure out why. So obviously I deleted that one. There was also this one here about cat socks. And if you open this up, again, I'm not sure. I didn't look at this one yet. We'll go ahead and look at this one together. See the product description. There may be a word somewhere in here where it triggered the astronomy gifts because that was the keyword, but it's not immediate and I'm not seeing it. Of course, again, I don't know what's on the back end of the API with Koala when it's talking to Amazon, but those are the mistakes that it made. But again, I was able to clean those up and put those over into Grooveblog. I just took those out and added 2 more. And while we're talking about looking at the post and wanting to know if we have 42 products in here, I went ahead and I counted them. There are 42 products. But recently I did a video here on the channel talking about ChatGPT and the new plugins. I have this plugin WebPilot enabled that allows ChatGPT to access the internet. So I decided to prompt it and ask it to search the post and ask it how many Amazon products is this post linking out to. And I gave it the link from universeunriddled.com. Then you can see it comes back and it says that it has 42 gift ideas. But it also says, if you have a specific product from the list you're interested in, I can help find it out. Alternatively, if you want to know the total number of Amazon products, I would need to access the webpage again and specifically analyze the product links. Would you like me to do that? So I think originally it just went off the title and it said, great, there's 42, or the website lists 42 gift ideas. Of course, you can look here and you can see the query where it pulled the article. So this is what it pulled when WebPilot, the plugin. And of course, if you don't know what that is yet, you can check out my plugin video. I'll link to that in the description as well as the cards. But I said, yes, please do that. Or I said, yes, please do that here. To the response, it said, I would need to access the web page again and specifically analyze the product links. Would you like me to do that? Then it went and analyzed, but you can see that it only said there are only 15, or the post links out to 15 Amazon products. I counted them manually. That is incorrect. So again, here we have a mistake, or for some reason, the AI just decided to stop at 15. So I'm just going to call it out and I'm going to say in the prompt, just like you would if you were working with a person. I counted them manually and there are 42. Are you sure you are correct? And I'm going to see what it says. Again, I come back to this idea. We're looking at the AI. We want to blame the AI. The AI is doing the best that it can, but it's still trying to catch up. It's processing. We're talking about processing power. And sometimes things get cut off. It loses connection to the internet. It loses track of what it's doing. It's not perfect. Remember that. Then you can see it comes back and it says, I apologize for the confusion earlier. After a more detailed analysis of the web page, I found that all 42 gift ideas listed in the blog post, Best Gifts for Astronomy Lovers, 42 Stellar Ideas for 2023 on the Universe Unriddled website, are linked to Amazon. And then it lists 15 products, and then it says, and 27 other products. And of course, we'll verify that with the handy dandy calculator because I did go to Arkansas Public School. But 15 plus 27 does equal 42. So it looks like we finally got the answer we were looking for. And that is what I wanted to cover in this update, is blaming the AI or saying the AI doesn't work, saying the AI is wrong, saying it's not worth the time or the hassle. Remember, the AI is still in its infancy. It is still young. The way that we are using this AI, the way we're accessing data, or the way that we're chatting with it and we are giving it instructions and it's trying to figure out what we're talking about and parse through all the data at the same time, it is still a work in progress. It is still, in this case, using this plugin, is still in beta. Beta means that they're still testing it. They're rolling it out to a small group of people so we can all test it and make this thing better and get to what we want to get to. In this case, the reason we're doing this case study and everything I talk about here on 30-Minute Marketing is about creating content as a marketer, specifically as an affiliate marketer, to generate helpful content, to put out on the internet so people can find it, find a problem, or find the solution to their problem. And then when our content helps them solve that problem and we add our affiliate link, they click on that link, they get the thing that they need that helps them solve their problem ultimately. And that means that we helped ourselves earn an affiliate commission as an affiliate marketer. And that's what this entire exercise is about. Of course, if you have any questions or comments, let me know. Thanks for watching, and I'll talk to you in the next one. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you. Day 38, AI blogging. So there's been quite a few changes since we started way back at day 1 all the way up to day 38 in the AI itself. With plugins and web browsing being released specifically in ChatGPT, now we had that in Koala Writer and we saw some of that effects when we wrote those articles, and it was able to cite the sources that it was going out and gathering the information from on the internet. But now inside of ChatGPT, we have web browsing enabled, but we also now have the plugins. So at day 38, it's at a stage where I'm looking at what is possible or what I can do to continue to create the content. And if the content gets better or faster, more efficient, all these questions, all these concerns, but I don't want to lose focus of what the original idea of the case study was and is to have the AI generate the content for me. Now, that does change where we are and what we're doing because the technology has changed even from day 1 of this case study, where now we're just here on day 38, and now we have all these plugins. But let's come back together and let's center this and let's see where we are inside of Google Search Console. At this point, we have 56 pages indexed. That means that we created the pages and the posts, and Google has indexed those and started ranking them. And of course, if you go look at performance, when performance comes up, if we were to go up here, you can see the most recent date. So we'll go to custom is the 21st of May. Today is the 22nd of May as we continue along in this live case study. You can see the impressions are going up. Of course, clicks are always a concern, but I want to focus in on impressions. And based upon the number of impressions, of 145 for this keyword, best binoculars for stargazing, and it getting no clicks. Of course, the average position for this content is 67.5. So we're not elevating, or we haven't elevated to the top of the search engines yet, or Google. We haven't elevated to that point where we can get clicks. So I want to see what the AI can do for us now at this stage with the plugins and it being connected to the internet, specifically talking about ChatGPT and where we can take that. But before I do that, I want to discuss the fact that I created a piece of content for Cosmology Basics, and the post was written by ChatGPT plus the plugins WebPilot, Wolfram Alpha, and Show Me. And that was for the post keyword, or for the main keyword, Big Bang Theory Timeline. Of course, we're going for all of the relevant topical authority keywords to build topical authority around cosmology. You can see here is the post that I created. And you can see here is how I did it. I used the standard LSI keywords prompt that are closely related to that keyword, Big Bang Theory Timeline. Again, the LSI keyword inside of cosmology being the Big Bang Theory. But then I also said, then use 3 people also search for results from Google for the main keyword and the LSI keywords to create a blog post outline. So this means that it used WebPilot to go and to search Big Bang Theory Timeline. Then it pulled out that information, or pulled back those 30 keywords, as well as the 3 people also search for results from Google. So it went through the 30 keywords, but then it also based on that prompt and based on the fact that WebPilot can now go and search the internet, it pulled this information. What is the timeline of the Big Bang Theory? What are the stages of the Big Bang Theory in order? And what is the 1043 seconds universe? Then it created that outline. And you can see here that it used those what people asked for as subheadings, which is really cool. But then I went right back into my standard prompts of asking for a 5th grade reading level, or to write this section, the introduction, as a 5th grade reading level. And you can see it went through here. It started adding emojis again. Of course, I had to tell it not to use emojis, or I said, I don't want you to use emojis if you understand. Then I moved on to start writing the sections. And then I also said, please add any graphs or tables. It used the Show Me plugin to create this timeline graph. But you can see, or I don't know that at this stage, if having it connected to the internet with those plugins. And for example, you can see here it used Wolfram Alpha to answer this, what people also asked for, what are the stages of the Big Bang Theory. But the content seemed to get a little light. And even though I asked it for tables throughout this conversation, it never ever gave me a table. But then again, I don't know that tables were needed at this stage, the at a glance or summary information, but it did provide me this neat, or sort of what I think is neat, and I don't know if it really provided any value or not, this timeline graph, but it does give that visual aspect of the blog post, no doubt, which I think will later on down the road for sure help us when people do start clicking and start reading our content. That's going to help people stay on the page longer, consume more of the content, and then click through and keep reading other content or keep reading other blog posts as we continue to develop this content. So that is what I've done and where I am with those plugins. But I did want to go back to this keyword and the performance. It having 145 impressions. Again, the average position not high up in the rankings or not high up on the results page. And you can see here, best binoculars for stargazing. If we were to just search that, and you can see it gives you this little box here if you're logged into your account. And you can see that it's showing you the impressions, the average position. But you can also see down here that it's only visible to you, meaning me, because I'm logged in as universeunriddled@gmail.com. But you get an idea here of what are the blog posts that are ranking for these results. And honestly, just looking at these, and here's the people also asked for, which are great to fill in your blog post. But just looking at these, you're thinking, well, I don't see a reason why mine wouldn't rank. Now, you can see all these have these images next to them. If you scroll down towards the bottom, you can see that those images are going to go away for some of these other blog posts. So you want to make sure that you definitely have that image, or if you have a video or something. But the idea here is to improve the content based upon what we can see, but we want a way to be able to see if the AI can do that for us, because that's the whole point now of these plugins and ChatGPT being connected to the internet, is using it as an AI assistant to help us do the research. And in this case, the research is just looking and saying, well, I'm looking at the search results. I think my article compares, my title, my excerpt, I think it all looks as good, if not better than what's here available. Now I just have to wait for Google to test it and then see if I can get some clicks. But you can see that Google has given it impressions, but there are no clicks. So those impressions mean people are seeing it, but there's no clicks yet. So let's take that back to the AI and see what we can do. So here at this stage, again, I'm using the plugins. I'm going to be using the plugin WebPilot as well as VoxScript. If you want to see what those are and what those do, you can check out my plugins video, and I can dive deeper into those as I start to use them. Again, here in this case study, we're focused on creating content for the blog, but that also leads us down that path and that trail of having to go and find out what these plugins do and what they're capable of. It also means testing them. So I used this prompt. Use WebPilot to find the top 5 articles that reference best binoculars for astronomy. Then find the top 3 people asked for questions for the keyword. Then use VoxScript to find the most viewed about best binoculars for astronomy. After collecting that information, please use it to write an 8-heading detailed article that covers the keyword. Here you can see WebPilot went out and pulled the information. VoxScript also did the same thing. And of course, at any time, you can click on those and you can see exactly what it did. But then you can see that it wrote the blog post and it provided me 8 headings. Now here you can see what it did. It just created a heading called People Also Ask. This could be turned into a frequently asked questions or something like that if you wanted to just answer these questions sort of in a paragraph. or you could make each one of these a subheading. That really depends on what your strategy is and what you think is best. I've seen people use FAQ. I've also seen people add these as headings. I've done the same thing in the past, and I've seen different results depending on the keyword. So take that and test it and see how you can use it, just like I'm doing here in this case study. But you can see this is really kind of thin, right? So I went back, and then you can see here 1 of 2. If I click, you'll see the second attempt. And you're going to see here, if I go back real quick, you're going to see or focus in on this first part of the prompt. I actually added and scraped their content. So now you can see Web Pilot 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 instances of Web Pilot versus the 1 instance of Web Pilot, and then the same 2 instances of VoxScript. But really the content is about the same. So at this point, this really just becomes a high quality outline, or it becomes what would be an outline based upon the fact that our prompt went out and scraped this content. Then we take that and we move forward in the case study and we say, do we want to use this type of outline versus the old style of outline that we were doing? So if I was to open a new chat and just go to ChatGPT default without web browsing, again, without web browsing enabled or without plugins enabled, and I was just to come here and grab my prompt of write a blog post outline for the main keyword, and that keyword being best binoculars for astronomy, then it's going to list 30 keywords. Of course, this isn't using keywords that are current right now on the internet. It is using keywords based upon its database up to 2021. But you're going to see the results are about the same. And this is kind of thing that you have to look at. And this is where I am at day 38, looking at this going, let me compare to what I get specifically for this keyword, for this content, based upon what the AI has already been trained on up to the date and the cutoff date being like 2021 versus using a plugin and it going out and actually looking at the content that's out there, scraping the internet and then saying, okay, now that I've fed that content, that live content into the AI, now the AI has that additional knowledge. Now the AI and the language model is going to produce a new level of content based upon that up-to-date information. So then at that point, it would write this blog post or it would generate this outline, and then we would go back to the same thing we've been doing in each day as we generate this content. And we would say, okay, now let me get this article done based upon what the AI knows about this content. Again, I think at this stage, at day 38, with the changes that have occurred, we have to pause and we have to look and say, we have 56 articles indexed. We're almost at about 50 articles. Let's baseline those 50 articles and improve them. And then take some time to learn more about what we have now available to us as far as web access and the plugins. And then compare that as well to what Koala is doing. And if there's any updates going to be made there, and compare that content and see the number of impressions versus clicks and rankings and all that good stuff. And then improve that content and then say, okay, let's use what we've learned and what we're going to learn in the next 50 days. Of course, we're only at day 38, so we have a few more days to get to 50 where we're going to learn and keep creating that content and looking at ways to improve it and also measuring it as we move along. But then looking at this content, the way that we used to do it versus what we can do now. When we're looking at ChatGPT, specifically ChatGPT with the plugins enabled. If this is helpful, if you're enjoying it, give it a thumbs up. Let me know in the comments. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you, day 39 AI blogging. Let's jump straight into Google Search Console. I want to take a look at this, understand which content resonates with your readers, and this link to Search Console Insights. Way back when, I don't remember the exact day, we took a look at this and it said it was still collecting data because it didn't have anything to show us because we're still so young. The site being young is the factor here. The factor that when we're doing a blog and we're posting content, no matter if you write it, if you outsource it, or if the AI writes it, check out this note here from Search Console Insights. Data doesn't look right. Your Google Analytics property is still collecting the required 2 months of data. This is month 39, so a month and 9 days about. So you can see here we do have some achievements though. We have 11 out of 15 Google Search Impact, reach 15 clicks from Google Search in 28 days. Down here we have achieved The 10 Google search impact, of course, we are now at click number 11. Actually, I think if you go back and you look at the performance today being the 23rd of May, we'll go ahead and we'll drop this down to custom and take it out to today's date, the 22nd, or yesterday's date when it last reported. We do have an additional click here, and our impressions are still trucking along. Now, back to creating content. We're inside of the Universe Unriddled blog post tracker. Here we're on post 6 for cosmology, Big Bang Theory criticisms. Of course, if you don't remember where we got that, this all came from using ChatGPT and looking for the 30 semantically relevant but unique topics under the main category of space. Actually, that's the wrong tab. This one came from, if we scroll up, please give me 30 semantically relevant but unique topics under the main category of cosmology basics. Keep the topics to 3 to 5 word links. And the first one it came up with was Big Bang Theory. Yes, all of the rest of these categories are categories that we can still cover to achieve topical authority on cosmology basics. So you can see here that we have just scratched the surface. Actually, not even scratched the surface, just attempting to scratch the surface of the category of cosmology basics. Because after that, we went down and we actually dug a little deeper and we said, now give me 10 different keyword variations of Big Bang Theory that address a different search intent. So now we are just doing 10 for topical authority on Big Bang Theory inside of topical authority of the major category of cosmology basics. And we are here on Big Bang Theory criticisms. So we are going to take that back to ChatGPT. We're using ChatGPT 4 with plugins beta, and the plugins we have enabled are VoxScript, and we have, I believe, WebPilot. Where is it at? There it is right there, WebPilot. You can see them here, but it doesn't actually say which ones they are unless you click on it. And of course, we can have 3 enabled. We only have 2. This is going to be our keyword. And I have inside of our response manager, I have created this prompt. And this prompt is, as you can see right here, going to use WebPilot to find the top 5 articles for this keyword and scrape their content. I think that's supposed to be there, as in there, but we'll fix that later. I don't think it even matters. The word there. Then find the top 3 people ask questions for the keyword, then use the VoxScript, and I'm going to go ahead and enter the keyword again here so it doesn't get lost in translation or lost when it's thinking and doing its thing. After collecting all that information, please use it to write an 8-heading detailed article that covers the keyword. Remember when we did this in the last update, the thought process is here, is that it's going to scrape the content using WebPilot. It's going to go find videos about the Big Bang Theory criticisms, and then it's going to take those and create us basically at that point what is an outline. Because I found, or we saw in the last update video, that when you use it to write an 8-heading detailed article, and we've seen this in the past when we try to tell ChatGPT to do too much at once, it just doesn't give us enough detail. It doesn't dig into the topic enough or in the level of detail that I want it to go. So we're going to let this run, and then we're going to come back and we're going to work a little bit with that. So as that's running, what we'll do is we'll just go ahead and we will grab this keyword again, and we'll go to Groove Blog. And inside of Groove Blog, we're going to create new post, and then we're going to enter that here because that's going to be our heading 1. Of course, our title will come a little bit later. We'll go ahead and leave that as a placeholder. Our slug is going to be Big Bang Theory criticisms, which is our main keyword. So while we're here, because I know that ChatGPT is doing its work in the background, we can go ahead and we can make sure that we are using our time wisely, whether we're doing this together or I was doing this myself. So what you have down here is actually a new feature with Grooveblog, and I'll cover this as Grooveblog updates. They made a few changes, but they got some bigger changes coming, and I'll cover that when those happen. But you can see disable post indexing. You know, we talked about that here in the case study about disabling the post, or actually we were doing it with Pages, and Groove Pages has this feature. So they added this feature, and you can see they also added a little tooltip. I would like to think that some of my case study and some of my tickets which I haven't got a response to because I know that they are making these changes because they updated in the Facebook group that these changes are coming. I would like to think that this case study had a little impact of that because I did mention tooltips in one of my updates as well as when I sent that video to Groove support. Anyway, you just toggle this if you want to disable the post from being indexed. All right, so what we have here is we have our categories, we have our publish date, our post slug. We'll go ahead and we'll save that draft. Then we'll go back to ChatGPT and you can see here that it's finished. And again, you can see this is really light. So what we will do is we will use this as the outline to start our blog post. Now, you can see what happened here is this actually using this Big Bang Theory criticisms and using the internet, getting real-time data has caused a mistake. And it's not a mistake on the part of ChatGPT because it just did what I told it. But you can see here, based on the information gathered, here's an 8-heading detailed article on the Big Bang Theory criticisms. And you can see here that because it went out and searched the internet, it pulled data about the TV show. So this article that it wrote is all about the TV show. So obviously that's not going to be usable for us. So what we're going to have to do is Big Bang Theory criticisms. We're going to have to redo this. So I'll go ahead and edit this. And what we'll do here, use Web Pilot to find the top 5 articles, reference Big Bang Theory criticisms, and scrape their content. So what I want to do here is I want to tell it at some point, and we'll just try this. We'll add a comma. And what I'll do here, and let's just try this together while we're here, because I didn't really think about this Big Bang Theory criticisms, but critics and reviews and that type of thing, most likely that keyword, probably the top searches. Well, obviously the top searches according to Web Pilot are the TV show. So let's add this in as applies to cosmology, not the TV show, and scrape their content. Let's save and submit. Now you can see here, this is 2 of 2. This is our second attempt. So let's go ahead and see what that does. And while we're doing that, of course, we updated the Groove blog, but let's jump into Koala Writer and take a look at something here. Koala Writer, let's talk about the current usage. Of course, here we were using Koala Writer specifically for our space fun facts, and we were doing those with GPT 3.5. If we pop into the account, you can see down here the LTD or my lifetime credits replenish again on June 6th. Again, for reference, this is May 23rd. So we have a few more days here, actually about 2 weeks, where we can use those credits. So we will get back to that and using those credits. Now let's go back to ChatGPT and you can see here it's still scraping the web. I believe here, if you look, I'm not sure if you can see here, has been made since the late 1900s. It looks like some of the information now is coming from Wikipedia. I was just focused in right here. I'll circle that so you can see it. And it looks like that's doing a little bit better job of finding what we're looking for because I had to add this caveat as applies to cosmology, not the TV show. So that's interesting how keywords can have different meaning and how when you're searching the internet versus what we found inside of ChatGPT, of course, that going up to 2021. We'll have to take a look, and I'm not sure that that would show the TV show if we were just to use the chat, but we'll go ahead and see what we get here. And based on the information gathered from the articles and videos, here's an outline for an article on the criticisms of the Big Bang Theory in cosmology. So now you can see that we actually have what we were looking for when we're talking about cosmology. And here you can see the top 3 people asked queries, as well as the most viewed videos about the Big Bang Theory criticism, which is just a way for us to do additional research a little quicker, faster, and we can keep and maintain our focus on creating the content. But as you can see here, it did. Please note that the second video is about the TV show and not the cosmology theory. Actually, this one and this one, these two both, says the second video, but actually the first 2 videos are about the TV show. So again, you can still see that even though I told it not to give me information on the TV show, it still did. So we'll work those bugs out as we move along. Actually, I don't think it's a bug. It's just the fact that it searched for that keyword. But after telling it about cosmology, it would be my hopes that it would stay focused and it would not give me any information about the TV show. But as you see, The AI, just like when you're dealing with people, there may be something, again, at times things are lost in translation and it gets a little off topic, but it might decide that it's relevant, whether or not it is or not. Then that is when we as a human or the person that is in the middle of the content, gathering the data and the information and actually becoming a finished product, the person in the middle is going to matter when we're creating this content. And that's today's update. Thanks for watching. Of course, if this is helpful, give it a thumbs up and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you. Day 40, AI blogging, jumping straight into Groove Blog. You can see here I've added 1, 2, 3 space fun fact post. The thing that I'm having an issue with, again, is the word fascinating. I covered this where the AI sort of locked into this word. And you can see here, discover fascinating facts about the Kuiper belt. Now, these 1, 2, 3 posts were done inside of Koala Writer, inside of bulk mode. If you click article Q, you can see that I've utilized the bulk mode to just do these in the background. And then all you have to do is, when you are ready to publish the post, you click view, and then you can see here the word fascinating again and again, meteor facts, fascinating again and again, Oort cloud facts, fascinating again and again. So like I said, it's stuck on this word. I could definitely use the AI to get rid of that word, or even possibly inside of Koala Writer, when I come down to the advanced options, might be able to add this into the extra section prompt. Do not use the word fascinating, or use different types of adjectives to describe what you think is so fascinating about the content that you're writing. Next up is to go and dive back into this Big Bang Theory criticisms. Of course, you remember in the update where we're talking about the plugins, we were using the plugins to go out and get live data. It did create what I thought was a really decent outline, but it got down here and I had some questions about whether or not these are the actual top 3 people asked questions, especially after it gave me this information, after I told it not to not give me information about the TV show. So what I did is I just simply went ahead and Googled this myself. Big Bang Theory criticisms, and I can see here there are 4 questions that people also asked. So you can see those here compared to what we got from the plugins using ChatGPT. So what I did, or what I'm going to do, is just take that and utilize the information as well as the information that's here inside of this introduction. Go back over to ChatGPT and use the default mode and my handy dandy prompt where I pull the 30 LSI keywords and then have it write the outline. As you can see, I did that here. Then what I did is I said, great, now combine this outline into the one in chat for a new outline based upon the input. And then I just took the information from the outline that ChatGPT plus the plugins had given me, and then it gave me a new outline, which is getting even better in my humble opinion. And then what I did is, after it did that, I went ahead and said, ask these questions. Well, I said add this. It should read add these questions to the outline and title the section frequently asked questions. And it did that, and it wrote the new outline with the new title, with the new introduction. And then you can see down here, it added the frequently asked questions. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back up to my response manager, go here and copy my handy dandy prompt from my response manager where I'm recording all my prompts using a hypnotic Nickelodeon style at a 5th grade reading level. Write the introduction and be sure to include all the LSI keywords and grab the reader's attention. That actually says reader's attention, and entice them to keep reading. While we're here, I'm going to go up to my response manager and I'm going to edit that, and I'm going to put that back in where I've made those edits. But it's been working pretty well so far, even with my terrible ability to write a complete sentence or a sentence that makes sense. So now you can see that it's going to take that prompt and it's going to dive in and it's going to start writing the introduction. Kapow, bang. Imagine, if you will, a gigantic explosion so powerful it created everything we know, from the tiniest atom to the vast cosmos. So you can see that's doing its thing. It's writing. Of course, it's going to write that introduction. Then I'm going to move through each of these sections and have it write each section. And then what we'll do is we'll get that up on Grooveblog, and then we'll take some of the things that we've learned using the plugins and maybe do a comparison to the top articles, see how we can improve this, see if we can add any videos and or images, and go from there, because this is day 40. As we move along to day 100, we're doing a lot of stuff, and we're about to get to the point, day 50, where we're going to just reset and look at everything that we've accomplished up to day 50, and then look at what's going to happen on out to day 100 as we keep going, creating content, and see what we get. Back to ChatGPT, you can see that this has finished. You can go ahead and read that, or you can wait for the blog post to be posted tomorrow in tomorrow's update. If you're having fun, give me a thumbs up. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you, AI Blogging. Today we are focused on Grooveblog because we got an update. We're inside of Grooveblog. You can see the post that we have published currently. And if you remember and go back to day 15, we talked about the limitations of Grooveblog, specifically a performance issue. Now on day 19, we took a look at resizing the images, making the images smaller. We had the same performance issue as far as the overall performance, specifically talking about mobile, but we did resize those images, the feature image for each post, and that did speed things up a little bit better or a little bit more, made it a little faster. But we have some good news from Groove Digital Support. Hello, Gary. Good day. We are sorry for the delay in getting back to you regarding the issue. We have fixed it now. Can you please republish your blog once and verify? They then said, thank you for your patience and have a great day. So I went to Page Speed Insights to see how great my day could be. And you can see here now we have a performance of 62. Here you can see inside of the Groove Digital Facebook group, you can see they did a Groove monthly update on May 22nd. You can see that they were testing their blog, which is the same server that my blog is on. And they were using GTmetrix and they got a grade of E. Then here you can see after the update that they applied, they did some fixes in the code, they were able to get a grade of A. So I went ahead and went to GTmetrix to test that same post. You can see here the performance is 96%. It is an A. Now, I don't put much faith in GTmetrix. My site is being ranked, and the focus here is always Google and what Google thinks. But a 62 is pretty good. And you can scroll down and you can see that the images coming in at 1.34 seconds is still pretty good. Now that was for a particular post. I did go to the main site or the front page of the blog, and you can see that it still has a performance of 38, but overall better than where we were at when we first got started and we were testing this. And it's good to see that Groove is taking this serious and they're updating Grooveblog. They had some future updates that are coming soon that are going to be interesting as well, specifically talking about being able to drop in Markdown directly inside of the blog post editor. When that happens, I'll be sure to show you that. In this update, I just wanted to make sure that you saw performance has gotten better, and it is actually quite snappy and pretty fast. Even when I'm taking a look at the site on the phone, it does load up rather quickly. All in all, I'd just like to say kudos to Groove. Hopefully you keep making this product better along with all the other products inside of the Groove suite of products. And it really does become what you want it to be, world class. So if you're using Groove, well, check it out. If you don't have a Groove account, there is a link in the description. You can grab a free account and try it out. It's not perfect. It ain't the best, but it's pretty good. And after this update, it looks like they are serious about making it better. So check that out. Again, like I said, link in the description, free account, check out Groove, and I'll see you in the next update. Bye. Hey, Gary here with AI Blogging Day 42. Today we're going to be taking a look at letting ChatGPT do some internal linking for us between our blog posts. We're in Groove right here. We have this Unveiling the Cosmos, a deep dive into the criticisms and controversies of the Big Bang Theory. Of course, going back to day 39 when we looked at this and we were inside of ChatGPT and it was writing the article. We did have some issues, so I went back to the old way. I just went to the default model without a connection to the internet to generate the content or the main content, sort of the meat of what I wanted to talk about as far as Big Bang Theory criticisms because of the issues being connected to the internet. It was finding criticisms about the TV show. So you can see I use my standard handy dandy prompt that I've been using where I list the keywords and then have it build the outline. So I built the outline, and then of course I went through and I also added the outline that we got from the internet connected using the ChatGPT plugins. I've covered that in the previous updates, but I wanted to show this for completeness so you can see how I combined those, and then it came up with that blog post. And then at that point, I just started writing the blog post as well with the frequently asked questions. Again, these frequently asked questions came from the plugin chat in the future updates or in the past updates. And in the future, when we do updates, we'll be looking at this more and more as we get used to. And I think in a sense, as ChatGPT and the plugins become more mature, we'll get better results. Then, of course, I just wrote the section, or I wrote the post section by section, and you can see it went through and it created that post. And as well as I created the tables and then the CSS and the HTML. And that gave me this post right here. Now, what I did is after I went through this post, and you can see a link here, this is an internal link. You can see down in the left-hand corner, the URL. Then you'll see another one here, another internal link, and then here, another internal link. And then the rest of the post doesn't have any external or internal links, because what I did at this point, based upon the category that we're looking at here, Cosmology Basics, and you can see the URL here, category Cosmology Basics, there are 6 posts that are tagged inside of Cosmology Basics, and the Big Bang Theory is sort of a subcategory of Cosmology Basics at this point to build that topical authority. I went to the AI and I used the plugin, and you can see here it's called Access Link, and I gave it this prompt. After reading all the blog posts on this page, and I gave it the categories page, I asked it for at least 3 internal linking opportunities with rich anchor text for the blog post. Now you can see here that it tried to request that page, and it requested, or the plugin access link requested based upon what I prompted ChatGPT to request for the plugin, or to make the request to the plugin, because the idea here is you prompt ChatGPT, and then ChatGPT looks at your enabled plugins up to 3. And in this case, I only had this one. Then it fed that information to Access Link, and you can see that here. Then you can also see here it replied, "I'm sorry, but there was an issue with accessing the content of the URLs." But of course, ChatGPT, being the helpful assistant it is, it gave me a guide and some guidance on how to do internal linking, as well as talking about the way that it works, and then a hypothetical example. Of course, these URLs are not real, but at that point, I went and I said, okay, well, let me just feed it the information. And I said, try again, and here are the 5 pages that I want you to look at from that category. And then I want you to create the opportunity for linking, and then Access Link. And if you want to see the Access Link here, you can see Access Link actually pulled the blog post. It read all of these, and then it pulled the blog post and it read it. And it said, based on the content of the blog post, Big Bang Theory criticisms, here are 3 internal linking opportunities. You can see the table it provided. It provided the rich anchor text and the internal link. So all I did at that point was I just grabbed the rich anchor text here and I copied that, and I went back to the post. Of course, I was in the post editor, but I did a Control F and did a find. I found that, and then I linked out to it. And now you can see that that link, that internal link, is there. And all that came from inside of ChatGPT, in this case, using Access Link to read that blog post. And then I fed it the links here. Of course, I probably could have said, okay, up here, I could have changed my prompt and just told it to, okay, read all or pull all the links from that category page. But I just went ahead and just did it manually, because sometimes I think you can overthink the fact of, oh, I need to automate this process. Well, I just had the links, or I already had the links. So why not just give that information to the AI? Just like if you're working with a person, don't go, okay, we'll go get all this information and then do this next step. If you already have the information, just give them the information and let them go to the task at hand, getting to work on the task at hand, so then they can compile the information for you, do the task, and then you're finished. And that's what I did here. And that's how I use ChatGPT and the plugin to do the interlinking. Is it perfect? I don't know. Will we look at more opportunity for how we can look or get more information once we start doing these links? Look at the links and then even go to the next step in the next update. Once we get the links built across that category, then have another plugin actually show us or draw us a diagram and diagram it all out for us, as well as create us a table of all the links. That way we have all of our links and interlinks in one table, as well as a diagram, so we can just easily reference it. We're going to take a look at that in the next update. So if you're tracking along and enjoying this and having a good time, give this video a thumbs up. Let me know in the comments, got questions, or you want to see a very specific thing or a plugin that you saw that you think might help me out. Let me know in the comments, and I'll talk to you in the next update. Bye. Hey, Gary here with AI Blogging, day 43. A quick update. Inside of Google Search Console, you can see that we have 62 posts currently indexed. And because I feel like we're making good progress there, what I'm doing here in this update is showing you some of the behind the scenes of what I'm doing with ChatGPT and the plugins. Here you can see I have the Show Me plugin, the Web Pilot plugin, and this is the first time that I played with the Open SEO AI plugin. And what I just wanted to do is I wanted to see, compared to some of the other tools like a SEMrush or a Ahrefs, a tool that is used specifically or built specifically to do SEO or to help you with SEO and all the things that you need to look at as far as comparing or looking at comparisons with your competition and your competitors, and then doing on-page SEO. I wanted to see what combination of these plugins and ChatGPT could help me with. So I started off with this prompt: crawl and build me a sitemap for the following site. Of course, it's universeunriddle.com. Then Web Pilot kicks in, and you can see the response here. But at the end of the response, you'll see, please note, this is a basic sitemap and the actual website may have more pages. So it did a quick discovery of the fact that, hey, here's one of the categories, here are a couple posts, and it just cut it off. So then I said, okay, well, now list all the categories on the site. And this way I'm just sort of getting a feel for a discovery of a site. Of course, I know all this information already, but maybe if I purchased a new site or took over a new site, this is the kind of thing, or as an SEO, if I was working for someone, I had a client, these are the kind of things you would do with the tools if you were trying to get a feel for what the site looks like, what the site has currently, and what the site's going to need. So I said, okay, list all the categories on the site. It comes back and it does all those things. And I said, now count the number of posts. And it gave me the number of posts. And you can see here, it's still just using Web Pilot. And I said, okay, now show me a sitemap. And I did that specifically with that prompt, the language show me. So it would use the Show Me plugin. And you can see it said, I apologize for the inconvenience, but there seems to be a high load of requests rendering the diagram at this moment. So this is an issue of the Show Me plugin and the amount of people trying to use it. So then I came back up and I said, okay, redraw. And it did. So I went ahead. Or if you go ahead and you look, it did say, if you're interested in contributing to the open source project that powers the features, you can do so here. So it's sort of pitching the fact that, hey, we're busy, but we need more horsepower. If you want to, go ahead and donate to the cause. But if you click here and view and edit this, this opens up the Mermaid Live Editor. If you pan and zoom here, you can zoom in. Then you can see what it did and the idea I was going for. So you see home and then you see categories. And I wanted it to diagram out, basically build a visual for me, a diagram of the site. But what it did here is it put home, categories, and posts. So I went back and I said, redraw and put posts under categories. Here you can see it redrew the diagram. If you click here, then you can see the new diagram here, home, categories, and then it put each one of the categories in order: astronomy basics, phase of the moon, cosmology, Big Bang Theory, space fun facts. But you can also see that it just called each post, post 1, post 2, post 3, post 4, post 5, post 6, etc., etc. So I stopped there with that. Then I opened up a new chat, and here I only have the Show Me and the SEO Core AI plugin. And I started again. Give me a sitemap for the following. Here's a brief analysis of the site. And this is kind of where I wanted to get with the SEO Core AI plugin, But really, at the end of the day, this is just a distraction of what I'm trying to do. But let's go ahead and cover these real quick, or what this did, and we'll get to the point of what can the SEO or the SEO Core AI plugin do for us. Here you can read the brief analysis. It's pretty good. And then I went ahead and said, can you crawl the site and build a sitemap? Sorry, it gave me the same thing. Can't do that. But then I said, okay, great. Please make recommendations and a step-by-step plan to improve the SEO of the site. Here you can see it did not call a plugin, and it gave me some information and a step-by-step plan for SEO, but I had a thought that this was just general recommendations from inside of the database or from the knowledge that ChatGPT currently has. And that's what it said after I asked it, or I prompted it. Is this based on a review of the site or just general recommendation? You can see it was just general recommendations. Then I moved along and I said, what about the SEO Core AI plugin? What can it tell me about the site SEO? Then you can see here, it kicked off and it said used SEO Core. And you can see that it went through and it did its thing that it's supposed to do. And then it came back, and we'll go ahead and minimize that. And it said, based upon this, create a sitemap, optimize pages and titles, improve site speed, do keyword optimization, quality content, robot.txt. And remember, SEO is a long-term process and it can take time to see results. We're seeing that here, and anyone that's ever built a site understands that this process takes time for everything to come together and gel. But I wanted to move on and really dig into the SEO Core AI because, like I said, this is truly a distraction at this point, and I'm going to show you what we're going to continue doing in the case study. But I just want to use these because we started this together to look at what we can do and build a site over 100 days using AI. And as AI has changed, or the tools inside of ChatGPT specifically have changed and been updated, we have all this additional stuff that we need to look at, but also keep on track or keep our focus on building out the content. But anyway, what else can the SEO Core AI plugin do? And what prompt should I use to get the most out of the plugin and improve the SEO? And then it did give me the things that the SEO can do, or the SEO Core AI plugin can do. And you can see here are some of the example prompts. And so I went ahead and went through them. Then you can see that it came back and it did an SEO analysis using the prompt, but it gave me some things from that post. You can see the post that I went after here. It's the introduction to cosmology post. The URL is down in the left-hand corner. If you open this up, you can see that the request from the SEO Core AI plugin was for the URL, which is the post introduction to cosmology, as well as the keyword is the introduction to cosmology. And then it went through and it did its thing again, calling the things that it wants to do the analysis for. On page SEO, you can see some things there. Here it says it contains 5 images. I don't believe that post contains 5 images, other than these 5 images here that are for the popular post. But there is an image on this page. There's also a video. There are also tables. And you can see here that is the one image that it has. And then I believe more tables, and yes, another YouTube video. So you can see this is the post right here that it was scanning, but it says your page contains 5 images. All of them have alt attributes, which is good for SEO. And you can see here, your page has an H1 tag, which is good for SEO. However, it doesn't contain the targeted keyword. The keyword being introduction to cosmology. And the H1 that I have is introduction and definition of cosmology. But I said introduction to cosmology, so no, it doesn't have the exact keyword. So that is either me feeding the AI and the SEO Core AI plugin the wrong keyword, the wrong information, or a misunderstanding of what it's looking for when it says the keyword, if it's just trying to do an exact match on the keyword. Off-page SEO analysis, you can see here it talks about backlinks. It says it has 10 backlinks already from 5 different domains, maybe, maybe not. Again, at this point, we would need another tool. We would need to go out and get a SEMrush, Ahrefs, some other type of tool like that to look for backlinks. And of course, here you can see the keyword analysis and suggestions for improvement. And again, please note SEO is a complex field, and these are just some basic suggestions. There are many other factors that affect your page rankings and search engines. So again, that is the SEO Core AI inside of ChatGPT, and the things that I did just to see how those two plugins work together. Of course, when we get back to the actual focus of the project and the case study, 62 pages indexed, go back to the Universe Unriddled blog post tracker. We'll go back to Space Fun Facts blog post, and we'll get back into creating these blog posts for these keywords. I want to get back to using Rank IQ as well as running Rank IQ reports and doing that inside of Koala Writer. If you scroll down, I still have 40,000 credits left. Today is May 27th. I have time to use those, and it will reset on June 7th. That's when my credits roll over and reset. But I want to go back to putting in our keyword for our blog post and using this manual SEO optimization with these related keywords. And inside of Rank IQ, when we run that report for the keywords, we use these content analysis topics, Google likes and post, and we take all these and we copy those, and then we feed that into Koala, and then get our outline and use our real-time search results and get all that information, cited sources, and then come back to the content optimizer, paste that in here and see what our grade is and the number of words, and then take and follow up and record all that information here in the spreadsheet. And then we will get back and we will focus on creating content and then seeing the number of impressions as they go up, number of clicks as they go up, and all the things that we can do to keep creating content out through 100 days to see how far we can go with this case study, to see how far we can take this using AI to do all the content creation. But that's what we need to get back to, is creating the content and getting it up on Grooveblog. If you have any questions or comments, let me know in the comments of this video. Thumbs up if you're tracking and having fun, and I'll see you in the next update. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you, day 44 AI blogging. We're going to jump right into Grooveblog. We are focused on the keyword neutron star fun facts. We filled in everything here. We got a featured image. We added our post slug, and we've also added the category space fun facts. We got this keyword from running a report inside of Rank IQ. Then we filled in to Koala Writer from the content analysis, the topics, Google likes and post. You can see here that Koala Writer has written us our post, and we're going to be adding this into Grooveblog here in a second. But there's one thing that is fascinating, not so much, but the fact that the word fascinating again keeps reappearing. But if I click details, I want to show you inside of the extra section prompt, I've actually told it, do not use the word fascinating anywhere or in a section at least. Understand that the extra section prompt may not apply to the title, but the word fascinating appears in the introduction, and it also appears in the first section. I'm going to open up a case or a trouble ticket with Koala, because if I put in the extra section prompt, do not use the word fascinating, I would hope that just like if I was in ChatGPT and I gave ChatGPT the instruction inside of a chat, do not use the word fascinating. If it used it, then I would be upset because it's not following my instructions. But at this point, we do have our blog post. And again, we are using GPT 3.5 here simply because of the credit issue with Koala. And I think it's pretty much a fact now, and people understand that GPT 4 does a better job of writing, does a better job of everything when it comes to OpenAI and GPT 3.5 versus GPT 4. But we have our blog post, so we're going to copy that. We're going to go back to Grooveblog. Of course, we added in our title, and then this is the H1 or the heading one, which is the keyword. And then we're just going to hit enter or add a carriage return and then paste in the blog post. Then at this point, we're just left going through to do the edits, and we'll go ahead and do that. But what I want to do here is I want to copy this, and I want to go into Koala Chat real quick. And then I want to add this into Koala Chat. And it looks like it took the entire text. And we're going to go ahead here and we're going to use our response manager, and we're going to copy that. And we're going to paste this in here because we want an SEO excerpt. So we're going to see if Koala Chat can do this for us. And you can see here, your input is too long. Please shorten it and try again. So this is a limitation of Koala Chat versus using ChatGPT. So at this point, what we will do, we will scroll up here and we will see if we can get it to write something You have real-time data here. That's not going to be like a plugin or the web browse ChatGPT. So instead of fighting that limitation, we'll just go to ChatGPT Plus because we have it. And we will go back to Koala Writer and we will click on that. We will copy that blog post in its entirety and go back to ChatGPT Plus and paste in the entire blog post. Hit send. And then you can see that now we have an excerpt. So you can see here in ChatGPT Plus, we don't have the limitation of the number of characters like we had over in Koala Writer. So we will take that excerpt and we will paste that in. And now we have that. And then we can save that draft. And then we have our post here. But at this point, again, all we need to do is come in and clean this up. I'm actually looking forward to when this is updated. This meaning Grooveblog, they're actually going to start accepting Markdown. So we'll be able to copy and paste from directly inside of ChatGPT when it writes in Markdown, or we have it write in Markdown. We'll just be able to come here and hit copy and then paste it into Grooveblog like we're doing here. Because currently we can't do that. It doesn't accept it. The editor for Grooveblog doesn't accept Markdown, but for some reason or somehow it does take it from the Koala Writer interface, and then all we have to do is just come in here and pretty it up with a few carriage returns, which as you can see I have now completed. So we have a little bit of spacing. It looks a little nicer there. It doesn't look like a robot wrote it or it doesn't look like a robot copied and pasted it into the blog editor. As you've probably seen some posts for these low competition keywords. If you've ever done any blogging and you've looked at low competition keywords, things that rank sometimes are very, very thin and sometimes they are formatted very, very poorly. So we have that. We'll save our draft and we will go ahead and click publish. And then we will exit and save. And you can see here, Neutron Star Fun Facts, discover the fascinating world of these incredible celestial objects is live and ready to rock. We'll go back to Koala and copy this post and we'll pop back into Rank IQ because I want to go into the content optimizer and I want to paste that in and get a score. You can see here the score is just an A. Come over to the unused keywords. All these keywords have been unused. So I can either take these keywords over to Koala Writer or over to ChatGPT Plus and try to use them. I've done this in the past where I have enhanced the conclusion and then I'll get a better grade up here. So if I was to just copy these, go back to Koala, go inside of Koala Chat and paste those keywords in there and then add a carriage return, go back to Rank IQ, grab the conclusion and copy that and then paste that in and then give it the instructions. Scroll up here. Please rewrite this conclusion and include all of these keywords. And we will go ahead and see what it comes up with. You can see it's writing here, neutron stars, which are formed from the core of massive star after a supernova explosion, are some of the densest and most compact objects in the universe. And it's still writing. So once it finishes writing that, we will then copy that and take it back over and check our score inside of the Rank IQ optimizer. And it's finished writing, so we'll go ahead and copy that text in. We'll go back to Rank IQ and we will highlight that and leave our in conclusion and add in conclusion neutron stars. And you can see our grade here has gone to an A++. Scroll up here, unused. There still are some unused words. Typically, these are not being used. They're just not an exact match and Rank IQ doesn't pick them up. But you can see we have a grade A++. We are a little bit off on the word count by about 400 words, but I think that will be okay. But what we need to do now is grab this conclusion before I forget and copy that. Take it back to Grooveblog, open up the editor, scroll down to the conclusion and paste that in. And now we have to hit publish again. And we have updated that conclusion to make sure that our blog post here for the keyword neutron star fun facts has a grade of an A++. So back to Grooveblog, go ahead, exit, make sure we save that after we hit publish again. And we can see there that we have all of our blog posts inside of Grooveblog, and we're tracking along here as we head to day 100. If you got any questions, comments, let me know in the comments of this video. If you're having fun, let me know that too with a thumbs up on this video, and I'll see you in the next update. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you. Update day 45, doing some AI blogging. If you remember yesterday's video, we were fascinated, or Koala Chat was stuck on the word fascinating, or more precisely, ChatGPT or GPT 3.5 was stuck on the word fascinating. And I had said that I would send an email or open a ticket and get Koala's support input on what was going on. So I sent him an email, and Connor from Koala replied, "Unfortunately, GPT 3.5 just doesn't listen that well to some instructions. For some reason, not using certain words is one of them. Likely it is using those types of words more due to the excited tone of voice," which I had thought about. And it says here you could experiment the different ones, the different tones of voice that is, to see if it gives a better result for you. Also, GPT-4 might be or GPT-4 might listen better to this prompt, but I can't make any promises about that. Thanks, Connor. Well, I appreciate it, Connor. And also here on the channel, there was a Connor that responded. Maybe that's just a coincidence, but it could very well could be the Connor from Koala. And he basically gave me the same input here. I do appreciate you taking the time to add that comment here onto yesterday's video. So inside of Koala, we have the details for this keyword, neutron star facts. And of course, we have the tone of voice profile being excited. And that is what Connor from over at Koala Support was talking about. And I did think about that, and we can play with that for sure with the next blog post. But just to follow up with this idea of using that tone of voice and ChatGPT or GPT 3.5 not being able to take that instruction of do not use the word fascinating, I wanted to play around with this a little bit. So I just popped into my ChatGPT using the default 3.5, the GPT 3.5, and I asked it, write me a blog post title and an introduction paragraph for the keyword neutron star fun facts. Use an excited tone of voice with the point of view third person. And you can see here right out of the gate, bam, 3.5 nailed it. Fascinating. So apparently now we understand, or we know, that the excited tone of voice to ChatGPT 3.5 means to use the word fascinating. But I didn't really stop there. I wanted to continue on just to see and test this a little bit. So I fed it the outline. This is the outline that we got from Koala. Here are the keywords. Of course, we got these from RankIQ, just like we saw yesterday in 44, update 44. And then I put in the target keyword, and I went to the point of telling to write a blog post and an introduction using the point of view of third person, tone of voice excited, and please go deep into the subject, utilizing that same prompt that I fed to Koala. And as you can see here, we're back to the fascinating world of using the term fascinating, just like we saw in Koala. Then I took it a step further just to test it a little more. I used the same outline, the same keywords, but then I used the exact same prompt here where I told it to do not use the word fascinating, just to verify the fact that this prompt, do not use the word fascinating, does not work when we're talking about using it in ChatGPT. So I went ahead and did fascinating here, and you can see I am looking for it. It did really well in the blog post title. It did really well in the introduction down through the different fun facts, but then boom, it did not follow the instruction and it started using the word fascinating. And of course, just to round this out here, you can see that now I have switched to GPT-4, the model GPT-4 right here. I fed it the same outline, the same keywords, and the exact same prompt. Do not use the word fascinating. And then you can see here is the blog post or the introduction that it wrote for the blog post. And as you can see, GPT-4 did have success, or did find success in following the direction I gave it. Do not use the word fascinating. Nowhere in the introduction anyway is the word fascinating showing up. So thank you, Connor from Koala Support, for your helpful insight. I will play around with that tone of voice to get rid of this word exciting, but I do like the idea of the excited tone of voice. I just wish that GPT 3.5 could follow my instructions, but I get that it can't. And we saw that in the test directly inside of ChatGPT. And of course, at this point, we all know that GPT-4 is the way to go to create content. It's just fundamentally better, more sound, gives you a better result, and actually listens to what you tell it. I hope you are excited about this update. And if you are, give it a thumbs up. Let me know in the comments what you think. I appreciate all your comments as you follow along here as we head to day 100. And I'll see you in the next update. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you. Day 46 AI blogging. I want to jump right into Google Search Console and give you a look at the impressions. The impressions are still going up. We have gotten a few clicks. The last update, or the most recent update inside of Google Search Console, is May 27th. Today is May 30th, so that is lagging a little behind. Today's update also includes the fascinating effect that we've been seeing, and I promise this is the last day that I will be fascinated with this, but I added a new column here about voice or tone of voice, and I wanted to highlight the fact that the Quasar facts, where I really started seeing this keyword pop up, was using the tone of voice excited, and I wanted to test the other, or at least a couple other tones of voice inside of Koala, as well as go back to excited, but change it to GPT-4 inside of Koala to see what fascinating results we get. So we go back to Koala Writer, and here we are at Quasar Facts, and we'll go ahead and just hit F. And if you remember, fascinating was used 10 times in this post. Hit the details. This is GPT 3.5, and tone of voice profile was set to exciting. And that was actually written in bulk mode. If you click here, can go to bulk mode and you can view the article queue, and you can see that Quasar Facts was written in bulk mode. Then we go back to Koala Writer and we move on to the next ones. We have Neutron Star Fun Facts. The details here, GPT 3.5, tone of voice excited, and then of course the word fascinating here repeats over and over. Then we move on to Scary Universe Facts, go to details, tone of voice humorous. Again, remember we are GPT 3.5, but the focus here is changing the tone of voice. But as you can see here, the word fascinating was used 7 times in this blog post. So changing it to humorous did not solve the problem. Go up to universe mind-blowing facts. Here we will go to details. You will see the tone of voice is casual. Again, GPT 3.5, but the focus being the tone of voice. Go ahead and type in a search for fascinating, 1 out of 15. You can see here, fascinating, 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 fascinating. Again, remember here, we are looking at the tone of voice casual. White dwarf facts. Here we switch to GPT-4. You can see GPT-4. I did give it the do not use the word fascinating. And again, we have switched to GPT-4, and we saw in ChatGPT, when we use GPT-4, at least in the introduction, we didn't get this with a tone of voice of excited. But here you can see fascinating using GPT-4, even telling GPT-4 not to use it. We still get the word fascinating. So all in all, we still are stuck at fascinating inside of Koala. I don't know what the fascination with the word fascinating is, whether it's just me, whether it's ChatGPT, or the tones of voice and the way Koala is feeding that into the system as far as their prompts on the back end. I know when I tested this in GPT-4 and I told it do not use fascinating, it at least wrote me the introduction without using the word fascinating. But here inside of Koala, the word fascinating is inside of the introduction. But as I said, moving on, I wanted to show you real quick the way that I was writing some SEO excerpts. I did run into an issue where the blog posts are getting too big to even feed it into ChatGPT, even GPT-4. So what I'm doing now is using the plugin WebPilot, and I'm saying write the excerpt for the blog post. And then after I publish it, I'm feeding it the URL. And then WebPilot, you can see here, WebPilot is pulling the blog post right there, goes and it connects via WebPilot, connects to the internet, pulls down the post, and then writes the SEO excerpt. And I'm using that inside of the blog post. And here we are moving past fascinating. I appreciate you sticking with me through this fascinating discovery of why we keep seeing that word. We'll move on. We'll keep creating blog posts, and we'll move on to day 100. Thanks for watching this update. Any questions, leave them in the comments, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you. Day 47, working on our AI blog. Jumping over to Google Search Console, you can see we are still setting at 65 post indexed. Today is May 31st as we're trucking along, and you can see our performance here. Let's see here, the last or the most recent date, May 28th, going out to 3 months. We'll go ahead and go custom on that. Yes, it's May 28th. We'll apply. Here you can see our impressions still going up and sort of just leveling off here a little bit. But all in all, we're still dealing with a limited set of data or data points to look at over a short period of days, even at day 47. So what are we going to be doing today? Today we were in the blog post tracker and we're looking at all the blog posts that we wrote for Space Fun Facts. And what we have here are our post titles and our post URLs. And that's going to be important because what I did is I copied these to use them in the conversation that we're about to have with ChatGPT and using the ChatGPT plugins. Now, one of the things that I like to do, and I think that you get the best result out of, is asking the AI or your chat buddy here, in this case, ChatGPT, what does it know or what does it understand about the thing you're trying to do? And then once it understands or once it gives you that feedback, going off of that feedback or based upon the feedback that you get and helping you understand how and what it is you're actually looking for and how you can interact with ChatGPT to get a better output based upon your input. It all starts with simply asking a question. And in this case, we're talking about interlinking or internal linking between these blog posts. So I said, hello, do you understand how interlinking helps SEO and how to do linking based on best practices using rich anchor text? And the great thing is it gives you an explanation so you can even understand exactly what it is it knows about it, but it'll help you understand exactly what you're looking for in an output. And go ahead and read that or try this yourself when you're doing your own blog. But then you can see what I did is I used that input where I used that copy paste from that blog post where I'm doing the tracking. And I said, great, based on the explanation, can you help me by using these blog post titles and scanning the URLs and make a table that shows the blog post title, its URL and the rich anchor text and the blog post title and URL that you created the interlinking for. It's very wordy, and you'll see that I tried to do too much at once by just pasting all this information in, because when it gets down here, it starts and it's using WebPilot to go out and scrape and actually read those blog posts. But you're going to see after a while, it comes back and it says, I've started the process of scanning the URLs provided to create interlinking suggestions. However, due to the time it takes to scan each URL, I've only managed to scan a few of them so far. Here's what I found. And it gave me 3 results. And at that point, I'm like, okay, this is too much for it to chew on at this time. Let's go ahead and break this down a little bit further. Okay, let's try a smaller sample size. Use only the blog posts that have asteroid in the title or the URL. Then give me 2 internal links per page. And when you've done that, provide me a table with the information about the internal links. Then it did that and it provided me the internal links. You can see here it pulled just the blog posts and URLs that have asteroid. But then you can also see what it did here is it created anchor text for Phases of the Moon and Cosmology Basics, a comprehensive introduction to the universe. And then it linked out, and you can see down here in the left-hand corner, it linked out to the categories, Phases of the Moon, and then it linked out to a blog post, Introduction to Cosmology. Based upon all of the information that it pulled when WebPilot went out and scanned those URLs that I gave it. But then it did the exact same thing for every blog post, and it used the exact same anchor text for every blog post, which actually doesn't exist in these blog posts. This anchor text, it came up and it just created this idea of let's use this rich anchor text, Phases of the Moon, to link to Phases of the Moon blog post category to create that interlinking. So I went ahead and told it, great job, because really it did what I told it because I didn't give it enough instructions. I wasn't detailed enough in my explanation or in my prompt. So what I did at that point is said, great, now do this one more time and provide one interlink from the same asteroid blog post to other blog posts I've given you using rich anchor text. Then it comes back and it actually does it. But again, you can see what it did is it made a mistake, or I just wasn't clear enough on what I wanted it to do. So it picked the blog post with asteroids, and then it came back with rich anchor text. But you can see what it did is it created amazing facts about Hubble telescope as its rich anchor text, and then it linked to the blog post about the Hubble telescope. But the problem is this text that it gave me for all these blog posts doesn't actually exist. It made it up, or it said this would be good rich anchor text because this is the text that leads directly to this post, which is not really correct and not the way I wanted to do it. So I provided some more detail, or I corrected it and said, the rich anchor text you provided does not exist in these blog posts. Please do this again and use actual rich anchor text from the asteroid blog post to link to the interlinked blog post title. As you can see here, I'm getting more specific with my input or with my prompt, and use actual rich anchor text from the asteroid blog post to link to the interlinked blog post title. It comes back, it apologizes for the confusion, it misunderstood my request, and I'm glad that it's so polite, but really the problem here is not so much it misunderstood, is I didn't give it enough information. I didn't feed it the prompt that it needs with enough detail to really get what I want. But you can see now what it's done here is it's explained what this table is doing with the blog post title, again, just focused on asteroids. So you can see here, it's just blog post with asteroid. Then it gives me rich anchor text, formation of the solar system. And then it says that can link out to this blog post. And then here is the interlinked URL. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and grab this blog post title and copy that. Pop over to the blog, go to the blog post. Do a quick search for that blog post, and we're going to open that editor. Then that blog post is going to open, and then at this point, we're going to copy this because this is the rich anchor text. So this should be in the blog post, and you can see here it is. So then we'll take and we'll highlight that, and then we'll add a link. And of course, that link will be this link here. We'll copy that link address. And then what we'll do is we'll paste that in there and we'll hit save. And now we have created that rich anchor text off of this formation of the solar system over to the post about Big Bang Theory universe facts. Then we'll go ahead and publish that. And we've created our first interlink. We'll go ahead and exit and save this while we're here to make sure that gets saved. And we created our first interlink here. And then at that point, what I wanted to do is I want to take this table and I want to save it over in the blog post tracker. And I said, can you give me the last table, or the last table that you created? Can you give that to me in CSV format so I can upload it to Google Sheets? It gave me the code, and you can see here that it gave me instructions to paste that code in, but it didn't actually work. So I went back and I told it the paste special option and select paste values only did not work. And I said it put all the text in one cell. Then it gave me some more information, and alternatively, it gave me this information right here, which actually worked. And if we go back over to Google Sheets, you can see here I've created internal links for universeunriddled.com. I created this based on the information that it gave me in that table after going through the process and prompting it to do the interlinking for these blog posts. I then had it create a CSV. Then it gave me the instructions on how to do this, and they worked like a charm. And now I have my blog post title, my URL, my rich anchor text, my interlinked blog post title, and the interlinked URL all right here in one handy dandy spreadsheet that I can then use and keep track of all the links that I have and all the anchor text to make sure and see that I don't overdo it or I don't underdo it, and try to get that perfect mix based upon this task or this prompt and all this information that I've fed into ChatGPT and using the plugins. So go ahead and let me know in the comments if you tried this, or if you had any luck with it, or if you plan on trying to use this and how you can enhance it, even maybe using some type of Zapier to zap this information over to a spreadsheet. Once you choose that plugin, you could probably set that up as well. Maybe that's something we'll try here as we head out towards 100 days. If you're having fun like me, go ahead and give this video a thumbs up, but I appreciate it. It helps out that algorithm a lot. And I look forward to seeing you in the next update. And I'll talk to you then. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you, day 48, AI blogging. Jumping straight into Groove Blog, I wanted to go back here and sort this by older first, just so we can go back and take a look at our first post. The simple trick, how to memorize the planets in order, was published April 15th. So that was April 15th. Today is June 1st. As we keep moving towards day 100, a random number chosen by me to show sort of the complete progress and give this enough time to start ranking and showing if anything at all is possible with just using AI to create the content. So here we are inside of Google Search Console. You can see, of course, we started at 0 like everyone does, like we all do. And you can see clicks and impressions coming along here up till May 31st. And then, of course, we have this data that we're collecting about queries and the different pages that are getting clicks and impressions. So all that is going to be very valuable. So what I've done right now is I've decided to take out the best keywords or anything with a transactional or a buyer intent. Now, this one is the beginner telescope recommendations blog post. It is an informational search post, but really people are looking for, or they're thinking about, beginning to think about looking at buying a telescope because they're looking for recommendations. So what I did is I created this best buying products blog post, and I'm going to be organizing all of those together. And right now I'm working on these three right here: best laser pointer, best red light or red flashlight, and best spotting scope, all for astronomy. And I'm going to have Koala Writer write those. Actually, if you go to bulk mode and go to the article queue, you can see here laser pointer, red light, and spotting scope have all finished under the bulk mode, under the queue. Now, if I was to take that and just copy it for what we have here based upon Koala writing the post using the bulk, and we take it back and we look for the keywords. Of course, we have all of our keywords here. And I find those best keywords in Rank IQ just by applying the filter of best. And then it gives me the keywords here. And you can see the ones that I've checked off here. In this case, that have the potential to rank very fast, fast, and fast. But if you go and you look at the reports, you go in here and you can see the report for best spotting scope for astronomy. Of course, we want to try to use all of these topics, or all of these words, these keywords that Google likes. And it provides all this other context for the title analysis, as well as the top ranking titles with competition, as well as this highest graded contents and SERPs. And looking at this best spotting scope, it actually takes you down, or it shows you sort of a crossover here where best wildlife and stargazing spotting scopes under $550 is actually from a best binoculars review site. So this is a site that's just talking about best binoculars, and they're talking about wildlife and stargazing using these scopes, whereas we'll just be talking about the scopes as they apply to astronomy. Just a side note, when you're creating content, or you're thinking about creating content and your competition, sometimes your competition is not in your niche. They are something like that, a product review site. But we'll go over to the content optimizer, and here we'll go ahead and paste in the article that we got from Koala. And you can see that is the full article. It's updating as we pasted it in. You can see here the grade of C, and words are a little off. We need about 500 more words. But the reason, or the main reason it gets a grade of C, is because we have these unused keywords. And if you go back to Koala, you can see here when Koala does this Amazon Roundup post, typically it adds a buying guide, but it doesn't add a conclusion. So my thought process is, looking at the details, again, you can see the article type here is an Amazon product roundup. What I'll do is I'll go back into Rank IQ, and again, looking at the unused words here, I'll grab those unused words, go back to ChatGPT and use ChatGPT to write a conclusion based upon the article here, have it read this article, either paste this information in to ChatGPT, or if it's too many words, it's around 2,000 words, so I think it can read it. But if it can't, then I can publish the post and then have one of the plugins go and read the post after I publish it, and then add a conclusion based upon all of these keywords, or at least the unused keywords, and that'll bring this grade up here to an A++ for sure. The next thing that I'm working on in this update that I'm going to be showing you as we keep going towards day 100 is I am working with the plugins over in ChatGPT, and I had it list the H1 and the H2 titles from the blog post with the thought process of the next step inside of this chat to start looking at the images and see if ChatGPT can go and at least find the images, and then I can download them and put them into the blog post. But you can see here that it had a problem. It went through the web pilot. It said, here are the URLs of relevant images, but it said here, I couldn't find a specific image for this title. And then you can see here, please note that the search results may vary and it might be beneficial to use more general search terms or to search directly on the image sites for best results. Then I just simply ask it, can you give me a list of image sites for the best results? And it gave me a list of royalty-free stock images, which of course, that could be easily be found by Google. And speaking of Google and images, I just got this email about Bard, an AI experiment from Google. Of course, Bard is a language model that is in competition with what they're doing over at OpenAI, because OpenAI is backed by Microsoft and integrated with Bing. But you can see here, Bard just got more visual. Bard will now provide images in response to illustrate concepts, bring recommendations to life, and give you a richer experience. Visualize your creative explorations, get more helpful responses. And here, this is the key. If I'm going to use Bard to look for images, to know where the images come from, Bard will include source links for each image thumbnail shared so you can verify where it came from and explore further. So in the next update, I'll probably go back to this and look at these H2 titles. Well, not the conclusion, but the ones about asteroids. Really, I'm just looking for images for asteroids that I can use. Of course, I can go over to NASA and get the images there, but I'm looking at ways to use AI to go at least find the images and then let me pull them down. And if they have the rights, or if I can get the rights to use them on my blog, then I'll definitely do that. So that will include me going back and taking a look at Bard, this part of Bard where they just sent me introducing image responses, which I thought was pretty cool. It aligned to what I was thinking and what I was doing. And it just out of the blue, Bard sent me, or Google sent me, this email about Bard and the thing they're doing with images and allowing you to find images and of course know where those images came from, and of course know what rights that you might possibly have if you want to use them in your content. So if you're having fun and this is helping you out, give this video a thumbs up. Let me know in the comments what you think and what you want to see in the next update and the updates as we keep going to day 100 to see what happens with this AI blogging experiment. I appreciate you watching, and I'll talk to you in the next one. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you. Quick update for today, day 49 of our AI blogging journey together. Inside the Universe Unriddled blog post tracker, I'm working on these best or buying or transactional searcher intent post when we're looking at best gift or best product for astronomy. And you can see here what I've done is I've ran a rank IQ report for best spotting scope for astronomy. I did that because I want to see what Rank IQ has to say about the post or the grade that it's given it based upon the keywords that Rank IQ has went out and found versus what using Koala Bulk was able to do by utilizing ChatGPT to do LSI keyword research before it wrote the blog post, pulling that information from Amazon. Real quick before we do that, I wanted to show you this from Google, this awesome animation that I saw of this cool asteroid flying across the screen and then a little screen wiggle there. Google, do more of this. Stop worrying or messing with Google search with Bard and trying to figure out what it is we want when all we want is awesome animation like that. Anyway, back to why we're here. Best laser pointer for astronomy in 2023. These were all written in bulk mode. It is an Amazon product roundup. It is not a blog post. So I've actually chosen the Amazon product roundup to make sure it goes and pulls this information from Amazon. And I wanted to show you one of the things that it did in this. And again, this is the idea or the concept of, is the AI making a mistake, or is it just not clear on what it's looking for? Because it pulled this teacher created resources black polka dotted hands pointer. Well, this obviously has nothing to do with astronomy, or it's not what we're looking for when we're talking about doing astronomy and using a laser pointer. So I went ahead and deleted that and didn't add that into the blog post. But going back to best spotting scope for astronomy, this is the one I ran the report. So I went ahead and copied this. And inside of Rank IQ, you can see the report for that keyword phrase. Of Of course, we have all the content analysis, the keywords or the topics that Google is looking for. We also have the title analysis, so we'll do a grade on that. And then the competition here as well. So we have some great information to include a YouTube video that I might take a look at and even possibly look at and embedding that into my post. But the idea and the concept here is to go to the content optimizer, post that in, and you see we have a grade of C. So if you go over here to unused keywords, you can see all the keywords that got unused. This is going to have a direct impact along with the word count inside of Rank IQ as far as getting the grade of A++. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy these keywords, go back over to ChatGPT, and here you can see I was using ChatGPT to write the SEO excerpts after I published the blog post, and you can see the prompt here. But then an interesting thing happened. You can see it used WebPilot from this first prompt. Then when I changed the order of the prompt and the language a little bit, you can see I just popped the URL in and changed it up and put the instruction or the prompt after the URL. It decided to use SEO Core AI. If you look inside, you'll see that it pulled the information. WebPilot basically just scraping the site and pulling the blog post in so ChatGPT can work with it. SEO Core AI has a lot more information and it's formatted a little differently because it's working as a tool in the background to look at bits and pieces and technical SEO of the page itself. But I thought that was interesting. But I'm going to go ahead and use this same chat here because it's focused on SEO already and pulling those excerpts. And I'm just going to have it write a conclusion. I put it in the prompt, write a conclusion to this blog post and use these keywords. And then of course, those are all the keywords that I pulled from Rank IQ. I'm going to go ahead and hit go on that or hit start and see what happens. Scroll down. You can see again here, it chose WebPilot because the only thing it needs to do is read the contents of the blog post. And then it'll go off and it'll start the conclusion here. It'll write that. It'll use those keywords. When it finishes, we'll copy that. We'll take that back over to Rank IQ and we'll add that to the bottom down here. And we'll see what our grade is, what our score is. While we're waiting, we can go ahead and go to the SEO report and scroll down. I want to go ahead and see what the grade is on the title grade from the Koala post. It went ahead and wrote this. It's pretty original. Best spotting scope for astronomy in 2023. Go back to Rank IQ, pop that in, and you can see we got a grade of good. And it is within 41 characters, so it's a little short. It says it should be a little longer. But you can see the title analysis and the topics or the words, the keywords that Google likes to see. Spotting scope astronomy for best 2023 and in. It says here scopes is number 6, but we use the word scope. But the idea here and the concept is it could have been a little longer and we could have got some more information in here. But all in all, we got good. I think it works. So we'll just go with that. And then we'll go back to the content optimizer to see what kind of grade we get. And this should be done. So we'll go ahead and copy that. We'll scroll down and add this into Rank IQ. And you can see there that we're still a little short on the words, but we did get a grade of A++, because you can see here under the unused words, we still have some unused words to use. But at that point, we're just trying to stuff them in there and it's really not getting us any benefit other than just trying to use the word for the sake of using the word. Of course, we'll go back to Groove. We'll open that editor and we'll go ahead and add this into the blog post simply by scrolling down and pasting that in and grabbing the word conclusion. I'll go ahead and make this an H2 just so we have it here. Conclusion, and in conclusion, we'll just go ahead and add some space in here. I still have to actually go through and read these and clean them up a little bit and make sure that it makes sense, make sure that everything in here, the pros and the cons and the paragraphs and everything, make sure that the AI didn't go off on a tangent, maybe in a wrong direction and say something it shouldn't have said. But we'll go ahead and we'll publish that because we added that conclusion. And then of course, when I finish all of that, I'll update all 4 of these posts because I still have lots of work to do, or a lot of work to do, or a little bit of work to do. All depends on how you look at it. To clean those up, if you're having fun like me, go ahead, give this video a thumbs up. Let me know in the comments. I appreciate it. And I'll see you in the next update. Bye. Hey, Gary here. Welcome to AI Blog Day 50. I'm going to jump straight into ChatGPT Plus. I want to take a look at some of the new plugins. The first plugin I'm looking at is SEO. Send a URL and keyword and get on a page and get a on-page SEO analysis and insights. The other one I have enabled is SEO Assistant. The SEO Assistant can generate search engine keyword information in order to aid the creation of content. There are others, and if you scroll down to plugin, and they've added this handy dandy search, you can see these are the current SEO plugins. We will take a look at all of them before we get to day 100, I am sure. But I wanted to start with SEO and SEO Assistant to get the ball rolling. Of course, you've seen SEO Core in prior updates. So we'll jump in with the first prompt with those plugins enabled. And I simply ask it, please count the number of blog posts published on universeunriddled.com. It came back and it said, you have published 127 blog posts as of now. Well, I came back and I said, I think you've counted some of the blog posts that are tagged with multiple categories. Please don't list the duplicates when counting the number of posts. Then it came back after it used the SEO plugin again, and it said after removing the duplicates, the website Universe Unriddled has published 84 unique blog posts of now. Well, I know from the simple fact of inside of Google Search Console, I only currently have 65 pages indexed and 49 are not indexed, and that includes posts and pages. And of course, if I was to come inside of my blog post tracker, I have my Amazon Basic blog post, 20 here, 9 posts here for the products post, another 6 posts here for cosmology basics, and then another 30 posts here for space fun facts. So I came back and I said, okay, now please list the posts and URLs and put them in a table. It came back and it said this. I'm sorry for the confusion, but as an AI, I don't have the capability to directly scrape websites or access real-time data from the internet. Of course, you can see that it did not access any of the plugins. So then I reminded it that the fact that it had the plugins that it could use to get the information. And I simply said, use one of the plugins to get the information, please. And then it came back and it said, here are some of the blog posts from the website, Universe Unriddled. Then it gave me a nice little note here. Please note that this is not the complete list of blog posts. For the full list, you can visit the website. Well, thanks. But if I wanted to visit the website and count them myself, I wouldn't be here using a robot to do all this hard work. But moving on, I said, okay, now analyze Scary Universe Facts and tell me how I can get it to rank number 1 in the SERP for the main keyword URL. Of course, if you scroll back up here, I am referring to Scary Universe Facts in the table that it created for me when it scanned the blog post. And of course, here is the link to the post, Scary Universe Facts. Down there in the left-hand corner, you can check that out. It came back and it gave me some suggestions. And then moving on with those suggestions, I said, for number 1, the URL is Scary Universe Facts. Why do you say the main keyword is not in the URL? It then apologized and said that it does contain the main keyword, Scary Universe Facts. This was an oversight in the analysis. It seems that it does this quite a bit when we're talking about these SEO plugins. And it said including the main keyword in the URL is a good practice for SEO. Thank you for pointing that out. I then moved on to a problem that I saw with number 5, where it said there are no internal and external links in the blog post. Or it said there were internal and external links in the blog post. And I came back and said for number 5, there are no internal and external links in the blog post. There are links on the page in the popular post side menu bar, as well as in the top menu bars, but that is not part of the blog post. Can you explain your reasoning? Again, here it apologized and it went through and it said that when it mentioned there are several internal and external links on the page, it was referring to the entire web page, not just the blog post content. However, I understand your focus is on the blog post itself. So then again, I said, okay, well, it made a few mistakes. Moving on. Okay, please recommend prompts to continue to use the plugins I have enabled in this chat to assist me in improving the rankings for this blog post. I said here, use the plugins I have enabled in this chat to remind it that the plugins are enabled. Then it came back and it said, based on the keyword suggestions, here are some steps you can take to improve the ranking. Then it mentioned these keywords and I was like, where did you get those keywords? So I simply said, sorry, what keyword suggestions are you referring to? Again, we're in that same state here using these plugins, and this seems to be the issue. It continuously has to apologize for the confusion, and then it gives me more information, and then it gave me the keywords that it said were recommended by the SEO Assistant tool based on the keyword or the main keyword that this all started with, Scary Universe Facts. So moving on, I did like the suggestion for it to or the suggestion it gave me for the meta description and the title to improve it based upon those keywords. So then I said, give me a suggestion for a new title, and it did. And then also it gave me a meta description, and I said, those are pretty good. So then moving on, I said, please give me the current blog post title and meta description and your suggestion in a table for easy comparison. Then it gave me the title and meta description. It showed me the current and the suggested title and meta description. And I must say, I do agree that these are better than what I have. So I might update those. But at the end of the day, just having or seeing this conversation that I had with these two SEO assistants, there is a lot of work to be done in the SEO plugins, as well as the fact that the AI is having to continuously apologize for the confusion when using these types of plugins. So again, going back to Chat and ChatGPT-4, when you go ahead and take a look at these plugins, this was SEO and SEO Assistant. Of course, if you go to the plugin store, and I do like the fact that they added this search so you can search for plugins. There are currently SEO, SEO Assistant, SEO.app, SEO Core AI, Speedy Marketing, and Website Performance, as well as this thing called Brainwork. This thing here, or this app here, SEO app, if you click install, it will actually take you to sign up for an account over at SEO app, the website. So that might be interesting, but it's probably a paid tool on the back end, but definitely something to look at when you're here playing around with the plugins, looking at the plugin store, and specifically looking at the plugins that can help you do SEO. If this video is helpful, give it a thumbs up. I look forward to seeing you in the next one. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you, Day 51 AI Blogging. I want to talk about and take a look at what is probably the best overall plugin for ChatGPT, hands down, but I also want to talk a little bit about some warnings or some things that you need to think about when you're creating this content, specifically when we're talking about creating content as an affiliate marketer, meaning we're going to be using this for commercial purposes, meaning that we're going to be making money from the content by adding affiliate links and then getting people over to offers so they can purchase those offers and we can earn commissions. So inside of ChatGPT, when you head over to ChatGPT-4 and you go under plugins, you'll see this plugin right here, Wolfram. Access computation, math, curated knowledge, and real-time data through Wolfram Alpha and Wolfram Language. Now, this is backed by the project Wolfram Alpha Computational Intelligence. And when you go here, you can see their tagline here, compute expert level answers using Wolfram's breakthrough algorithms, knowledge base, and AI technology, as well as now available through ChatGPT Plus for mathematics, science and technology, society and culture, everyday life. There is an endless possibility of the things that you can get and do from this data set or this database of computational knowledge. So here in this video, I want to show you a chat that I had with ChatGPT, specifically using the Wolfram Alpha plugin. For this chat, please use Wolfram Alpha for data and images. Every time you give your response, do you understand? Here I'm setting the stage and I'm informing ChatGPT that I don't want it to respond without first asking or inquiring with the plugin and the Wolfram Alpha database before it gives me the response. It said, yes, I understand. I will use Wolfram Alpha for data and images in my responses. Please go ahead with your questions and requests. Then I went back to this idea and this concept where we covered utilizing ChatGPT and WebPilot to pull images, because at the end of the day, I'm looking for images, of course, that I can use that are royalty-free. And this commercial license or this idea of using royalty-free images also applies to the content that you're creating. The content that you're creating either has to be freely available content that you're allowed to use, both personally and commercially, or you have to reference it and give credit to where credit is due, or you outright have to buy a license for it. We're going to talk a little bit about this as we move on and what the requirement is using the Wolfram Alpha plugin. Even though you have a paid subscription to ChatGPT, that does not mean that the data that you're pulling from Wolfram Alpha using that plugin, that does not mean that you have the rights and the licenses to use that for a commercial use. Again, commercial use meaning to make money, specifically what we're talking about here as an affiliate marketer, creating content that we're putting on a blog, and then we're going to add affiliate links to. People are going to find those links through our content that is helpful. They're then going to click on those links and go over to offers, and we're going to earn money. And if we use this data from Wolfram Alpha, then we have to license it properly. So back into the chat with Wolfram Alpha inside of ChatGPT. Of course, we're using ChatGPT 4 to enable the plugin. Please provide images and data that would be interesting to a reader that is interested in astronomy at a beginner level about each item in the list. And these are the headings from the article. And that article, like all the other articles, at the end of the day, we're going to have to add some type of imagery or some other type of data, graphs, charts, things that will enhance the blog post and make it so people, when they're reading through it, they will get more benefit from landing on our page. And of course, we will get more benefit from them getting benefit by consuming our content and then finding our affiliate links, clicking on them, finding and seeing our offer, and then making a purchase and then us earning a commission. But back to this idea of please provide images and data that would be interesting to a reader for these H2, because these are the headings for the blog post. You can see it reached out to Wolfram Alpha, but then it ran into a problem. I apologize for the confusion, but it seems that Wolfram Alpha is not providing the expected results for the given queries. It appears to be interpreting some of the queries in the context of movies or video games rather than astronomical bodies. Let's try to rephrase the queries to get more relevant results. Then ChatGPT at this point makes a suggestion. Let's start with some general information about asteroids. I'll then try to find some interesting facts about asteroids, their relationship with Earth, and efforts to explore them. It did apologize for the inconvenience. It wasn't able to get the data when it made its query to Wolfram Alpha. This could be just because the plugin is busy on the back end of Wolfram Alpha with ChatGPT, because a lot of people are using it. So I can understand that. And I said, okay, looks like we need to try again. So I fed it what it was looking for when it failed. Let's start with some general information about asteroids. I'll then try to find some interesting facts about asteroids, their relationship with Earth, and efforts to explore them. Here you can see it reached out to Wolfram Alpha, and then it provided us some interesting facts and data, general information about asteroids, some information about asteroid belt, and a nice little chart or graph here, almost like an infographic that we could use on our blog post. Again, if we had permissions and the rights to use this in the commercial sense, because we are using this content as an affiliate marketer, we are using this content to potentially earn money. That is the entire point of this exercise here at 30 Minute Marketing. You can use what you've learned in this video or any of the videos I make here, but the intent is a commercial intent, meaning we are going to earn commissions. We are going to make money from this content. So again, back to this, you can see that we have this information here about asteroid belts, asteroids, and Earths, where it has created a diagram and a map, and it shows how asteroids have had a significant impact on Earth. This stuff is amazing data and information that will for sure and no doubt enhance any content you're creating and a blog post for sure. And you can see it goes on and it talks about exploring asteroids. Then there is supposed to be an image here, but that image got lost. Please note that the images and data are provided by Wolfram Alpha, and this is now where I'm going to dive in. And I used ChatGPT here in this case to just give me the information. What are the use rights on these images and facts from Wolfram Alpha? Can I use them in my blog? Then it came back and it noted that the knowledge cutoff for the ChatGPT, the AI or the OpenAI database or knowledge database for ChatGPT is 2021 September. So then I just came back and I said, because apparently I forgot it was supposed to query Wolfram Alpha. It does that from time to time, but understand that I went ahead and I asked it, can you access the Wolfram Alpha terms of service and search for commercial rights? It said, sorry, it can't do that, but it did link me out to the terms of service, which you can see here, the general terms of service. You definitely need to read through these. And basically what happens is it says, if you want to use these for a commercial purpose, anything that you find inside of this database, and you can see here, you need to read and understand all this. If you don't understand it and you can't understand it yourself, then find legal assistance. But the general idea and the general response is contact Wolfram Alpha or simply purchase a subscription so you can use this on your commercial or in your commercial content and on your commercial sites. In the case of universeunriddled.com, if we were going to use this data, we would need to get a subscription and we would need to contact them and make sure that we get permission in writing saying that, hey, this is what we're doing with ChatGPT. This is the kind of data we're looking to provide. Yes, we are going to monetize this blog. It will be running ads eventually. It will also have affiliate links, or I might even take it to the next level and create my own product. But at the end of the day, the idea here is, as an affiliate marketer, we want to make sure that we are completely and totally above board in everything that we do. No matter if we write the content ourselves from quote unquote research, if we went to the library, or we did the research on Google, or if we hired and outsourced a writer, or if we're letting ChatGPT just pull that information from its database or its knowledge banks going back to September 2021. But now with these plugins, specifically Wolfram Alpha, this is a plugin that reaches back to that database that they built, and they have said in their terms of service, if you access their data and you want to use it and use it in a commercial purpose and make money from it, then you need to pay them and license the rights to use that content. So this is something to very much be aware of, no matter which plugin you're using, no matter where you're getting your content. Again, whether it's AI outsourcing or you're doing your own research, make sure you do your due diligence, because at the end of the day, we're running a business and we're going to make money, and we want to make sure that we're not taking something that is not ours and using it in a way that could possibly get us in trouble. Plus, we just want to be cool at the end of the day and do the right thing. If you have any questions or comments about what we've been doing up to day 51 as we head to day 100 with this AI blogging experiment and everything that we're discovering with all the new stuff that's happening with the plugins and ChatGPT and all the other stuff that's going on in the crazy AI world, as we try to just work on a project for 100 days just to create content and post it on the internet, get it ranked, have people find it, and potentially have them click on our affiliate links so we can earn a commission. Then go ahead, let me know that you are enjoying this by giving this video a thumbs up. Thanks for watching, and I'll talk to you later. Bye. In today's video, we're going to let the AI do more of the work that it's already been doing, creating all of the blog posts for us. Here in day 52 of AI blogging, we're going to have the AI create the perfect prompt for us. And then after it creates the perfect prompt, we'll use that prompt to instruct it to do more work for us to actually create the blog post. This is going to be a lot of fun. Let me show you what I've done here inside of the default version of GPT-4. I have instructed ChatGPT to give me the perfect prompt that instructs you, that being ChatGPT, to create a blog post on, this would be your keyword. In our case, it's Big Bang Theory alternatives. The purpose of this blog post is to rank at the top of the Google and the SERP and give the reader all the information they may ask about this topic. Understand the two different values or the two different parts of this prompt. The first one is the instruction to give me the perfect prompt that instructs you, yourself, the AI, ChatGPT, to create a blog post on the keyword. In this case, again, Big Bang Theory alternatives. Then the second part, and probably the most important part, is giving it the intent or giving it the reason behind why it is creating the prompt. The purpose of this blog post is to rank at the top of Google in the SERP and give the reader all of the information they might ask about this topic. There's 2 points there. Of course, we want to rank in the SERP, but to do that and to get the most out of what we're here doing to provide the most value to the reader is the actual point of writing the blog post, whether we're writing it, whether we're outsourcing it, or whether we're allowing or letting ChatGPT write the blog post for us and give the reader all of the information they might ask about this topic. It comes back and it gives me the prompt, and you can see here it says to itself, or it says this is the instruction that we should give it. Please create a comprehensive SEO optimized blog post on the topic of alternatives to the Big Bang Theory. The post should include. Then it goes on here and take some time and pause here and read all of these to understand its thinking about what it is it's going to ask itself to give you a better idea and more information, or a way for you to think about to create the perfect prompt that you need, that you want to create and use to have the AI create the blog post for you. Because at the end of the day, what we're doing here is we're working with the AI. The AI is our assistant. We are giving our assistant instructions based upon what we know, what we think, what we want the final outcome to be. The assistant is just sitting there waiting. The assistant has some knowledge. It has a skill set. In this case, the assistant is the writer. If you were to hire a writer, you need to tell the writer as your assistant that's going to be writing your blog post, just like we're doing with the AI, you need to tell the assistant, this is what I need you to do. This is what I need the final outcome to be. If you need to, depending upon the level of the assistant, in this case, ChatGPT, as a blank slate, you are telling it, I need you to do 2 things for me. I have 2 tasks other than, or while you're writing the blog post, the task that I want you to accomplish by the time you finish the blog post is make sure that the blog post is capable of reaching the #1 position in the Google search results. Second, and the whole reason we're doing this, and the whole reason we want to get to #1 for people to click, is when they click and read our blog post, they are fully informed about everything they need to know about the topic. And of course, in our case, as affiliate marketers, that will allow us to get more clicks and to get the people that find our content to read it, to consume it, and then go to the next step for us as the marketer. Click a link, head over, purchase a product, which is our offer, our affiliate offer, and then we earn a commission. See how all that works together, how it all comes together, and it all comes back with understanding or thinking, how can the AI assist me even in giving it a set of instructions so I can get the best result? And it started with what we just affectionately here called the perfect prompt. Whether it's perfect or not, time will tell. So here's the prompt. And all I did at that point is go ahead and say, okay, great, thanks. Now put that prompt into action for me. And you can see here that it went ahead and it wrote the blog post. Now, you can see the blog post here. And of course, you could take some time and you could read that. Or better yet, you could run your own prompt for your own keyword. And then you look at this and you say, how can I make this better? How can I improve this? And at this point in day 52, the thing that we have, the problem that we have is AI is, in this case study, as we're heading towards 100 days and setting at day 52, we're looking at everything we accomplished and we're thinking we should probably be just set right now and just be pumping out content. But the problem with that is, and realistically, what would happen is if we were writing the content ourselves, we would already have set our tone of voice. We would already have set our structure. We'd be looking to enhance our content, maybe adjusting the structure a little bit, but we'd probably be set. And if we were working with an assistant or an outsourcer, we would be set and they would just be churning out content. But part of this case study is getting the AI to do the work, and getting the AI to do the work right now. As I'm filming this case study, we are in the middle of a boom for ChatGPT specifically, where we are getting access to plugins. And that is the next part of this video, where I'm going to show you how I made the perfect prompt more perfect, or perfecter. And of course, I don't think perfecter is a word, but I think it really drives home what we're trying to do here, because we are on a journey. We are on a journey of discovery of blogging using AI. And here you can see I have ChatGPT 4 and I have enabled the plugin, and the plugin is WebPilot. Here I use the exact same 2 parts of the prompt. Give me the perfect prompt that instructs you to create a blog post on, and this is your keyword again, Big Bang Theory alternatives. The purpose of this blog post is to rank at the top of Google in the SERP and give the reader all of the information they ask about this topic. But then, because we have access and the power now to actually use ChatGPT and use the plugins to reach out and look at the content we've already created, I said, why not let it keep doing the heavy lifting? Now, I think at some point when you're doing this, you run into an issue of you try to ask your assistant, just like if you have a real assistant, if you just give them just this huge list of things to do, the tasks get lost. Even though they're checking them off, they kind of get watered down. If you can give them a task and let them perform that task, and then give them another task and then slowly build upon those tasks, I've seen better results, both working with a real live assistant as well with ChatGPT or any AI. But if we go back, you can see here, I've added some tasks here in the perfect prompt. Add 3 links in the blog post, or in this blog post using rich anchor text. We're looking at doing SEO interlinking, or linking between the individual blog posts to try to help our ranking and improve SEO. And getting back to this, I'm saying use rich anchor text to these blog posts where it is appropriate. And then I'm feeding it the URLs of the blog post that we've already created all the way up to here, day 52. And then I instruct it again, and I say, be sure to read the blog post provided and provide rich anchor text that already exists in the blog post, because you've seen here in this case study where things start or tend to get made up as the AI starts being creative. And then do not make up any rich anchor text for these links. Here you can see the web pilot goes out and hits all those URLs, and it comes back and then it gives me the perfect prompt. Again, remember here at this point, go ahead and pause and take a look at that and understand we are still just having the AI generate the prompt for us that we are then going to turn around and feed back to it to actually get the blog post. The steps are, I'm going to ask my assistant to give me the perfect way to get the job done, what they think is the perfect way to do it. Then I'm going to look at it and say, does that make sense? Am I good with that? Do I think I can improve it? And then I add some more detail. But in this case, we're just looking at the perfect prompt and we're saying, that's pretty good after you read it, where it said, create a comprehensive blog post, and it gives a title. The blog post should provide an in-depth analysis of the various alternatives. And then it goes to the keyword. Then it starts about what it should talk about in the introduction. Then it says, dive into these. And then it starts reaching out and it says, highlighting the main points of contention among scientists, use the blog post that I fed it, as a reference for this section. Again, now the perfect prompt includes, because of the ChatGPT plugin, the perfect prompt includes going out, reading the blog post, and then using it as a reference point, and then also linking back to it. And then you can see it goes on through here, and it talks about how the blog post should be written in a clear, engaging, and accessible style suitable for readers with little to no background in cosmology. It should also be optimized for SEO to rank at the top of Google in the SERP. Then it gives me this last little piece of information that I think is important and for us to take away. Let me know if you need any changes or additions to this prompt. It is saying, what do you think? Please provide me feedback. Let me know what else you need me to do or you want to change before I start the work for you. But then I go ahead and say, all right, that's good to go. Great, thanks. Always be polite to your chat buddy and your assistant. Let's start. Create a comprehensive blog post, and then you can see that I just copied in that entire perfect prompt that I used with the plugin. Then you can see the difference here in the blog post that it wrote. But the idea here is it did write the blog post, and it also added the interlinking that you can see here. So now the perfect prompt for us has included the interlinking. But of course, this blog post, if you read this entirety, or if you read this blog post in its entirety, and you can see here that it came back and it finished it and it said, this blog post is optimized for SEO. It's also written in a clear, engaging, accessible style. And of course, it also has the internal links. So you have all that, and you did all that by starting with what I would call the perfect prompt. But now you also see and understand that there is no such thing as the perfect prompt. Yes, I started off with that in the title. Yes, I said I was going to show you the perfect prompt, but reality check has set in. There is no such thing as the perfect prompt. There is you and your AI assistant. Just like if you were working with a real assistant, there is you and your assistant working together to try to achieve perfectionism. Or at the end of the day, we all know that there is no such thing as a perfect anything. There is just making it good, then making it better, and then making it betterer, just like we started with the perfecter prompt. Or you're going to be able to, every time you interact with the AI, you're going to be able to figure out and find a better new way. But I do think at day 52, eventually, what will happen by day 60, day 70, day 80, we're going to have to say, look, here's what we would have done if we would have had all these tools at our disposal because of the rapid changing in the AI, the acceleration of the AI and its ability now to go scrape the internet, or to access the internet and then pull in more information and then learn from that information and then give us a better output based upon our perfect input or our perfect prompt. And that's what we're doing right now in day 52. And if this is exciting and you're having fun, give this video a thumbs up. If you've got any questions, let me know in the comments. I look forward to seeing you in the next update, and I'll talk to you then. Bye. Today, I want to talk to you a little bit about the perfect prompt that we covered in yesterday's update. But the idea here in day 53 that we found the perfect prompt, in reality, when the perfect prompt doesn't exist, and the fact that when we are blogging, no matter if we're blogging, writing the content ourselves or outsourcing the content, or in this case, during this 100-day case study, finding or putting together prompts to give the AI the direction it needs as our assistant, I want to think based upon the output that we're getting. I want to be able to think, or I want to share with you the way that I'm thinking as I use the AI to get the result that I'm looking for. Here's the blog post that we did yesterday, Unraveling the Cosmos, a comprehensive look at alternatives to the Big Bang Theory. Now, it doesn't matter what you are having the AI write for you. It is when you start creating the outlines and then it starts writing the content, you have to actually edit it and read it and make sure that it makes sense and that it is what you want from the prompt that you're giving it. In this example, in this blog post, it has the introduction, then it gives a basic understanding of the Big Bang Theory. At that point, you have to understand, do you want this understanding of the Big Bang Theory? Is this part of what you want in this blog post? Or have you covered it enough and you want to spend more time on a different topic or diving deeper into, in this case, the alternatives of the Big Bang Theory? This worked for this post, so I left it here. When it got down to what I consider the meat of this post and the intent of the keyword, so when the searcher is searching, they have a specific thing that they want to find. So that's called searcher intent. And when they type in your keyword, or when you craft a piece of content for that keyword, you want to make sure that you are solving their problem or answering their query based upon their search intent, giving them the information they want. Here, exploring alternatives to the Big Bang Theory, we nailed this because we were looking at alternatives to the Big Bang Theory. So it listed them out and it explained what each of the alternatives are to the theory itself. And then we moved into comparing theories. And this was given to me by the AI when I had it write the outline, starting with that perfect prompt. And we're going to take a look at that in a minute. But then I'm also going to show you what it wrote originally for comparing theories. And then what we got here, where we were actually to get an actual comparison statement, steady state theory versus the Big Bang Theory, and then a piece of content or a paragraph that actually compares and contrasts versus what the AI did that I'm going to show you here in a second. But I need you to understand this is the part of the case study that matters. This is the part of understanding when you're using AI that you are the person, or you need to have a person in the middle between what the AI gives you, the output based upon your prompt, and the fact that you are reading it. Does it make sense? Is this the content that I want to deliver to my audience when they read the blog post or the email or whatever content you're creating, a video script? It doesn't matter. The goal here is to get the content that you're looking for based upon the prompt or the input that you're giving the AI. And sometimes it just isn't going to get it right. And you need to be aware. You need to be self-aware, content aware. You need to be aware. You need to figure out how much of this you are going to put yourself into when you are creating the content, even letting the AI write it for you as your assistant. Again, no matter if you had a real assistant and they were writing the content for you, when they delivered the piece of content, in this case, a blog post, you need either to have someone edit that for you and understand the topic. And does this make sense? Is this going to satisfy the searcher intent? Is this going to be quality content? And then you need to say, okay, if it's not, what can I give feedback, or how can I give feedback to the person, to the assistant, or in this case, how can I give feedback in the form of a prompt back to the AI to get the content that I want? Going back to this post, comparing theories. Here you can see this idea is we are comparing theories that have already been listed above this as alternatives to the Big Bang Theory. Of course, depending on your keyword, it's going to be up to you to understand what you're doing. But a simple thing like listing alternatives and then comparing those alternatives and how and why you want to compare and contrast these alternatives is the key here. And I'm going to show you how I got to this point. So a quick recap of how we got here. We started with the perfect blog post, or we started with the perfect prompt to get the perfect blog post. So I asked ChatGPT to give me the prompt. It gave me the prompt and then it gave me the blog post. So I took this information here from this blog post or from this perfect prompt to generate this content that it considered a blog post, because this is nowhere near what I needed. So I took that information, and you can see here, please combine the blog post you just wrote with this new information. And then this is the blog post that I got from the very first attempt at the perfect prompt. And I fed it into the chat here where we enable the plugins to do interlinking between the blog posts that we already have covering this topic. And then we went through this in the last update, and then we got this information and it created this blog post, which is really good based upon the perfect prompt it created and interlinking, but it still wasn't deep enough and it wasn't really what I wanted. So what I did is I fed it this additional information from the first iteration of the perfect prompt. And then that gave me this blog post, which I really liked. It's good, but again, thin. So what I did at that point is I went ahead and said, okay, great, thanks. But now let's move into what we have been doing, and let's go ahead and use the old prompt that we came up with, the prompt that's been generating us decent, in my opinion, decent content that answers the queries based upon the keywords that we're going for. So you can see here, I've combined the perfect prompt and the perfect there prompt, and then my original prompts where I create an outline based upon listing 30 LSI keywords and then building me an outline that we can work from. So here you can see the LSI keywords. Then you can see the outline for the blog post. Now this does look a little different if you've been following along, and if you haven't, go back and watch when we first started and look at the way the outlines were looking then versus the way this outline looks, but we can still work with this. And you can see here, we were exploring alternatives, and then we were comparing those alternative theories to this Big Bang keyword. And now I want to show you what happened, but I also want to show you that I went back to using the hypnotic Nickelodeon style at a 5th grade reading level, and then write each section individually versus just trying to have the AI generate one big blog post, because it gives you thin content, surface level content, and you need to dive deeper per section. And then I went ahead and had it write the introduction. Then I moved on to the next section where it wrote Understanding the Big Bang Theory. And just at a glance, you can see that this is deeper, more detailed content. Then it went into criticisms of the Big Bang Theory. Then you can see here it listed the alternatives as it explored this keyword, and it came up with this list. But then when it got to comparing the theories, this is where I had to stop the AI and say, okay, the piece of content that you wrote is good, but it's not exactly what I needed. I need you to do this. I need you to add this. I need you to tweak this. I need you to rewrite this based upon this new information, or based upon the direction that I need you to take this content. And that is when you stop and you look and you say, I need to adjust my prompt. This gets into the whole world of and the idea and the concept, and people like to use the fancy word prompt engineering. But really, this is just a conversation that you would be having with your assistant, no matter if it was a real person or the AI. Back to this, where it wrote comparing theories. You can read this, and you should take a look at this so you understand that it started listing the theories again, and it did compare them, but it didn't stand out. Comparing theories, and it listed steady state theory, oscillating universe theory, quantum gravity theory, and the theories don't matter. This is my keyword. It's not important, but go ahead and come back up and look how this section here, exploring alternatives to the Big Bang Theory, was this same list. So at a glance, if you're just scrolling through that blog post, this is going to look the same. So again, we're here back, and you can see at a glance, it's just going to look the same. I had to ask it to rewrite the comparing theories section. And please make this a compare and contrast section, and do not repeat anything from exploring alternatives to the Big Bang Theory. And then I included the prompt that we started with, or that we always use, about going deep into the subject and then setting the tone and setting the depth of the content. But you can see here, I had to have it rewrite it, and I needed it to compare and contrast in this section. And then you can see that it started when it lists the new paragraphs, or started creating a list in these bold sections. Now, when you look at the blog post and you're scanning through it, you're going to see that this is this theory versus this theory versus the Big Bang Theory, this theory versus the Big Bang Theory. And if you go back, you'll see comparing theories, steady state versus Big Bang, oscillating versus Big Bang. Then if you scroll back up and you see the end point, or the end state of the blog post, you'll see that you're going to see the alternative theories, steady state, oscillating, right? Each theory. And you're going to be like, great, now I got these. Now I'm going to compare them. And instantly the verses using this keyword here that I went and told the AI to generate. I didn't say generate verses. I said, please make this a compare and contrast section, meaning I knew what I wanted when I looked at it, and I got lucky that using this prompt, please make this a compare and contrast section, using that language identified to the AI to use the keyword versus. This theory versus this theory, compare and contrast. That changed the entire tone, and the content now reflects the idea that we are comparing the alternative theories to the Big Bang Theory just by looking at it, reading it, and understanding that, to me, in my opinion, that didn't look like a piece of content that is doing a comparison because it was missing something. At a glance, I was just seeing the same headlines that I already saw, and I thought it was just duplicate content. Literally, I thought the AI had written the exact same thing and didn't understand explaining versus comparing. But I went back and read, as I read the paragraph, it was comparing. It just wasn't identifying that it was comparing right at the beginning or at the front end of the content. And that's where me, as a human, had to look at the content and say, yeah, you did do a comparison, but I need you to make sure that the comparison is obvious at the beginning of the content and say that you are comparing this, versus, right? And that's what I was looking for. And that's what the AI was able to deliver based upon the prompt or the input that I was able to give it. It was able to change its output to deliver on what I wanted. And that only happened because I was injecting myself into the process and doing the edits. Again, you don't have to do this, but you have to have someone to do it. The robot has to be checked. You cannot just let it spit out endless amounts of content and then just put it up on your blog and expect that it's going to be 100%, just like you wouldn't hire a writer and just assume that everything they write is perfect. Now, of course, what we're doing here is a do-it-yourself project. If you were to become a massive assembly line of content, in my opinion, you at that point have to become the editor, and you have to be like editor-in-chief of a newspaper. And then you have to have people underneath you that you trust and that you pay to make sure that they're validating all this content. But at this beginning stage where you're thinking that you're just going to grab the AI and let it generate the content for you, you're no longer the writer. You're no longer the person doing the research. You're letting the AI research and write for you. But then you still have to put yourself in the middle before you hit publish, and you have to say, does this make sense? Is this the best content that I'm putting out there for the people that are going to find this keyword? When they find it, are they going to be satisfied? Are they going to enjoy this content? Is this content going to make sense at a glance? When they read and dig deeper in, does it all make sense? Is it legit? And then ultimately, at the end of the day, because we are affiliate marketers, we are trying to get them to trust our content and then move on to that next stage based upon that trust, is to click that link, buy that product, go over, check out the offer that we're making to them to help them ultimately solve their problem. And that all starts based upon us generating the content, letting the AI write the content based upon the way we prompt it, reading the content after we prompt it, give it input, it gives us output, then we read it, and then we adjust it based upon what we have been given by the AI. We go back and we tell it, good work, but I think we can do better. Actually, I know we can do better. Let me just adjust this prompt. Let me prompt you better. Let me, as the human, give you better information, more details about what it is I'm looking for. And then I know you can do the AI. Talking to the AI, you can say, I know you can do a better job, but I have to give you exactly what I am looking for. My input has to be better so I can get better output. If you're having fun and you're enjoying this, give this video a thumbs up. If you have any questions, let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching this update, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you. Day 54. We're inside of Koala. We're going to be going to Koala Writer. We're going to be using GPT-4 to write a blog post. You can also see they've added some new options, and that's what we're covering today. All the different options that Koala Writer has added since we started this case study. Of course, we've used the Amazon product roundup. The YouTube video to blog post we haven't done yet, but I'm excited to try that one. But of course, that comes with the issue of first in my opinion, needing your own YouTube video, not using someone else's, but we'll take a look at that a little later on. But right now we need a target keyword to get this started. So we'll pop back over to our handy dandy blog post tracker. Here you can see we're in Cosmology Basics blog post. We're going to be going for the keyword Big Bang Theory history. So we're going to paste that in there, and then we're going to scroll down and set a few of these options and also take a look at these. SEO optimization. We use manual here when we're using the rank IQ research, and the default option just uses the keyword. I like the AI powered option. The tone of voice, we've covered that, and we saw that fantastic was the word that Koala basically lives on when we change it to excited or casual or humorous. So we're going to stick with SEO optimized to see what we get. Language, English, country, United States, point of view, third person. Use real-time search results. Here we have a new option, real-time source filtering. You have the default, then you have scholarly, and then you have custom. Here you can see you can add custom search operators. If you check out here, the documentation, Koala has explained that they have 3 options. They have default. This option uses all of the top ranking pages in the SERP and behaves the same as before, which is what we'll be using. Then you have scholarly, where it only uses sources available from Google Scholar, and then custom, where it gets into filtering. You can set a site operator, you can set a file type operator, you can set a DA or the domain authority score for it to pull information from or to get data to write the article. So again, we're going to go ahead and go back to default. We have turned on site sources. We're going to use the outline editor. Here's a new one as well. Include an FAQ section. If enabled, we will add a FAQ section based on real-time data. Structured data schema. So you can see here there's a note when using our built-in WordPress integration. So this is going to be setting a schema. So most likely with Grooveblog, this is going to break. So it'll be interesting to see that when we paste it in, what happens. Here we have the advanced options, outline prompt, extra title prompt, extra section prompt. So for the extra section prompt, we will go to our response manager where we're keeping all of our prompts. And we will take this prompt here and paste that into the extra section. I've seen in the past that this gives us better results, and it follows along with what we're doing when we are doing it manually inside of ChatGPT 4 or ChatGPT, because really Koala is just using GPT 4, or in this case, GPT 4 because we selected it, or GPT 3 is the default. There's also a new one here, include key takeaways. If enabled, a new version of the introduction will be used. It includes a key takeaway section. So we're just going to turn all of these new options on, and we're going to go ahead and create that outline. Of course, it's going to take it a few minutes to think about that. So while it's doing that, we'll go ahead and pop into Grooveblog and select create a new post. And we'll go ahead and enter our description there, which will be our H1. This will also be our post slug. So we'll edit that, make it all lowercase. We'll go ahead and set our categories. This is Cosmology Basics. Then we will come back up here, and at that point we need a title before we can save the draft. You can see the Koala is still thinking about this because we have turned on every single option that is available to us inside of Koala Writer, and we're using GPT-4. So this may take some time, so we'll go ahead and pause. Then we'll be right back after it finishes thinking and gives us our outline. So with all the options turned on, that did take a little bit, and plus this is a really big outline. We have our introduction, we have our H2s and H3s. Scroll down, then we also have our frequently asked questions. There is not a conclusions section. Of course, you can always hit add section here. And then if you wanted to, you could just type in conclusion. We're going to go ahead and do that. Let's make sure I spelled conclusion correct. I think that is correct. Add that section. Also inside of Koala at any time, you can go ahead and click edit, and you can add some extra section prompts here, as well as keyword entities per section versus at the beginning when you add the section prompt, which applies to every section. So I'm going to test that a little later with Koala as we get a little more advanced in this. But I wanted to test just all of these options, and you can see that this is a rather lengthy outline. So it's probably going to take a little bit of time, and it's going to chew up a lot of credits as well when we go ahead and click write article. But you can see right off the bat, we have our title. So we'll go ahead and copy that. And you can see it has started writing after we copied that. But we copied that to take that back over to Grooveblog, to put that in there, to go ahead and save the draft. While we're here, we'll go ahead and see if we can find a nice stock photo. We'll use the word universe, and then we'll scroll down here, load a few more images. We're getting to the point where we have loaded up and used quite a few of these. And you can see when you use the word universe, you run out of images pretty quick here inside of the free images. I kind of like this one. Something stands out about that. I don't know if it really represents the Big Bang, but all we're looking to do is have a cool looking image at this point. And we'll go ahead and crop and select that. Here's our warning about the untouched version. Of course, I've left that on because I want to see it every time. Otherwise, I would forget. We'll go ahead and crop and select, and then we will save that draft. And now we have our image. The only thing left to do at the end is add the excerpt, which we'll try to do that from inside of Koala Chat, but most likely we'll have to use ChatGPT and a plugin to read the post once we publish it, because this is a rather lengthy post. You can see here it is counting down the words. It is almost up to 400 words as we see it here. And of course, if you scroll down, you can see it actually writing. It's also linking out and citing the resources and the references. It's going to be interesting. I do like this. This is the option here, the key takeaways that it's adding here inside of the introduction. You can see another link here where it cited the resource or cited the reference. We'll have to add some rich anchor text for that one as well to make sure this post gets indexed. But I like this format with this key takeaways, just at a glance, seeing how it looks, because it lets people know that, hey, this is what's going to happen, or this is what you're going to read. These are going to be the key takeaways as you keep reading this blog post that Koala is writing. So we'll go ahead and let that finish writing, and then we'll paste it in and see what happens with the FAQ schema that it comes up with at the end of the post when we post it into Grooveblog. And we are back. I'll go ahead and scroll up here. You can see the word count is still happening, but we are at the conclusion. You can see the frequently asked questions here. I'm interested to see what type of schema that is that they talked about that would be broken if you were connected to their WordPress connector. But the conclusion is still writing, so we're going to go ahead and let that finish. And it shouldn't be too much longer. But just as a quick glance through this before we paste it over into Grooveblog, this is a rather lengthy article, and I do like the format, and I enjoy the capability of being able to download the HTML when it's finished and just hitting the copy button and moving it over to Grooveblog. If you click download, that gives you the HTML there, which is a nice way to save your work in case something happens to your Koala account. Go ahead and click copy, and we'll take this over to Grooveblog, and we will see what happens when we paste it in. Not sure what they're talking about with this schema. Of course, we'd have to do some research on that. Also, maybe paste that into WordPress. But real quick, we can look inside of Google Search Central and you can see what they're talking about here. They're talking about a frequently asked questions page. They have a very specific schema or data structure, and that's what they're talking about. You can see the examples here where they paste in the HTML and it has this structure. This gets into the weeds and it's kind of technical, but lots of times this can break, and that's what they're talking about when they mentioned it at the beginning of the video when we looked, and it said that it might break if you're using their WordPress connector. And I thought this might break also or as well when we copied it over to Grooveblog. But as you can see, it just pasted it in and it gave the FAQ an H2 and it gave the questions themselves an H3. So at this point, we have a blog post here, but you can see it did add this bar down here. And I actually saw this the other day when I was messing around with a table in the last Koala post. So this is something that is broken now when I've pasted this in with the HTML code inside of Grooveblog. It didn't used to do this. I think maybe they've made an update inside of Grooveblog. What I'm going to do is provide this video to Grooveblog support or Groove support to see what that's all about, because that is messing up my post, or I think it might. But we'll go ahead and we will save this draft. And then what we'll do is we'll go ahead and we will publish this to see what it looks like real quick. And of course, I'll go back and I'll make my edits and read it. But I want to see real quick when we scroll down, just leave it this way. I want to see what this looks like when we publish it. So we'll go ahead and click publish, go ahead and exit, and then we'll come back into this post and then we'll click on this URL. And then here you can see our post. Of course, it has these links that I need to clean up to make sure that it gets indexed. And then you have these other external links or the sources that have been cited. We need to clean all those up. Make sure we're using the best possible anchor text out to those external sites. And then we come down and you can see the schema here. It doesn't seem to be messing it up other than the font looks like a different color, or maybe that's just my eyes looking at it a little different. But definitely here, the key takeaways. This font is a different color than this font. So that's definitely something I want to look at with Groove support. But let's take this URL over to GPT-4 and use WebPilot and go ahead and provide that URL. Go up to our response manager, copy the SEO excerpt for this blog post, and go ahead and change this for the blog post at the URL. And keep it below 150 characters and highlight the benefits. And that should reach out with WebPilot, read that blog post that we just created inside of Koala. And there we go. We'll go ahead and copy that. Pop back over to Grooveblog. Go ahead and put that in. We'll get rid of these quotes. And we will click Publish again. We'll go ahead and exit that. And you can see now we have our blog post published. And if we were to go back to Koala and click on the Big Bang Theory history, now it should have updated, and you can see here now we have our details. And of course, you can see everything that we turned on. We turned on all the articles or all the new switches. SEO optimized level was automatic. Include key takeaways was true. That's right here. I really like that. SEO optimized. I didn't see the word fantastic or fascinating, but here you can see the word fascinating has been used. It looks like 3 times. So we're back to fascinating, but I don't really think it matters that much, and I'm over it. It is the word it likes to use, but we have all of the details right there inside of Koala. If you're enjoying this, go ahead and give this video a thumbs up. Got any questions, let me know in the comments, and I'll see you in the next update. Bye. Hey, Gary here with update day 55, AI blogging. We're inside Google Search Console. You can see going up impressions here. We are looking currently at the last update for impressions. We see 225 impressions. If we were to go down here and sort by the highest number of impressions, we'll see that the best binoculars for stargazing, best binoculars for astronomy, telescope buying guide are some of the top pages or top queries that are getting keywords. But let's check out the pages that we're getting impressions for, because I want to look at 2 different types of searcher intents. Here we have how to memorize the planets and best binoculars for astronomy. When you click on that page and you go back to queries, you're going to see the impressions here, and we can sort on those by the biggest number of impressions. And it would be how to remember the planets. So we're going to copy that. And I want to take a look at Google, but I want to take a look at the Google Search Labs, or by using Google Search Labs, I want to look at what they affectionately call SGE, or Search Generative Experience. Here we'll click Try an Example. If you don't have this already, if you go back and you click on this little Search Labs icon here, it'll take you and you can sign up for it. But when you click Try an Example, it takes you to an example. And I did an entire walkthrough or first look at this here on the channel. I'll leave a card up in the corner as well as a link in the description. But what we want to search for is take a look at what this looks like for our keywords that we're working here on our blog, our AI blog. Here you can see it's thinking about what it wants to do, or it's thinking about what it needs to do to generate the AI experimental information. Here you can see it says generative AI is experimental, info quality may vary, but then it gives you some mnemonics for how to remember the planets. Over here, you have a breakdown, or you have these thumbnails where it pulled the information and then sort of collected it for you. And you can see these are our top competitors. If you click this icon here, it'll break it down. It'll show you the sites, and then it will show you where each one of these pieces of information came from, tied to each site and each little icon here. And then again, you're looking at your competition. Go ahead and go back to the main screen. There are some follow-up questions down here. And below that, you have the snippet. The idea here is no matter what, even if you're using the AI to blog, or if you're writing the blog yourself, or if you're outsourcing it, this is what it's going to look like in the future. But I just want to check and see if we scroll down a little bit, where we are in the order of things when it comes to this keyword. And we get down to more results, and you can see that we are not ranking yet, but after we get more results, or what I would call page 2, you can see right here, here is where we are. Now let's take what we actually put in our snippet here, or in our excerpt, and let's copy this mnemonics to help memorize the order of planets with and without Pluto. Let's go ahead and copy that. Then let's put that in the SGE and get the AI experience. Here you can see the snippet is the first thing to show up. Then it generates the result. Then you can see here we have the same grouping of top results. If you were to scroll down, you would see that basically that is the top results right here. They're showing up here. And then the AI is pulling the information and giving you a collective snippet here versus the old snippet that you see down here. Again, if you toggle that, you can see the top post. We'll go ahead and close that, but you get the idea of what the generative AI and the experiment is doing. It's pulling the information from the top post, the posts that are ranking, then it's giving you the snippet as it pulls out the information and collectively displays it, or pulls the information and then creates a summary based upon that information, versus the old snippet, which would just basically copy and paste it for you to see straight from the Art of Memory. Whereas up here, Art of Memory, if you scroll over, let's see, is it showing up? Yes, it's here in this scroll box. It is the third one over, or the last one, the sixth one over, which actually wins the snippet. So in the AI generative experience, or SGE, it no longer is quote unquote winning position 0. Then here you have Wikipedia, magnetic memory. Let's scroll down and see where we are in the ranking order here when it comes to this keyword. And you can see here we are on page 1 for a simple trick, how to memorize the planets in order, when we're looking for this phrase here that we actually put into our snippet. So, or into our excerpt. Hopefully we'll see that increase and see clicks start to come to us sooner than later. Next up, let's go back to the query. Let's go ahead and go back to performance and zero that back out, and sort again by impressions and look at these keywords, best binoculars for stargazing, and take a look at the difference in the SGE experience based upon the fact that this is a different searcher intent. This is the intent, or this would appear to be the intent of best binocular for stargazing. It's going to be the top picks. This is going to be someone looking to buy a set of binoculars or looking for information to buy. And you can see here the generative AI, or SGE, is now giving you information based upon the top ranking sites, just like we saw before, but also going down when you scroll here, it is going to recommend or give you a listing of the top sellers of these binoculars here in order. If you click show more, it's just going to show you more binoculars. So these are linking out to actual brands where you can click and buy the product. Now, if we were to click here, you're going to see again, it's going to break that down. It's going to give you information on how, or the best way to choose binoculars, and then scroll down. It's going to go back into the best binoculars again, linking out to those pages or sites that are for sale. So if you scroll down, you'll see here there is no snippet when it comes to best binoculars. It is just links to websites where people have listed or done reviews, where they've collectively brought together all of their best picks, and they're giving you that information. Now, as far as our site, if we scroll down, let's see where we are in the pecking order here, where we are when it comes to ranking. And we'll scroll down and we'll see if we are on the first page. And we're going to keep scrolling. We're going to keep scrolling. And we'll scroll past that and we'll keep scrolling. Of course, you can check this inside of Google Search Console. It's just more fun when you scroll here to see if you actually see it versus looking at the number. And you can see right here, we did have to scroll. And the whole time I was scrolling and talking, you can see how far we are down on the page. But universeunriddled.com, the best binoculars for astronomy, top picks for stargazing in 2023. Let's go ahead and do this real quick and copy that and go ahead and look at what the AI gives us when it comes to this. Here you can see space.com wins out again. And you can see here that an AI-powered overview is not available for this search. So this keyword, if someone was to type in top picks for stargazing in 2023, currently in this experiment does not generate a search. Therefore, you can see that the snippet here, this order of the best binoculars of 2023, their top picks, comes from space.com. Again, that's a snippet and that's a result that Google is giving the searcher. If they were to click on more items, it would take them over to space.com. And then if you come back and you scroll down again, because there is no SGE experience, there is no experiment AI, it's not picking this keyword up and saying, let me put together the top information and let the AI provide the information instead. We'll just do it the old-fashioned way and we'll show it off here in the search results. And we're just going to scroll down here again, just for the heck of it, even though I wasn't really trying to rank for this term, but it is part of my title. We'll go ahead and say more. This would be page 2. And you can see here, we don't even show up for that keyword, top picks for stargazing in 2023. But like I said, you can come back over to this and look at these queries here, best binoculars for stargazing inside of Google Search Console. If you want to check your average position for that query, you can see it right here. You don't have to go over to Google and do a search, but it is a lot of fun. So let's grab another term here, astronomy for beginners. Take that keyword back over to Google SGE inside of Search Labs and see what the AI generates. Here you can see sky and telescope. Again, there's no snippet here, but this is interesting. You can also see that the keyword, a very short tail keyword, astronomy for beginners, the AI is not giving you information like it did for some of the longer tail keywords that we saw. So in this case, if you can rank for astronomy for beginners at the top here, you are going to have the same experience, meaning you as the content creator, your content is going to be shown because there is not going to be an AI-powered overview. It's going to be the traditional first result, people also ask, and then the additional results as Google sees them as the top ranking articles or blog posts for that query. So if you can show up on the first page, you are back in business, because the AI in this experiment currently, there is no AI powered overview available for this short tail keyword. Let's see if we were to go a little longer here and say astronomy for beginners near me. This changes the search intent. And you can see here now it's saying get an AI powered overview for this search. Of course, when you say near me, you're looking for something that's going on. So you can see here, this search is looking for astronomy for beginners near me, people that are interested in astronomy and they're interested in what's going on locally in their own space. We'll go ahead and click generate and see what the AI does for this. Again, this is changing the search intent, but you can see here now that this is giving you the same or really the same kind of feel for the information that you saw on the snippet, but it's just breaking it out a little different. But you did have to take that next step and you had to say, okay, let me generate this AI experience. And then also down here, ask for follow-up, where to start learning astronomy. Or here's another long tail. Let's go ahead and check this one out. What is the first thing to learn in astronomy? You can see here that's going to start generating. And now we've moved fully into the AI experiment of the SGE. And now we are looking for the information, or now we are getting the information it's looking for, compiling as the AI is looking for that information. So if we were to go up here and again, what is the first thing to learn in astronomy? We want to copy that. We want to go back to what would just be Google, the original Google, and type that in and go ahead and see what this long tail keyword does. And you can see here we have a snippet, and then the AI generates its experiment or its information in the experiment. And again, we're looking at a longer tail keyword to get this AI experiment. And again, you can click over here and you can see the results. At the end of the day, it's really just a way, or they are changing the format instead of giving you the snippet, or giving you the snippet, which is going to be below the generative AI experiment and the information that the SGE is pulling. But again, all this information about where you rank and the impressions you're getting is all inside of Google Search Console. I just wanted to walk through the Google experiment inside the SGE to give you an idea of what's going on there. If this video was helpful for you, give it a thumbs up. If you got any questions, let me know in the comments, and I'll see you in the next update. Bye. Hey, Gary here with AI Blogging, day 6. I want to let you know today is going to be about Grooveblog. The only AI that you're going to see is For example, the Groove.cm AI assistant. I'm going to ask it a question because I'm having a problem with the HTML code that I put into my Groove blog. So I'm going to start with this question because this is how I would treat support. And this is actually basically the question that I asked support that I'm going to show you here in a second. Why does my HTML code not work or display correctly in Groove blog? And here is the helpful AI answer. I'm not sure. However, you can contact our customer support team at, and then they give me the link for Groove blog assistance. So I'm going to click on that. Then you can see here the AI assistant pops up again with that same question that I asked. So it basically just took this over to this new page for support. You can click here to contact support, or you can go down here to chat support, which is the main way to do it. You can search through their answers. You can also click ask. You can chat here. I think this is real time with the team, or you can send an email. You can also click here to see the previous conversations. And here's the one that I opened yesterday. So basically you can see here HTML and CSS code errors in Groove blog and Groove pages. And then you can see the response, or you can see the message that I sent them and I'm waiting for a response. I gave them the code as well. I think it would be pretty cool, and maybe at some point the Groove.cm AI assistant would be able to understand that I ask that I'm having a problem with HTML code, the way that it displays in Groove blog, and then maybe it could ask me for the code. And then once I feed it the code, then it could run some type of check to verify that it's working. Maybe that's a lot to ask here in the early stages of the Groove AI assistant, but it would be pretty cool. So anyway, what we're going to do is we're going to go into Groove blog here. And then inside of our blog, we're going to go down to post. We're working with this one right here, Unraveling the Cosmos. I'm going to go ahead and open the editor, and I want to show you what has happened when I pasted the code in, and then I'll show you the code. Here is the code box inside of Groove blog. If you hit this little pencil to edit it, you can see here's the code. This is the same code that I provided them inside of the chat support. And if you cancel, if you scroll down, what's happening is it's adding this bar. So basically it's iframing the entire blog post, or it's encapsulating the HTML inside of an iframe. This is the HTML here. I went ahead and copied that code. And then when you go back here and you publish that, or after you publish it and then you actually view the page, when you view the page, it doesn't show that scroll bar at the bottom. But what it does do, and what it didn't do in the past, is it's added this scroll here. Now, typically this scroll is because it doesn't fit inside of the page. Again, this is a problem or an error inside of it creating the iframe for the entire blog post, and then it not thinking that it can fit this table in this space that it's been given. So to test this out, I went back. I'm going to go ahead and exit this and save that. And I'm going to go into Groove pages, because even though Groove pages and Groove blog are separate apps inside of Groove, I have seen some correlation when they have problems or when they make updates. You can see here I've added the code embed option here, and I've put the code embed here. So we'll go ahead and we will save that, and I'll hit publish on this, and that publishes that page because I want to see what it looks like inside of Groove page. And we'll open that up, and you can see here that it's added this extra characters, or these extra characters here inside of the HTML code, as well as it's created the table twice. So basically it's duplicated the table twice. So they've definitely done something inside of the code for both Groove blog and Groove pages. I'm not sure what that is. Of course, that's why I asked support. Again, this is the code that we've been using, the same HTML code inside of a code box inside of ChatGPT. I'll go ahead and copy that code. I'll take that over to w3schools.com where I can run the HTML code just to make sure that there's nothing wrong with it. There, I pasted it in, I typed run, and you can see here exactly how it displays. There is nothing wrong with the code. The code works. Right now, it just doesn't work correctly inside of Groove pages. And inside of Groove blog, it's doing the same thing here, where if you scroll down, it's adding an iframe, or what I think is it's encapsulating the entire post. Which also, on a separate note, you can see it here. It changed the color. I believe we talked about this in the last update, where the images have changed, or not the images, but the display of the characters here. The letters, they are not the same color. They're not black. They're just like a light gray. So anyway, that is where I am in day 56, working with Groove blog. Not a big AI update, other than the fact if you go to Groove Support, you can click here and you can get instant AI support. Now, I wonder if I ask it another question, it'll give me a response. Here, let's ask it something simple like, how do I embed HTML in Grooveblog? And then you can see here, the AI is actually being helpful and it's giving me a step-by-step direction or instruction set on how to embed HTML code. Open the Grooveblog post editor and click on the plus sign. Select the HTML block, paste your HTML code into the block, click preview, click publish. So it did give me a step-by-step how to embed HTML in Grooveblog. This is great. This is going to save you a lot of time. This is their AI assistant giving you and pulling answers straight out of their knowledge base. And you can get that right here inside of Groove Support. As well, if you go back to Grooveblog, if you exit out of that, if you go down to the help desk option here and click help, it's not here. This links you over to the Groove Support page. But if you go back to the main dashboard inside of Groove, this Groove AI option is clicking this little life preserver up here, and then it jumps you right into the Groove AI assistant. Of course, I told you what I would like to see in the future. I'd like it to actually be interactive where it would test the code or ask me for the code to display any errors, like I did here with W3C schools. And of course, I could do inside of ChatGPT if I wanted to feed it the code and say something like, does this code have any errors? And then feed it the HTML code and hit go. And then it gives me a nice response. No, the code you provided does not have any errors. And then gives me some additional information about the structure of HTML and what the code actually does. So I think it would have been cool if it would have asked me that when I said this question or ask it this question. So let's do to the AI assistant what we did with ChatGPT. Does this code have any errors? And I think this is going to have an error because you can see here, it didn't allow me to enter all the characters. If I press go, based on the code provided, I do not see any errors. It appears to be properly formatted code, which is odd because it did cut off. So I'm not really sure how that works. It looks like this may be using ChatGPT or OpenAI on the back end because it gave me basically the same answer. But here you can see it linked me back to Groove Support. So that's where we're leaving off in this update. We are blogging. We continue to blog with AI and posting those blog posts on Grooveblog to see how that all works together, get indexed, get ranked, and get people clicking on our affiliate links. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Got any comments or questions? Let me know in the comments, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you, day 57 AI blogging. We're jumping right into Koala today because we're going to be using the bulk mode to finish up some blog posts that we need to get through over from the Universe Unriddled blog post tracker. We want to fill out the rest of this topical authority cluster that we have for the Big Bang Theory. So I'm just going to copy those, take them back over to Koala Writer. And of course, we are in bulk mode. I'm going to go GPT-4 on this one. I'm going to put in the target keywords. Then I'm going to say AI powered. I'm going to leave this SEO optimized. I'm going to come down, use real-time search results, and include a new FAQ section. I like that one, so we're going to go ahead and use that. Extra section prompt. I'm going to go up to my response manager where I keep all of my prompts for quick access, and I'm going to copy that extra section, and I'm going to take this part out because that's referencing each section when I do this inside of ChatGPT. I'm going to put in that prompt to go a little deeper and make sure it stays or attempts to stay at that 5th grade reading level. Going to include this new option, include key takeaways, and I'm going to go ahead and say bulk create. That's going to queue up those articles. It's going to start writing those in the background. So we'll have those when we're finished, and then we can just take those and move them over into Grooveblog. Speaking of Grooveblog, we had this Big Bang Theory post, and you could see this rich anchor text. We had talked about cleaning this up. Here, it just used like a old school reference style, but it didn't actually create a reference point to that, and I can't think of the word, what that's called when you write an article or when you write like a research paper and then you put in the references. Anyway, then you can see here it referenced some of these. This is pretty good. Hubble's discovery of the expanding universe. And then it linked out to this Wikipedia article. It probably could have linked this entire thing for that rich anchor text, which brought me to a question that I actually just asked. And I'm going to show you what I'm doing here inside of ChatGPT to create these rich anchor text to link out to these blog posts. I'm going to let ChatGPT do this for me. But here, what I've done is I've asked a question. I've gone through a chat, actually an entire chat here, where I've decided to link out to the rich anchor text. And I want to show you that entire chat. But I want to get back here and I want to show you that error there as I scroll through all that. But what happened is it gave me the best practices here for rich anchor text. For rich anchor text, specifically linking out to external URLs, which I really think it's the same best practice, whether you're doing internal linking or external linking. But I wanted to be specific in case it came up with something that was relevant to the process of external linking versus internal linking. So here you can see absolutely here are the best practices for creating rich anchor text with examples. And it gave me each of the best practices: relevance, descriptive, concise, let me know to avoid over optimization, to provide context, avoid generic text like click here or read more. Make sure this one's obvious, but make sure the links aren't broken. Sometimes you don't really think about that, but you have to check it to make sure your links aren't broken, and then use synonyms and variations. So either ask ChatGPT for this information or pause here on this video, read this, and then understand what we're going to be doing. Because I want to back up now and start at the beginning of what I did with ChatGPT to create these rich anchor text links, these external links that were created by Koala, just like what we did here. Now in this video, we created a bunch of articles, or we are in the process of Koala creating those articles. Inside bulk mode, it's going to cite these references. So what I did is I had ChatGPT or ChatGPT and the Web Pilot and SEO Core plugin reach out and read that blog post that we created with Koala and those references to those external links, and then come back with rich or suggested rich anchor text. You can see here I had a little problem in my conversation because I wasn't exact, or I wasn't detailed enough in my prompt, so it didn't give me the external URL. So I asked it again. You can see it apologized, even though it was my mistake. But then Web Pilot wasn't able to get these external URLs, and I didn't know why it could get some URLs and it couldn't get the others. So I simply did what you would do when you're working with an assistant. Ask, why were you able to access some of the external URLs and not others? Then it gave me the reason, and it said Web Pilot couldn't pull that information. So then I said, please try another plugin. It tried Web Pilot again. So I stopped that generation. And then I asked it, please try again with the SEO Core AI plugin to get the external URLs from the blog post. It came back and said, sorry, but the SEO Core AI plugin did not provide the external URLs from the blog post. It seems that the plugin is not designed to extract external URLs from a web page, and it explains what the SEO Core plugin is supposed to do. And I said, good job, chat buddy. Open up another chat and find a plugin that will do that for us. Here you can see I still have the Web Pilot, and then I have the SEO Core AI, and I've enabled a new one called Scraper. Of course, you don't know how to do that. You simply just go to the plugin store. You do that by going under GPT-4, going under plugins, then dropping down and scrolling down to the plugin store. And then when the plugin store loads, simply type in SEO. And you can see here are the SEO ones, or if you're looking for a scraper, type in scraper. I had this one installed, and this may or may not be the same one, but the logo is disappeared or has disappeared. So I'm going to go ahead and uninstall that one while I'm here. And I use this one right here, this one called Scraper. Scrape content from web pages by providing a URL. So here we are back to the window, or the chat window, where we started this conversation. And I just gave it the exact same prompt. Now my prompt here then provided me a table with rich anchor text suggestions for the external links in the blog post to the existing external links in the blog post. Is really wordy, and after I read it, it doesn't really make much sense. I could be more precise and understand and always remember when we're doing this, or when we're doing this case study or anything else that you're doing with AI, you have to remember that you need to be as exact as possible. You get better results. Anyway, it kicked off Web Pilot, it kicked off Scraper, and you can see here it was able to pull all the external URLs. Now you're going to see something weird here. It got stuck in a loop, and it just kept going and just kept repeating the table. And again, that could be because of my description or my prompt and the fact that it was wordy and it didn't really make a whole lot of sense, and it was trying to figure it out. But I would hope that it would have enough sense to stop, but it did not, and it just kept going. You can see here it started again, I think 4 times before I just clicked the stop responding button here. And then what I did is I said, okay, after I looked at some of this rich anchor text in the table, its suggested rich anchor text was basically, it just took the title of the URL or the blog post of the URL maybe, or what it thinks is the title based upon the URL. In this case, you can see National Geographic's article on the origins of the universe. The next one is George Lemaitrie's or Lemaitrie's, I don't know how to pronounce that, contribution to the Big Bang Theory. You can see here, this is the name of the person, the scientist. Then it linked out to National Geographic. Here it didn't mention National Geographic, so that's not too bad. Here it mentioned Wikipedia, and you can see the original anchor text was expanding universe, but then it said Wikipedia's history of the Big Bang universe. Down here it said Hubble's law and redshifts. Then it said Khan's Academy's explanation of Hubble's law and redshifts, which of course this links out to khanacademy.org. I wasn't really satisfied with that rich anchor text or those suggestions. So I said, please give me the best practice for rich anchor text to external URL, which is where we started this. Of course, we started this video with show me the best practices for rich anchor text and then give me some examples, which it did. And of course, now what I'm going to do is have it, you guessed it, recreate the table by saying simply, please recreate the table with the new suggested rich anchor text based on the best practices you gave me in this chat. This is just like if you were having a conversation with somebody and you asked them for input and they gave it to you and it was perfect. You would say, perfect. Now take that information, go back and let's try again, or let's redo this and then see what it comes up with. Here it's starting to create the table. I don't know that it's going to be able to get this right. I don't know that it understands. I think I may have to pick one of the best practices and say, okay, I want you to be descriptive and use, like it says here, learn more about digital marketing strategies versus click here. Or I might need to call it out and say, hey, focus on relevance, because you can see here, it's basically doing the same thing. And at this point, I'm just going to go ahead and stop there, because the exercise here is what it is. It is you and me and the AI trying to figure out what it is we need. And this is where you as a person is looking at the output of the AI and you're saying, you're not getting what I want, or I'm not getting what I want. But of course, that's based on what you're giving it. And again, that goes back to like we started with being as detailed as possible when you give it the prompt. So in this case, now that we have the best practices, I think what I'll do is I'll go back and I'll try this again. Of course, I'll do it off camera, but I'll share with you what I've done. And I'll say, try relevance, try descriptive, try context, any of those best practices to see if I get a different or what I think is a better result. And that is the key when you're creating content, any type of content with the AI, is thinking about how can you get a different result, which is important. But the most important thing to you and the content you're creating is the content better. Can you make it better using the AI to assist you? All right, that's today's update. If you're having fun, give this video a thumbs up. Any questions, comments, let me know. I do appreciate the time you take to leave me those comments. I read every one and reply to every single one as well. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next update. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you, day 58, doing some AI blogging. Article queue over at Koala. I had said that I was going to do these in bulk mode. There are the 4 posts they finished. I got those 4 posts inside or updated, or I took all the information, copied it from Koala, put it over in the Groove blog. Now what I want to do today is use 3 of the plugins over at ChatGPT Plus and simply ask it a question. Using your own knowledge base and the plugins, can you do interlinking for my blog if I give you the URLs? It came back and it answered, yes, I can certainly help you with SEO interlinking for your blog. Here's how we can proceed. This is what I really like to do. I really like to just have a conversation at the beginning. People want magic prompts and they want secret prompts and they want to do prompt engineering and they want someone to give them a prompt to do the work. But really at the beginning of the day, or at the beginning of each day when I sit down to do a task, sometimes I start a little different. Now, I do think it's valuable to have a set of prompts where you can create an assembly line, if you will, and get tasks done. But sometimes it's nice just to stop and think, if I was just to ask it the question, based upon the information that I know right now, what does it know about what it can do? So in this example, using your own knowledge base and the plugins, can you do SEO interlinking for my blog if I give you the URLs? Here I'm setting the stage for the AI to be my assistant based upon its own knowledge and based upon the fact that I have the 3 plugins enabled that I have enabled, and we'll cover those. You'll see those in a second. But understand, it's not the main point here for you to see what plugins I'm using, what prompt I'm using. The point is for you to think, how can I, knowing that I have a task that I require to be done, how can I get to the end state, which is the task finished, the task completed and done the way that I want it? Using your own knowledge base and the plugins, can you do SEO interlinking for my blog if I give you the URLs? Notice I told it I was going to give it the URLs. I didn't set the stage for it to go get the URLs from the website. I already have that information, so I'm going to skip that step and just feed the information, which is the URLs. And of course, to do that, I am keeping track of everything in my handy dandy spreadsheet. So I will just simply come over and I will copy those URLs from the spreadsheet. Then I will go back to ChatGPT and I will simply just say, thanks, here are the URLs, paste in the URLs, hit go and see what we get. Now, I may not get the answer I want based upon what it does here. You can see the first plugin, it's using Scraper. Scraper is that plugin that goes out and literally just scrapes the URLs and pulls all that information into the chat so it understands all the information that it needs, and then it'll move through and it'll identify relevant content, do keyword analysis, and interlink suggestions or create interlinking suggestions. Now you can see here it's using Scraper. Now, will it use the SEO AI core plugin? Will it use Web Pilot? Those are the 3 that I have enabled. I don't know. And the thing is, depending upon the question that you ask it or the prompt or the input you give it, that changes. Unless you specifically call out and tell it to use a specific plugin, it's going to pick the plugin that it thinks can do the job based upon the input, or in this case, simply asking it the question, hey, can you help me do this task? The task is, I have a set of URLs that I can give you. Can you go out and pull that information in and then do the interlinking for me or assist me, get me going in the right direction? And you can see it's still sitting here thinking as I'm talking because it has to go out and has to scrape each one of these URLs. So this is a good time to pause and reflect on where we're at in this project. The idea of this project was to spend 100 days together and using the tools at my disposal to blog. And the main tool was ChatGPT. Then I had Koala Writer specifically, and then take keywords that I found using RankIQ because I wanted to have a baseline of ideas based around a topic, and that topic being space for universeunriddled.com. Now, going back to that, I looked at it and I said, I think a good way to spend some time is inside of ChatGPT and having ChatGPT create topical clusters for us. And that simply just meant giving it a keyword based upon a topic of space. And a lot of that information did come from RankIQ. So I was able to pay RankIQ, join their monthly membership, get the information that they've collected by all the research and using the mechanisms they do, going out and discovering all the keywords around space. And then I took that and I said, these are interesting to me. For example, astronomy basics. And then that led me into cosmology basics, Big Bang Theory. And then using ChatGPT to give me keywords around topical authority to build those clusters and then start creating content, both using ChatGPT and Koala. Of course, Koala on the back end is OpenAI. It's connected to GPT 3.5 and GPT-4. Here you can see that we are back inside of ChatGPT Plus. It has only used Scraper to this point. And then it says here are the individual summaries, here are the summaries for each of the articles. Now, it's summarizing the article for me. I didn't ask for a summary of each article, but I guess maybe that's the process. As you can see here, using your own knowledge base in the plugins, can you do SEO interlinking for my blog if you give the URLs? So I gave it the URLs. Yes, I can certainly help you with the SEO interlinking for your blog. Here's how we can proceed. It's going to identify relevant content. So maybe that is the way it's doing it by giving us a summary. It's going to do keyword analysis. I can use the SEO analysis tool to identify the most relevant keywords for each blog post, and then it's going to provide me the interlinking suggestions. So it's doing its thing here. Here are summaries. So we're going to see what happens as it gives a summary for each one of these. This is actually really interesting how it's summarizing each one of these articles. It gives me an idea or a better idea of even the content that's out there on the blog. And that's another thing, the discovery of what we do every time I show up to do one of these. There's lots of work in the background. I try to show everything I do here on camera, but lots of times it takes doing this in the background. So it's sitting there working while I'm talking to you. And we spend a lot of time just sort of thinking, going, this is interesting. And now you can see we're back. Now let's interlink these articles. Here are some suggestions. In the Introduction to Cosmology article, you can link the Big Bang Theory overview when you first mentioned Big Bang Theory. You can also link to A to Z of Cosmology at the end of the article for readers who want to learn more about cosmology. Now you can see here it hasn't given me rich anchor text, but then again, I did not ask for rich anchor text. So as it's working here, that brings me back to another idea and another point of, again, when you are prompting the AI, and in this case, I prompted the AI to just give me suggestions about interlinking. So I wasn't specific and didn't say, give me rich anchor text from existing text inside of the blog post, which we did that back in another update, and I covered that, and I said, I need to get more specific. And in this case, I already know I need to be specific, but the thing about it is I also want to understand, or I want to think sometimes, hey, I just want to have a conversation today to see how you can help me with these 3 plugins if I provide you this information. And then I'll get more detailed as I go. So we're back inside of ChatGPT. Now let's interlink these articles. Here are some suggestions. You can see that it stopped. I will need to say, please continue. This does happen. This is a lot of information here. So it's going to go ahead now after it gave us the ideas for interlinking. And it's saying, remember the goal of interlinking. And this is what I really like. I really enjoy the fact that it provides feedback in the way that after it summarizes, or it takes your input when you give it a prompt. Or in this case, I'm just going to drop the word prompt and say, when you're having a conversation with the AI assistant, it's giving you feedback and it's saying, great, here's the information that you asked for. Here's the work that I was able to do for you based upon the information you gave me. But here is some more relevant information, or here are some other things to remember. So at this point, what I want to do is I want to go back up and I want to use all this information that it used from Scraper and the information here that it said it could do for me to give me interlinking suggestions. And again, goes back to my original prompt, and it wasn't detailed enough. Always be as detailed as possible. Just like if you're working with a person, you need to be specific in the task. And lots of times I think, or I know that when I'm working with the AI, I get lazy and I'm just like, using your own knowledge base in the plugins, can you do SEO interlinking for my blog if I give you the URLs? Yeah, it can. And it said yes. And then it did it, and it gave me a summary of each article. And then it said, now let's interlink these articles. Here are some suggestions. And then it gave me a little more feedback, and it said, remember the goal of interlinking is to provide your readers with additional relevant content to explore, which can help increase the time they spend on your site, reduce bounce rate, and improve your SEO. Here are some additional interlinking suggestions. So it gave me 12 suggestions, and then it gave me 11 more. Now, how did it pick 12 and 11? I don't know. That's the power of this. That's the beauty. It's also the frustrating part of doing this. So now I'm going to stop and think. So let's try this as a prompt. Or again, throwing out the word prompt, and let me try this as additional instructions based upon the data that we were given, based upon the initial question that we asked, and then the input being the URLs that we gave it to crunch the data from, or to go out, pull the information, and then give us the response. Great, thanks. Now, please use this information and provide me a table of interlinked suggestions using the actual words from the blog post and creating relevant, rich anchor text for 2 links per blog post in each of the blog posts I gave you URLs for. Please provide this information in a table that shows me all the information I need to apply the interlinking to my blog post. Now, a lot of times I will write these instructions or this prompt, and then I'll get the information back and I'll say, what in the world did you do? That's not what I asked for. Then I go back and I look at my prompt, or I look at the instruction and I say, well, yeah, that's basically what I asked for. It was too generic. I wasn't detailed enough. Detail, detail, detail. The devil's in the details, and it's just the way it is. So Now we go back and you can see it's created me a table, and it says for the blog post, Introduction to Cosmology, anchor text is Big Bang Theory, link to the post, Big Bang Theory overview, more about cosmology, link to the A to Z of cosmology, evidence supporting the theory, link to Big Bang Theory evidence, evolution of the universe. So then after it finishes this table for those URLs, then we have to actually do the work. We have to go and we have to search and to make sure that it used the real text from each one of these. Sometimes it does well, sometimes it doesn't do so well. As you know, AI hallucination is a real thing. So what we'll do is we'll let this run in the background, and then we'll go over and we'll check a couple of them together and link them and then finish up this update. So you can see here now it finished up. Please note that the anchor text should ideally be a part of a sentence in your blog post that naturally leads to the topic of the linked article. The anchor text suggestions provided here are based on the summaries of your articles and may need to be adjusted to fit naturally into your content. So we may not find these words exactly because they were based on the summaries. But let's see what we got. And of course, that's part of the editing process as well, is when you start to interlink to say, okay, does this make sense? Is this doing what I want it to do? When I read it, does it have a natural flow just like it said? And that's part of the process of using the AI. The AI is an assistant, and it's letting you know, it's giving you that friendly reminder to look for this anchor text and make sure that it makes sense. So we'll go ahead and we will copy that. Big Bang Theory, Introduction to Cosmology is the post. We'll go back to the post and we'll look for introduction. We'll go ahead and open that editor for this post. Here, I'm assuming if we look for Big Bang Theory, we're going to see it. As we dive into the world of cosmology, we'll learn about the Big Bang Theory. Here we can highlight this and we can add this link right here. Go back and we will grab that link, copy the link, and we'll go ahead and we will just plop that in right there and save that one. Then we'll go back and we'll look at more about cosmology, and we'll see if we can find that one as well by searching. And we will see that here the phrase more about cosmology is not showing up. So what we're going to be looking for is about cosmology. Then here, we're just looking for the word cosmology. You can see here, what is cosmology? Cosmology is the super cool science that helps us understand how the universe has began. So what we're looking for now is a chance to find a place for interlinking. So for example, we were looking for more about cosmology, but the amazing story of cosmology, I think would be a good opportunity here for us to link based upon this, more about cosmology. We can go ahead and we can copy that link and we can say the amazing story of cosmology, and we could go ahead and interlink that to the A to Z of cosmology, because that's basically telling the amazing story where we're covering everything that we need to know. And if you go back and check the update where we created those pages were created using prompts or asking the AI to act as an individual that was a person that had been studying cosmology for 20 years and then giving information to a beginner. So that's what we're doing here. So we'll go ahead and we'll interlink that for now. But you can see the process. We'll go ahead and publish that. We'll come back to this. Of course, if I wanted ChatGPT to know, I would have to feed that information in here and keep track of this blog post. And of course, turn this into a data set, a CSV, for example, a CSV file that I could then upload over into the Google blog tracker that you see right here. If I was to look here, I believe I created a new spreadsheet and I called that internal links for universeunriddled.com. Here you can see some of the interlinks, and you saw this spreadsheet in one of the other updates that we've been doing here as we are moving along to day 100. You can see here I interlinked this URL. I also interlinked the blog post title, the rich anchor text. So we've done this exercise before, but I wanted to cover it again and just show you now that it's changed a little bit since that update that we did the internal linking. I'll go ahead and I will leave that update in the description, as well as I'll add it into the card so you can check out that. But the best thing to do if you're just landing on this case study, check out the playlist, go through the playlist, go back to day 100, watch this again, see what I've done. And I challenge you to start your own 100-day AI blogging series. You don't have to obviously make videos and share it on YouTube. It'd be pretty cool if you did, but just go and just think, how can the AI help me create a blog, help me create helpful information, get that helpful information out to the world, and then focus and think about, as an affiliate marketer, how can I use this to make money? Obviously, the answer is simple. You utilize what I call my top strategy. You generate traffic by starting a topic or creating an idea around a topic and then generating helpful, useful content. Then you pick an offer that makes sense, that supports that content, that ultimately becomes the solution that people are looking for because they have a problem. And that problem is not just a problem like I got to get something fixed, but the problem in this case is I have a problem. I want to learn how to do astronomy, or I want to understand astronomy, and then I need to know certain tools and other information that I need. And that allows me as the affiliate marketer to provide that information and give my reader the solution, just like you can give your reader the solution, which is a link over to your affiliate offer. And then you can take those people, you can add them into a group, a Facebook group, an email list, anything along that line to keep communicating with them, and then ultimately provide them more offers and essentially do the thing that we're trying to do, which is make money as an affiliate marketer, because that's why we're doing this entire exercise here on 30-Minute Marketing. That's the point, to understand how to get started by creating content, be helpful, and then ultimately earn money by helping other people. If you're having fun like I am and you're learning, go ahead, give this video a thumbs up. If you got any questions, let me know in the comments. Look forward to seeing you next video update. See you then. Talk to you later. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you. Quick update for day 59, AI blogging. We're back inside of ChatGPT. This was the table that we left off, and I want to follow up with this idea of having the perfect prompt or having a prompt that you can copy and paste versus having a conversation. So I went ahead and wanted to complete this, and I wanted the rich anchor text to be real anchor text that was from the blog post, so I didn't have to do a lot of manual work by reading what it had provided me in the table. So I asked, can you provide me rich anchor text that is already in the blog post, and then redo the table? Again, here, I'm not being detailed enough, so the AI has to apologize for the confusion and let me know that it can't access the internet to read my blog post. Now, again, we've had this conversation, but the simple fact of the matter, or the simple matter of the fact is, I need to be more detailed. I need to give it better instructions. I need to provide guidance just like I would if I was talking to an assistant that got confused at times. So here we go. Please use the scraper plugin and access each blog post one at a time and provide me rich anchor text that is already in the blog post. Here you can see it came back and it gave me rich anchor text that was found in the blog post Big Bang Theory overview. So basically it did what I told it. It went and it found the blog post and it gave me the rich anchor text from that blog post that it chose, Big Bang Theory overview, which if you scroll up is the first, or I believe it is the first, or it's actually the second in the table that it had created. So I'm not sure how it picked that one or why it picked that one, but again, I wasn't being detailed in my prompt. So here I said, okay, great. Now I need you to access this URL. Now we're getting specific. Go to this URL and give me suggestions based on the content in the blog post using the existing words. Suggest me rich anchor text to 2 of the other blog posts I provided links for in this chat. Now it went out at use scraper and you can see the result, and you can actually see this text right here. If we were to copy that, go into the Cosmology Basics Introduction blog post and Control F to find that text. You will see that that text is here, and now that text has the link. This is now linked as an internal link to the universeunriddled.com post. So we have used rich anchor text and linked it to the other blog post that it suggested here based upon actual rich anchor text. You can see here, then I went ahead and I said, perfect. Now follow the same instructions for, and I provided it each URL, and then it gave me the information. Now it did actually come back here and I had to let it know that there was a problem, and I gave it the rich anchor text and said, this is not in the blog post. Can you redo it? And you can see here it apologized for the confusion and it said, let's try again. It tried again and it did work perfectly. So then I asked it for a table. It gave me the table. I went down here and then I said, can you give me the table data in a CSV format? It did that. It gave it to me in what I consider to be the wrong format. Again, this is a miscommunication between me and the AI. So I had an additional conversation with it, and then I asked it, okay, now I've copied and pasted that. Can you give me the information for how to get it into the Google data sheet based upon this comma separated format? It did. So I went to the Google sheet where I'm tracking the internal links for the site, and I noticed that the columns that I had, blog post title, URL, rich anchor text, interlinked blog post title, and interlinked URL, were the columns that I needed. So I took that detailed information back to ChatGPT and I asked it, perfect, please redo the table with the following rows. It did that, and based upon the instructions here that it gives me on how to copy the data into the Google data sheet by pasting in special values only and then using the data option to split the text into columns based upon the comma format, I'm going to scroll down here and copy the code, take it back to the Google sheet, and then I will paste special values only. Then I will go up to data, and then I will select split text to columns, and then it will separate that via the comma. Of course, here I have the row header. I'll go ahead and delete that row. And then now I have added the data into the spreadsheet. I'll go ahead and make that the same font. I'll go ahead and green it up because now we are tracking along all of the rich anchor text that we have added into the blog. All thanks to the help of the AI for doing all the heavy lifting, for creating the CSV data set, for creating the table, for creating the rich anchor text, all based on the conversation that I had and making sure that the conversation was as detailed as it needs to be. And yes, this will allow you to get to the perfect prompt where you then could just have that perfect prompt and paste it in every time you wanted to come back and do this interlinking. Instead of starting here and having to go through this conversation, you could figure out the perfect prompt, save that perfect prompt, and then paste it in and be on your way to creating these rich anchor text-based SEO best practice interlinkings for your blog. Hope you enjoyed this quick update. If you did, give it a thumbs up. Look forward to seeing you in day 60. Talk to you then. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you. Day 60 of AI blogging, straight into Google Search Console because I want to look at what we have accomplished over the last 2 months. 60 days, 2 months of blogging using AI. And we see here we have 20 total web search clicks as far as performance goes. But really what I'm interested in and what I'm focusing on here going forward is this graph that is going up, which is the number of pages that we have indexed. Over the 100 days, my goal, and still my goal, is to get to 100 blog posts minimum and then evaluate where we are after that 100 days. To think at 60 days, we have 71 pages of our site indexed, to include the legal pages that we created, things like contact us page, about us page, and all the sort of disclaimers that we need. We created with the AI, got those up and published inside of Grooveblog, figured out some indexing and a way to de-index certain pages that we didn't want Google to index and serve up, and then writing those blog posts and getting those blog posts indexed. Now, if you go back to Google Search Console, and we're focused, of course, on the 71 pages that are indexed, but there are 60 pages that aren't indexed. And there's lots of things that we need to do to dive into why these pages aren't getting indexed. But I don't really want to cover that today because it gets in the weeds of the minutia of the sort of errors that Google gets you and gives you. And you'll also notice that when you dive into this, you're going to find a lot of things where Google doesn't give you any information. And the only answer that you'll find from any SEO expert is that you need to create better content. Well, obviously, if you knew how to create better content, you would have done that from the start. So all you can do is look at the pages and posts that aren't indexed and then go through each error message that Google gives you information on and then work your way through that. But I want to dive into a full sort of an overall look and do an SEO audit of the site itself. And I want to start doing that, or I want to start by looking at what ChatGPT can currently do for us to do that site audit. So yesterday I was inside of ChatGPT looking at the plugin SEO Core AI, and I started off the conversation by asking it for a prompt. Please give me a prompt to get an SEO report using the plugin currently enabled, because I need ChatGPT to tell me how to use the prompt. Or I want it to. Obviously, I could go do a bunch of research about the plugin, but it's easier, and I think it's better if you just ask ChatGPT as your assistant, hey, what do you know about this plugin and what it can do for me? So you can see here, it says, here is a prompt you can use, and then it says replace the example.com, obviously with the URL that you're trying to analyze, and then your target keyword. Of course, I'm not looking for a target keyword. I think this plugin is designed specifically to do an SEO report for a target keyword for a specific page, looking at that page and analyzing it. But I wanted to see what it could do for the entire site. And then I'm going to show you some tools out there that are free and or being sold or being given away as sort of a lead magnet to let you test it and then buy into some of the more popular SEO tools out there. But I wanted to see what ChatGPT 4 with the SEO plugin could do before we move into that next stage. So I simply just said, please scan universeunriddled.com and provide me a detailed SEO report on what to do to improve to get better results. You can see the core plugin went through, and this is what it came up with. There was one quick thing that I noticed, that I didn't have a meta description. It was missing. And I know there's some things that we set up inside of Grooveblog at the beginning, but we didn't cover all of those because we were looking at Grooveblog trying to figure out like all of the settings versus WordPress. So I decided to just settle on that and say, okay, well, give me a meta description for the site based on the site content. So then it gave me a meta description. And then I also wanted to know how to add it. So it told me how to add it. It told me to add it to the HTML file between the head section inside of the header. Then it also gave me some information on WordPress, which of course we're not using. We're using Grooveblog. So that took me back to Grooveblog, and under Grooveblog, under settings, if you go under settings real quick, they have OG and meta settings. So I went ahead and added the meta description that it gave me here under the meta description tag, and I selected save. And then I also went back to the Grooveblog blog itself, and I select publish just to make sure that it pushed out the new settings that I put inside of the meta tag or that meta description. Then I went back to ChatGPT and I said, meta description has been added, please rescan to verify. It still said it couldn't find it, so I just left that yesterday as it was. So then I wanted to come back today and see if it just took a while for it to get published, because I was working on that. I clicked publish. Instantly, I went here and said, check it out. I don't know if I gave it enough time. So we'll go ahead and we will say, go ahead and rescan that again. And then here you'll see the SEO Core AI plugin will be called, and then it'll go out. It'll scan for that meta description, and it'll tell us if it's there or not. And you can see here, I'm sorry, but the SEO scan still shows that the meta description is missing. It's possible there might be a delay in the changes. It also might not be in the head section. Of course, I am going here and I'm using the settings inside of Grooveblog and putting it here under meta description. But I can also go under tracking and pixels, and I can include the code that it gave me right here inside of the head, which I'm going to try that now to see if that works. Because you can say it's putting it straight into the HTML versus like if you're using WordPress to use some type of plugin or put it into the description inside of WordPress. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this code, which is the HTML. I'm going to go back to Grooveblog, and I'm just going to put this under the head tag. Then I'm going to save that. Then I'm going to go to the blog here, and you can see here the blog, it published as soon as I hit save. So now we're going to go ahead and try this again. So then I'll say, please rescan to verify. And remember, I added this into the actual head tag or under the tracking and pixels where you can put the code. So let's see if it pushed it into the right spot in the HTML. And again, remember, we're using Grooveblog, so something is definitely not working. I could dive into the HTML, but more than likely, I'll just open a support ticket and see what Groove has to say. And then I will share that with you after I get the result back. Now, of course, here we are using the SEO Core AI plugin, so it may just not be working. It may not be reading it. I don't know. I've never tried this with any other site before with this SEO Core AI plugin. And of course, with those SEO plugins or with those plugins over at ChatGPT, sometimes they work, sometimes they don't work. There's bugs in those. We need to figure out what it's looking at, what it's not looking at. And of course, I need to dive into the HTML and or get with Groove support. But moving on, we're going to take a look at a few tools here. Of course, I have Ubersuggest. I showed this where I connected Ubersuggest just to get a feel for this type of thing. This was actually in the case study before the plugins were even enabled in ChatGPT Plus. I had enabled this Ubersuggest from Neil Patel because it's free and you can see some of the SEO opportunities or SEO issues. And in coming updates, I'll walk through all these as we fix them or see if we can fix them. And then I also want to show you another one I'm going to be using here. This is SEMrush. You can get a free site audit. This is SEO Optimizer. Again, you can get a free website analysis. This is SEO Mater. You can get a audit here. Of course, any and all of these that you put your information in, it's going to be a basic report and give you basic information, which I think we got with the SEO Core AI plugin, but I'm going to compare those. Here's Ahrefs. They have a free site audit as well. And then the Hoth over at Hoth Tools, they have a free SEO audit tool that I'm going to run. And I'm going to run all of those and then bring all those results back in future updates as we keep going on. But my main focus and my main goal is to get to 100 blog posts and then see what happens as far as waiting and thinking, okay, what's next in this case study? Because this is day 60. We still got 40 days to go. Lots to do to get to 100 posts, but also lots to do to look at how we can make the experience better for the people that land on our blog. One quick thing I also want to cover here, I want to talk about Google AdSense, and you can see what's here on the page from the Google Generative AI experience. This is telling us how long you have to wait to go for AdSense. And I put this up here so you understand that 6 months. Make sure that you are going to be eligible for AdSense by waiting 6 months, meaning you've owned the site, putting up relevant quality content. Just think about that in the big picture. 6 months. We are 2 months in. This is day 60. And Google themselves says wait 6 months of having the site and posting content before you apply for Google AdSense to make sure you get approved. Now, I'm not saying you can't do it before. I'm just showing you, or I just showed you what Google said, 6 months. We're 2 months in, 60 days in this case study. So we have to think in the frame or in the time frame of 6 months to even think about putting up Google AdSense to try to benefit off of the fact of, hey, we may not make any affiliate commissions, but we can make a little bit of money when people land on our site by those ads being shown. And I do say a little bit of money because Google AdSense at the beginning is not going to pay you much. That's why people reach out and use other ad platforms, because they make more money, because they can work directly with those ad platforms to make sure their ads are specific to their content. And then, of course, they build that relationship, and those companies thrive off of the fact that they give you more of the earnings, and that's how they make more money in their business, or that's how they've established their business and able to play what really is a middleman between you and Google Ads, because really they're just going to Google Ads, pulling those ads, adjusting them to help make you or make sure that you make as much money as possible from your content. So we're going to be covering all that and wrapping it all up over the next 40 days. Hope you had fun over these first 60 days, as much fun as I have. If you have, give this video a thumbs up, but I appreciate it. Let me know in the comments what you'd like to see in the next 40 days. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you. Day 61 AI blogging. We are back into content creation, straight into the blog post tracker. We have been working off of this idea or this concept of building topical or authority-based topical content clusters. And under Astronomy Basics, we've covered a few of these, or we've gotten started at least. And we've covered some, for example, phases of the moon. Here you can see, and we talked about this in prior updates where I decided I wasn't going to talk about anything around photography. I had this cluster here about telescopes, and I created a couple of those. And I think I'm going to go back and create a few more of those that I can use the tool that we have inside of Koala Writer, where they do Amazon blog post roundups and then do a mashup of blog post or a mashup or maybe two different blog posts. One that addresses the telescope, meaning the informational search intent, and then links it back to the transactional search intent, which is the Amazon roundup post itself, or maybe a mashup, like I was saying earlier, of the two to address some of these. But really, I kind of want to move away from that. And I created a new topic here, a new category that I've created on the site that is more about history and looking back and saying, what can ChatGPT give me a definitive piece of content on? And that is history or timelines and the facts about famous things like famous astronomical observatories in history and in timeline and evolution. So I've decided to really get back into this idea of fun facts and history and timeline around the world of space discovery, astronomy, and cosmology. And to do that, I went back to ChatGPT and I entered this prompt here. Give me 10 different keyword variations that address a different search intent, the history of astronomical observatories with a goal to create a topical authority cluster for the keyword. You can see it comes back here with the list of keywords to create that topical authority. Of course, if you don't remember this happened back in day 2, and I will put the day 2 video up in the cards, as well as the link to day 2 and the direct link to the portion of the day 2 video where I cover this and where I got this idea from, as well as I believe it was day 4. Those links will be in the description where I walk through sort of the thought process and the reason for creating these topical authority clusters and what I'm doing here. But understand that ChatGPT in this case has given me that information. And because this is day 61, I've changed up sort of my thought process and the way to do this. Inside of this chat, this single chat window, I'm going to attempt to create all the blog posts. And you can see here, it says, great, now give me the top ranking sites that have topical authority for the keyword. And now I'm able to use this plugin, which we didn't have way back in day 2 and day 4. And I'm able to pull this information using the SEO Core AI plugin from the internet and look at the top ranking sites that have topical authority for that keyword that we're generating this topical authority cluster for. Then I moved on and I'm saying, perfect, now give me the blog post titles for each of the 10 keywords before we start making outlines and writing a blog post. Here I'm having ChatGPT just write me the blog post titles that we're going to do. And then I'm saying, okay, now create me a table. You can see the table here with the blog post title, the keyword, and the URL to be determined. Of course, I will feed that back in there with ultimately the goal. And then as you can see here, it's giving me the information. You can replace TBD with the actual URL of each blog post as they are published. This will help you keep track of your content and make it easier to interlink the post for SEO purposes. Of course, I'm going to be asking ChatGPT to do that, just like we've been doing, working with that rich anchor text to get that interlink between all the blog posts, especially inside of that topical cluster. Here's where I've changed things up a little bit, where I've decided to ask the ChatGPT or ask the AI, give me suggestions for how to prompt you to help me write a blog post that will outrank the top ranking blog post, the first keyword in our list, or for the first keyword in our list. And then it's given me a step-by-step guide. So instead of having it pretend to be an SEO expert or whatever, I'm asking it a question, or I'm asking it for information on how to rank or outrank the number 1 blog post for this keyword based on the information it pulled from the internet. And then it's going to give me the outline for what it thinks it needs to do to make sure that we get to that number 1 ranking. So I'm going to utilize this information as we move forward, and I'm going to follow it step by step. And I'm going to start with creating an outline for the blog post. Then once it creates the outline, I'm going to get back into the way we've been doing business with that hypnotic Nickelodeon style at 5th grade reading level, write the introduction, and then move through each category. After I entered this prompt here to have it help me out, it gave me each step. Do keyword research and SEO analysis, which then it says we've already done that. Then create an outline, which I did, and then break into creating the content where it says after the outline is ready, you can ask me to write the content for each section. For example, write the introduction for the blog post and then repeat this section or repeat this process for each section of the outline. which is what I've been doing, but it's nice to see that ChatGPT has let me know that that's the best way to do it. Instead of telling it to just write a blog post, break it down in each section. And then as you read each section, if you need to go deeper or you want to go deeper into that section, then have it go deeper as you're writing that section and you're entering that input to get that content out for that section. You can analyze it based upon what you've read, what you edited, add it to your blog post, and then come back and then work with it. So far, I've had pretty good luck with it going deep enough by me telling it to go deep in a section or add tables, add analogies, this type of thing. Of course, the plugins add another level of content creation in there because it can go out and it can grab stuff from the internet. And we've seen that as well here as we were moving towards day 100. Also, I'm using Koala Writer. I went ahead inside of Koala Writer and I went for another keyword that we came up with here, timeline of astronomical observatories. Again, we're looking here, it's looking at facts and figures and history, and it's talking about the development of the observatories as it moves through all these things and giving historical reference points and talking about the things that have happened. It's basically a look back at how this happened. And the AI is really good in my opinion at doing this kind of stuff. Here you can see the frequently asked questions section that was created. I really like this style. I really like this format with Koala Writer. So I've gone ahead and I've entered both of those inside of Grooveblog. You can see here, those are both in draft. So I will be editing those, making sure that all the links are good as far as the external links that we got from Koala. But inside of Koala Writer, I want to go back and I want to highlight the simple fact of the matter is we are running out of credits for Koala, and we're going to run out of credits before we are able to create all the blog posts that we want to create. So I will be doing this inside of ChatGPT to finish out the month. And of course, I will be following along with this guide that ChatGPT has given me based upon the prompt that I gave it, where I said, hey, give me the steps or give me a step-by-step method for getting the best blog post out of this interaction with you between me and the AI, that is. Give me these steps. And then I've enabled that SEO Core AI plugin so it can go out based upon the keywords that we're looking for. It can go out and check the top ranking blog post and then pull in that information. And then we can do what it said here. At step 4, we can start working on SEO optimization. Once the content is written, you can ask me to optimize it for SEO. This can include adding keywords in strategic places, creating SEO-friendly headings, adding meta descriptions, and more, which we've seen all that up to this point in day 61. But we've also seen a few issues with that. So we looked at some third-party tools that are available out there, some free ones we can start with, and then maybe buy a subscription-based service if we need to or want to. But understand it's all part of the process, and we will continue that process here together as we head out to day 100. If you're having fun, if you're enjoying this, go ahead and give this video a thumbs up. Let me know in the comments, questions, whatever you got. And I look forward to seeing you in the next update. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you. In day 62, AI blogging, we're going to take a look at the issue with Grooveblog. If you remember, we created these 2 blog posts. I've yet to finish them. They still are in draft mode. Go ahead and open that editor. And this post came from Koala. And actually in this video, I want to cover if and how we can sort of follow this format. But you can see here what happened. If I scroll down, you can actually see that that is now cut off the page. This is part of the issue where it's taking that HTML code and putting it in that iframe and messing things up. But I want to create a FAQ, or the frequently asked questions section, using ChatGPT and having it go out and pull down the people also ask questions from Google to fill in those frequently asked questions. But right now, I want to show you this issue. Again, if I copy this or if I drag this over, you can see that that's going to move. You can see that it's moving it around in the iframe. Now that was written in Koala. If I was to copy that, put that into a text editor and paste that in, you can see this is the end of the post, this is the conclusion. The HTML comes in, or the scripting comes in here when it creates this FAQ schema. And you can see here, it's putting in this code here, HTML, Java code, table, whatever you want to call it, CSS. It's putting in this code, and that is causing this issue right here. And we also saw that in any basic HTML code that we've embedded. I did send a message to support, and they got back with me, and Joey from Tier 2 Tech Team apologized, and he said it's a weird issue. He said he checked with the team, and he thinks it's a new one. I tried to cut the parts out of the code, and it's still the same thing. He asked if I could build it in a different language like JavaScript. I replied here, and I said I could probably ask ChatGPT to give me it or give me the code in JavaScript, but that doesn't answer the question of why this started happening. I would like for it to work the same before I go creating a different type of script like JavaScript, especially with that schema. It's just going to cause issue. He said it's an old issue, or it's not an old issue, it's a new one. Something there was lost in translation of what I said. And you can see here, we may be able to use this code once the devs inspect it, but as a workaround to make it work now, creating it in a different language will do the trick. Again, that basic HTML I sent him, probably I could do that in JavaScript, but the schema, I don't want to go down that path. I want it to work. So I'm going to wait for the response. And I'm also going to send them this new code, this FAQ schema, so they have that as well, so they can work with that. So that takes us back to Grooveblog, and of course we'll have to make do with this and edit this. Everything seems to be working. It doesn't seem like it's out of control as far as being able to make edits. I haven't seen any issues so far, just things like adding spacing or editing words. It's just the fact that it's in that iframe. So then when you start highlighting things, things can start moving back and forth and moving around, and it's just not the way it should be with that iframe that moves around. But I think we can go ahead and edit it, because as we saw in the past, when we went ahead and saved it and then published it, it was okay. So what I want to do now is I want to go to the other blog post that I've written, open that editor. Of course, this is the one that we've started here. This is the introduction that we're building over in ChatGPT. Now, when I enabled this, and I said in the last update, I was hoping, or it was my hope, that I could build everything right here inside of this one chat window. But the thing now is I realized I only enabled the SEO Core AI plugin, so I don't know if it's going to be able to do the next thing that I want it to do, which is go ahead and pull those frequently asked questions, or Google also ask, to build this frequently asked questions section for me. So I'm going to go ahead and scroll down, and you can see here's everything that we've done. And here's where it built the blog post outline, but I want it to add in the FAQ. I already had it write the introduction, but I'm going to go ahead and ask it to build an FAQ. And here's the prompt I'm going to use. Can you please build a frequently asked questions section with 5 people? Also ask search results for the keyword and add it to the blog post outline for the keyword evolution of astronomical observatories. We'll go ahead and we'll click start on that, or click go. And let's see if SEO Core AI plugin can do that. Hopefully the SEO Core AI plugin can go out and look for keywords or do a Google search. I'm not sure if it can, and that's why in the past we used WebPilot and Scraper, because it can go out. And you can see here, I'm sorry for the confusion, but as an AI, I don't have real-time access to the internet. 4 people also ask. And this is one of the things inside of ChatGPT that I wish they would fix. Hopefully they do. Allow me to change the plugins, and there may be something on the back end that they have problems with, or maybe that's an option they're working on, and we'll see if they do that. But now what I need to do is I need to take all of this information, and this will be in the next update. I'll take all of this information from this chat, and I will feed it into a new chat, and I will make sure that I have Scraper, and I also have WebPilot plugin enabled. But you can see here, it did apologize, but it can suggest some frequently asked questions. And here are the frequently asked questions that it suggests. And they're not bad. And it does provide a really good summary, but it's not that real-time data that we were looking for. So I'll go ahead, I'll update all that, get all that ready for the next update. This was a short one, but it's very important to see, like, when you're working with Grooveblog or WordPress or whatever you're using, even if you're using Wix as a page builder to build out your blog or your site, you're going to have these things where you run into technical difficulties, and it's all part of the journey. Of course, this is day 62. We're headed towards 100 to see what we can do and see what happens when we get all this content up. And by all this content up, I mean 100 blog posts at a minimum over these next 100 days here together, or ending out these 100 days that we spent together. And if you're having fun and you are learning, give this video a thumbs up. I'd really appreciate it. Any questions, let me know in the comments. See you in the next one. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you, looking for the secret of ranking higher or using ChatGPT to dig deep in its knowledge base and give me the secret to ranking higher here on day 63 inside of AI blogging. Now, how did this actually happen? Yesterday, day 62, go ahead and watch that video if you haven't already to catch up. But the idea here is I was inside of ChatGPT and I was looking for frequently asked questions because I wanted to increase my chances of ranking higher by giving people the most information or as much information as possible as I lead them down the path of finding the answers to everything that they're looking for based upon their initial search query. So inside of ChatGPT, I only had the SEO Core AI plugin enabled, and I asked it, I'll go ahead and show you, can you please build a frequently asked questions section with 5 people also asked search results for the keyword and add it to the blog post outline for the keyword. And then I gave it the keyword Core SEO or the plugin SEO Core AI inside of ChatGPT 4. Responded and it said, I'm sorry for the confusion, but as an AI, I don't have real-time access. And then it gave me some frequently asked questions that it was able to generate from the information it has inside of its knowledge banks, its knowledge base, everything that it knows about this topic. And they're pretty good questions. But to follow up on that, I take that same prompt, and there's a reason I took this same prompt. And this goes back to the fact that I only had that one plugin enabled, and I wanted to enable plugins inside of GPT-4 to reach out to the internet to answer this query for me, because I put that same prompt in, and now you can see that it's using the Web Pilot plugin to actually go out and search for the questions based upon that keyword, or to go to Google and look for the people also asked questions. Now go ahead and take a look at these questions. These are the live questions that are actually in Google. And you can see 1, 2, 3. If you go back to the frequently asked questions here, 1, 2, 3. What is an astronomical observatory? When were the first astronomical observatories built? How have astronomical observatories evolved over time? That word is killing me. Astronomical observatories evolved over time. Go back, look at these 3. You will see that, or actually I thought it was the first 3, but you could see that it asked different questions or it found different questions. What is the history of astronomical observatories? And then it moves into different questions. Why did I think that was the first 3? Anyway, when I read this yesterday, I was like, that's pretty good. Even though based on the fact that it didn't go out and use the internet. So if you're using the free version of ChatGPT 3.5, I don't know if it would come up with these exact answers, but these are pretty good. But I wanted the actual live data, because here is the thing. The actual live data is going to allow you to rank higher, obviously, in the search results, because you're answering questions that are relevant as of right now that people are searching for. So that takes me back, and I'll scroll up here just to recap on what happened. Yesterday, I was going to do this keyword research and look for the people also ask questions, and I only had this plugin enabled. So yesterday I told you that I was going to go ahead and enable 3 different plugins. Here I enabled Scraper, I enabled the Web Pilot, and I also left the SEO Core AI plugin enabled. And then I went through, then I restarted from scratch. I reset and I said, okay, let me think how the AI can help me based upon the information I'm going to give it. So instead of me just feeding it all of the information from the chat, or me taking a stance of, I know exactly what I want the AI to do, let me see how my AI assistant can assist me in ranking higher. Let it help me, if that makes sense. You can see here, I'm going to give you some information for writing blog posts or for writing posts for my blog. After I give you the information, please respond by telling me the significance of the information as it relates to writing blog posts and SEO. Do you understand? If so, say yes, and then I'll start giving you the information one piece at a time. Now, my idea here was to ask it, please respond by telling me the significance of the information as it relates to writing blog posts and SEO was to go for, give me a masterclass in SEO. Give me a free masterclass in SEO right here, right now. Give me all your knowledge. So if I was working with an assistant and that assistant was skilled in the art of SEO, then this is how I would start. Hey, I have a bunch of information from wherever, from my thoughts, from my research, from an old blog post that used to rank. I want to give you all that information, all the keyword research, all the information that I wrote, the outline, everything that I've done up to this point. I want to feed you that information, and I want you to tell me how that information is going to help you and it's going to get us better SEO results. So you can see here, it said, yes, I understand. Please start providing the information and I'll analyze its significance in relation to writing blog posts and SEO. So then I just copied the information that I had in the old chat by literally just hitting this clipboard here and copying it. And I just pasted it into the buffer. I didn't try to change it, or I didn't try to outthink myself or outthink the AI. I just put it in here because I wanted to get its response. Then you can see from that first query of the 10 different keyword variations, it went ahead and it gave me its response and how that information helps the AI or would help me in my task of writing a blog post with the idea and the concept obviously being, if I'm going to spend the time writing a blog post, that I want to rank number 1 in the search results. So here it says the information you provided is highly significant for both blog post writing and SEO for several reasons: topical authority and depth, search intent, SEO and keyword clustering, user engagement, and link building opportunities. Then it summarizes. Down here it says, in summary, these keyword variations can be a powerful tool for creating engaging SEO-friendly content that can attract a wide range of search traffic. Boom, that's what we want. So here I go ahead and I paste in the top ranking sites again from the initial conversation that I had over with ChatGPT. The SEO AI Core plugin could do this type of research. It could go pull the top sites based upon the keyword that I fed it, because that's what the plugin is designed to do. So I fed it that information of the top ranking sites. I didn't want it to redo the research because I already had it. And it came back, and here's the response. The list of top ranking sites you provided is crucial for both blog post writing and SEO in the following ways: content benchmarking, backlink opportunities, keyword and topic ideas, understanding SERP competition, linking to authoritative sources, and gap analysis. In summary, these top ranking sites can serve as a valuable resource for improving your blog post and SEO strategy. Then I moved into the next piece of the puzzle that I think I have from the original chat, and I just pasted in the blog post titles. Now it took that information and it said the blog post titles you have provided are significant for both blog post writing and SEO for several reasons: engaging and informative, keyword integration, unique and specific, click-through rate, and shareability. Then it comes back and says, in summary, these titles can play a crucial role in attracting readers, improving your SEO, and increasing the overall success of your blog post. Every step of the way, I'm feeding the information that I already did based upon the research. And the only reason I'm moving it over here, remember, is because I wanted it to be able to access the internet to get me those frequently asked questions that we saw in the beginning, because those are different based upon the real live data that's out there right now on Google. So then I moved on and I pasted in the table, and it came back and it gave me reasons why the table is valuable. And this isn't directly for SEO, but in your overall SEO efforts, you're going to be able to organize your content, or it says content organization, SEO planning, performance tracking, and keyword mapping. In summary, this table can be a powerful tool for organizing your content, planning your SEO strategy, and tracking the performance of your blog post. Then I moved on and I pasted in the step-by-step guide that I had asked for in the old chat. I just wanted to give all the information I had in that chat. So everything that I was doing in that chat had now moved over to this chat. And the only thing that we've added now is the fact that we can access the internet with those 2 plugins, WebPilot and Scraper. Here you can see it comes back and it basically just regurgitates or re-gives me the same thing that I fed it, but it went ahead and gave me a summary. And it says, in summary, this guide provides a comprehensive approach to creating a blog post that's not only SEO friendly, but also engaging and valuable to your readers. This combination is key to outranking your competitors. This combination is key to outranking your competitors. Then I pasted in the proposed outline that it gave me, and it went ahead and said, yes, this is important because it serves as a roadmap for creating high quality SEO friendly blog posts. And then I went ahead and, of course, I wrote the introduction, or I fed it the introduction that had been written in the other chat session so we could move on. And you can see here it comes back and it evaluates the introduction, and it says it's engaging and enticing, keyword integration, readability is good, and topic introduction. And then I moved on, and this is where I came back into, or this is where I got back to the point where I said, can you please build me a frequently asked questions section based upon the top ranking right now results on Google of people also ask for 5 questions. It goes ahead and it gives me those questions. It rewrites the introduction. Then at that point, I have started writing the introduction, and I'm moving through writing the introduction and each section. And I did that here in the post where I walked through and I wrote every section to include the frequently asked questions, which is what we wanted to get to based upon the fact that we wanted to do that with live data. And the only way to do that in ChatGPT is to have those plugins enabled before you start. But we also got the experience here of getting a free SEO masterclass by feeding it the information and all the research and knowledge that we gained in that initial chat. We fed it back into ChatGPT and we simply ask it, respond to the information I'm giving you. Why is this information valuable? What can it do for me? And why is it important to have this information? And it fed me all that information. And at this point, we're just sitting here learning as much or getting more information, even more so than we had at day one, because we are letting ChatGPT, we're letting our AI assistant assist us. We're letting it help us by letting it feed us all of the knowledge based upon the input, trying to get smarter at the questions that we ask so we can get better output is the key here. And that's what we're doing. We're working to get smarter. We're working to learn more about SEO. We're effectively using the time wisely when we're creating the content and also looking and letting the AI, based upon its knowledge base that it has or its ability to reach out to the internet, find us more information, not only on our topic, but the topic of SEO. Because when you're blogging, just like anything that you do, you have to be learning about the topic that you're blogging about, but you also have to be learning and updating your SEO knowledge and your skills of what's going on right now and looking at everything that you create and say, how can I make this better? Of course, better is going to be better content, overall high quality content, because it resolves the issue. It answers the searcher intent, but also based upon technical SEO. Are we getting that right? Do we know all the things that we need to check off our list? And ChatGPT at this point now has given that us because we fed it the information and we went through this exercise. And we only went through this exercise because we technically made a mistake, or we took a misstep, or went in the wrong direction. But we're riding that ship now and we're headed back in the right direction as we head into the next day, on to day 100. If you're enjoying this, go ahead and give it a thumbs up. Let me know in the comments, questions, anything that you've seen, experiences that you've done like this with ChatGPT or any other AI, and it's been able to give you tips and hints along the way, and you've learned as you've been using the AI to create the content. Go ahead and let me know. I'm super interested in that. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you. Day 64 AI blogging. We're looking at images today. Based on these images inside of these astronomical observatories, of course, you know I'm having trouble with that word, astronomical. So what I'm doing, and yeah, astronomical, what I'm doing here when I go into choose, as you know, when I pick the photo, I've been going to the free stock photo, and I've just been putting in the word. For example, the keyword here is observatories. I'm not really too happy with the images, as far as they don't have much pop to them, I'll say. I've selected a few of them so far, but you can see here, if I keep loading more, I'm kind of running out of images that I can use or images that I like. And I had said earlier in the past that I wanted to use real images, but I've got to thinking that I don't really think all of these are real images, or that line between science fiction and science fact, maybe, when it comes to this particular niche. But I know that some of these pictures that I've used in here, for example, this how big would a killer asteroid be to destroy Earth? This is not a real picture. These, I believe, these other asteroid pictures, I don't believe are real photos. They're illustrations. And why not just go ahead and embrace it full on? Go over to OpenAI, under products. Of course, we're using ChatGPT and GPT-4, but we can go ahead and use DALL-E 2. DALL-E 2 being the system or an AI system that can create realistic images and art from a description in a natural language. So I went to DALL-E. You can see that I have 10 credits left from the time that I've been playing with it here. My credits will refill on July 3rd, or you can buy new credits, and I have 10 credits left. Here you can see I did an astronomical observatory at night glowing, and I really like these. I think stuff like this, images like this, things like this of this nature in this niche, or in any niche really, are really going to pop and stand out, and that's what I want, that's what I need. But before we do that, I wanted to go to the terms of service and take a quick look when it comes down to the content and the use of the content. And I wanted to read this, or I was looking for this sentence right here. This means you can use content for any purpose, including commercial purposes, such as sale or publication, if you comply with these terms. So they do give me the rights here to use these for commercial purposes, as long as I comply with all of these terms. But I just wanted to do a quick glance at the terms of service, then go back and then say, okay, well, I have these two articles queued up in Koala: Historical Development of Astronomical Observatories and Famous Astronomical Observatories in History. Then go back to DALL-E and just put in the keyword Famous Astronomical Observatories in History, hit generate, and just see what I get. Just simply using the keyword and not really overthinking it, and see if it gives me something that I like and I can use, and then we'll just go forward from there. Check this out. This is really cool. Do I care that this is real? No. I'm just looking for a cool looking image. And then of course I will say on the blog, just like I did in the About Us section, that the content comes from AI, but it's being checked by me. And I can just say these images are rendered by AI, as long as I'm open and transparent about that, and let people know that these aren't real historical sites, and maybe even add some historical sites, some pictures of famous historical sites, and compare and contrast the AI images. I don't know. Sky's the limit when it comes to this. I just want to show you what I was thinking in this quick update. If you've been using AI images, let me know how you're using them. And if this video was helpful and you're liking what I'm doing here, give it a thumbs up. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next update. Bye. Day 65. Gary here with you, looking inside a Grooveblog. We have our 4 posts that we put together using Koala and ChatGPT. Check out Koala. We'll go ahead and go over to Koala Writer. Go down here. You can see we are out of Koala credits for the rest of the month. That won't get replenished until July 7th. But of course, that's not going to stop us from creating the rest of our blog post. We're just going to use ChatGPT. And here is the updated table with our new blog post. There are the 4 that we have. Our next keyword is going to be impact of astronomical observatories on science. I went ahead and pasted that in here into Google because I do have the SGE option, the search labs. And I wanted to see if I got an AI powered overview for that search. And I did not, which is a good thing right now. Or it gives us a better chance of ranking in what is the traditional sense of ranking. But I want to see what the AI has to say about it. Can't generate an AI overview right now. Try again later. That's an interesting error. And it's also good for us again, but this is still beta. And eventually when they get this right, I don't know if all of these keywords will be something that the AI will just instantly generate a result for, or just popular searches. Because who knows the actual search volume for any keyword other than Google? Google's the only one. They're the keeper of that information. Impact of astronomical observatories on science, probably rather low, so they may or may not cache this or even ever give any computing cycles to the AI to deliver an AI output. Just something I was throwing around there. The next thing I want to talk about is generating images and the credit system. Of course, you get 15 free credits, but the thing about the image generators and using AI to generate images, in my opinion, is when I tried to generate something that I thought of or something that was in my head, here was my first result. which burned up credits. Here's my second result, which burned up more credits. Again, burning up more credits and getting nothing that I can use. Getting better, but still not what I'm looking for. Then something completely different, and again, not what I'm looking for. It was better, but I wanted an aerial view. So then what I did is I took a piece of the blog post right here, 13th century CE observatory at, and I'm not going to try to pronounce that word, in modern day Iran. Came from inside of this blog post right here for historical development of astronomical observatories, a concise overview. I swear by the time we're done with this category, I will be able to say that word. But anyway, going back to Dolly to see where I finally got that. I got that idea for this 13th century observatory from Googling and looking at the images and seeing the name of the actual site from here in Wikipedia, and then looking at what those look like inside of Wikipedia, and then using that snippet from the blog, this piece from the blog, I was able to generate this one right here that I really like. Actually, all of them are really good. I just like this one. The color seems to stand out and pop a little bit, and that's what I was looking for. So that's the one I went with. But the focus here is simply that when you're generating these images, pulling them from a free repository or any repository, even if you're paying for them, at this point or at this stage for me is cheaper. It's more economical because simple fact of the matter is I have to burn up credits to try to get a vision of what's in my head or spend more time on generating precise image prompts. And enough on that. We're going to go back to the keyword that we're going to write our next blog post for, impact of astronomical. I think I got it right. Astronomical observatories on science. Then to continue, we're simply going to go ahead and say, great, thank you. Always like to be polite with my chat buddy or my chat assistant. Now, please give me an outline for the keyword impact of astronomical observatories on science following the format we have established for outlines in this chat. This is me being lazy to see if this works. Because I'm being rather laxed on the conversation here, and I'm assuming that the AI assistant has this in its memory, that it's established or that we've established a rapport or we've established a baseline of what an outline should include. So we're going to see if it includes the frequently asked questions. And it did. It didn't actually give me the frequently asked questions. So when we write that section, of course, we'll write section by section with individual prompts. So when we get to frequently asked questions in the next update, or in the next update, when we get to frequently asked questions, astronomical observatories has me tongue-tied, even for regular words. When we get there and we write this section, we'll see if this actually uses the plugin and goes out and pulls live data. So I look forward to sharing that in the next update with you. If you're having fun, give this video a thumbs up. Any questions or comments, let me know in the comments of this video, and I'll talk to you in the next one. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you, day 66 AI blogging. We need to clean up a few posts that we wrote with Koala Bulk. But before we do that, inside of Google Search Console, you can see we're on day 66. This started way back April 16, and you can see the impressions are well over 6,000 impressions now for the content we've been creating. And the last batch of content we created has been written by ChatGPT 4. That means inside of ChatGPT with me writing the keywords or having ChatGPT figure out the keywords based upon the primary keyword and then pulling LSI keywords. And then also we have used Koala GPT-4 and Koala GPT-4 Bulk. This bulk is what I want to talk about today, and it's something that I missed in these last two posts that we created. So back inside of Groove Blog, these are the 4 blog posts that I'm talking about here. These astronomical posts that we're working on inside of Koala. And here is Koala. Of course, inside of Koala, if you want to go and see the articles that you've written in bulk mode, you can click on bulk mode, then you can view your article queue, and you can see the last 2 that we have written right here. We're in bulk mode, so if I was to click on this one right here, historical development of astronomical observatories, a concise overview. And if you scroll down to the bottom, you will see that it ends with a frequently asked questions. If you scroll back up and take a look at the details and come over here, you can see the outline. It did not include a conclusion. This happens with Koala when you check all of these new features they've added to include key features and the FAQ. It winds up making the FAQ the conclusion, or it leaves off the conclusion, if you want my opinion, And when you do it in bulk, you don't get that option to go in and add sections. You just have to let it write based upon the outline it creates because it's doing it all in the background. So what we're going to do is go into the historical development of astronomical observatories. And as you can tell, I'm getting that word astronomical. I'm starting to nail it every time now. But here we go. We're in here and we need this URL. Because when you scroll down, you're going to see this is the exact same article. And we still have that iframe issue right here. I still got to get information on that back from Groove Support, see if they give me an update. But we're going to post that conclusion in right here, or the conclusion that we create from this URL. So we are going to copy that link because we're going to need it. When we get over to ChatGPT, we are going to say, please read this blog post, and we're going to give it the URL. Of course, we have WebPilot here enabled, and WebPilot is going to actually be able to go out, pull down the blog post, or put it in a buffer and read it, and take that as input to do the next input or to do the next action that I want it to take. And this is the input that I gave it. And it's an important distinction, and you're going to see what happened here. And this is a big part of what happens with AI. And it's just the old school ideal or old school principle of garbage in, garbage out. Not to say this was garbage, but the point was garbage in, garbage out means if you aren't very precise in what you tell the AI to do, or let me restate that, what you politely ask the AI to help you with, then you're not going to get a good result. So what did I say? I said, then write a conclusion to summarize the post. Please use hypnotic writing for this section to compel the reader to keep reading. Now, before we read this or take a look, I said to summarize the post. And then if you read this, and you should pause and read this because I want you to understand the difference in what this prompt gave me, garbage in, versus what I did next, which is a little bit better. Not to say it's not garbage, or not to say that this is garbage out based upon what we put, but read this. It starts off with the blog post on Universe Unriddled titled Historical Development of Astronomical Observatories, a concise overview, takes us on an enlightening journey through the evolution of astronomical observatories. It begins with the rudimentary observations made by early humans using their eyes and basic tools to the sophisticated centers of cosmic research that exist today. And it keeps saying the post highlights. And it comes back and says it also discusses the significant contributions made by. But you can see the tone here. Now it does wrap up nicely, or it starts to wrap up nicely here with this last sentence where it kicks into the hypnotic writing portion versus the summary, which is the first paragraph, or based upon my input of asking it to summarize the post. It was really like, okay, in summary, this is the facts. In summary, or to summarize, it was very dry, very to the fact and boring. It was just giving me a summary, which is what I asked it to do. But it moves on to the hypnotic portion here. Now allow me to draw you into the cosmic dance of the universe where the past, present, and future of astronomical observatories intertwine, and then it carries on. And it's not bad. But then I came back and I said, okay, that is a good summary, but it is boring to read. Wouldn't you agree? Now, I did ask it a question here. Wouldn't you agree that it was boring to read? But then I moved on. I want to highlight the fact that I asked it a question there. It didn't actually answer my question. But we move on here and we say, so please try again, match the tone of the original article, and use LSI keywords in the conclusion. And don't forget to use hypnotic writing for this section to compel the reader to keep reading. Notice I didn't use the word summarize or give me a summary, which is very academic in the fact of give me a summary. Person asks for summary, robot gives me summary. It reads like a summary. Read this one. Pause the video and read this one, but I'll start here. In the grand tapestry of time, the blog post, and it gives the blog post title. On the website, weaves a captivating tale of our cosmic journey. Now, I'm not going to use that sentence. I'm going to start down here. From the dawn of civilization, when our ancestors gazed at the celestial bodies with awe and wonder, to the modern era of high-tech observatories, our quest to unravel the mysteries of the universe has been relentless. Then it goes into now imagine more hypnotic style writing. And then down here it says, so dear reader, as you stand on the edge of the cosmos, remember this, our journey from the stars is far over. Then it compels people or gives people a reason, asks them some questions to really sort of work on the intrigue and entice them to keep reading or hopefully stay here on the blog. I don't like so dear reader, but I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go back to Grooveblog, and we are going to put in a conclusion. And of course, I'm going to do this right quick here while I'm here with you. I'm going to make that a heading 2, and then I'm going to get a couple carriage returns, and then I'm going to paste in that right there. And like I said, I'm not going to use this sentence at all. I'm just going to start with from the dawn of civilization. And I'm going to break this paragraph up here. And then I'm going to take out dear reader. And I'm just going to say, so as you stand on the edge of the cosmos. Then I'm going to break this down here. And I'm going to leave that there for now. And I'm going to go ahead and say publish. Then we'll exit back to all of our posts. And you can see here that the posts we wrote, or the posts that I wrote with ChatGPT, those are good because I added the conclusion, or ChatGPT when I'm asking for all of the sections inside of the blog post outline. I'm getting those, but I'm not getting those with Koala. So at that point, I'm just taking that information over to Koala, or from Koala and Grooveblog over to ChatGPT. And of course, if I'm using ChatGPT 4, I have the plugins, which means it can go out, it can pull down the blog post, it can read it. And then I have to focus my efforts in on my prompting. And even not so much prompting, just having a conversation and being clear and precise, just like you would as you were having a conversation with an assistant or someone that was going to write the conclusion for you, or someone that was going to do editing. Or if you were asking someone, hey, please read this blog post and then summarize, they might understand what you mean by summarize to put it in a conclusion. But the problem is, remember, you're talking to the AI at this point, at this stage, especially if you haven't laid the foundation in the chat through previous input, and the fact that you want this conclusion to be a certain way where it can understand exactly what you want, then it has no basis for what you're asking for. So garbage in, garbage out. Just work like I always say here, and just like I always do, focus and then work on creating a precise input or prompt, if you must use that word, when you're having your conversation with the AI to get the most effective or the best content, which will be more effective when people are reading it, because then it sounds like someone wrote it. And more important than the fact that it sounds like someone wrote it, the fact that it is in a format, or it's laid out to match your content and to entice the reader as they read, to have them want to keep consuming or keep reading your content, meaning stay on your blog. If this video was helpful and you're having fun, give it a thumbs up. Look forward to seeing you in the next video. Let me know questions or comments. I appreciate that, and I'll talk to you later. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you, day 67 AI blogging. I'm looking at this table. I know we used up all our Koala credits, so we are back inside of ChatGPT. Of course, I've put all of these into this table so I can see the blog post title and the keyword and the URL to know which post that I'm going to be working on next. And of course, we can always look inside of Grooveblog to see which one we're going to be working on. And it is the impact, or the keyword we're going to be working on next is the impact of astronomical observatories on science. But I'm looking at this, and then I'm scrolling through the chat, and I'm looking at all the information that we have here and everything that we've learned through all these days. But I'm looking at this table and I'm going, okay, I've got the keyword here, but what is next? What am I doing? Do I remember where I am? Do I remember what I'm doing? Do I remember, based upon this outline that was done the last day that I looked at this before running out of Koala credits, and then going, okay, I'm going to go back to ChatGPT and then asking for this, or prompting and starting this conversation again with this keyword inside of this chat with the AI assistant, and it giving me this introduction, this early impact, the Middle Ages, the Renaissance, the modern age. Then it gave me some frequently asked questions, and I remembered how before we had used ChatGPT and the plugins that are still enabled in this chat. That's the reason we moved to this chat, to go out to the internet and pull the top 5 versus just coming up with its own. You can see here when it made this outline here, it didn't reach out to the internet. It didn't utilize the plugins. So I decided to just start over and just reset the conversation. And you can see here, okay, I'm back to write another blog post. Can you tell me how to start Or can you tell me how we can start again to write the best blog post possible and the information you need from me and the steps we need to go through to write a blog post that will rank #1 on Google? Basically, what I'm doing here is I'm just resetting the conversation, and you can see it says absolutely. Here is the step-by-step guide or a step-by-step guide. This is basically, if I remember correctly, exactly what it showed me before, these 10 steps to walk through, starting with keyword research and SEO analysis. And then it gave me #2, which I think #2 and #1 may overlap a little bit, but still we can follow this because this guide is laying it out for us. It's given us everything that we need to accomplish here to make sure that we write this post. So the first step is to identify the keyword or keywords you want to target with your blog post. You've already done this step in the past, but it's worth mentioning. Once you have your keyword, you can ask me to perform an SEO analysis on the keyword and the top ranking pages to understand what they are doing right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to come down here and say, let's start with step #1. The keyword is impact of astronomical observatories on science. Go ahead and press the arrow to say go and just see what we get. Basically what I want to do is I'm going to get back to where we were, the blog post outline or the blog post title and outline creation. I like what we have. I don't mind the title, but I'm thinking for sure I want to do the outline, redo the outline creation. Here you can see that this time we started off going out and going out to the internet, letting the AI go out to the internet and start doing the SEO analysis based upon that keyword. And then it says, here's what we can do next. You can see how it jumps straight to #2, or now it says step 2 is create an outline. Again, it skipped or it didn't start, or it started with step 1. Step 2, I think, is the same or could be added into step 1 and step 2. And then the blog post title and outline creation were steps 3 and 4. But you can see down here, it's gone ahead and it said step 2 is create an outline. Step 4 or step 3 now is write the content. Anyway, you can see where the focus is here. I want to refocus and I want to say, okay, first steps first, first things first. Let's go out to the internet, do that keyword analysis, which it did here with the SEO Core AI plugin. Now let's go ahead and do step #2. And the entire point of this video is to work with the AI as an assistant and always maintain that idea or the thought process of what is it we're trying to accomplish? What's the end goal? What's the outcome we want? And in this case, we want to write a better outline. We want to write a more effective outline. We want to make sure those frequently asked questions are actually pulled from the internet and any other ranking factors that it can do during an SEO analysis, that it can use those plugins to go out and get that information from the internet. We definitely want to make sure that we're getting the most and being as effective as we can using ChatGPT 4 with the plugins, specifically by letting it go out and pull that content. Here we can see now it's doing the outline, or I said step #2. And at this point, it's used WebPilot and it's gone out to the Wikipedia page and it's pulling information from Wikipedia. So this is something completely different that we've never done before. It's never taken this path where we ask it to lay out the steps and then said, okay, now do step #1. Okay, now do step #2. So we're getting a different output based upon the input. And I already like this. And again, I don't want to change the style. I don't want to change the thought process and the focus of what we're trying to accomplish, which is to create the content for the blog post and get it posted, get it indexed, get it ranked. But check this out. Thought-provoking questions. Here are some thought-provoking questions. This is an angle that we've never taken before that we can add to the blog post. Or we can go down this rabbit hole and say, okay, now we're here in step 2. We have some thought-provoking questions. But go back and I have another question is, I said, okay, go ahead and do step 2, which was create an outline. But I think it went back to the original step 2 and it went and it did analysis on the top ranking sites, which in this case for this keyword is Wikipedia. But going back to that and the fact that it ignored this step #2, which I thought it was going to do, but this is the problem, right? Like I just said, now step #2. So you never know when it's going to say, okay, step #2, and it's just going to pull a step #2 from somewhere previous in the conversation that we weren't thinking step #2 in our minds. And again, we weren't being precise and clear when we're working with our assistant, whether it's an AI or whether it is a person that we're having do this outline or accomplish all these steps. when we gave them all the steps. Hey, I need you to do steps 1 through 10 for this keyword because we're working on this blog post. Go forth, give me the information, bring it back when the blog post is finished. But I do like this now, and I'm going to go ahead and say, okay, cool, step number 2. And I like this because now we have some thought-provoking questions. Now I'm just going to say, go ahead and do step number 3 to get an idea of what it's thinking and now what it's going to do. It's using WebPilot again. So let's see what step number 3 it is on, because step number 3 here is write the content. But also, if you go back up to what I think it's looking at, step number 3 here is the blog post title. Based on the keyword, we need to create an engaging SEO-friendly title for the blog post. So let's go ahead and see, based on the information from the Wikipedia page on observatories, here are some key points that can be included in this blog post. Definition and purpose of observatories, type of observatories, location, historical observatories. So what step number 3 is it on? Here you can see it is step number 3, write the content. Once the outline is approved, we can start writing the content for each section. You can ask me to write the content for each section one by one, which is what we normally do. But again, we've gone down this rabbit hole. We found some of these thought-provoking questions. And you can see here that it says now the next step is to create the blog post or the outline for the blog post. So let's go back, and we were on step number 3. Then before that, we had done step number 2. I really am digging this idea of thought-provoking questions to add to the blog post or maybe at the beginning of the blog post. But I've confused myself on what step we're on, because create an outline, write the content, definitely not what step we're on. But here you can see we did the keyword analysis. We did the top ranking site analysis, but step 3 was supposed to be write a blog post title. So we can come down here, step number 2, step number 3, and I don't see a blog post title, but now it's saying we can write the outline. So I'm just going to do this at this point because I have some questions. My thoughts are being provoked at this point because I'm lost in the conversation. So at this point, my input is going to be what step of what process are we on right now? Please show me the steps we've done and the steps we need to do next to write a blog post on this keyword. I just want to see if it can recenter and tell me where we are in the conversation, because based upon the conversation so far, it hasn't shown me that it's following the first steps 1 through 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But now it's saying, and you can see it went back to that first outline or those first key steps. And you can see that it did keyword analysis and research, then it did competitor analysis, and then it did content research. We've gathered some key points from a reliable source that could be included in this blog post. So you can see here, whether this is AI hallucination or whether or not it didn't take its advice exactly, you can see that it added step 3, content research. Because here's where we started. Okay, I'm back to write another blog post. Can you tell me how we can start again to write the blog post or the best blog post possible and the information you need from me and the steps we need to go through to write a blog post that will rank number 1 on Google? Keyword research and SEO analysis, number 1. Top ranking sites and analysis, number 2. Blog post title, number 3. Then 4, outline creation. So now if you scroll back down to where we're at, after I ask it, can you recenter or tell me what step of the process we're on right now, and then show me the next steps. Step 1, keyword research and SEO analysis. You can see it combined those, which I thought it could, unless it's listening to me. But I think it just changed its mind on the fact that now we can do a competitor analysis. After I asked it to do step 1, then I said do step 2. It came up with a different step 2, but it's given me that step now. Just a new way of thinking, and the fact that it just changed its mind or something based upon the way that I asked it or the input that I gave it, had it go in a different direction, and it moved towards competitor analysis and then content research. And now we are ready to create the outline. Or step 4 is outline creation. We need to create an outline for the blog post. The outline should include an introduction, several main points, and a conclusion. So here's what I'm going to do next. This is the plan. Yes, please continue, but add a FAQ section before the conclusion and a thought-provoking questions after the introduction. Let me go ahead and say section here after the introduction, and please get the FAQ and thought-provoking questions from the top results on Google. And we're going to go ahead and say go, and we're going to see what kind of outline that we come up with now. And you can see I'm adjusting this a little bit, tweaking it a little bit, but as we head towards day 100, we are pretty well ahead. of the curve to get to 100 blog posts. And I really have to say that having access to these plugins has changed everything in the way that I've created. And every time that I start a conversation and I look at, hey, let's look at what we can do based upon this input. And the input is, hey, I want to write a blog post. Give me the best way to do this. Give me the best way to rank. Then you can see that as I ask it more questions, as I gave it more input, it took a different direction. It changed the steps. Then I stopped and asked it for the steps because I was confused. So if I'm confused, I simply ask a question to clarify that confusion and then move forward. Now we're back here and it's going to write the outline for us in this next step, these next steps that we have, because the steps to be done, you can see here after the 3 new steps is to create the outline and then start writing the content. Here you can see it's using Scraper. I can only assume at this point that it's using Scraper to go out, get those FAQs, those people also ask, which I forgot to put in here. So again, I wasn't as precise as I needed to be because I'm thinking and doing at the same time. I probably should have stopped, reread that, and went back and said, what am I looking for in my FAQ? Inside of my FAQ, I want the Google people also ask, but let's see if it's smart enough to know based upon this chat, because we've covered all that in this chat before, and we've had it go out and do that for us. Let's see if it can pull that information. Let's see if it's starting just from this reference point here, or if it's actually going back through our chat and using everything that it knows up to now, or all the knowledge that it's gained and I've gained and we've gained together as we proceeded through this process of creating this blog post to make sure that we can create the best piece of content that can rank number 1 and outrank all the other competition. Now here we have a problem. You can see there was an error generating a response. There's a little exclamation point here. It looks like it's still trying to work, but it's not happening. So let's go ahead and click regenerate response and see what's going on. Although it looks like it's just a connection to the internet that's not happening right now. Whatever that was, looks like we're going to have to go ahead and start that again. So I'm going to restart that, and this is acting strange. Getting a little lag here. I think it's something to do with my connection to the internet, which throws off the whole process again. When you're having a conversation with somebody, it's like when you're having this conversation with ChatGPT using the AI, it's no different than if you're connected to the internet and you're talking with somebody. When you're talking with your assistant, if things disconnect or you don't have a good connection, you're not going to be able to get the output from the input or the input to the person that needs the input. So sometimes you have to start over. And now you can see whatever problem we were having before, that problem has been resolved after we hit regenerate. I think it was my connection to the internet. So you can see here, based upon the search results, it seems the specific thought-provoking questions, in fact, related to the keyword are not readily available. However, I can generate some potential keywords based on the topic. Based on the search results, it seems that specific thought-provoking questions and FAQs related to the impact of astronomical observatories on science are not readily available. However, I can generate some potential questions based on the topic and common themes in astronomy and the role of observatories. Then we have some thought-provoking questions and some frequently asked questions, and then it goes into the introduction and then a very brief outline, which is not like the outlines that we're used to seeing before. So was this response better or worse? I'm just going to go ahead and say that it was worse and vote that. And then we're going to come back to this later and we're going to see if we can start again from square one. Or actually, while we're here, I'll just go up to my response manager. I'll go ahead and copy that in right here. And I'll say, please list 30 LSI keywords that are related to the keyword we're looking for. And this is the keyword that we're looking for right here. So I'll go ahead and copy that. And I'll replace that with keyword. And then use those keywords to create a blog post outline to include a blog post title that fully covers the topic of the keyword. We'll go ahead and we will say start. And we're going to see what this does at this point. We're going to see if this, or let's see if this is going to reach out to the internet at all using the plugins, or if it's just going to take that and just say, okay, I'm just going to use my knowledge base and just build. And you can see here, it is actually using SEO Core AI, and it's going out there. It's going to pull those 30 LSI keywords. It's going to pull those down, and it's going to kick off and build the blog post outline. So you can see here now that we've reverted back to our original old style, old school prompt. We're doing the same thing that we did before we ever started asking if it could help us do SEO, if it could help us rank, if it could list out all that information. And we've just gone back to saying, here's the keyword, give me 30 LSI keywords, and then start building the blog post. use those LSI keywords to make sure that you build the best outline that you can build. But you can see here now that it's actually kept that information where it is thinking about those thought-provoking questions after the introduction, which I like and I'm going to keep. And then you can see here it's added frequently asked questions, which again, I'm going to keep. And then now it's added a call to action. Of course, I'm not going to use that as a H2 or a section, but that would be built into the call to action, or the call to action would be built into the conclusion using our hypnotic style writing. So we'll go ahead and add that all in. And what I'll do at this point is I'll take this outline as the last outline we'll need for this keyword, and then we'll just go from there. And for the rest of these blog posts, what we'll do is we'll just use this same prompt, 30 LSI keywords, give me an outline, and then I'll have it when it's possible or when it can go out, search for those thought-provoking questions again, get more precise in exactly what I'm looking for based upon the input that I got in those other questions where it got messed up on the steps. But I really like that idea of throwing in there some thought-provoking questions. It's kind of like what we saw in the blog post when we were using Koala, where it gave key takeaways, just another way to sort of add to or potentially add to the value of our content as we create it. And of course, I'm going to keep the frequently asked questions, and I'll go ahead and write this blog post, and I will show you that in the update tomorrow, and we will keep moving forward to day 100. Thanks for watching. If this video was helpful and you're having fun, thumbs up. Let me know in the comments if you got any questions. I'll talk to you later. Bye. Hey, Gary here, day 68 AI blogging. Today, we're going to have ChatGPT improve our blog post after we go through the process of outlining it, having ChatGPT write it. We're going to use an input, or we're going to ask ChatGPT very nicely, how can I make this, or how can you help me make this blog post better? Here we are inside of ChatGPT. We have listed our LSI keywords and created our outline based upon the keyword that we're going for. Of course, those are the LSI keywords that you see there. As we scroll by, we have a blog post title, an introduction. We've added thought-provoking questions, and I'm going to show you how I did that. When I created the content, or when I asked the AI assistant to create it for me, I had thought-provoking questions created at the end. I'm going to show you each section here as I created it. And then I did not use this call to action section. It just doesn't make any sense. The frequently asked questions, I used that, or I asked ChatGPT to go out to the internet, and I'm going to show you here in a second what it did when it did that task for me. So here we go. We're going to start off with the first prompt, or the first input, and it very simply asks the assistant to start writing the introduction. The introduction gets written, and then we move on to the next stage or the next section, and we simply just tell it or ask it. Now write section 3. Of course, section 2 was the thought-provoking questions, which we did at the end. Then the next section, section 4, of course, that's Roman numerals, but that's section 4, and we're just going in order, and there's no mystery here, nothing new, just an assembly line of creating the content. Section 5, no big surprises, just still doing the work, letting ChatGPT know we just need to continue with what we're doing because we are making progress going through each section. Of course, it writes that section and it writes the next section for us. And when we get to frequently asked questions, you can see here it used WebPilot plus Scraper because I told it I want you to go to the internet and pull the top 5 Google people also ask results for these frequently asked questions before you write them. It came back and it said, here are the top results. Then I had it write it in schema FAQ FAQ, or using the common schema that Google recommends, give me that code. The code did not work inside of Grooveblog. So I went ahead and said, great, thanks. Now give me the FAQ here in the text as well. Now, if you wanted to test this schema to see if it works or not, you just copy that code. Then you go to Google Search Central and you go to their test your structured data, and you go ahead and you can see the rich text results here. So you can go to the rich results test by clicking that blue button. And then here you can enter the URL, or you can enter the code. Here we would paste that code in that ChatGPT gave us, and we can say test the code. Here you can see it's testing the code. This may take a minute or two. Then it comes back, you get green checks. So ChatGPT is doing its job. It's just Grooveblog at this point. It's let us down because we can't paste that code in and actually get these results. So that code works. That code passed the check under Google. It just didn't work for me inside of Grooveblog. So I just had it create the text, and then I just pasted this in just just like I would any other section. Then I had to finish up by writing the conclusion, and then I moved down to the next step, which for me, to make sure or to get it published and then make sure that I have all the information inside of the post. So when Google starts to crawl it, they'll be able to see this snippet or this excerpt. And it went ahead and wrote that by going out and pulling down the blog post here from the URL. And then it wrote that. Now, when I moved on to the next section, I created a new prompt here, or again, not really a prompt that I created, just the task that I would like help with, that I would like the assistant, the AI assistant or my chat buddy to help me with. Now, using all the information you've just written for the keyword, write number 2, section number 2, thought-provoking questions. Please provide the questions and elude the reader to keep reading. And I don't think I used the word elude right there. Elude the reader to keep reading to find the answers in the blog post, so keep reading. But it understood what I meant, and it wrote the section here. Then it gave me the questions. And these are the questions that someone would be reading, kind of like what we saw in Koala, where it has those key takeaway statements. Here, I'm having someone read a question in the hopes that the questions will trigger the fact that, hey, yeah, these are thought-provoking questions. I want to find the answers. And then it wrote this. These questions might seem big, but don't worry. As we journey through this blog post, we'll uncover the answers together. So keep those eyes on the stars and keep reading. And I said, great, thanks. And then here is where I start tapping into the AI as my assistant to say, now give me guidance on how to make this blog post better. Tell me what I need to do based upon what you know, the AI, what you know to help me make it better. Go ahead and pause and read this. And you can see here, it gave me the information. I also like the way it said, I'm glad you're seeking to improve your blog post even further. Here are some suggestions. Now, some of this stuff isn't the content of the blog. It's other things that you need to do. Of course, use visuals is one of the ones that I definitely know that we need to dive more into. And we've talked about that here in the case study. But then there's other things. This is a good one. Include real world examples, link to reputable sources. Of course, we've done that where we've had ChatGPT, especially in Koala, go out, find those sources, cite those sources, and then we link to them. Of course, update your content regularly, because in this case, in this niche, the world of science is always evolving. So make sure your content stays relevant and accurate by updating it regularly with the latest research and discoveries, which is good. And then, of course, it says here, remember, the most important thing is to provide value to the readers. If your content is informative, engaging, and easy to understand, you are on the right track. I came up with another idea here, and I said, but first I said, thanks, great, thanks. Based on the keyword, who would be the best person to read and make sure this content is both accurate and engaging to the target audience? Please identify the profession of this person and also who the target audience is for this blog post based on this keyword. Then it came back and it said the best person to review this content for accuracy would likely be an astronomer or an astrophysicist, as they have technical knowledge and expertise in the field of astronomical observatories and their impact on science. Now, down here, it also said, remember, while the content should be accurate and detailed, meaning the content that the AI is going to create, it should also be engaging and accessible to a non-specialist audience, given the broad range of the potential readers, because it covered, like I asked it to here, the target audience based on the keyword, students, educators, amateur astronomers, general science enthusiasts, and lifelong learners. Moving on, I said great now acting as both, or great now acting both as an astronomer and an astrophysicist with 20 years experience. I just threw that in there to make sure that we're definitely looking for someone that's been in the field for some time. Please have them both read and provide edits and additional content ideas they have to make the post better, and have them verify the accuracy of the content. I got this message here to start. As an AI language model developed by OpenAI, I don't have the ability to act as an individual or have personal experiences. I don't have emotions and all that good stuff. However, I can simulate a review based on the knowledge I've been trained on. And that's the whole point. That's the key here. Utilizing the knowledge or going out and pulling down information to feed it into the AI so it can simulate based on a review of the knowledge it has or the knowledge it can get. Here are some suggestions that an astronomer or a physicist might make. Provide more specific examples. Discuss specific discoveries. Include more technical details. Discuss the interdisciplinary impact. Wow, these words just keep getting better. And then, of course, an accuracy check. Remember, these are simulated suggestions. And it's always a good idea to have a real expert review your content if possible. Of course, that's what Google wants, an expert or expertise, experience, and they want to be able to trust that content. That's the whole thing behind their big push always, is to make sure the people that are creating this content are taking the time to go and get the facts and get the facts right to provide that content to the person that's looking for the information about this keyword. And with that, we said great thanks. Based on those suggestions, please give me the new section headings and outline to write this new content. Then it gives me an entirely new, or it gives me the old outline plus the 2 new sections. Now, I did notice the 2 sections, but if you weren't able to notice them, or if you think it was more than what you thought, you could do like I did here, and you could simply just go back to your AI assistant and ask it nicely, please identify the new sections so I can update the blog post. Sure, here are the new sections that we added to the outline, and here is the interdisciplinary impact of observatories and the technical side of observatories. These sections will provide more depth to your blog post by discussing the broader impact of observatories beyond astronomy and by delving into the technical aspects of how observatories works. The key here is it doesn't matter about your niche. The last sentence is, this information or this additional information will make your blog post more comprehensive and informative to your readers. And thus we have used ChatGPT and the AI as our assistant to make our blog post better. After we had it create the outline, write all the content section by section by section, go out to the internet, pull those live questions people also ask from Google, and then answer those questions, and then acting as experts in our field around the content that we are writing, it was able to look at our content and say, here are 2 things I think you should add. Here's a new section. Here's a new outline. Go ahead and let's get this information created. And I'm going to do that for you in the next update and show you how that worked out and show you the complete post. And then think of a way to structure this to get this back into the assembly line to start creating specifically for this keyword or this topical authority cluster to make sure that we can finish this out and speed things up. Of course, it's not about faster, it's about focus. And if you're having fun and you're focused, give this video a thumbs up. Let me know in the comments if you got any questions, and I'll talk to you in the next one. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you, day 69, AI blogging. Inside of Google Search Console, you can see here going back starting Sunday, April 16, when we started this crazy journey, you can see now we have amassed 6.87K, 6,000, over 6,000, headed to 7,000 impressions from the content that we have created with the AI. With ChatGPT and Koala, we have created pages, and we have 83 pages and posts indexed over at universeunriddled.com. And if we were to go back to performance and take a look at some of our queries here and go ahead and sort by impressions, I want to take a look at this one right here, how to remember the planets. Going to copy that into the buffer. And of course, this is the page right here. Post, how to memorize the planets, 91 impressions, 1 click. That gives us a 1% CTR on an average position of 50.9. And at this point in the video, let's go back to ChatGPT and ask it, how can you help me with the plugins that I have enabled to improve my technical SEO of my blog? I have the Web Pilot plugin and the SEO analysis plugin enabled, and it has given me what each plugin can do, and then it says, here's how you can use these plugins. Start by using the Web Pilot plugin to visit each page on your blog. Look for any issues that could be affecting your SEO, such as broken links or missing images. Fix these issues as soon as possible. Next, use the SEO analysis tool to analyze the SEO of each page. Enter the URL of the page and the keyword you want to rank for, which we grabbed that keyword right here. And the page, if you remember, is this one, memorize the planets. We'll go ahead and click, and that'll copy it to the clipboard. We're going to take that back, and we are going to put that information in here. And we are going to just ask it very nicely. I'm simply just going to start with this instruction. This may not be as precise as it needs to be, but I need a starting point, and this is where we're going to start. Using this keyword, how to remember the planets, for this URL, the URL of the blog post for how to memorize the planets. Please improve my technical SEO of the blog using the plugins the way you recommended. We are going to send that message, hit go like I always like to say, and see what we get back. This is really the only way to get what you want from the plugins from ChatGPT utilizing the plugins, ask it what it can do, and then have it do it. Even if it means just starting with, like I said, just a basic concept of use this keyword, use this blog post, and then do what you said you could do, and then take that feedback and then adjust and go forward from there. So you can see here, based on the SEO analysis, here are some recommendations to improve the technical SEO of your blog post. Keyword usage. The keyword, how to remember the planets, is not fully present in the URL, the title, the meta description, and the body of the content. Consider incorporating the full keyword in these areas to improve relevancy for search engines. Meta description, H1 and H2 tags, body content, sitemap, robot.txt, load speed. Remember, SEO is not just about incorporating keywords, it's also about providing value and relevant content to your audience. Keep creating high quality content that answers your audience questions and solves their problems. So then we'll just move on and say, great, thanks. Based on recommendation number 1, please make suggestions for this and just see what we get. Again, we're utilizing the AI assistant here. We're also learning as we go through this process. Understand that you may or may not be an SEO expert. If you are, then you're wasting your time watching this video, most likely. But the point here is we are learning how to use the AI to assist us in figuring out the things that we don't know. More importantly, or probably bigger than learning things that we don't know, is letting the AI assistant act as a helper and help us figure out the things that we need to accomplish based upon asking questions, based upon saying, hey, take a look at this, double check it, see what I missed, give me some suggestions, and then let's try to implement those suggestions and move forward and see how we can make some changes. Sure, here are some suggestions to better incorporate the keyword, how to remember the planets in various parts of your blog post. The URL, your content URL, consider changing it. Well, we're not going to do that because that is one of the keywords. It's not the primary keyword. It's just the keyword that Google is showing our content for. It's an LSI keyword. Our root keyword is actually how to memorize the planets. And this is a mistake I made at the beginning of this analysis, understanding that when I ask it and it's giving me this information so we know it works, it looked at the URL and said, the keyword you're going for, how to remember the planets, isn't your URL. It's how to memorize the planets. But we're okay. But it did give us some important information here about if we were to change the URL, that it would require a 301 redirect from the old URL to maintain any existing SEO value. Most people call this link juice, right? Then title. Your current title is simple trick, how to memorize the planets in order. Again, the root keyword, the primary keyword we were going for when we wrote that blog post was how to memorize the planets, not how to remember the planets. But it's an LSI keyword and we are ranking for it and we got to click for it. So this really isn't something we need to change. This is just something that we need to understand based upon when we give it input. Again, being precise and understanding that I made a mistake. The AI, based upon the input I gave it, gave me a recommendation. And then we can move forward with that and say, oh, you're right. No, never mind. We're good. That's my bad. And then we can go here and we can say, okay, now we know the meta description, H1 and H2 tags, the body content, and the sitemap. Of course, the sitemap going way back in this case study, we didn't have a traditional sitemap with Grooveblog, so that's always going to be a problem. And here it just says that the robot.txt is correctly configured, so we're good to go. Also here, the load speed of the page is good, so there's nothing to do there. But now we have discovered using the AI tool that it does work. It does know what it's talking about. We just have to make sure that we give it the precise information. And at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to go back and we're going to redo this. And we are going to say, great, thanks. Now using the keyword, how to memorize the planets for this URL. Again, how to memorize the planets is the actual keyword we were going for. We're going to see what results the AI gives us and see if the result is better. So it's using the SEO Core AI plugin. It's going out, it's pulling down the information from the page again. And it's going to provide us the information and it's going to give us the recommendations. Now here you can see that we have moved to the correct keyword and you can see that the keyword usage is present in the URL and the title, just like what we went for when we first created the post. But when we started the analysis, we picked the wrong keyword and you can see, however, though, it is not present in the meta description. So we definitely need to fix that. And then you can see number 2, it says meta description, your current meta description, it gives it and it says consider changing it to learn how to memorize the planets. order with fun mnemonics and memory tricks. So we can do that right now, which we will. You can see the H1 and the H2 tag recommendations. Again, the body content, the sitemap, the robot.txt, and the load speed. And we can take this even further by asking it at any point, okay, give me more suggestions. Okay, let's shift focus of SEO, and then say, give me all recommendations for SEO, not just technical SEO. And at this point, you're kind of making assumptions for the AI or your assistant when you say just technical SEO, because then it's just going to go and it's going to say, okay, technical SEO. Absolutely. Here are some comprehensive SEO recommendations that cover both technical and non-technical aspects of SEO, which then break up the two different sort of ideas of SEO, technical SEO, non-technical SEO. And then you can see here, keyword optimization. Again, we're back to that. Meta description, content quality, internal linking, mobile optimization, page speed. Then as it continues, you can see now it's talking about backlinks, social signals, user experience, and then to make sure that you regularly update your content to keep it fresh. And then, of course, as always, remember SEO is a long-term strategy. This is day 69 inside of our 100-day case study, and it takes time to see results. Be patient and consistent with your efforts. Back to this being day 69, tomorrow being day 70, we are still creating content. We are still in the phase where we're creating content. Out of these 100 days, our goal was to get to 100 blog posts minimum, and we are going to hit that mark, and we'll keep working on this. If you're having fun and you're learning and you have been using the AI assistant, give this video a thumbs up. Let me know what you've been doing with your AI assistant and your chat buddy. I would love to hear what you're doing and the results that you have found so far. And also what day you're in. Let me know in the comments, and I'll see you in the next update. Bye. So here we are at day 70 in AI blogging using Grooveblog, ChatGPT, Koala. And let's go back to the very first post that we wrote and take a look at getting it to rank #1 on Google and how ChatGPT is going to help us with getting that done. If you remember yesterday, back in day 69, we were looking at how can you help me, that being ChatGPT and the plugins that I have enabled, improve my technical SEO on my blog. One of the things it said it could do was finally use the SEO analysis plugin to analyze the competition. Enter the keyword you want to rank for, and the plugin will show the websites that rank in Google for that keyword. Study these websites to understand what they're doing right and use this information to improve your SEO. And that is exactly what we did. But before we do that, let's go into Grooveblog. Let's look at our post. We have a total of 80 posts. And our very first post was a simple trick on how to memorize the planets in order. Going to go ahead and open that editor because we are going to need to add some content based upon the analysis that we are going to get here inside of ChatGPT. So if you remember yesterday in day 69, we left off with recommendations for both SEO or not just SEO or not just technical SEO, but also non-technical aspects of SEO. And that was a really good list and something we need to focus on. But I wanted to move on to that last paragraph and say, great. Now let's take a look at the competition for the keyword, how to memorize the planets, because that is the very first post that we ever wrote, and we can definitely make it better. And here's what happened. It called VoxScript. It's a little odd. VoxScript, I thought, was for YouTube, but it did the same thing that the other plugins can do in the sense of the fact that it just went out to the internet and pulled down the information, or did a Google and pulled down the information, which are the top 5 competitors for the keyword, how to memorize the planets. It gave me these 5 websites, and then it told me to compete with these pages. You could consider incorporating some of their successful strategies into your own content. Then it said, for example, you could provide multiple methods for remembering the order of the planets, and then it continued on with things that I could add to the post, which of course I could do that, but that is not the point of blogging with AI. So I said, great, now please create some new content to add to my blog post based on their successful strategies. Their successful strategies being the top 5 competitors that our AI assistant found for us, into the content for how to memorize the planets. Absolutely, here's some additional content you can consider adding to your blog post. And you can see here it wrote, based upon the research that it went out and did, the research that the AI and the plugin went out and pulled down from the internet. Here's the content that it wrote for me based upon the strategies or the content and the strategies of the content that those competitors are following. This content is missing from my blog post. So I'm like, perfect. that is awesome. It is so cool that you wrote that content for me, but where do I put it? So then I had a conversation. There was actually a conversation before this one where I asked it, can you advise on where to insert this content into the existing blog post? And it errored out there and it said I would need the full content. So then I went ahead and I updated that. And then I said, okay, please get the full content of the blog post. And then I gave it the URL again. Again, this is part of the problem when you try to do a lot. Sometimes the AI gets confused, just like any person would. They're confused on what they're doing, where they're at, how much information they have. So I reset it and I said, okay, please get the full content of the blog post from the link here, and then make the recommendation on where to insert this content into the existing post. It pulled down the content. Again, it used VoxScript. Based on the content of your blog post, here's how I recommend incorporating the new content. Understand and remember what I was trying to accomplish here was, where do I put the new content that you've created? Because it gave me new content based upon the recommendations that it made when it analyzed the competition, but I had no idea where to put the content. And then now you can see that it says, here is where I would put memory techniques to remember the planets. This is the existing content. This is the new content, multiple methods to memorize the planets. So here is where I would put the new content in between the existing content. So it'll make sense when you see it here in a second. It's saying memory techniques to remember in the planets, or memory techniques to remember the planets. We'll go ahead and copy that because we're going to search for that. And we want to put this, the new content, after multiple methods to memorize the planets. And of course, it gave me the one below that. So basically where I'm going to squish this in the middle is going to be between memory techniques and basic facts about the planets and their orders. I think I got to where I was trying to get there, although it was a little wordy, but I think you'll understand when you see. When we go to the blog post, we're going to go ahead and search, and you can see that memory techniques to remember the planets is actually the very first paragraph, basically the introduction, and then basic facts about the planets and their order is the second paragraph, or the second H2, and you can see here memory techniques to remember the planets, basic facts about the planets and their order is where we're going to put in the new content as it referenced it here. So then we're going to go up here and we are simply just going to do like we always do. And we are going to copy this into the clipboard, go back to Grooveblog, and we are simply going to add that content in. Now, of course, we have to get rid of this information here, and then it doesn't understand markup. Hopefully it will someday, that being Grooveblog. It's supposed to be an update. They have recently released an update. It was something about breadcrumbs, but I haven't taken a look at it yet. So what we're going to do here is we're just going to go ahead and we are going to add this in and do the edits real quick. And then we're going to get rid of this because that's not part of the blog post. We're going to go ahead and go back and see what we had here. We had this H2, so these would be H3s. This looks like it's an H2 as well. Those are H2s, and remembering the dwarf planets. So we'll go back to this Grooveblog, and we see here this is an H2. Of course, if I had remembered my markup, I would understand that these are all H2s because they have two hashtags. And here we need to edit this, and we'll go ahead and move that over, and then we will make that an H2. This one is an H3. We'll go ahead and make that an H3 right there. Go ahead and make this one an H3. And we'll also add in a carriage return there, and make that one an H3. And then we have our H2 here, multiple methods to memorize the planets, our mnemonics, memory pegs, repetition, the memory palace technique, a one-line poem, and then remembering the dwarf planets. We'll go ahead and click publish. And now that is published, we'll exit that. And we'll go back to where we started, and you can see what happened here again. We didn't know, or I didn't know where to put the content after it gave me the suggestions. So then I asked it. I just went ahead and said, based on the content, or that's not what I asked. I asked, okay, please get the full content of the blog post. Had to remind it that it already knew it, but it knew where the blog post was, and then make the recommendation on where to insert this content into the blog. It gave me the existing content, and then it told me where to put the new content. And all this started, again, back on day 69 when I asked the AI, my AI assistant, how can you help me with the plugins that I have enabled to improve my technical SEO of the blog? We learned a lot during this chat, but today in day 70, we were able to look at the very first blog post that we've ever published during this 100-day case study, going all the way back to the first day and looking at the blog post we created. And we took the plugins that we now have that we didn't even have when we started this crazy journey, this crazy 100 days. And we said, or we asked it, how can you help me? And it said the SEO plugins can analyze the competition. And that's exactly what it did. It looked at the top ranking post for that keyword, and it gave me a suggestion for additional content based upon the content that I didn't have in my blog post that shows up in those other blog posts. So now we are well on our way, hopefully, to ranking number 1, or at least getting on the first page and getting a few more clicks. If you're having fun, go ahead and click that like button for me. If you got any questions, let me know in the comments. Look forward to seeing you in the next update. I'll talk to you then. Bye. Today is day 71 of AI blogging, and we're going to be doing some internal linking for the blog post that we just finished creating for astronomical observatories. Here are 8 of those. If we go to the next page, you will see the second or the other 2 for a total of 10 in the category of astronomical observatories. This is the one we started with right here, the evolution of astronomical observatories. I told you I would get that word right. Astronomical observatories, a journey through time. We are going to be adding internal links to this blog post. When I say we, I mean you, me, and our chat buddy, the AI assistant. So there are 2 ways to feed this data into ChatGPT. Now, the way that I'm going to be doing it today is I'm going to be using the link reader plugin. The other way is to simply copy and paste the post into the message box there and hit and go and sending that data to ChatGPT so it has the information. So at any time, and that's the thing about plugins, and I don't want to go too far down this path or trail or rabbit hole, but plugins themselves, the way that they work, some of them are just for pulling in data like Link Reader or Access Your Link, or the one that I use quite often, which is Scraper, and the other one being Web Pilot. These really are just mechanisms for ChatGPT to go get information. Now, there are other ones like Wolfram Alpha that reach out and access a database on the back end. And then there are some like Show Me Diagrams, again, that its function is to draw diagrams and present those to you inside of ChatGPT. And then SEO Core AI, when we're talking about doing AI, this is supposed to be a mechanism inside of ChatGPT, or it's supposed to work together, or this is my understanding anyway, that SEO Core AI, the plugin, was designed for you to give it information or ask questions. And then this plugin has additional knowledge or capabilities, as well as the ability to go out and search the internet. But it has the understanding underneath the hood that it's doing SEO, that it's functioning and giving you information about the data that it's crunching based upon the information you give it, the prompt or the input, to help you do SEO. So anyway, I just wanted to cover that real quick and show you the plugin that I'm going to be using. It's Link Reader. Again, the only aspect or the only thing that this plugin is doing, to the best of my knowledge, is going out and pulling down the information. So here's the information that we have. Of course, this is in the spreadsheet that I'm keeping for our blog post tracker where I'm tracking everything. This was the first blog post here, the evolution of astronomical observatories, a journey through time. So I'm going to give it that URL, or this URL right here, to let it read this blog post. And then after it reads this blog post, then I'm going to feed it the rest of the URLs for all the remaining blog posts and say, for this blog post, the first blog post that we wrote on this topic, here are 8 additional or 9 additional blog post URLs. Find me linking opportunities inside of this blog post to link to additional information that we created in these other 9 posts. Now, at this point, understand that no point and no time have I ever tried to tell you that this is a case study in SEO best practices or what to do or what you should be doing when you create your site. This is a case study, 100 days of using AI to do blogging. to create content and also use Grooveblog to see what we can get on that piece or that side of the fence when we're talking about blogging versus using WordPress and a whole bunch of other plugins or using Wix or Squarespace. This is just an exercise of me taking ChatGPT within 100 days, creating content on a specific topic and putting it up on a blog, getting it indexed, see where it ranks, and see what kind of traffic we get and where we can take that as an affiliate marketer, where we can take that next as an affiliate marketer to attempt to make money with the content that we got up on the internet, got ranked, and hopefully people are finding useful. So with that said, we are back inside of GPT. We are using Link Reader, like I said, and this is the prompt or the input. This is the task that I'm going to give ChatGPT. Please read the blog post, and here's the blog post URL. After you read it, ask me for a list of links, and those are going to be the links for the other 9 posts that we created. When I give you the links, please find places where you can insert the links using the existing content to place rich anchor text inside the blog post that you read in relevant ways. If you don't find any relevant ways to place the links, please let me know which links you didn't use and why you didn't use them. If you need any further instructions or clarification on this task, please ask me what you need to know to do this correctly. If you understand and are ready to go to work, say, "Let's go, boss," and then we will begin. I'm going to press go, send it that message, and then we're going to sit here and see what ChatGPT does. There it's using Link Reader. Again, it's only using Link Reader to go out and pull the information. The rest of the prompt is on me. The rest of the instructions are on you to be precise as possible to see what kind of information you can get. And you can see here while I was talking, it said, "Let's go, boss. Please provide me with the list of links." So I will do that. I will go back and I will grab that list of links and I will copy those. Then I will go back to ChatGPT and I will paste those links in. Now at this point, I'm not sure if it's going to go read all these, and yes, it is. That's what I was hoping it would do. I was hoping it would go and read each one of these to get relevant ways or to get the context that it needs to understand. Because if you were doing the linking, what would you do? Of course, you wrote them. But if you didn't write them and you were doing the linking, what would you need to do? You would need to read each post, and then you would need to manually write down the concept, or as you were reading, you would need to write down, take notes and say, this could link to this information, because when I'm reading that first blog post, I'm saying, okay, what additional information can I provide inside of this topical authority cluster to the other 9 blog posts? And then you would create that rich anchor text. Now, you might have to rewrite the blog post, and that may be the case here. It may not find anything, but we could probably find suggestions, or we could get suggestions, and we could look at that too. But in this day, all we're doing is seeing where we can get with this particular input and then come back and then readjust. I've been trying to keep these short and to the point, because I know that if I come on here and I make 30, 40 minutes of me trying to do this and play around with it, most people aren't going to watch it. But the idea and the concept of just starting with these small chunks and then over the period of 100 days, what we have accomplished, the things that we have been able to do. And here you can see it's starting to provide me the links, or here are the summaries of the articles I provided. So it's starting with giving me the summaries of the articles, and then we'll see what other information that it gives us. But over these 100 days here together, going back since April 16th, we've gotten clicks. And more importantly, at this point, at this stage, we've got this content ranked and getting impressions. And we have right now over 7,000 impressions, and it's day 71. To me, that concept and this case study has been just a total success. And then all the things that we've learned, of course, plugins were added right sort of in the middle at the early stages of when we started this case study. So we've had to learn a lot about that as well. And we've had to change the way we were working, or the thought process. And then, of course, using Koala and Credits, and Koala has added new features. This has been, just for me, a phenomenal experience. And I am glad that you are here sharing this experience with me. And I'll do my best to increase the value as we head out from 71 to get to 100. But if you have any questions or comments, anything that you haven't seen or you'd like to see more of, be sure to let me know in the comments. And then here we are back inside of ChatGPT. It gave me a summary. Here are the summaries of the articles you provided. So I'm not sure what happened there. It didn't actually do the internal linking. It just stopped with the summaries. Let me go back up here and say, just going to simply say, can you do the rest of the task? Because I didn't ask for a summary. I asked for it to do internal linking, but maybe it just, with me just pasting in the links, it forgot what it was doing, apparently. So we'll go ahead and, can you do the rest of the task? We'll go ahead and give it this input. Can you do the rest of the task? After you read it, ask me for a list of links. Take that out and say, when I give you the links, please find places where you can insert the links and do the rich anchor text. Let's see if it can do this task or not. And again, I don't know if it was up to the task. This is just something that I thought was possible and I've seen other people doing. And here we go. Now it's actually doing it. Sure, I'll proceed with the task. Here's how I would insert the links into the original blog post using relevant rich anchor text. So here we go. It is giving me suggestions. This could be linked to this article. This could be linked to this article. This could be linked to that article. That could be linked to this article, and so on and so forth. That's a lot of links, actually. I think it's actually looking for a link, a place to link every single article. That's not bad. It's not good. I think sometimes you can overdo the linking. I think part of that is when you start creating links, they can become too much, or it can be overdone, and it can be like you're trying too hard to create that backlink sort of map or juice up your backlinks using internal links versus getting backlinks from someone else or using external links. But you can see here, it did say, I was able to find relevant anchor text for all the links you provided. Let me know if you need. Sure, I'll proceed with the task. And then you can see now it's stuck in a loop. So we're going to say stop generating. And I have seen this with some of the plugins. Once you activate the plugins, ChatGPT gets kind of wonky and it gets stuck in this loop. But let's go ahead and test this because we have 9 links here. So we have 9 opportunities for linking, this internal linking. So let's just go ahead and see if this actually exists, and we'll go ahead and we will copy that, go over to the original blog post. Here we will search for that. And you can see it didn't actually find that in the blog post. So we'll go back and say, sure, I'll proceed with the task. Here's how I would insert the links into the original blog post using relevant anchor text. Let's see here. Fascinating world of astronomical observatories and their deep-rooted impact on our cultures. Timeline of astronomical observatories article. I would think that that one would have linked more to the cultural influences. So let's see here, from the ancient Greeks to the classical culture. Let's go ahead and go here. I think what may have happened here, I think this may have reversed the order. I think what has happened is it looked at my 9 links and it said, for each one of these posts, this is a way to link back to that original post. So let's go ahead and go to timeline of astronomical observatories. So we'll go back, we'll exit this one, and we'll go under the timeline. We'll search for that. Timeline of astronomical observatories. We'll go ahead and open that. And then what I'll do is I'll go back and I'm going to copy this. Because again, at this point, what I think it's done is reverse the order of logic of what I was thinking. I was thinking, I'll give you 9 links and the original blog post, give me in the original blog post how I could link to these other blog posts. But I think it flipped that. It looked at all 9 blog posts and said, how can, in these 9 blog posts, how can I link back to that original blog post? And that may be ChatGPT being smarter about SEO than me and saying, this is the way I would link back to that original post. Instead of trying to link 9 times inside of one post, link 1 time per post back to that original post. And that's probably a better link tree structure. And maybe that's ChatGPT, again, like I said, being way smarter about SEO than me. So again, what we're doing here is we have copied this text here, and we're going to go into this article here, timeline of astronomical observatories, and we're going to search for that. And you can see it's not there either. So I think at this point, it just made up this anchor text. And I did ask it to use existing content to place the rich anchor text. So at this point, I'm missing something. Let's go ahead and see here, from the ancient Greeks to the classical Islamic culture, could link to cultural influence of astronomical observatories. Let's see, we'll explore the cultural heritage of astronomical observatories. Let's see here. Let's see if we can find this here. It's not going to be in this article. Let's go ahead and go back to the original article I was looking at, the very first blog post. in this category, and we'll go here under the evolution of astronomical. And I think I may have had the wrong blog post open when I started this search from the beginning. Let's go ahead and see if we can find that. Yeah, it's not finding that here either. Let me see here. Let's go back. Did I give this the right blog post to make sure I was searching? Evolution of astronomical observatories. So let's go back. This is definitely the evolution of astronomical observatories. And let's go back down to our links, the links that it provided. Let's just grab, finally we land in ancient Greece. Go ahead and copy this. Finally we land in ancient Greece. That's not going to be here. Let's go back to exit that. Let's go back to the chat. Famous astronomical observatories in science. Finally we land in ancient Greece. Let's go ahead and do this real quick. Let's go and ask the AI assistant, and we'll say, can you provide me a table of the links into the original blog post and relevant anchor text to which blog post it should link? And you can see here it's summarizing the table, anchor text and original blog post, corresponding link. Go ahead and stop that and say, okay, please add to the table the name and URL of the blog with the anchor text and the link to the other blog post. Now let's see what we get from the table. Let's see if it gives us a few more columns to try to get this information in a way that I can use it, because at this point, like I said, I'm not sure where it's linking. So now it's saying the original blog post name, the anchor text in the original blog post, and then the corresponding link. So here is the evolution of astronomical observatories. That is the blog post URL of the post. Anchor text in the original blog post, fascinating world of astronomical observatories, would link to the timeline of astronomical observatories. And of course, that table is still building. But let's go back to the evolution of astronomical observatories. And we'll go back here. This is the blog post. If we go back here to the next one, or go to the next one, the evolution, go ahead and open that in an editor. Then we'll go ahead and see if we can find that. And again, it's not finding this fascinating world of astronomical observatories. Of course, astronomical observatories is going to be everywhere, but fascinating world, oh, there's that word fascinating. You know how we had a problem with that with koala, but the fascinating world is not being found. Is fascinating, and fascinating is only found twice. So exploring the fascinating evolution of astronomical observatories. Wow, what a journey we travel through time from ancient stone circles. So here looks like from ancient stone circles to the high-tech telescopes, exploring the fascinating evolution of astronomical observatories. So at this point, you can see that I'm not finding that. So here, evolution, pivotal role in shaping our cultures. This is saying anchor text in the original blog post. Pivotal role in shaping our cultures, evolution of astronomical observatories. We'll go back. Let's see if it's finding that one. Nope, still not finding that one. So if we go to cultural influence of astronomical observatories, let's see if that is in there. So we'll exit this, and then we'll find the cultural one. Here it is, the cultural influence of astronomical observatories. Go back. That's the blog post. Cultural influence of astronomical observatories, and we are searching for pivotal role in shaping our cultures. And we'll go ahead and see if we can find it here. And there it is. So now we have found it, and that's what it is doing. It is saying in this blog post, link back to the original blog post. So I still haven't gotten the information in the way that I'm thinking versus the way it's thinking, but you can see the information is there. So cultural influence of astronomical observatories, the pivotal role in shaping our cultures, will then need to link back to the main blog post. So like I said a while ago, what it did is it's linking to these corresponding links. So it took those 9 links, those 9 blog posts, and it's linking back to the evolution. So we'll go ahead and we will copy this link, and we will add this internal link right here to the recommendation that it gave us. For now, we'll go ahead and do this one, and we'll link this. And we'll add that in, and we'll go ahead and save that. So now we've added that link, and we'll go ahead and click publish. Now we have added that internal link. We'll do one more right quick now that we sort of have an idea of what we're looking for. And this is timeline of astronomical observatories. So we'll go ahead and we'll exit this. And we've done that one. Now we're looking for timeline. So we'll go ahead and look for timeline, go ahead and click open editor. At this point, we'll control F on that one. But you can see here, it's almost perfect, but then it just lets me down and it doesn't find this one inside of timeline, because I believe I looked at this one and it wasn't there. Let's go ahead and see if this one, Cultural Heritage of Astronomical Observatories under Historical Development. So we'll go ahead and we'll exit here and we'll go back and we'll look for the one that is Historical Development. Go ahead and open that editor. And here we'll go ahead and we'll search for that text. Yeah, you can see it's not there either. Let me make sure that I have the right cultural heritage. Let's just look for cultural and see if we find that. So you can see here, agriculture, cultural and social factors. Astronomical had a significant impact on culture and society. So it's kind of close, but you can see that it just failed. It got one right. So if it can get one right, you would hope and think that if we feed it more information and try to correct it, maybe it will get more right. And I'll work on that. But this video has been long enough and you're just seeing the structure. And again, I did this and I started and did this basically live so you could see it, as this is the process of using the AI. The AI is not always going to get it right. Just like if you were using a real live assistant, your instructions may get flipped, because I was thinking link or read this blog post and then link out to all 9 of these if possible. It flipped it and said, well, I've read all 9 of these and here's where I think it can link back to that first blog post you gave me. And it gave me some good suggestions, and you can see that one was correct. I'm going to go ahead and check the others, then I'm going to correct it, and I'm going to bring you back that information in the next update, and then keep moving forward. That'll be day 72. This is day 71. As we head to day 100, thumbs up if you're learning, having fun. Thanks for watching. I appreciate it, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Day 72, AI blogging. Yesterday in day 71, we were doing interlinking with those blog posts that we created for astronomical observatories. I'm going to jump straight into ChatGPT, and I'm going to show you what I'm doing right now to finish up the last internal link for blog post number 9. And then after ChatGPT does this for me, I'm going to walk through the conversation that I had with my AI assistant and show you how we finally got to the point where we were on the same page and we were able to get the work done, the interlinking. So right now what it's doing is it's reaching out using the plugin link reader. It's reading the blog post that I have designated as row number 9. That's very important. And I'm going to show you here in a second how I had to reorganize the information and then get it to focus on one row at a time to give me the information that I need. So here is the text that it's given me that's saying is a possible phrase match for doing this interlinking. Of course, this is going to be up to you whether or not you want to do this link or not. If it makes sense, you're the editor, you're the one that has to read it and say, does it make sense for me to link from this article back to the first blog post? Does it make logical sense for the reader when it reads this? Does this text match the link back to that article? Is it a solid link? Do I want to do it or not? But we'll go ahead and we will take a look. And what are the role of astronomical observatories in space exploration? And what are we linking back to? Of course, if you go back to the table all the way up here through the conversation, and I'm going to break that down into a second, or break that down for you in a second, we are linking back to the evolution of astronomical observatories, the very first blog post at the top of this authority cluster, if you will. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back down knowing that we are going to link to the evolution of astronomical observatories. And we're going to look at this and say, finally, we have met, or finally, we might see more collaboration between different countries. Space exploration is a big job and it's easier when we work together. Just like how a team of superheroes is stronger than a single superhero, working together in space exploration can help us achieve more. I think this link will work right here, working together in space exploration. So what we'll do is we'll go back to group blog and we'll look for this post right here about the role of astronomical observatories in space exploration. We'll go ahead and we'll hit F, and you can see that it has now found the exact match text and we are able to link to it. So you can see that that phrase is highlighted right here. So we'll just hover over it or create the link right there. We'll save that, exit this find. You can see now it's linked. I'll go ahead and hit publish. Can exit out of that. And now we'll go back to ChatGPT and I'm going to show you this conversation, how we got to this point. So this is where we left off in day 71. I'll link that in the cards. Also a link in the description. You can see this was the original table. Number 2, or what I now have called, or working with the AI assistant have identified this row as number 2, was the only one that was correct when it came to the anchor text. When it came to the anchor text being exact match, being an actual phrase that is actually in the post, this was the only one that existed. The rest of them were just ideas. Now, you could take those ideas because they were good ideas and you could have rewritten or added that into the blog post, but that is not the task that I wanted the AI to accomplish. I needed the AI, just like if I was working with an assistant, to give me exact match so I could just find it and then provide the link or add the link provided and then get the job done. So what I did is I went ahead and I said, okay, please redo the table and add a number 1 to each row. That should have just been number to each row because there are some errors in the column anchor text in the original blog post. So I'm saying, meaning that I cannot find those words to link in the blog post, and I'd like to be able to work with you to fix the problem and have a number to reference as we fix the problem. So after it created that table, I said at this point, I know number 2 is correct. Please validate the other rows and update if you can validate they are incorrect. Incorrect meaning that the words do not exist in the corresponding link blog post. So then it gave me a brand new table after it read it, and then it was linking here to the blog post in row number 2. So it gave me a bunch of words and phrases only in the corresponding link. And yes, those words and phrases exist. So it got it right, meaning that the words and phrases exist in that blog post in row number 2, but that's not what I wanted. So there was a miscommunication there. Also, you can see Link Reader is doing that thing where it just keeps reading. So Link Reader and ChatGPT are stuck in a loop. So I had to stop that. So at this point, here's what I did. I said, okay, now we've gone the wrong direction. Let's start over. Number 2 in the table below is correct. And this is the table that I copied from above, and I just copied it in and I provided the information instead of trying to reference it and it picking the one that it thinks I'm talking about because there was no identification. There was no number to it. I just said number 2 in the table below and I pasted in the content. I fed it the information that I wanted it to work from. Then I said, I need you to provide the new validated information in the same table format. Because if you remember up here, it was giving me a different table format and it was actually focused on row number 2 only and giving me words and phrases that exist in that blog post, just that single blog post. So then after I fed it, or after I stated that we are going in the wrong direction, let's just start over, use this information, this is the information I need you to work from, then I need you to validate it. So then it comes back and it says, okay, after analyzing the content of the blog post, here's the updated table. Of course, this is the exact same phrase and all the other phrases are the same. And it comes down here and it says, please note that the anchor text in the original blog post are not exact phrases in the corresponding blog post, but they do capture the essence of what I would need to use to link back to that blog post or what would make sense. But that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get an exact match so I can just find it and link out to it. So then I simply ask it again. Can you give me exact phrases in the corresponding blog post to link to? And it says, here are the exact phrases from the corresponding blog post that can be linked to. Again, it's the exact same text. So then I just stop it here. You can see what I said. And what I said was, okay, I had to stop that generation. Row number 2 is correct. Please give me the exact match phrases for the anchor text to link to. If you cannot do that, let me know that this is not a task you can accomplish. Then it goes in and it starts reading again. That's the thing about ChatGPT is usually it'll just not come out and just say, or usually it will not just flat out come back to you and say, I can't accomplish this task. It will try to create what you want. It will try to do it. Even if it can't do it exactly, it's trying to make sure that you get an output based upon your input, even if it's wrong. So then again, you can see based on the content of the corresponding blog post, here are the exact phrases that can be used. Again, it's the exact same thing. So you can see down here, it says, please note that the exact phrases from the corresponding blog post are not available. So I'll come back and I say, okay, I think we can do this, but I think the problem is at this point, I'm trying to ask you to do too much. I'm trying to ask you to create a table. I'm trying to ask you to read all these blog posts and then again, put all those into your buffer and then make sure that you have all that knowledge and then build a table. Let's break it down to one simple task at a time. This is like trying to be precise in your input, but you can also break down the task into smaller chunks and get a better result. Just like when I write the blog post, I don't say write the whole blog post. I have it find the keywords and I have it do the outline. And I usually do that all in one prompt. And I found that that's a pretty good result. But then when I write each section, I do that as an individual task, as an individual assignment, as an individual input to the ChatGPT, to the AI assistant, and then they do a pretty good job. And if I need to feed it more information to get a better result, then I do that as another individual task or another individual input or an additional prompt to get more information out of the AI assistant from ChatGPT. So back to this, we said, okay, let's try again one row at a time to get exact match phrases for the anchor text. Please redo row number 1 and read the blog post and give me an exact match phrase. So it comes back and you can read this here, but here is the phrase. It is basically the entire paragraph. You don't have to link to the entire paragraph just like I did at the beginning of the video. Sometimes I did, sometimes I didn't. But if you were to go here to the timeline of astronomical observatories, go into that post, look for timeline. We'll go here, we'll open the editor. And here you can see if I search for that, it's gonna find it and I've added that link and all is good. We are rocking and rolling. So then what I did is I just considered the fact that I gave it too many tasks or too much to think about, too much to chew on, too much to process, whether that's the back-end buffer or it just can't keep all the tasks in order, or it just decides that, hey, this is better, this is easier. I went ahead and just did one row at a time. Great, thanks. Now do the same thing for number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7. And the reason I'm showing all of these to you is because when I got to number 8, it did it again. It gave me something that does not exist. This does not exist in number 8, so I had to ask it, please redo number 8. Again, I'm not able to find the phrase. Then it gave me this paragraph after redid it. Of course, it apologized for the confusion. It said, let's try again, because remember, your AI assistant doesn't get mad at you. It doesn't get upset at you. Actually, it apologizes every time it does something wrong or you try to correct it. And then it actually came back and it found this phrase, and this is where we met up when I said, okay, great, thanks. Now do the same thing for row number 9. And of course, that goes back to me creating a reference point based upon that table and saying, okay, let's have a reference point to get back to a place where we can establish what we're trying to work on. What I'm trying to get done is I'm trying to link from each one of these blog posts back to that original blog post, back to what we worked on in day 71. Here in day 72, I'm giving you too much. You're not able to accomplish the task. Okay, let's make it simpler for you. Do row number 1. Row number 1 is the blog post, the first blog post. Give me the link and then move through each row one at a time. And I was able to accomplish a task. A lot of times, just like when we're working with people or we're doing it ourselves, we try to do too much at once and it winds up taking us longer than if we would have just done it one thing at a time. Literally just looked, like I said at the beginning of day 71, I said you'd need to read these blog posts one at a time and manually do the task. Well, that should have been the trigger for me. It should have said to me, well, if I would have to do that by reading the blog post, taking the notes, and then doing the link or making a note of each one, then why wouldn't the AI be able to function more efficiently as well if it was only doing one blog post at a time, which is eventually what I got to. That's where we got, and we were able to get the task done. If you found this helpful, if you find any of this helpful, give this video a thumbs up. Let me know in the comments what you think about what we've done so far, and I'll see you in the next update. Bye. Day 73 of AI blogging, and I'm feeling frustrated. Not with the progress that we've made so far. Check out Google Search Console. You can see here going back to April 17th when we got our first 2 blog posts indexed. We have now moved up to where we are, or where the last update, Friday, June 23rd. We have 87 blog post indexed. This is June 26th. I think I said July here. June 23rd, we have 87 pages indexed. If we go and check out our performance, it's not the best if you look at the average CTR, but a lot of that has to do with the position. So if you were to check each one of these columns and then come down and look at the position versus the CTR, when we have a good CTR, we have a decent position. Here you can see 33% or 33.3%, 5%, 5%. So the average CTR here obviously is a bit off, or it's a bit depressing or frustrating when you look at it. But again, I'm not frustrated with any of this, and the fact, like I said, we have 87 posts indexed. The thing I'm frustrated with is I was trying to fill in this internal links for universeunriddled.com, this blog post tracker. I wanted to grab the blog post title, the URL, the rich anchor text, and then also document the interlinked blog post title as well as the interlinked URL, as I had done here previously for some of these other blog posts that we use ChatGPT to do the interlinking. The thing that's got me frustrated is just like we did yesterday where we had to do one task at a time. I'm almost convinced at this point that it's the plugin link reader that is causing the issue and not so much ChatGPT. And the next time I do this interlinking, I'm not going to use link reader. I'm going to use SEO AI, the core plugin, SEO Core AI, or go back to WebPilot or Scraper, one of the other ones where I haven't seen this kind of issue, where ChatGPT just seems to sort of lose what it's doing and start making up data and giving me information, because link reader is the only sort of thing that's changed in this versus what I was doing before. So you remember we left off yesterday. We were doing one task at a time to get these blog post titles. And I wanted to go ahead and have it verify the blog post titles to do this house cleaning where I build that table to put it back over in the sheet with all those headings. So I'll simply ask it, please verify the blog post titles for each of the 10 blog posts we just did internal linking for by reading each title from the live blog post on the site and give me the list numbered 1 to 10. So then it starts listing off these blog posts. And I'm like, why are you listing off these blog posts? And here it started with evolution of astronomical observatories, timeline of astronomical observatories. And see, it's got me so frustrated, I no longer can say astronomical like I nailed yesterday. But then it moved into understanding the Fermi paradox. And again, it repeated understanding the Fermi paradox. And I said, sorry, but I think you misunderstand my task. So then I fed it the table above where we listed all the information, and we finally got it right when we were doing the interlinking. And then it started using link reader, and you notice it didn't apologize for getting it wrong at this point, which it had been doing. So I think link reader plugin is a bad influence overall. It even destroyed the politeness of my AI assistant and my chat buddy. It didn't even apologize for getting it wrong. But anyway, link reader, you can see number 1 here is linked to, and you can see down in the left-hand corner, universeunriddled.com post timeline of astronomical observatories. Then it gave me this made-up title, The Fascinating Timeline of Astronomical Observatories, A Journey Through Time. So I went to number 1. Number 1 in this order is not number 1 that it displayed the content. It's actually number 2. This is kind of sort of the first place where I can see that link reader and the combination of link reader and ChatGPT are taking it off the rails and sending it down a path I didn't want it to go down. But you can see link reader pulled the URL or accessed the URL, sent the request to the URL, pulled the title. You can see right here, Timeline of Astronomical Observatories, Key Developments in Observational Astronomy. This is the title that I'm looking for. This is the title that I need. But then here, it just made up this title. So I go through this process. That is incorrect. Again, you can see that I have to go back to saying, okay, please scan each URL one at a time in the table that I gave you. After you scan number 1, give me the title from the blog post, and then wait for me to say next before you scan the next URL. Again, I'm not so sure, or I'm not convinced it's ChatGPT that's frustrating me or making these mistakes. I think it is the combination of ChatGPT and link reader. Somehow, link reader just has the wires crossed. So it starts doing it correctly, and we're chugging along here really good. You can see it's the title of the 3rd blog post, the title of the 4th blog post, and then it jumps to the title of the 9th blog post. So again, at this point, why did it pick, or why did it go from 5th to 9th? I don't know, but I suspect link reader. Again, at this point, all I can say is I am not having luck with the combination of link reader and ChatGPT. So I bring it back and I say, okay, you jumped to number 9, please do number 6. Again, it gave me the right information, but it wasn't polite about it. So I'm convinced that link reader is a bad influence for ChatGPT. But anyway, I moved through and I got the information, but then I wanted to clean up and add all of that information into my table or my sheet over there, the blog post tracker. So I gave it the information, and I've done this before. And then it went back to the same old table with the same old rich anchor text here that it had made up before. And it didn't even give me the rich anchor text that we finally decided, that we came together and said, this is the anchor text that works. This is what we want to use. So again, I came back, and you can also see here that link reader, before we move on to what I came back to, you can see that link reader here, I had to stop it because link reader was stuck in this loop. So again, you can see there's a problem with link reader. Link reader doesn't know when to stop, or ChatGPT doesn't know how to stop it. And it was just going through, and it was starting to create the table again with incorrect information. So again, I said, that is incorrect. Start over and create a table with the headlines of the 9 blog posts that we just did one by one, because I wanted to get back to see if ChatGPT, without calling link reader, here you can see it did not call the link reader plugin, and it said, I apologize for the confusion earlier. As well you should, Chat Buddy. My AI assistant is polite again, but you can see here it didn't access link reader. I apologize for the confusion earlier. Here's the table with the titles of the 9 blog posts. Please let me know if there's anything else you need. Right now, I don't need anything because I want to take this information. I want to move over to WebPilot or Scraper or both, and just pause here and do that. And then I'll bring back those results in tomorrow's update. So if you're frustrated with ChatGPT, it might be the plugin, it might be the combination of the plugin that you're trying to use and ChatGPT, and not being able to work together the way you think they would or should. As you can see, we get that error where it gets stuck in a loop, and then it just quit being polite. What's that all about? Anyway, if you're learning, you're having fun, give this video a thumbs up. Let me know in the comments what you think, what you're seeing, what you want to know, what I can do or what I can show you to help you along in your journey of using AI to do your blog or to create the content for your blog, and of course edit it and make it valuable content for the people out there looking for those answers to the questions they're searching for. And I'll see you in the next update. Bye. Day 74, AI blogging. Not gonna lie, still a little frustrated with the progress that I'm making and what is happening inside of ChatGPT. We are making progress, but my chat buddy, my AI assistant, has gone a little off the rails, and that's where we're going to start today. Inside of ChatGPT, in yesterday's update, we were talking about the plugin and the fact that I think the plugin was the problem. Here, I've changed plugins. I'm using WebPilot and the SEO Core AI plugin, and I just simply started basically where I left off, trying to do this or give it an assignment or a task in bulk. Meaning I want to give it all of the URLs, read the blog post, and then WebPilot's going to kick in. It's going to do that. And then I wanted to do step number 2, identify the rich anchor text for the internal links in each blog post, and then give it the final step, step 3, build a table with the following information so I can add to my blog post tracker where I'm tracking these internal links. WebPilot kicks off, and then it gives me this information here. Here is the information from the 10th blog post. Where did I say give me the information for the 10th blog post? So it gave me the information, and the information is correct. Okay, so that's okay. Okay, this is not exactly what I asked for. Let's try again. For each blog post, URL provide a table with the following information. And of course, that is the headings from the blog post tracker that we all know and love. And then it came back and it just gave me NA, not applicable, not applicable. So you're telling me that there's no anchor text. But then for number 9, it started giving me anchor text. So again, frustrated, a little off the rails. So I continue the conversation. So for number 2, you couldn't find this anchor text. I apologize for the oversight. At least with WebPilot, my chat buddy is being polite and apologizing for the error and oversight or the confusion. Here is the corrected information. Okay. And then it said, I will now proceed to recheck the other blog post to ensure all the internal links with anchor text are identified correctly. And then my chat buddy didn't do anything. So I said, you said, I will now proceed to recheck the other blog post to ensure all internal links with anchor text are correctly identified. So please do that and rebuild the table. So WebPilot kicks off. And I will say that WebPilot and SEO Core AI never get stuck in a loop like we saw with Link Reader. And again, being Polite, I apologize for the delay. I've rechecked the blog post and identified for the anchor text for the internal links. And this is starting to look like something that I was thinking was going to be good. But you can see here, it just started repeating itself. And again, I'm like, what are we doing? Frustration setting in. And then it comes back and it says, please note that the anchor text is a paraphrase of the actual text found in the blog post that contains the internal link. The actual text may vary slightly. Okay, so now here we are again with me saying incorrect. Let me give you a correction to see if you can fix the rest. And a lot of this is, like I said, it's back and forth having a conversation, and I don't know if my input or the way that I'm phrasing it or what I'm asking for, it just can't make sense of, and it's just giving me information based upon what it's trying to figure out what I'm saying. Again, who knows? But towards the end of the conversation, you're going to see we got back to that one thing at a time, and things start to get better. But for now, here I am trying to get it to give me the information and give me the rest of the table. And here you can see off the rails, WebPilot just goes and it doesn't give me a table, but it does give me the correct information for this blog post. It pulled all of the anchor text and all of the links, and it's spot on. So again, I'm back to that point where I'm like, okay, it is able to give me one task. Correct. Now do that for all the blog posts in a table and use exact anchor text. A paraphrase does not help me solve the task I need done. So I'm trying to get back to this idea, this concept of giving it a task in bulk. So I can say, here are 9 posts, right? I would love for it to be able to do that, but if it can't, well, then it can't. So it comes back and it says, here's the anchor text and the corresponding URL for the blog post. And it gives me the blog post title and it gives me the link. So at this point, again, frustration is starting to set in, or frustration is still here. It set in yesterday. And we are you able to correct all the information in the table? Here's the corrected information in the table. What in the world is this? Like, I have no idea what it's doing. This table is not in the post. Like, if you go to that post, it's not there. And then it's talking about telescope diameters for radio and gamma ray telescopes. And at this point, I just said, what is the table that you just gave me? I'm confused on the table you just provided. Please explain how it's part of the task to correct the following table. And I gave it the table that I wanted to correct with the information, with the anchor text that I'm looking for the internal links for. So then WebPilot kicks off and it explains what's going on. It gives me a ton of information here about what it's trying to do. And at that point, I read it. It's really good information. The information's correct. So at least we're getting correct information now. But I said, thank you. Do this. This process should be repeated for each entry in the table to ensure all the information is accurate and up to date. I put that in quotes because it's what it told me. And then I say, and update the table when you are finished. Then here's what happens. Here's the updated entry for the third entry. Or here's the updated information for the third entry. And you can see it called WebPilot, it called SEO Core AI, called WebPilot, then it called SEO Core AI again. Then it said, let's move on to the next entry. I just went ahead and said, okay, again, not what I wanted or need. And then it proceeds based upon that input. Okay, again, not what I wanted or need. It starts to do an analysis of the web page. Again, all great information. It's accurate. SEO Core AI is going out, pulling down the information, giving me a lot of great information about the analysis of the web page. And I'm happy for that information. But again, not what I wanted. So I try a different approach. Okay, let's start over. Assign a number 1 through 10 to each of these URLs. The reason I'm doing this is because just like in yesterday's update, I think that I'm going to have to say, okay, assign a number to each one of these URLs. Now we're going to do this task for each one of these URLs, numbered 1 through 10. And I'm going to give it the input one at a time versus giving it a bulk input or a task in bulk and saying, just check these off and do them for me. It just doesn't appear that it can pull down this much information and then keep it all in its memory, reference it, and then give me correct information. It's like it pulls it all down, and then at some point it just cuts it off and decides it's going to start paraphrasing, decides it's just going to start giving you information that it thinks is good information. And actually, when you go through this, it's like, okay, some of this isn't bad, right? So I move on to the next step and I say, for number 1, give me exact anchor text for the internal link. A paraphrase does not help me solve the task I need done. And then start building a table with the following information, because I'm just trying to get that table so I can literally copy and paste it over into my spreadsheet. The ironic part of this is I'm trying to use my AI assistant to save time, but I can't quite figure out how to communicate with it to get it to give me the information. And if I would have just copied and pasted this information, I would already be done. A lot of times I think automation, and even like when I spent 30 years in IT, lots of times I'd try to figure out how to solve something doing automation, but when the task could just be easily be done quickly. But the thing is, once you figure out the automation and you nail it down and you get it correct, then the time that you save in the future is what you're going for. And remember, that's really what we're doing here. When we interface with artificial intelligence and AI at any level, we're looking to create an assembly line, a process, and then that's where you get the prompt, right? And then once you have that prompt set, then you can just use that prompt again and again and again. But again, at this point, I think the issue is giving it so much data or asking it to pull so much data into chat and then have it try to crunch all that data and get exact information is a task it's not capable of doing for me, or I'm just not asking it correctly and staging it right so it has time to pause maybe and then buffer it and then figure out the exact anchor text. But anyway, we're going to go on with this, and you can see that this has given me a table, and it says, let's start building the table. Now at this point, I'm looking and I say, okay, let's take a look at this anchor text. And this anchor text is supposed to be in this blog post. So I open up this blog post and I'm going to search for that anchor text. You can see here, this is not actually a link. So I'll close this and you can see this is not a link. Now, this would actually be good anchor text. I like the suggestion, but the anchor text doesn't exist. And it says, I will continue with the remaining blog post to complete the table. So it didn't continue, and I have to actually tell it, please continue and do number 2. And at this point, the frustration starts to sort of slowly move aside, and I start understanding, okay, you made a good suggestion here, and actually I do like that suggestion, and I am going to add that anchor text. But the number 2, the next one, is when I copy this into the buffer, and then I go to this blog post, and I do a search. Aha, now I am happy. The frustration, the levels of frustration are starting to go down because now it is working. And now I'm moving through and I say, please continue and do number 3. Number 3 is correct. Then I say, please continue and do number 4. And number 4 is correct. And it's updating the table and the frustration levels are going down, down, down. Then I get to number 5 and frustration through the roof. Again, this is a limitation. I've reached the current usage because it took me so long to get to the point of the conversation, the input, the back and forth. I've used up and I've hit my usage cap for GPT-4, and I can't continue again until 10:38 today. That's about an hour away from the time I'm filming this video, but I wanted to get this update out to you and show you the frustration that continues, but I did get the information I was looking for. And I think it's just a limitation again on the fact that I'm trying to ask it to pull all this data and then give me exact points of data in there. So again, it's just a computer. It has to buffer that. It has to use memory and computing cycles to do all that. And on the back end, it just doesn't have the horsepower, or they don't give it enough memory or buffer. And part of this is the things they're working on. And that's all part of the program, the application. That's out of the scope of what I'm talking about here because I just wanted to do the task. But I think you can overwhelm it. And that's what I've seen at this point. It's frustrating to me, probably frustrating to other people, might be frustrating to you. If it is, let me know in the comments. Love to hear your thoughts on that. But at this point, I'm stuck waiting for an hour to go in and finish the task to see if it actually completes it. And I think it will because we're doing it one at a time. It gave me a lot of great information. I've had a lot of fun going back and forth with it. I'm learning, I'm enjoying the process. And really at the end of the day, I'm more interested in the content that it creates for me to post on my blog than I am for it automating tasks or trying to be such a big time saver for me to just be able to copy and paste and update the internal links. I think that's a nice add. It's a great value add to the process, but it's definitely not a requirement. The requirement for me is it create high quality content that when people search on Google and they find it, because the content we created is indexed and ranked, that people read it and then they are like, yes, this is great content. And then of course they click on the links. And for me and you as an affiliate marketer, that means that we have the potential to earn a commission. If you're having fun and you're enjoying this, give it a thumbs up. Thanks for watching. Look forward to seeing you in the next video. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you, day 75 AI blogging. I have been working on a new keyword or a new category around constellations and star patterns. I have written 2 blog posts so far, and I want to talk to you today about the plugins that I have just found. Of course, I don't have these plugins enabled in this chat where I've been creating my blog posts so far for constellations and star patterns, but I want to show you these. Here at day 75, as you know, all the stuff that's been going on. We'll go ahead and go to new chat. Where all the stuff that's been going on with the advancement of ChatGPT. We're going to go to GPT-4. We're going to go to plugins. I currently don't have any plugins enabled. And I'm just going to go down to the plugin store and I'm going to click all. And oh my goodness, 73 pages of plugins. Actually, yeah, 73 pages of plugins. But that's not the big update for the day. The big update for the day is image. I'm looking for images. We talked about this and I don't remember what day it is, but I'll find it, put it in the cards, and I'll also put it in the description. When we were talking about images, get images for blog posts, check this out, Astro Daily, search and discover NASA images. So we are definitely going to install and test out that one in today's video. But then check this out. On page 3, there is another tool, Space Photo, and I'm assuming that is Explorer, tool for exploring space through images, including Mars rover photos, NASA images, database, and space. And of course, it doesn't finish it. We're going to install both of these and test them one at a time. But how crazy is it that we've been doing space images, or we've been doing this blog on space inside of universeunriddled.com, and we find those inside of the plugin store. Of course, if you go back to popular, or go ahead and get rid of that keyword, popular, these are the popular ones. We have a few of those installed, and we really haven't gotten to use those at all, or I haven't gotten to the point where I use those. I tried the show me diagrams, and of course, I think Web Pilot is the best one for searching the internet. But let's get on with the images. We're going to go ahead. Actually, I have both of these enabled, when I installed them and enabled both, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to turn this one off and test them one at a time by doing something very, very simple. I'm going to go back to my chat and I'm going to grab this table, going to copy that. Then I'm going to go back to a new chat because it didn't save that because I didn't actually do anything inside of the chat. But you can see the plugin that is enabled, Astro Daily. And I'm just simply going to say, can you give me one image that best represents the main keyword for each blog post in this table? Seems pretty straightforward. Let's see what happens. Went ahead and it called Astro Daily. And now we are sitting here anticipating the big reveal. This is actually taking a little while. I'm not really sure what it's doing. Of course, you can always click here and you can see the request and you can see exactly what it's doing. Honestly, I don't really care. I don't want to get into the technical mumbo jumbo and details of what it's doing, but it looks like it's just scraping images-assets or assets.nasa.gov images. And then let's see what it comes up with. Here is the first image. Looks like a constellation. That's pretty cool. And it's given me that for the main keyword, astronomical constellations. I did pronounce astronomical correctly. The image is titled, it was taken by, it's giving me the information. Now let's find an image for the second blog post. And then it's kicking that off, star patterns in the night sky. And then it gave me some information here, but it looks like it stopped. So what we're going to do is go ahead and say, please continue with finding an image for the second blog post. And we're going to see what we get. So, I mean, it's not groundbreaking in the fact that it was able to do this. I mean, it's scraping it. It's just cool that Astro Daily, if you get into the weeds of it, what it's doing, it's just looking for these URLs. And even here, just having these URLs gives me a little better way to search the database. And that's what I was doing way back in that original day. And I think I tried it with Scraper or Web Pilot and it didn't work. But this is specifically made, this plugin, Astro Daily, to search this database, which is fantastic. But it looks like it says here, I'm sorry, but it seems there are no images available in the NASA database for the search star patterns in the night sky. This could be due to the specificity, the very specific, how about the very specific use of the term or the keyword being a long tail keyword? All right, come on. Being able to pronounce words just isn't my thing lately, especially with the frustration that I've been feeling with my chat buddy here using my AI assistant. So let's do this. And then we'll just change it to, okay, give me one image for the keyword star patterns. And then if you want to get nerdy about it, I guess we can open this up and see what it searched for. Here you can see the keyword changed to star patterns, and then it gave me some images. Now, whether or not I like these images, it's not really the point at this stage. This is just the idea that there is a plugin specifically for going and looking for images. So when we start doing our blog post, we're going to dive into both of these plugins. And by both of these plugins, I mean the other plugin that we had here. We're going to go ahead and get rid of Astro Daily, and we are going to enable Space Photo Explorer, tool for exploring space through images, including Mars rover photos, NASA image database, and space pictures of the day. So I'm not sure what all this is going to pull from, but we're going to enable it. And then we are going to do the exact same thing using the exact same prompt to see the results that we get once it calls, or if it calls this plugin as we expect it to, using Space Explorer or using Space Photo Explorer. And then you can see here, if you want to get nerdy about it and see what it's doing, it is searching for that keyword, rules for ChatGPT, description, and it looks like it is going to the same site, images-assets.nasa.gov. So that's what it's doing for that. And you can see here is the image that it pulled down. Again, not perfect, not exactly what I'm looking for. And you can see it had the same problem, most likely because these plugins are effectively doing the exact same thing. If you were to look at them, they're just using the keyword. So we'll go ahead and we will add in the exact same chat that we did, or the exact same prompt, or the exact same question or input, and go ahead and see what it comes up with. But effectively, they're doing the exact same thing. I think they're just going to come up with different photos. Of course, every time you run this, it's most likely going to come up with a randomized different photo for the keyword you're looking for. But I see some potential here. This is pretty cool. And there's a pretty neat image. And you can see here, this is what it is. This artist's impression shows a pair of stars peeking out from a tilted disc twirling around them, allowing astronauts or astronomers to monitor their blinking pattern. The world of plugins is getting absolutely crazy. Inside of GPT-4, if you go to plugins and you are to go down to the plugin store, and ChatGPT is frustrating me again today, third day in a row. You can see my installed plugins and of course Astro Daily. And where was the other one that I installed? Space Photo Explorer. But if I click on all, it's not showing all of the plugins. And if I go to images and do a search, something is going on with ChatGPT. But you can see my installed plugins, all plugins. There were 73 pages at the beginning of the video. I'm going to end this here. Before I get even more frustrated, I just wanted to share with you today what I had noticed yesterday as I was getting ready to create more content to keep rolling forward to get to 100 blog posts. More on that tomorrow. If you're having fun, or if you're like me and a little frustrated, give this video a thumbs up. Let me know in the comments what you think, and I'll talk to you tomorrow. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you. Day 76 of AI blogging. We're going to dive into ChatGPT. You can see here it is actually building out the blog post table for the category and topical cluster of constellations and star patterns. So while it's putting that information together, and then we verify the information is correct, because I have been a little frustrated with ChatGPT and what it's been doing, but I've had decent results since I switched back to Web Pilot. You can see here it's building out the table and it's adding the post URL. Of course, it changed from what I was doing here just a second ago. It's kind of like the AI has a mind of its own. But The blog post title here on this URL, if I was to click this and go over, you can see here a comprehensive guide to astronomical constellations, understanding the patterns in the night sky, was not the blog post title it gave me here. So I said, please verify the blog post title with the actual title. And now it's doing that. But you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So here is Astronomical Constellations, Comprehensive Guide to Astronomical Constellations, Understanding the Patterns in the Night Sky. So on Astronomical Constellations, a Guide to the Night Sky. Almost, but not quite there. Anyway, this is just building tables. It's not building content, and that is not the point of this video. The point of this video is to talk about where we are and where we want to get when we get to day 100. Here you can see we have 12 pages, 8 rows per page. If we were to go to the 12th page, I believe, yes, there is 1 blog post there. So if we were to bring up our calculator and do some math, I did go to Arkansas Public School, so bear with me, but that's 8 posts per 11 pages, which is 88, plus the one you see here on page 12, gives us 89 blog posts. I have 8 blog posts under constellations and star patterns, so I have 2 more that I'm going to create for that topical cluster to finish out that we're doing inside of ChatGPT, and that keyword came from ChatGPT. We'll go and check out performance. You can see here we have, since starting back on April 16th, we have amassed over 8,000 impressions going up to June 28th. And if we look at the number of pages that we have indexed, posts and pages indexed on the site, 89. Of course, we have our disclaimer pages and all that. There's like 6 of those, I believe. About 83 blog posts that we have indexed and ranking. And that takes us back to our blog. And this is what it's currently looking like. If you land on the front page, not too bad. I think it actually looks okay. But what are we going to be doing next? Next, we're going to be going into Rank IQ, because this is how I'm going to finish out this case study by going back to Rank IQ and looking for keyword phrases inside of Rank IQ that they say I can rank for very fast with a little bit of competition. And what I'm doing, you can see here, I have 1 report left for the month. Today is June 29th, so I wanted to finish out all those reports because it resets for next month in July. So I've ran reports on all of these keywords. I'm going to go ahead and run this report right here. It's going to run that report in the background. It's going to give us all the details that we are looking for as far as the competition, the words we want to try to rank for, the keywords, the LSI keywords, the titles, and the competition, and all the information that we can use to make sure that we have the best possible chance of creating a piece of content that ranks fast and can compete with the competition. And then, of course, talking about credits, that takes us back to Koala Writer. And we have that keyword report from Rank IQ. We can use the SEO optimization manual tab here, and we can put in those related keywords, entities, and topics. And then we can use all the other features. But of course, talking about credits, we are maxed out on credits. And again, it's June 29th, and my credits for Koala, I believe, the 6th or actually the 7th of July will be when I get those back. And then we'll be able to take a look at some of the new stuff that Koala is doing as well. And like I said, here in Rank IQ, we have our keyword phrase, we have our targets, our grade targets, our word count targets, and then our content analysis, topics Google likes in the post. Of course, these are LSI keywords or keyword phrases that they like to see in the post that will allow us to rank alongside or above the competition. We have our title analysis. We'll get back into that with the top ranking titles with competition analysis, as well as the highest graded contents in the SERPs. All this stuff is great information that we use to build out our post, even though ChatGPT is frustrating me with building out my table the way that I want my table built. The thing is, it does it well if I do one URL at a time. But when I try to do anything bulk like this, even with WebPilot these days, it just isn't working. It just gets lost in all the data and it just starts making stuff up, or it tries to fill in the gaps where it's dropping the data when it buffers it all up. But the idea here is once I get all that set, even if I don't have my Koala credits and use Koala, what I will do here is I will use the blog post outline for Rank IQ. And if you click edit, you'll see that's prompt or the input that I use. Create a blog post outline for, insert blog post title here with the main keyword being here. And be sure to include these keywords This list of keywords will be the keywords here that you see from the content analysis. And of course, my title, the title I will come up manually, or I will feed these words into ChatGPT. And based on the title analysis, the topics that Google likes, we will work and get a grade here based on the rank IQ mechanism, the rank IQ ranking structure. And of course, we have our content optimizer. Once we get the content written, whether we get it written in Koala or we get it written in ChatGPT, we'll paste that in here and we'll check our grades to make sure that we have the best chance of getting that stuff ranked. And that is the plan as we head out towards day 100 to get to 100 blog posts created. I would actually like, because we have plenty of time, to try to get 100 blog posts indexed and ranked before we wrap up and finish this on day 100. Of course, after day 100, I'll do periodic updates, but the case study that I've been doing will end where I do these daily updates. So be sure to get your questions in now right here in the comments. And if you're having fun and following along and enjoying this, give it a thumbs up, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Day 77 of AI blogging. Let's jump right in and create a piece of content, a blog post that's going to rank number 1. We're using Rank IQ for the keyword phrase astronomy questions. You can see that based on their analysis, the time to rank for this is very fast, and we need about 2,400 words. Based upon the content that they have analyzed and the topics that Google likes and posts, we're going to use that information as well as the rest of the content analysis here for the title analysis, as well as the highest graded content in the SERPs, these 3 URLs. Because with ChatGPT, we have the power to grab plugins or grab content off of the internet using plugins. And the 2 plugins that we are going to use today are WebPilot, which is just a plugin that allows ChatGPT to go out to the internet and read certain URLs. SEO Core AI, it is a plugin that basically can go out and read certain URLs. And also is supposed to be able to analyze and improve the SEO of a website, get advice on websites, keywords, and competitors. I use those 2 together, and ChatGPT is supposed to be smart enough to know which one to pick, but you can also tell it which one to pick, but we're just going to let ChatGPT, because we do know that it has a mind of its own based upon the content we've created so far up to day 77. So we're going to enable those 2 plugins. And we're going to go back to Rank IQ and look at this keyword phrase, astronomy questions, and use all this content analysis. But before we do that, I just wanted to go to Google and type in the keyword phrase, astronomy questions, to see what we get back. There is a rich snippet here, or a featured snippet. And you can see that's from Harvard University, harvard.edu. Most likely that'll be really hard to beat as far as just authority. But also the idea is nobody is typing in astronomy questions, that 2-word phrase into Google. You're creating a post that is answering all the different types of astronomy questions that you could possibly come up with, or the most common ones. And that's where inside of Rank IQ, we have this content analysis. And also we have the ability for ChatGPT to reach out and look at these highest graded content in the SERPs based upon the Rank IQ proprietary method for analyzing and giving their analysis and all the key data points that we need to use to build this blog post. So we're going to use everything that Rank IQ has given us to build an outline and then write a blog post. And then after that, after we get it created, we'll get it published. We'll see how long it takes to get ranked and indexed. And then we'll come back and use ChatGPT again and do some content improvement to see if we can make it even better. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to tell ChatGPT, I'm not going to set any environment variables. I'm not going to tell it to act like an SEO expert or any of that nonsense. I'm just going to tell it what I want it to do and see what we get. Let's write a blog post that ranks number 1 on Google for the keyword phrase astronomy questions. That is the keyword phrase that we got from Rank IQ. They're saying we can rank for very fast. And let me go back for a second and explain my reasoning and my thought process about setting environment variables. As soon as I tell it it has a task, I know that it's going to reach out and it's going to understand that the task here is to rank number 1 for that keyword phrase. And I'm going to feed it the following information to assist it, as well as I'm going to tell it, use your knowledge in SEO to rank a blog post. So it's going to be aware enough, plus the fact that I have the SEO Core AI plugin enabled, that it's going to use the information in that plugin. And in my opinion, the AI ChatGPT is aware enough that it doesn't need a whole bunch of priming to let it know that it's supposed to act as an SEO expert. I'm giving it a task. it isn't going to act as a plumber or a lawyer or an IT professional when you're giving it the task of writing a blog post and telling it that you want to rank #1 on Google for a very specific keyword phrase, and then feed it content analysis like topics Google likes and posts, and then feeding it all this information that you want the outline to contain, because this is what you want to be in the blog post. Title analysis, topics Google likes and titles to write a title, and then the highest graded content in the SERPs. Now, I do think I could probably get more specific and tell it to be more specific and say, hey, make sure you use these topics or terms in a title. But I just want to see from a high level a very simple quote unquote prompt of what it can do. I think it's way better if you just start from the idea of, hey, look, let me feed you this information, the information that I got from RankIQ. This is a little bit of a twist in what we've done in the last few blog posts where we said, hey, generate these LSI keywords, whether you generate them from the knowledge you have inside of your knowledge banks, or you use a plugin to go out and pull them down and then look at what's ranking out there in the SERPs. Here we're feeding it the information, but again, we're just using a very simple idea and a very simple concept. If I was talking to my assistant and my assistant has general knowledge in the idea of creating blog posts or marketing, there's a reason I hired them as an assistant, because I know that they can understand what I'm telling them to do. Now, again, being specific is important. And I think that if you want to get the best results, probably being very, 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 very specific is the best way to do that. But I think at the beginning of the stage of creating a piece of content, this is going to work for us. And we don't spend a lot of time setting the environment, and possibly when you set the environment, you give it instructions and you limit the scope or the ability for it to quote unquote think itself and do a better job. That's just my theory. Let's see what happens when we press go. So you can see the first thing it's done here is it's using WebPilot, and WebPilot is going to go out, and if you click on it, you can see what it's doing. It's actually going to reference these URLs. So it's starting there. So the thought process is here. Let me go ahead, or what WebPilot is saying is let me start at the bottom and check the content, the highest graded content in the SERPs, and then maybe move back up towards the top. You know what would be cool? A really nerdy thing is if there was a way to turn on debugging to see the thought process of the AI, the way that it's going in order, because I just gave it all this information. And again, you know, we've seen, and I've been frustrated here when I have it do certain things. If I give it a lot of stuff to do, that it gets lost in the ability to remember where it's at or have all that data and buffer it up and then give you an output. So again, like I said, I'm starting with this very simple idea, this very simple concept of being really generic in the fact of, hey, let's write a blog post that ranks #1 on Google for the keyword phrase astronomy questions. Actually, just starting with that would be really cool, but I have this information from RankIQ that I want to make it aware of. And again, yes, I think giving it this type of information will limit it in its ability to think for itself, if you will. But I wanted to feed it the information to make sure that I'm getting the most out of what I already have from RankIQ and the analysis that they've done, either a human or the AI, their own proprietary algorithms, however they're doing it. But they're in the business of giving you those keywords because they know that based upon the way they do research or have done research in the past, that their algorithms work, and it's proven, it's tested, it's tried, it's true. And you can see here now that ChatGPT is coming back and it's saying, based on the SEO analysis of the top ranking pages for the keyword astronomy questions, here are some key insights and recommendations for creating a blog post that could potentially rank #1 on Google. Keyword usage, content topics, title, content structure, linking strategy, user experience, meta description, mobile optimization. So again, this is setting the stage. I'm letting it figure out how to rank #1 based upon its knowledge, also based upon the information that's out there on the internet, these 3 SERPs, these 3 URLs that are the highest graded according to RankIQ. And it went out and it pulled those down. You can see those 3 instances of WebPilot. Then the SEO Core AI plugin kicked in. Again, I didn't tell it to act as an SEO expert. I'm letting it use the SEO Core AI plugin, which is going to be reliant on the fact of what the people that created the SEO Core AI plugin have set, just like what RankIQ is set for that very specific idea or their way, their methodology of ranking #1. So now you can see that it's actually going back through this again. So here we are, ChatGPT gets stuck in that loop So SEO Core AI is doing the same thing that we saw with plugins that seem to be frustrating us. Again, this goes back to the simple thing here of the AI is a computer program. The AI messes up, ChatGPT even. Like you can see it stuck in this loop. Why is it stuck in this loop? I have no idea. It's a compatibility issue or it's a glitch between the plugins and the ChatGPT interface. It just goes to show you that this thing is not perfect. So we have all that information, but we're back to the idea of, okay, that's great information, but now let's go back and write an outline. So here now you can see I said, okay, thanks for the information on how to rank number 1. Now please write an outline for the blog post to include a title for the blog post. So you can see it was just stuck in this loop. What I think it should have done, I think it should have used, or what I would want it to do, or what my hope would have been for it to do, was to use WebPilot to scrape the information, kick off SEO Core AI to make sure it goes through this, sets the stage, gives me that information so I can learn as I'm creating content, and then create an outline. But I didn't tell it to do that. So again, that's where being specific and not just leaving it out there and sort of not giving it an ending point. So part of that is the process of saying, okay, step 1, step 2, step 3. But even in the past, you've seen me do step 1, step 2, step 3, and it's also had problems. So I think we're just going to go ahead here and press go and again, see what happens. And that's the power, right? That's the power of doing this. When we're here together and we're walking through these steps, I never wanted this case study to be about me coming on here and just showing you the exact same prompts, the exact same ideas, and showing you, hey, look, I wrote another blog post. Hey, day 70, wrote another blog post. I wanted to show you, look, when ChatGPT extended these plugins to us, or it extended its ability with these plugins and they gave this power to us, and now we can use that and get more of this information and put it all together. But you can also see that it glitches. But here we see, sure, here's a proposed outline for your blog post. Title, Exploring the Universe, Your Ultimate Guide to Astronomy, Questions and Answers. We'll go ahead and copy that, take that back to Rank IQ, scroll down, and we'll see in the title grader, you can see here, we got an A, but the title is way too long. They want it to be between 35 and 60 characters, 47 to 53 performs best. So we're going to ask ChatGPT to redo that and also make sure that it uses this title analysis to give us a better title. But we do have the outline, and I think that outline is going to be fine. We have introduction, the basics of astronomy, the solar system, beyond the stars, observing the night sky, space exploration, the search for intelligent life, astronomy quiz, a fun quiz to test the reader's knowledge of the topics covered in the blog post. I think maybe we could put this at the top and make this introduction. Hey, here's a quick quiz, and then let's go into the answers for the quiz, or did you get them right? And then have it fill in all the other information for that keyword phrase to really give Google what it's looking for when it ranks. Of course, playing with this kind of stuff and looking at what is currently ranking is obviously going to be a big thing. But again, like I said, no one is typing in astronomy questions as a 2-word phrase when they're searching on Google. Now, they're probably searching for this: what conditions are necessary for life, or does life exist outside of the solar system? You know, this is going to be a completely different search. You can see here, Wikipedia and NASA are ranking for this, but you can also see here that number 3, that same blog post, is ranking, does life exist outside of the solar system? Again, from harvard.edu. So they're ranking for this question, the question, does life exist out of the solar system? They're ranking inside of the big post that they created, that they titled Big Questions, that cover all the questions just like what we want to do, which is why we fed ChatGPT all that information up here that we had. So we may have to play around with this to get exactly what we want, but I think this is a good start. And what I'm going to do now is work on this title. So here now we're getting more specific after it gave us some information, and we got some general ideas of what ChatGPT thinks the blog post should look like. Now we're going to get more specific and say, please give me a new title and make it between 47 and 53 characters long using a combination of these keywords. Again, the information that we got from Rank IQ. We're going to go ahead and send that message or go and see what kind of title it comes up with. And then we'll feed that back into Rank IQ into their analysis. And here you can see I already like this one. It's a lot better. We'll go back to Rank IQ and we'll say astronomy quiz, frequently asked space questions. We got an A+ and 48 characters. It nailed it. So that is perfect. And I actually really like that. I like this angle of astronomy quiz. And I want to go back and I want astronomy quiz to be the main focal point of the blog post based upon these questions and answers around astronomy. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get creative, or what I think is creative in my mind. Great title. Now redo the blog post outline and make the astronomy quiz section the focal point of the blog post and put that as the introduction in quotes. Let's see if it understands what I mean when I say as the introduction, meaning to put that up at the top and introduce the blog post. So we'll see if that works, to have the reader quiz themselves and then find the answers in the rest of the blog post sections. Again, none of these are prompts that I'm copying and pasting. These are just ideas that I'm coming up with as I started the very top of the chat, where I ask it simply, let's write a blog post that ranks number 1. Here's the information that I have from Rank IQ. I want to focus in on that information, but I also want to use my own brain to figure out and think, well, what's going to make a good blog post? Because at the end of the day, again, nobody's looking for astronomy questions, or, I guess there are people that are typing in astronomy questions in Google, but I really don't think so. I think the blog post needs to be about a set of frequently asked questions, or a quiz yourself on this knowledge, or being able to rank for all these keywords. Introduction to astronomy, or introduction astronomy quiz. Let me go back up because that scrolled down. Title, astronomy quiz, frequently asked questions, or frequently asked space questions. Introduction astronomy quiz, brief introduction to the quiz, present the astronomy quiz for the readers to test their knowledge. And then the basics of astronomy, answers and explanations, the solar system, beyond the solar system, observing the night sky. But you can see here the key is answers and explanations for all of these categories for each of these sections based upon the quiz that we're going to create, or ChatGPT is going to create. And then we're going to take a look at that tomorrow when we create this blog post and have ChatGPT write all this. Also, this is cool, references and further reading, so we can add some external links. Or even better, we can add some internal links in that section, because we have written a lot of content about astronomy and we have a lot of answers to these questions right here on the blog that we've created using ChatGPT. If you're having fun, if you're learning, if you're enjoying this thought process like I am here on day 77 as we head to day 100, give this video a thumbs up. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you, day 78 AI blogging. We are jumping right into ChatGPT to pick up where we left off yesterday. We had created this outline here for the astronomy quiz, frequently asked questions about space. Of course, check out yesterday, day 77, to see how we got here. But in this video, I'm just going to walk you through the actual blog creation progress or process and show you the progress that we made and how we were able to do it. And of course, I started off with this prompt like I do all the time, using a hypnotic Nickelodeon style at a 5th grade reading level. Write the introduction and be sure to include all the content analysis, topics Google likes and posts, and grab the reader attention and entice them to keep reading. Of course, this content analysis, topics that Google likes and posts, came from Rank IQ. Check that out in yesterday's video. That will be in the cards as well as a link in the description. But to get back to this, it wrote the introduction, and then we just keep trucking along here. It writes the second section, and I simply just tell it now, do the next section by including the title of the next section. Then you can see here what it's doing. It's just giving me a question and an answer, and it's sort of building out this quiz format of frequently asked questions. So then we go through, now write section 3, doing the exact same thing. And now write section 4, still doing the exact same thing. Section 5, continuing on with section 6. Then it moves on to section 7. Then I simply just have it write the conclusion. To finish things off, it's going to write the reference and further reading. And then here's where it gets interesting, and I'm going to walk you through that and show you the edits that we've made inside of the blog post inside of Grooveblog. Here it is, the title, astronomy quiz, frequently asked questions, or frequently asked space questions. We have put all this in, all the sections that it wrote with all the questions. ChatGPT nailed the conclusion, wrapped it up well, and then we put in references and further reading. And then here's where I talked about, again, yesterday, I was saying, look, instead of just linking out to external sites for further reading, how about we link to posts that we've done? And here you can see I did astronomy basics and cosmology basics, and then further reading. These are going to be links out to affiliate offers for books for further reading instead of linking out to external websites. Why not? Because we are affiliate marketers. Why not link out to Amazon and these books that people could read that are interested in more about astronomy, cosmology, and the whole concept of space and universe unriddled, figuring out the questions that they want to get answers for around this topic. One thing that we have to do here, unlike what we can do in Koala, where we can just enter our Amazon ID and it will make these our affiliate links, we have to click on each one of these, head over to Amazon, then we'll use the Amazon Associate Site Stripe. Make sure our tracking ID here is for Universe Unriddled. Go ahead and get the link, and then we will simply just copy that link. Go back to Grooveblog, make sure we're on the right one. This was the astrophysics book, and then we will update that link, make it open in a new tab. Now we've added that. And of course, we'll do that for each book where we'll go and we'll grab that text or use the text link. Simply grab that link, update that link by pasting it in here and saving it. Then we have one last one to do here. Go ahead and get that link, copy that back over to Grooveblog. And again, just update that link. And it really is just that simple to update that. We'll go ahead and save that draft. Now let's go back to these links for astronomy basics and cosmology basics and how I came up with those. Because here inside of the reference section when it wrote it, these links that it came up with all go to 404 pages. ChatGPT made these links up for universeunriddled.com. Now, here's something interesting. It made these up, but these are actually good topics, and it would be a good idea, actually, I think, to just go ahead and follow up with these links, not create these links, but create these blog posts and then add these questions that it had about astronomy basics and cosmology basics. But for now, what I've done is I went ahead and to go back is I tried to let it find real links. And you can see here it came up with real links, so it was able to do it using WebPilot. But it came up with best spotting scope, best red flashlight, best laser pointer, best gifts. Now the waxing and waning phases, a comprehensive guide to moon's changing face. That was pretty good, but I decided for now I'll just go with the A to Z to astronomy and the A to Z of cosmology. But then when I got to looking at the post and thinking, it didn't actually ever mention anything about cosmology basics in the post. But I have linked out to the A and Z of cosmology terms for further reading. So I went ahead and said, okay, let's step back and add a section in this blog post, astronomy quiz, frequently asked questions or frequently asked space questions about cosmology and how it is connected and how it is important to understanding astronomy. It started and it came up with this title, and I was like, okay, well, let's stop that because you're not asking questions. So let me redo that and be sure to give it more information to be more specific and make it a quiz, just like the other sections with lists of questions and answers in the same format. Then it came up with cosmology, the key to understanding astronomy quiz, came up with a little introduction. It did list the questions here. We're not going to use that. We're just going to go straight into the question and answer format. And then you can see also down here, it cut off the conclusion to this section and it started recreating the post again. So I had to stop it, and I did tell it I had to stop you as you were stuck in a loop. Please finish this thought. Of course, this thought being right here in quotes where it cut it off. If you were to scroll up here when it started to repeat itself, it actually cut off the conclusion of that blog post section. So I went ahead and just stopped it and corrected it, and it gave me that section. So now what we're going to do to complete this is we are just going to copy this. I was going to hit copy, but that's going to copy all this as well. But yeah, that'll work. I'll just go ahead and copy it. That way it keeps the formatting. I'll scroll back up here and I'll copy that using the clipboard. I will go to Grooveblog, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this section in right here about cosmology between conclusion and the last section that we had that was specifically about Q&A or facts about space focused on astronomy. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to paste this in. Then we're going to have to clean this up. Of course, that's where I cut it off and stopped it. Just scroll up here, and here's where it cut off there. So we'll cut that off, and then I'll add in a carriage return, and I'll go back to ChatGPT, scroll down to where I had it write that conclusion or finish its thought, go back to Grooveblog, and this is where that needs to go. So we'll paste that in. And then at that point, all we're doing is cleaning this up by getting rid of this list of questions, as well as this answers and explanations. We don't need that. We'll go ahead and we will do a few quick edits here, make this an H2. And I don't like this part here where it does a hyphen quiz. And then what we did here is we'll try to make sure we get the formatting the same that we did for every one. We put every single one of these on a single line. So to introduce each section, we just did single line, and then to wrap it up, we went ahead and down at the bottom, put in single line as well. So I'll do that while I'm here and thinking about it before I start editing these other sections where it used the markup. So we go ahead and we have that on single line. And of course, if and when Grooveblog starts understanding markup, I won't have to do this part where I have to go in and manually bold it. When I paste it in, it'll just understand that these two asterisks here mean to bold it, just like you see it inside of ChatGPT here where it's bolded. This is in markup. And eventually, hopefully, this will be smart enough, meaning the Grooveblog interface. We'll get that update that they said they were going to do, and we'll get that. And I think we had some outstanding issues that we needed to get back from Groove support, but I think just like they did last time, they're busy working on the updates. And after their initial support answer of, yeah, we're working on it, they just don't get back to me until the fix is actually done, because they're obviously busy with other support questions. So here we go. I'll finish these up. And once we finish number 10, you can see now that we have a new section, Cosmology, the key to understanding astronomy. I think I got an extra space there. So, or an extra carriage return, an extra line. So now we have those, and I believe, yes, I added a carriage return after each one of those. So now we got that formatting all set. And we're good to go. We have our conclusion, and then we wrap it up with references, and then the references and further reading around cosmology basics and the link out to the A to Z of cosmology. It helps, in my opinion, that we've added this section about cosmology and how cosmology works with astronomy to get a better understanding. The next thing we need is an excerpt. So we'll go back to ChatGPT and we will go to our handy dandy response manager and we will click SEO excerpt. Prompt our input to have it write that SEO excerpt. Man, that's a tough word. Excerpt, because it sounds like expert, but it's excerpt. Anyway, it's not as hard as astronomical, I guess. We'll go ahead and we'll copy that to the clipboard and we'll go back to Grooveblog. We'll go here and we will paste that into the section that it needs to be pasted into without having to say the word. And we have our featured image. We have tagged this Space Fun Facts, Astronomy Basics, as well as Cosmology Basics. And we'll go ahead and hit publish. And with that, now we've published, came up with that unique spin for that keyword. The next thing we need to do is go into Rank IQ and finish where we started by getting our grades so we can put all that over in our blog post tracker for the rest of these keywords as we finish out headed towards 100 posts and 100 days. So here we are inside of Rank IQ. You can see our SEO content briefs right here. These are the reports that we ran. For astronomy quotes, we ran the report. Now we need to click optimize. Of course, if you click on report, it takes you to the report for the keyword phrase and then the content analysis that we used and also the title down here where we did our title grade, or this is actually astronomy quotes. We'll go back and we will get astronomy questions. We'll click on the report for astronomy questions because astronomy quotes is going to be another one I'm going to be adding soon. Here we will scroll down and you will see that it did save our title right here. This is where it graded our title, A+, perfect, 48 characters. So what we want to do now is go into Content Optimizer and grade our entire post to see what kind of grade we got based upon the topics or the keywords that they've said we need to use to rank number 1 very fast for this keyword. So what we'll do is just go back to Grooveblog and just select everything and copy that. Go back to Rank IQ and paste that in. And that didn't copy everything. Why did that not copy everything? We'll go back and we will copy that again. Then we'll select all here. Then we will Control V. And now you can see we pasted in our entire blog post. We have an A++ grade, 3,967 words. We've been over a little bit, but I think that'll be okay. We do have some unused words over here. And we could push the limits and get those in there, but I think because we have an A++, we're good. And the fact that we added the cosmology after we looked at the post as a whole, and the fact when we got down there for that internal link, We link to the A and Z of cosmology, but we're really focused on the keyword of astronomy, but I wanted to be able to have the reader understand that cosmology is part of the things that we write about, and it's important to understand the questions that he just read because of the way they connect together. So I added that. ChatGPT didn't, but remember, ChatGPT and the AI is just our assistant, and as an assistant, it does a pretty good job. If you're having fun and you think the AI did okay, give it a thumbs up, as well as this video. Got any questions, ask them in the comments, and I'll see you in the next update. Bye. AI blogging day 79, quick update. Today is July 2nd. We currently have 95 posts and pages indexed. The last update here inside of Google Search Console is from Friday, June 30th. You can see here 95 posts and pages indexed. We still have 80 that aren't indexed for various reasons. Checking out performance, let's go ahead and go up. You can see here July 31st. We'll change this and go out to July 1st, not 31st, hit apply. And you can see here, clicks and impressions headed towards 9,000 impressions. Back inside of ChatGPT, we've been working on these blog posts. I ask it, go ahead and give me the 4 blog post titles and keywords. It nailed the keywords, but this, and I actually like this title, meteorite value, what's your space rock worth? This is for the keyword, how much is a meteorite worth. But as you can see, the title that we came up with is Unveiling the Worth of Meteorites, a Comprehensive Guide. This was based on the information inside of Rank IQ. Course for Astronomy Quiz, Frequently Asked Space Questions. We used Rank IQ to grade our post inside of the Content Optimizer. You can see and remember here we had an A++. And if we want to go ahead and go back into our reports, here we have the reports. These are the remaining blog posts that we're going to create to get to 100. Hopefully get to at least 100 created and hopefully 100 posts ranked and indexed. But what we're looking at now is the archived ones because we want to look at the post that we wrote here. Astronomy love quotes inside of Rank IQ. We have our report here. But if we click this green optimize button, it takes us over. We can optimize our content. And to do that, we'll go ahead and we'll go into the love quotes post, and we will select all of that and make sure we got it all selected. Hit copy, take that back, and we will paste that in. Here you can see we only have a grade of B because we are a little short on the number of words. That's easy enough to fix. Come over here to unused, click on unused, and then take all these keywords. And then what I'll do is I'll take all these keywords and then figure out how to use those keywords in a section here and then have ChatGPT write that section. And then we'll check that grade in the next update. Because I want to go back to ChatGPT because I said, great, thanks. And I want to analyze the blog post, the first blog post that we wrote using Rank IQ to finish out these 100 blog posts as we head towards day 100. Now analyze the blog post title, Astronomy Quiz, Frequently Asked Space Questions for the main keyword, astronomy questions against the top competition, and devise a plan to beat them. Please give me a step-by-step plan to include any content that needs to be added to have the best chance to outrank the competition. So SEO Core AI and ChatGPT came up with this plan right here. You can pause and read all those steps, but my focus here was on step number 2, content enhancement. So I went ahead and asked ChatGPT, okay, please do number 2, or the recommendation for content enhancement, step number 2 of the plan. And sure, here's how we can enhance the content of the blog post, Astronomy Quiz, Frequently Asked Space Questions. It talks about adding or redoing the introduction. Then it goes through some additional questions that we can answer, and it also gives a suggestion for the conclusion. Now, I don't actually agree with any of this, where I think ChatGPT can do better by actually reading the blog post first, and then we can try to get it to take an expert opinion as an SEO editor and as an expert around astronomy. But I can tell it didn't read the post because it didn't use the correct subsection headlines. And these questions, what is astronomy? Why is astronomy important? And do astronomers study the universe? Actually, I think the first two. If you were to go back into Grooveblog and go into the post, when we open the editor and scroll down to the basics of astronomy, what is astronomy? Why is astronomy important? And then you can see here, the last question, how do astronomers study the universe, is not in this section. So that might be a good question to add. But in reality, I think that this suggestion is just based on the general idea of what might be contained in the blog post. I don't think it actually read the blog post. So at this point, what I'm going to ask it to do is please read the blog post and give it the URL, and then give me a new analysis for number 2 of the plan. We're going to hit go and send that message and see what we get back. Here you can see it's using WebPilot to reach out and read the blog post. I don't know if it'll actually use SEO Core AI or it gets all the information it needs, but here you can see that it is using SEO Core AI, and I assume that it used WebPilot, and of course you can always click here to actually see the request and the responses if you want to get super nerdy about what it's doing and really want to work to understand everything that's going on in the background between the plugins and ChatGPT. For me, I'm typically just interested in what ChatGPT comes up with as far as the content or the answers. I'm not really interested in trying to be a tech wizard between plugins and ChatGPT. My years and the time I spent in IT, at this point, I'm just letting other people figure out all the nerdy knobs and how they twist and where to twist them. I just want to push a button and let them do the things that I need them to do. Here's the result. The blog post title, Astronomy Quiz, Frequently Asked Space Questions on the website Universe Unriddled, is an engaging and informative piece that covers a wide range of astronomy-related topics. The post structure as a quiz with each question followed by a detailed explanation. It goes on to talk about the second question and give some information there. Here is the SEO analysis. Go ahead and pause and read that. And then here are the recommendations. The content is already well optimized, but there's room for improvement. Of course, there's always room for improvement. Consider adding more related keywords and phrases that users might search for. Of course, I think at this point, if people land here, they're going to want a plethora of questions, but we need to get indexed first and then see how we rank or where we rank, because we just wrote this blog post. And I think this type of analysis really comes into play later on down the road, but I want to go ahead and do this just to make sure that we have an idea of what we created and what we can do. And as we move out towards the day 100 of the final, or the final day, day 100 of this case study, we have a good idea of where we need to go and what we need to keep doing to see how we can get the most out of this content that we've created over 100 days. The next one is the page could benefit from more internal and external links to relevant content. Yes, I agree with that. Adding a sitemap. We don't have a sitemap like the one it's looking for, again, because we're using Grooveblog. We covered that as well here in the 100 days. The site could also benefit from more backlinks from authoritative sites in the astronomy field to increase its site authority. I agree with that. If you agree with that, give this video a thumbs up. Also, if you're having fun, let me know in the comments what you think, what you're learning, what you want to see before we get to day 100. And that concludes today's update. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Bye. Hey, day 80 AI blogging. I want to show you an SEO plugin that I found that I want to test out with you to see what happens based upon some of the stuff that we did way back in day 2 to create topical authority clusters and come up with keywords and ideas to create blog posts. Here we are inside of ChatGPT. ChatGPT 4 has the ability to use these plugins. Of course, these plugins did not exist when we started this 100-day case study. So that is how quickly this AI or ChatGPT system has advanced. Here, these plugins aren't coming up just yet. We're going to go ahead and search for SEO. And the one that I want to look at today is this one right here called Brainwork. You're going to click install. It's going to ask you to create an account. Basically what they've done is, like a lot of these plugins, they're selling a product around this idea of SEO. This one is brainwork.com, make a living blogging. Brainwork uses AI to help passionate bloggers leave their day jobs and blog full time by making the process of creating engaging blog posts faster and easier. Start your 7-day trial. So we have to go back and we have to sign up here to effectively become a lead for them to check out this plugin. So Brainwork is going to be like any of the other AI systems out there that build content, kind of like what you see me use here using Koala. So we're going to go ahead and continue with Google, and we'll go ahead and sign up under the 30-minute marketing brand to get their emails and find out more about their product, which I'm okay with. I enjoy the process of seeing how people build email lists and promote their products. So now we have Brainwork Boost SEO with in-depth analysis, including keyword insights on volume, ranking, and SERP. Now, I only want that one enabled, although I probably should leave WebPilot enabled, but I just want to see what WebPilot, or I just want to see without WebPilot or SEO Core AI. I just want to focus in on brain work and see what it can do for us when we ask these questions. And these questions, again, go way back to day one when we started creating content and we had our very first blog post under astronomy basics. And we created simple trick how to memorize the planets in order. As well, in that same video, day 2, we talked about AI blogging. We talked about ChatGPT or using ChatGPT to build these topical authority clusters. And we also set up our domain and we got Grooveblog set up and we created all that just to get the blog up. But the focus was in day 2 and the focus back here in day 80 is to now take a look at what ChatGPT can do for us with this plugin enabled that is reaching out and utilizing the framework that Brainwork, wow, I didn't really plan that, but the framework that Brainwork, and I guess that's what that stands for, framework, and they replaced the B with an, or the F with a B for blog, Brainwork, to create a framework for blogging. That's pretty interesting. But anyway, I haven't checked out this product. I know nothing about this product. I'm simply focused on using it here inside of ChatGPT to boost SEO with in-depth analysis, including keyword insights on volume, ranking, and SERP. So with that plugin enabled, I'm going to see what we get here when we enter the same type of commands. And you can see here that this is instantly calling Brainwork, that plugin, to go out and get information from that plugin, as well as most likely go out to the internet and find what things are ranking, because Brainwork is here to boost your SEO, to go out and find those relevant topics, and of course use live real data from the internet. And you can see here in the original video I did 30, but I want to kind of narrow this down, and you can see 5 semantic relevant but unique topics under the main category of space: the James Webb Space Telescope, living spaces, extra space storage, space exploration technologies, and International Space Station. Please note that these topics are quite diverse and cover various aspects related to space, including astronomy, living spaces, storage spaces, space technology, and space stations. Of course, extra storage space and living spaces, I don't think are what we're looking for. So we don't need this information about living spaces that has nothing to do with space exploration and our topic, as well as storage solutions. But we are focused here on astronomy. So let's do this again and change this keyword to astronomy to see if we can get a little better results, because the idea of space, it pulled in the idea of living spaces and storage solutions. We don't want any of that information. So let's just take the information it gave us where it said it included this topic, astronomy, and we can take a look at astronomy picture of the day, astronomy definition, astronomy news, astronomy for beginners. That is a really good keyword right here that I want to focus on. So we will take that keyword and we will enter this input. What keywords are the best for me to include in a blog post for readers searching for posts about astronomy for beginners so I can rank quickly in the SERP? That means in the search engine results. I want to find that #1 position. I'm looking for that sweet spot for the keywords, kind of like what we do here using RankIQ, where RankIQ has their particular or their specific mechanism, their algorithm, their idea, their framework, their brainwork, their framework for creating systematic approach to finding keywords, looking at the volume and saying, hey, you can rank very fast, or you have an average time or can expect an average time for ranking for this keyword if you meet this criteria. So Brainwork has come back and it is telling me here are the keywords that you might want to include in your post about astronomy for beginners. And it has given me these 4 keywords, and it's told us these keywords are relevant to your topic and have a good balance between search volume and ranking difficulty. Including these in your blog post can help improve its visibility in search engine results. Remember to use keywords in a natural and reader-friendly way. Overuse or forced use of keywords can lead to a poor reading experience and may negatively impact your SEO. So let's take that to the next logical step, in my mind anyway. Now please turn these important keywords into questions that need to be answered to create a highly engaging blog post. So now it's going to take those keywords and it's going to give me questions. And then we're going to take those questions and do the next thing that you're probably already expecting or might not be expecting, because we're going to skip a step that we normally do. And we're not going to write an outline. I just want to see what Brainwork, again, Brainwork, they advertise themselves as a way to make a living, and Brainwork uses AI to help passionate bloggers leave their day jobs and blog full time by making the process of creating engaging blog posts faster and easier. So I just want to jump straight to create me an SEO optimized blog post that answers those questions that we got to using the Brainwork plugin. And then Brainwork is going to work. Sure, here is a draft of an SEO optimized blog post that answers the questions we have discussed. Astronomy for Beginners, a comprehensive guide, and it's going straight into writing the blog post. This is, again, like what you would see what we do over in Koala, where we're interfacing with Koala, and Koala has an engine that builds out the outline, and then they have a framework for writing engaging posts. So Brainwork, the plugin, is using their framework or their Brainwork behind the scenes here to go ahead and draft this blog post. Of course, you can see here, just like we always see when we use ChatGPT, with or without plugins, this blog post is really small. But I like this idea of how we were able to draft a blog post with these questions. It gave us a great starting point. And you can also see down here, Brainwork is telling us, or the combination of Brainwork and ChatGPT, the Brainwork plugin, along with ChatGPT actually creating the content. Remember, the key to SEO is not just about including keywords, but also providing valuable content that answers the questions your readers are asking. This draft is a starting point. And again, that's an important point. The fact that this is a starting point, and that's why it's so short. And that's what I just said. I'm like, we can't just post this because this isn't a full blog post. And if I'd have paid attention to what it said here, here's a draft of an SEO optimized blog post. So basically it's like a content brief or an outline, just a bigger outline, an actual draft of, okay, this draft is a starting point and can be expanded with more detailed information, personal anecdotes, or additional resources to further enhance its value to its readers. I think this is pretty cool. So far, just seeing this and working with it and going through what we did here, I think is a great way to start with Brainwork. Again, like I said, to install the Brainwork plugin, you do have to sign up to Brainwork. You are going to go on their email list. And I just went back and checked my email to see if I got an email. Not yet so far, but I do expect one. If I do get one, I'll share with you what they send in case you're interested in that before you sign up. But it's like anything on the internet. If you want something, you got to give something. And to sign up with your Google account and give them your email, to me, it's not a big deal to be able to see what we just saw. I think this was an interesting experiment here in day 80 as we keep going towards day 100. And also, I'll do some more research and look into Brainwork and the Brainwork plugin and provide you some more interesting input or prompts to use that plugin to get the most out of it, to see what it can do for us. Because part of this, as we go out towards day 100, is now we have to be taking a look at all these SEO plugins as they're added to ChatGPT. Because remember, again, when we started this crazy 100 days together, there was no such thing as ChatGPT plugins. We didn't even have access to them. So they are being added, and we definitely want to use the ones that give us the best results to do what it is we're trying to do, create helpful, useful, engaging content that will get indexed and rank and help us get traffic over to our affiliate offers. If that sounds good, give this video a thumbs up. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next update. Bye. Yesterday in day 80 of AI blogging, we were looking at a new ChatGPT SEO plugin called Brainwork. Today, here in day 81, we are using that plugin, or we have used that plugin, and we have created a brand new blog post based upon the keyword analysis we were able to do. Here we have created 10 unknown facts about the asteroid belt. The keyword here is unknown facts about the asteroid belt. And we got there, or we were able to create that blog post after we analyzed this blog post, Amazing Fun Facts About the Asteroid Belt, with the keyword fun facts about the asteroid belts. So now we have fun facts about the asteroid belt and we have unknown facts about the asteroid belt. And it came here utilizing the plugin Brainwork, where I ask it to please analyze this blog post. Again, fun facts about the asteroid belt for these keywords. Check if my content is optimized for SEO and tell me how to improve the blog post for better SEO rankings. Now you see this list of keywords that I provided Brainwork to go out and scan. That list of keywords came from inside of the Google Search Console. Of course, you can see here we have over 9,000 impressions. And as you know, we started this journey way back on April 16th. Here we are with the latest data on July 3rd. Today, of course, is July 4th. Happy Independence Day for all the Americans that are watching. And what I did here is I went to pages and I was looking at the number of impressions, and I was looking at how to memorize the planets, and then best binoculars, best gifts, telescope buying guide. And I skipped over those 3 just really because I'm not interested in those posts at this point, buyer guides or doing best post and trying to get product reviews or informational type posts to rank. I'm more interested in these facts or these fact posts. UniverseUnreal.com post fun facts about the asteroid belt. So I selected this page. And then when you go to queries here inside of Google Search Console for that specific page, it's going to give you the top queries. You can come down here and you can drop this down. You can see there's 40 keywords listed here that I'm ranking for that page. So I was able to select all of those, or actually I came up here and I clicked export, and then I exported that to a Google Sheet. It gave me all the keywords right here. You can see there are 40 keywords. I just copied those, took those back over to ChatGPT, and of course we saw those already where I pasted those in. And then we are able to see what Brainwork did. But understand Brainwork at this point only scanned 4 keywords: asteroid belt facts, facts about the asteroid belt, facts about asteroid belt, fun facts about the asteroid belt. So these 4 keywords right here were the only ones out of the 40, which were the top 4. That's probably some type of limitation either with ChatGPT and or the combination of ChatGPT and Brainwork as far as how much data that it wants to parse or how much data that it wants to try to go out and find information for. But either way, it took those top 4 keywords there and it gave me this information. And you can see the analysis here. It's just basic analysis, and that was great. And that's what I told ChatGPT. Great, thanks. But how can we improve the blog post based on the keywords listed, or should I write another blog post to address these keywords? Then it went ahead and scanned again. Based on the keyword data analysis, here are some suggestions, and it gave those suggestions. I want to fast forward down to this paragraph where it talked about the different keywords, and then it said right here, it might be more effective to create a new, more specific blog post targeting these keywords. For instance, you could write a post about 10 unknown facts about the asteroid belt. Or it also said the most surprising facts, but I think that is too close to fun facts. But I think unknown facts versus amazing fun facts, having those 2 blog posts on our blog are going to allow us to rank for the same keyword, but also have additional keywords in there based upon the keyword unknown versus fun, and have some element of clickability when someone sees the title unknown facts versus fun facts. So next up, here's what we did. We said, please provide me a content brief for a blog post about 10 unknown facts about the asteroid belt, targeting these keywords, asteroid belt facts and fun facts, or facts about the asteroid belt, not fun facts, but just facts. So then it writes the content brief. You can see the content brief here, which is effectively an outline because we're just doing a fact list. 10 unknown facts. We're basically just listing the facts. We do have an introduction that we wrote here, or that we will write, and we do have a conclusion. The rest are just facts. And all I did was take my handy dandy prompt, or the input that I've been using about the hypnotic Nickelodeon style at a 5th grade reading level. It wrote the introduction, then it ran through and I had it write all of the facts down to fact number 10. Here it wrote fact number 10, and then I had it write the conclusion, but I also had it link out or link back to fun facts about the asteroid belt, as well as write an SEO excerpt. So we did all that. We created the post. So we have that post, and we have a new post here under Space Fun Facts. And you can see here, I've added that to the Space Fun Facts blog post URL tracker. It was written by ChatGPT 4 using the Brainwork plugin. The keyword came from RankIQ, or the keyword did not come from RankIQ. It came from ChatGPT, whereas all the other fun space facts came from RankIQ and were all written primarily by Koala 3.5, and Koala Bulk, which is 3.5, and then some other koalas, or the last one here, I had Koala use ChatGPT 4 or just GPT 4 on the back end inside of Koala. And again, that research was done using the Brainwork plugin that we covered in day 80. So be sure, if you didn't see that one, head back over, watch day 80 to check out the Brainwork plugin. It's pretty cool. So far, so good. If anything, it gave us an extra blog post that we've added to our blog as we head to 100 blog posts, hopefully indexed and ranked by the time we get to day 100. If you're having fun, give this video a thumbs up. Let me know in the comments, questions, whatever you're thinking, and I'll see you in the next update. Bye. Hey, I got 2 things for you today in today's update here on day 82. First and foremost, inside of Google Search Console, we are over 9,000 impressions, and that continues to grow out to Tuesday, July 4th. Today is the 5th of July. As we continue out towards 100 days, we'll go ahead and take a look at pages, or the pages that we have indexed is at 101. Of course, if you view the data about those pages, you will see, or you will need to take note, that also includes the pages, contact us, cookies, copyright, privacy policy, terms of service. It also includes category pages. So if you were to drop this out to, say, 250, you can see the posts don't actually come into play here. So minus these away from this 101 that we have indexed to get a good count on pages, because the idea here was that we want to get 100 pages indexed and ranked, or post indexed and ranked. And we do have currently 101 pages. So that's all looking good. And it takes me back to ChatGPT, and the Brainwork plugin, because I'm still looking at Brainwork to see how it can help us, because so far so good with using this plugin. So I'll simply just ask ChatGPT, can you and Brainwork help me with internal linking in my blog? It's providing some great information here. Now, specifically to your blog, I need to know more about your blog structure, the topics you cover, and the specific pages you want to improve. If you can provide a URL, I can use Brainwork's SEO Analyzer to provide a more detailed analysis. So I went ahead and gave it universeunriddled.com, and Brainwork has gone to work here. Go ahead and pause and read that. It gives some great information about the status of Universe Unriddled, and then it leads back into internal linking and the fact that the blog does have some internal links, which is all great information, but I wanted to get specific, or I wanted it to get specific for me to see if it can actually help me. Can you recommend internal links that I should make to get traffic to this page? And I'm focused in on this page right here, or this URL with this page, which is Beginner Telescope Recommendations, which if you go back to our handy dandy blog post tracker, these are best buying guides or products. The keywords here are best, or they are transactional. Searcher intent keywords, meaning someone is looking to buy a telescope, looking for recommendations. We wrote that with Koala and also Koala Bulk, but we did get the keywords from RankIQ as well as from ChatGPT. We don't have a whole lot of those, but I was wondering, or I was thinking, how can we get traffic, or how could Brainwork help us sort of think of getting traffic from our informational keywords, our informational posts that were built off those informational keywords based upon like things like fun facts or unknown facts about asteroids, or just about basics of astronomy or cosmology, and how that could lead someone to reading an informational blog post over to that transactional blog post where we make a recommendation for a product. And then of course we've linked out to Amazon, because ultimately the goal here was to get posts indexed and ranked to see what we could do with ChatGPT, RankIQ, Koala, and putting all that over on Grooveblog. But at the end of the day, I also want this content to serve the purpose of leading people to the final destination for us, which would be for them to click on our affiliate link so we could earn a commission. So back to what Brainwork recommended. Based on the relative keyword analysis, here are some potential interlinking opportunities for your blog post. Beginner telescope recommendations. You could create or update content on your blog related to these topics and link to your telescope recommendations post. So it gave me some post ideas here. They look really similar at first glance, but they are quite different. So go ahead and check that out. But then I wanted to move on here, and I wanted to say, where on my site do I currently mention telescopes and could link to that page? So I wanted to get Brainwork and ChatGPT to go back and scan my site. This is a little bit too much to ask. It's too much heavy lifting. And you can see here that my polite chat buddy using the Brainwork plugin has said, I'm sorry for the confusion, but as an AI language model, I don't have the capability to directly crawl your website and identify specific pages or sections where you mention telescopes. However, you can manually search for the term telescope on your website and identify pages where you could potentially add a link to your beginner telescope recommendations post. Here's a general process that you can follow. And this was pretty good because on number 1, it said use the search function on your website if available to search for telescope, which brought me back to Grooveblog and the fact that there is no search button. But I believe in day 1, day 2, or day 3, we turned that off. I don't remember why I turned it off, but I did turn it off. So I wanted to show you here inside of Grooveblog where to change that. It is actually not under settings. It is under themes. Click on themes. Currently, there's only one theme inside of Grooveblog, but you can customize that theme. And under layout, you have the option to turn on search. So if you turn on search, it will put this search bar here at the top. If you turn off search, this search bar will go away. So you have the option here to toggle search on and off. So we could use that if we wanted to. We could turn it on and search for telescope, which I may or may not turn that on at some point. But for now, actually, let's just go ahead and save that and see what it looks like. We'll go ahead and exit. Then we'll go back to home. Actually, we need to go back to publish. This takes us back out to all the blogs that we have here. Then we'll go back into publish. You can see here that the search bar is not showing up. I wonder, do I have to hit publish to get it to show? No, let's go back to themes. And then let's go back under customize themes. Here it is showing up. Let's go to layout, show search bar or icon. Of course, where they're going to put the icon, get started for free. Maybe I just can't see it here. Okay, put a little search icon right here. So let's go ahead and look at that again. Search bar icon, but I did turn it on. I like the search bar, so we'll go ahead and save. I did hit save. This theme has been saved. Changes usually go live within a few minutes, but that may take longer. Let's see, we'll go ahead and exit again. We'll go back to publish and let's see if the search bar is showing up or not. And here I'm still not seeing the search bar. So that change isn't showing up for whatever reason. Again, maybe I'll have to reach out to Groove support and find out about that. But the next option that ChatGPT gave us, and again, this is interesting. This is sort of the process. Even when you think something is simple, when you walk through this process and it gives you information, like number one, use the search function on your website if available to search for telescope. Well, depending on your theme or depending on the platform you're using, you may or may not have that search function. Something I didn't even think about, but I do remember turning it off. But the next one was if your website doesn't have a search function, you can use a site-specific Google search. Just type in your site name plus the keyword into Google. So I did that, and you can see here I searched the site universeunreal.com for telescope, and check it out. It listed all of the articles where we mentioned the word telescope. And man, oh man, over the last 100 days, have we actually published and got a lot of content ranked and indexed and possibility and have the possibility for it to rank on Google. You can see I'm just scrolling through here just looking for one word, and that word being telescope for our site. But these are all the pages and posts that we have indexed with the possibility of getting traffic. So that takes me back to step number 3, where Brainwork is recommending go through each page and look for opportunities to add a link to your beginner telescope recommendations post. This could be in the main body of the content, in a sidebar, or in a related post section. Remember, the goal of internal linking is to provide value to your readers and help them navigate your website. So make sure any links you add are relevant and helpful. Of course, all of our content should be relevant and helpful. And if this video was helpful, if this case study has been helpful to you, give this video a thumbs up. Let me know in the comments. Any questions that you got or something you want to see before we get to day 100, let me know. And I'll talk to you in the next update. Bye. Hey, so here we are on day 83. We're going to be taking a look at Ubersuggest for our blog. And we're going to be addressing each one of these issues, or we're going to be talking about each one of these issues and how we can address them. Of course, we are on day 83, and I'm not trying to let off the gas as we create content. Here you can see all the content that we've created for the site universeunriddled.com, or that we've let ChatGPT create for us to get to the point where we are now, headed towards 10,000 impressions. But I wanted to pause and just take a look at where we are and what these ranking tools that are out there on the internet can tell us about our site. And I'm starting today with Ubersuggest. The first issue here is one issue with no sitemap XML to optimize interaction with bots. Now, that issue we addressed way back when we started off, and we do not have a traditional sitemap for the blog using Grooveblog. We do have a sitemap for our pages, which are hosted on Groove pages. And again, we explained all that and we covered all that back in day 1, 2, or 3. Check those out. Check out all that technical information that we went through, but understand that we're using feed.xml. And just real quick, we'll dive into that setting here inside of Groove blog. That's under settings, and under RSS setting, there's an RSS feed here for all posts. And that feed URL is right here, universeunriddled.com feed.xml. And we were able to give that to Google Search Console to act as our sitemap, and it works. It updates. We've seen that, obviously. If you check out the pages that we have indexed to include the blog post, we have 101 pages and post indexed. So that first SEO issue, we're just going to skip over. The next one is 102 pages have multiple meta tag descriptions. I'm not sure what this issue is, but you can see here the SEO issue. What is this? Having more than one meta description tag on a page makes it difficult for search engines to know what the content is about, or if the content will be a good fit for people who are performing searches. Having only one meta description tag per page will give you a much better chance at ranking in search results. How do we fix it? Make sure that every page you post on your website has a unique meta description that is both relevant to the content on the page and one of a kind. Wait, that's just confused me. Have multiple meta description tags. Having more than one meta description tag in a page makes it difficult for search engines to know what the content is about. How do you fix it? Make sure that every page you post on your website has a unique meta description in both the relevant. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to click start on this to see what it's telling us we need to do. And obviously we have the free version here, but you can see the SEO issue, multiple meta descriptions on the same page. The issue is on 102 pages, which is every single page. Let's see what we can do here by going to ChatGPT. And I hope you didn't think that I was going to leave our chat buddy and our AI assistant out of this. As you can see, I've already asked, are you able to help fix SEO issues that are reported to me by Ubersuggest? And of course, it answered, yes, I can definitely help you address SEO issues. Please share the specific SEO issues that Ubersuggest has reported, and I'll provide tailored advice on how to address them. Of course, you can see 5 different things here that it stated that would probably be an issue. So we're going to go ahead and do this. We'll feed it the SEO issue that Ubersuggest gave us. Let's just go ahead and say this for clarity and to be specific. The SEO issue from Ubersuggest, multiple meta descriptions on the same page, and then we will provide the pages that it gave us and see what ChatGPT, and of course we have the Brainwork plugin still enabled. So we'll see if it calls Brainwork, and yes, it did. And we'll see what ChatGPT can tell us and help us along with this issue. Of course, if we were focused on the issue here, or the issue that Ubersuggest has given us, it also has this, what is this and how do we fix it? And of course, it gave us this little link right here to an Neil Patel article, I would most likely assume. And yes, how to write click-worthy meta descriptions every single time. And this is going to be a high-level article or a post here on meta descriptions. And this may be something with Groove blog that is causing the issue. I mean, it is pretty straightforward what a meta description is, and you're putting that description and you're saying what the content is about for every blog post, or at least that was my understanding of what we were trying to accomplish. So we have that article. If we go back to that, so we have that to reference as well here inside of Ubersuggest, but I'm hoping for a little more information from what we shared here inside of ChatGPT. And you can see here that Brainwork is coming back and it's given us the analysis, and it has returned duplicate meta tags. The page has multiple meta descriptions, which is the issue reported by Ubersuggest. Each page should only have one meta description. This is a brief summary of the page content that appears in search engine results. Having multiple meta descriptions can confuse search engines and may negatively impact your SEO. Okay, so I get that. I thought it was saying that we had the same meta description across, or was using the same meta description on every post, or it was saying we should. A little confusing on the analysis there, but let's go ahead and say, or see how we can fix this. You can see here that Brainwork is stuck in a loop. I don't think it's the individual plugins. I think it's just the plugins themselves and ChatGPT, how it gets stuck in this loop. So let's go back and see if we can decipher this and see where it starts. Oh no, it was actually proceeding with the other URLs and I stopped it. So that's my fault. Sorry about that, ChatGPT. I apologize. You were doing the right thing. You were continuing to move along. but it looks like it's the same information for each one. So we'll go ahead and break this down here and see what it said. So it said duplicate meta tags. This page has multiple meta descriptions. To fix these issues, you should ensure that each page only has one meta description. This can usually be set in the SEO settings of your website. So of course, probably know that that's going to be an issue. Please note that these are general suggestions and the specific steps to implement them may depend on the platform your website is built on. If you need more specific advice, please let me know what platform you're using. And then it moves on to the next one, which I thought it was stuck in a loop, as I've seen that in the past, but it was actually moving on to the next post, which was categories. And yeah, so this is all the ones that Uber Suggest gave us without getting a subscription were just the categories. But it looks like that this is probably going to be an issue with Grooveblog. So if we were to go back to Grooveblog in the settings, I know we have here OG and meta settings. I entered this meta description for the blog post right here, but it looks like maybe if you go to the site itself, and then once the page loads, what we'll do is we'll open up and view the source. And here you can see the source, and we're going to just search for meta and see what meta description we have here. Here is meta description. So we're going to go ahead and search for description. Here we have in the head, we have a meta description. And then here we have a script that's giving us a meta description. So most likely it's probably this and this. So we have it in the head tag as well as we have it in the description of the main page. And it looks like it is the same thing. So it's showing up there twice. I'm not sure that that's what the issue is. Course description. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, meta property. So meta name, description, meta name, content. So we have it showing up here in the head, and we also have it showing up here in a script. So it's showing up twice as meta name description and also in this script, which appears to be something, who knows, maybe something from Google Tag Manager or maybe something from Grooveblog. We're going to have to do a little investigation into this as well as play around with these settings, maybe delete it here. And I'm not sure where else it would be pulling that information. Of course, for the post, when we make a post, when we go into the post and we click open editor, we have our excerpt down here that we enter, which if you scroll down and take a look, that becomes metadata down here. So that could be part of it if it's identifying it for a post. But if you go back to ChatGPT before I cut it off, it was saying that these are category pages. And we go back to Uber Suggest, these are the category pages. But if we go back to the overall audit, or no, we want to go back to the dashboard. Here we were looking at 102 pages. So that's basically all of our pages. So what I'm going to do at this point is take the information that we have here from Uber Suggest, as well as the information, even before I cut it off, but the information here from Brainwork and ChatGPT, and I'm going to get that back to Groove to see what they have to say about that error or that issue. Obviously, it didn't keep us from getting indexed, but it might keep us from getting ranked. So I'm going to address that with Groove support and see what they do, because I'm pretty sure that, like it said here, or we might try this while we're here. Please note that these are general suggestions and the specific steps to implement them may depend on the platform you're built on. If you need more specific advice, please let me know what platform you're using. So I'm going to ask, I'm using Grooveblog. Can you give me more specific advice on duplicate meta tag issues? Sure, I can provide more advice for resolving the duplicate meta tag issues on Grooveblog. Duplicate meta descriptions can occur due to a variety of reasons. Here are some causes and their solutions. Multiple meta tag descriptions. Check your page's HTML to see if there are multiple meta description tags. If there are, remove the extra ones. In Grooveblog, you can do this by going to the page editor and checking the HTML code. So we did that by looking at the code, but it's not actually telling me how to do it. And here, I don't think it's really giving me information because it's calling and it's saying plugins and it's talking about themes. Of course, here you have dynamic pages, but I don't think this is specific to Grooveblog. Please note that while I'll strive to provide accurate information, the specific steps might vary slightly depending on the version of Grooveblog you're using and any customizations you've made. If you're unsure about anything, I recommend reaching out to Grooveblog support for assistance, and that is what we'll do. If you're having fun, if this was helpful, give it a thumbs up. Look forward to seeing you in tomorrow's update, and I'll talk to you then. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you on day 84 of AI blogging. We are going to jump straight in and we're going to take a look at Moz and their free domain authority checker for universeunriddled.com. As you can see, our domain authority is a 1. Of course, we purchased this domain way back on day 1 and we started from scratch. We didn't mess around with trying to find an age domain and all the hurdles and issues that come with that. We wanted to see what we could do creating content using ChatGPT, using the AI, doing our own research, and seeing what we could accomplish in 100 days, starting from 0. We have a domain authority of 1. You can see we are currently ranking for 60 keywords, and this free Moz tool, this free domain authority checker, is giving us tons of information that we'll be able to use moving forward. You can see here we have top ranking keywords, we have top feature snippets. Of course, we don't own any of those, but it gives us an idea of what we might be shooting for based upon our competition. For example, fun facts about MakeMake. If we were to pop over to Google and do a Google search for that, you can see the featured snippet here. It is from a site called Mental Floss that has a section about space. They own that. The next search results you can see are going to be nasa.gov and theplanets.org, the 9 planets, easy science facts for kids. So those are some sites that we should look at as far as competition and keywords. And of course, these Moz tools are going to help us do that. And you can see here, based upon what we just looked at, you can also see here that Moz is telling us these are our top search competitors: space.com, solarsystem.nasa.gov, and then some other sites here. And you can also see the domain authorities of each one of those sites that we're going after. But also we have ChatGPT to play around with and see what these tools can do. Now, I went ahead and I asked ChatGPT, why is DA domain authority? That's the score that Moz has created. They literally made that up. It is about how your competitors, or about how your site versus your competitors, how they build a domain authority, also a page authority for each page. They give it a score, and that gives you an idea of how or what your chance is to compete against the competition for certain keywords. Again, it's something that Moz made up. We've never used it, but we went ahead and took a look at it here. And you can see here, domain authority is a search engine ranking score developed by Moz that predicts how well a website will rank on search engine results pages. It is a measure of the overall strength of a website over time based on its backlink profile. If you go back to the Moz tool, the free domain authority checker, we have a linking root domains, or the number of linking root domains that we have currently, or backlinks, is 0. Of course, we started at 0. We have a DA, or domain authority score, of 1 because we started from scratch, and here we are on day 84, still getting it done, creating content, using our chat buddy here, our AI assistant, and it is also bringing back information here about how we can use the Brainwork tool. And then you can see here, I asked the Brainwork tool to perform an SEO analysis on our website and see how it's currently performing. I put in the keyword astronomy basics, and it went ahead and it looked at our page and it gave us some information. This is kind of the same basic information that we saw before, but every time we run this, I seem to be getting a little more information, and I'm learning more about what the Brainwork tool can do and what the SEO capabilities of the plugins are. For example, the Brainwork tool, I went ahead and tried to ask it to use the Moz DA and look up the competition. ChatGPT apologized and it didn't even try to use the Brainwork plugin. So I went ahead and I asked it to use the Brainwork plugin, and you can see again, it didn't call the Brainwork plugin. So what I did at that point is I'm trying to figure out why it wouldn't call the Brainwork plugin. But you can see here that I ask it, can the Brainwork plugin do competition analysis of how we compare to our top competitors? And you can see here that the Brainwork plugin does not have a direct feature to perform a competitive analysis. The plugin provides the following features: keyword data related keywords, SEO analyzer, and then it talks about how it can't do this directly, but it can do it. But then it also mentions, and this is what I like about having these conversations with our AI buddy or our chat buddy, our AI assistant, is that it gives us references that we need. For example, Moz, SEMrush, and Ahrefs. Of course, now we're looking at Moz. So we went ahead and looked at one of our competitors, which was space.com, which space.com is actually owned by like a big media company. I believe the same one that owns Tom's Guide. And they throw tons and tons of articles at this, and they have hired staff and do articles, again, based upon every keyword you can imagine. For example, you can see here they have a domain authority of 90. They rank for almost 280,000 280,000 keywords. One of the keywords they rank for is actually Valentine's Day. And it'd be interesting to see how the competitors turn Valentine's Day into content. Of course, we've looked at some interesting keywords where we looked at things like how the stars and how constellations and how planets and all of these throughout history have impacted culture and things like that. And of course, Valentine's Day is based upon one of the gods or a demigod or whatever around Cupid, where he shoots arrows at people. There's a whole thing around the fact of Valentine's Day, maybe how Valentine's Day and astronomy and astronomical signs and planets work together. So that's very interesting. It's all good information. And we got that for free after doing this competitive analysis using the tool Moz. And of course, like I said, over on ChatGPT, just because it couldn't do it for us, it still sent us to the point or to the place that we need to get to as we head out to day 100 and we keep creating content and we start doing things like this, where we can compete or check on the competition to see how we can compete for these keywords for the domain that we built and increase our domain authority. And of course, work on backlinks and all the other stuff that's going to happen well after day 100. And one last thing about the Moz community, you can actually join that for free. Just go to moz.com and you can get access to these keyword tools. They also have 2 free Moz Academy courses that will help you level up and improve your SEO skills. And part of that is exactly what we've been working on here as we are in day 84, heading out to day 100, is for me and for you to watch this and participate in this case study. And by the way, let me know in the comments if you are creating a blog, where you are, what day you're in, how much content you've created, and how you feel about the process. And of course, understand and know that if you go to the Moz community, you can learn more and level up your SEO skills, which is what this is going to require for it to be a success way past day 100. And with that, if you're having fun, let me know by giving this video a thumbs up. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in tomorrow's update. Bye. Hey, day 85 AI blogging. We're going to be taking a look at SEMrush versus what we have found out already from ChatGPT. Here we are inside of SEMrush. We are going to do their site audit, find and fix your website's unique issues, and improve your Google rankings with this free SEO audit tool. Start for free. So of course, SEMrush is going to take us over and we need to sign up to create a free account. We're just going to click continue with Google, and that is going to log us in, and then we're going to have access to SEMrush. Of course, this is a free account, so there's going to be limitations, but we're going to go ahead and we're going to start with our domain and start the audit, and then just work our way through what it tells us. Here we have site audit settings, configure basic settings, crawl scope, universeunriddled.com, limit of pages to check, crawl source website. Here you can change sitemaps on site, enter sitemap URL, URLs from file, limit of check pages, 100, of course, limitations that we have. I don't know if we'll get a full 100 pages. And you can see here, you can also check and uncheck to send an email every time an audit is complete. So we'll go ahead and just start the site audit and let it do its thing. While it's doing its thing and processing the site audit, let's take a look at the plans and the pricing for SEMrush. The Pro plan, which is the best plan for newbies and small teams, of 5 projects, 500 keywords to track, and 10,000 results per report, is $129 a month. Now they have a whole hoop of features, and I'm not even going to try to say that at this time that any SEO plugin that we look at inside of ChatGPT, of course, ChatGPT, the paid version, GPT-4 is $20 a month right now. And if you go under their plugin store and you type in SEO, we have SEO, SEO Assistant, SEO.app, SEO Core AI, Content.app, Speedy Marketing, SEMbot, Website Performance. And then right now, and the one we've been using currently is called Brainwork. I am going to test a few more of these, or actually I'm going to try to test all of these that apply directly to what we're doing. Some of these I'm not sure, like this is marketing tool for your Shopify store, is not really going to apply to us. So we'll probably ignore that one, but the other ones, we're going to take a look at all of them before we get to day 100. Now here's a quick input or a question that I ask our AI buddy, our AI assistant, our chat buddy. Can you tell me what SEMrush can do versus what Brainwork plugin can do when analyzing my site for SEO? Of course, it politely says, sure, I can provide a comparison between SEMrush and Brainwork plugin in terms of their SEO capabilities. Please note that both tools have a wide range of features, and I'll focus on the ones most relevant to SEO analysis. Well, thank you very much. Here you can see that SEMrush does or is a tool for keyword research, site audits, on-page SEO checker, backlink analysis, rank tracking, competitive analysis, And the Brainwork plugin is really focused in on keyword data, related keywords, SEO analysis, SERP analysis, and content optimization. Now, at first glance, what I see here is backlink analysis and competition analysis and rank tracking and full-on site audit. Now, we've seen Brainwork do some of that, but I really think, and from what I've seen so far, Brainwork is all about doing keyword research for a specific keyword. And if you read here what ChatGPT and Brainwork, the combination of these two, has told us, or what the combination of ChatGPT and Brainwork can give us versus SEMrush, in summary, both SEMrush and Brainwork plugin offer valuable tools for SEO analysis. SEMrush has a broader range of features and can provide more in-depth analysis, particularly in areas like backlink analysis and competitive analysis. The Brainwork plugin, on the other hand, focuses more on keyword and content analysis. The best tool for you will depend on your specific goals and needs. Of course, right now, most of the stuff that we're doing is focused in on keywords that we find with ChatGPT, keywords that we find with RankIQ. So we already have a lot of that information, but we can get more analysis, real-time data versus what we see over in RankIQ, the other tool that we're using. Whereas with SEMrush, I think we'll definitely get that as well, but more so it's about backlink and competition and ranking where you currently are in the SERP, in the result, and then adjusting your content based upon tracking that position. And then as the position moves down or up, you adjust your content. Obviously, if it moves up, you probably don't do much adjustment. If it moves down, you probably need to start looking and do more adjustments. And that's a quick look at what ChatGPT and Brainwork can do versus SEMrush. Also, a little bit about how much that really costs, $129 a month versus the $20 a month I am paying for ChatGPT Plus, the paid version of ChatGPT. But you can see the site audit here. It's going to go into details. It's given us a site health of 72%, 28 errors, 348 warnings, crawlability of 94%, HTTPS 99%, int SEO not implemented, site performance 90, internal linking, and then markups and core web vitals not implemented. So we need to be able to take a look at these reports and see what's going on with each one of them. Let's just click on site health to see what it gives us as far as this 72%. And when that loads up, you're going to see a complete site audit. And of course, if you're paying $130 a month for a tool, you want a tool that breaks it out into a dashboard, gives you a clear cut, concise, exactly what's happening. Here's what's broken. Here's what I need to fix. And if you scroll down here, you'll see, and I'll scroll up here so you can see top issues, duplicate content, duplicate title tags, too large JavaScript and CSS total size, 4 XX errors. So those are going to be like 404 page not found errors, long title element. So you can see here, it's giving us these issues and then it's saying why and how to fix. Let's go ahead and look at this duplicate content here and click that because we have 2 of them. So we'll go ahead and click why and how to fix. So about the issue, web pages are considered duplicates if their content is 85% identical. Having duplicate content may significantly affect your SEO performance. So I can imagine a lot of that when it looks at it, it's looking at the content we created and the way that we created it with ChatGPT and the way we selected keywords around a topical authority. And we were looking at those keywords. So if we read it and really break it down as SEMrush is doing, it might be what is considered duplicate content for SEMrush. But so far, so good getting ranking and index or getting indexed and starting our path towards ranking. But this is great information, but I'm not so sure that we can't get this kind of information from ChatGPT or Brainwork if we break down those topical authority clusters that we built and really look at each keyword and see where we might have a potential for duplicate content. But with the free tool, we can definitely use SEMrush to do this for us. So we'll see here how to fix. Here are a few ways to fix duplicate content. Add a rel canonical link to one of your duplicate pages to inform search engines which page to show in search results. Use a 301 redirect from a duplicate page to the original one. There's more information about how to go ahead and do this with relevant next and previous linked attributes. Instruct Googlebot to handle URL parameters differently using Google Search Console. So that'll be us diving more into Google Search Console, and then provide some unique content on the web page. For more information, please read these articles, duplicate content and consolidate duplicate URLs. So at this point, the information we're getting from our free account at SEMrush is definitely worth taking a look at. For the level of content that we've currently created, this free account is going to be a great resource for us. So we'll go up here and we'll click on this number 2 to see what it gives us. And you can see here the error is universeunriddled.com and www.universeunriddled.com. So yeah, those are obviously going to be duplicates because they're the exact same page. So we need to go into Google Search Console and let it know with that canonical tag and say, hey, www.universeunriddled.com is a duplicate of universeunriddled.com. And the fact that anyone still uses the www in front of a website in this day and age really doesn't make any sense. But it is a duplicate, it is an issue, and it's something that we need to be aware of. So we'll go ahead and we'll go back to the site audit. And the issues we have here, duplicate title tags, we'll go ahead and we'll click on the number of issues and we'll just take a look at what we have here. Of course, we have why and how to fix it. And SEMrush is telling us here our crawler report pages that have duplicate title tags if they are exact matches. Duplicate title tags make it difficult for search engines to determine which of a website's pages is relevant for a specific search query. So how to fix it? Provide a unique and concise title for each of your pages that contains your most important keywords. For more information on how to create these effective titles, please see this Google article. It links us out to a Google support article. You can also view the on-page SEO basics, and this is a SEMrush article. Again, great information that we can use as we figure out what's going on here. But here, if we drop down, we can actually see the 9 pages that we need to fix. So we'll definitely want to dive more into this, and we'll definitely do that in the next update and focus in on these 9 issues with duplicate title tags, and we'll see if we can get that fixed, and I'll report that back to you tomorrow when we are here for another update. But that covers what we needed to see here as far as getting a free account with SEMrush, seeing what it tells us versus what we have right now with the SEO plugins that are available to us, and the one that we've used so far, the one that we're currently stuck on, Brainwork. And we can test out a few of the others to see if it can give us this type of information. But knowing this information inside of the free account of SEMrush is the starting point for us to get this stuff fixed, and also understand and know the type of input. So using what we've learned here in SEMrush to give that input to ChatGPT and a few of the other SEO plugins to test them to see if we can get this done with ChatGPT and the plugins that we're using. So if you got any questions or you already know how to use SEMrush, let me know in the comments how you're using it, what you're doing with it, and how that is working if you're trying to have that same conversation or get that same data over inside of ChatGPT with the current plugins. I'd appreciate it. And I look forward to seeing you in the next update. I'll talk to you then. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you, day 86 AI blogging. Today, we're going to jump right back into SEMrush. We're going to take a look at these 9 issues with duplicate title tags. These are actually other than the www and the universeunriddled.com, the 2 home pages, which is the blog roll, are all the same. These are category pages. So for example, if you were to look at phases of the moon, this is the phases of the moon category page. If you were to open up the page source, you'll see the description here, the content description or the meta description. Universe Unriddled is your gateway to the cosmos. Dive into our comprehensive guides and blog posts to expand your knowledge about the universe. The next one, this would be the Big Bang Theory category page. You can also see we have some other issue here that I need to address with Groove support because I'm going to have to address this category page issue. If you look here at the source for this page, it's the exact same meta description. So that takes us over to Groove blog. And again, here you can see one of the images is not working. So what I'll do is make one big support video for Groove to get all this hammered out to see what they can do for us. But if you go under categories, this is what I had done previously. I don't know if I did it for all of them though. Under edit, you can edit the category, the name, the slug, and you can provide a description. But if you go to phases of the moon, I know I set this one. Well, I put phases of the moon as a description. Now, I don't know if that is supposed to be the meta description. It would make sense. That way you could update the meta description for each category. But if you go back to settings and you go under OG and meta settings, you'll see that Universe Unriddled is our gateway to the cosmos is the meta description that you put. And I assumed that that would be for what is considered the main page or the home page, which would be, you know, the blog roll or the blog post page that you set like when you do inside of WordPress. And of course, mentioning WordPress, this is an easy fix because if you were to just look on Google and actually let the Google AI search engine Search Labs, what is it? SGE Search Labs provides you a generative AI response. There are a number of WordPress plugins that can be used to set meta descriptions for categories. Yoast SEO, the SEO framework, all-in-one SEO. Most of these people have seen, tested, and tried, and there's tons of documentation on all of these, and they work, and that would easily be the fix for me to go in and set the meta description for each one of these categories. Again, back in Grooveblog under categories, they do have this option under edit to set the description. And let's see here under Astronomy Basics. I'm pretty sure we looked at Astronomy Basics, but if we didn't, let's take a look. It's not in here. Actually, Astronomy Basics is not one of the ones in here. So it looks like maybe it did set it, but Phases of the Moon is in here. Or no, Astronomy Basics is right here. So if you were to open up Astronomy Basics and then open up the View Source, if you don't know what I'm doing here, I'm viewing source inside of Chrome for this page. And you can see here, it is the same. It's not the one that I set here. Inside of Grooveblog under Actions Edit, because this was the default, providing educational resources and easy to understand explanations of essential astronomy concepts and terms. Actually, it's not the default. It's one that I created and put in there about astronomy terms and astronomy concepts. So this description is what I would assume that the meta description would be for that category. But you can see that that is not working based upon the audit that we did inside of SEMrush. Like I said, I'll get that to Groove support. Need to follow up with them anyway on a couple other little things that need to be fixed. But again, like I said, last time I put in a support ticket with Groove about Grooveblog, they were doing updates. So it kind of got backburnered until they did that update. Then some of the things got fixed. Some of the things didn't get fixed. So that's part of working with a platform that you don't have quote unquote control over, like you do with WordPress, where you can add and remove plugins because you own the hosting, you own the WordPress installation. Just a little thing, it wouldn't matter, no matter if you were using Wix or Squarespace or some other type of blogging platform like Groove provides with Grooveblog. Let's get back to the post that we have. We've been working on these posts that we categoried or that we got from RankIQ. Here are our content briefs inside of RankIQ under our reports. Here you can view the archived reports, and I've been archiving these as I've created them. And you can see here on our handy dandy post tracker, our blog post tracker, these are the 4 keywords that I've done. So what we'll do is we'll move on to the next keyword here under show recent, and this is how many suns are in the universe. We'll copy that. And of course we have our report right here that we're going to be using. Once that loads up, you can see the keyword phrase again, how many suns are in the universe. Then we have our content analysis, the topics that Google likes to see in post. We'll be using all of these and we'll be feeding that information into Koala. And of course we're using Koala Writer. So here it says choose a project. This is something new. Choose or create a project, no projects added. Not sure what that is. Of course, this is new. Just got our credits back, so I haven't used this in about 2 or 3 weeks. But they have something here. This is optional, so we'll just ignore that for now. We'll go with ChatGPT. We'll create a blog post for the target keyword, how many suns are in the universe. Here we have our SEO optimization. This is where we can do it with the default setting, manual or AI powered. We're going to go ahead and do manual, and we're going to add the related keywords, entities, and topics that we get here from the content analysis for topics Google likes and posts. So we will take those and we will simply just paste all of those in. So we have those keywords. Here we have tone of voice, and you know that we ran into the issue where it kept saying the same word over and over and over again, whether we did SEO optimized or actually when we did casual or humorous or friendly. We're just going to go with SEO optimized content here. We're going to pick the language English. We're going to go with the country United States. Third person, use real-time search results. Here you have some options. Use outline editor, include the FAQ section. I've covered all this before. Here is the advanced option for the custom outline. Also extra title prompt. In this case, we'll go to our response manager and we'll use our Nickelodeon style prompt, and we'll say using a Nickelodeon style, and we will grab that. Actually, that's not the one we want. I want to go back and I want to grab the one about the blog post sections. We'll grab that and add this in here. This is where we write, or I tell it, like when I do in ChatGPT, to please go deep into the subject. So for each section that I write manually, that I tell ChatGPT to write section by section, I use this prompt to tell it to go deep into the subject as if you were teaching a 12th grade high school class. You've seen this before, but I just wanted to make sure that you see that, and I put that in the wrong spot. So we'll go ahead and we'll cut that and we'll add that into the extra section prompt. We'll also include these key takeaways section. I really like that. And with that, we've turned on everything basically, and we have set GPT-4. So we'll go ahead and we will create the outline. And Koala is going to sit here and spin for a while. It's going to create the outline, and then we're going to have that reference point, and we can look at it. We can adjust it if we want to, if we need to, if we think we should, based upon the idea that we have for the outcome of this blog post. But lots of times, Koala and ChatGPT nail it, so we just go with whatever it gives us. So while that's running, and be sure not to close this tab because you will lose this work, go ahead and we'll go back to Rank IQ, because the other thing that we will do, of course, is we will take a look at the title analysis. We may use ChatGPT to nail this like we've done in the past and see if we can nail this title grade to get an A and get the characters here between 47 and 53, where Rank IQ is telling us that performs best. And we have this competition. Of course, we can use this competition. This competition at Rank IQ is done. We can verify that inside of ChatGPT as well. But typically what I like to do with the Koala post is just take this information that we have right here, the content analysis, take it and put it into Koala so it'll generate the outline like you see here. And of course, there is no conclusion. So what we'll do is we'll just add a conclusion. And did I spell conclusion correctly? I think so. So we'll add that section. Then what I want to do here is I want to edit this, because you can add extra section prompt here. And you can also add more keywords, entities, and topics that you want to cover inside your conclusion. So I'll add this extra section prompt. And I'm going to take our conclusion extra section prompt here. I'm just going to copy this part. Be sure to entice the reader to keep reading and exploring, just to see what we get, or to make sure that Koala understands that I want to make sure that the goal of the conclusion is to wrap it up and to make sure to keep them reading on to the next section. And of course, we'll probably add like an internal link in there. We've done that in the past, and it's worked pretty well with ChatGPT. So we'll go ahead and save that. And then we'll go ahead and click Write Article. And we see here how many suns are in the universe, quick astrophysics facts. Then we'll go back and we'll take that title that it generated and we'll pop that inside of our title grader, and we'll see what we got. And we got an A+ and we got pretty good. So we'll just go ahead and go with that. I don't see a whole lot of reason to keep trying to use those. You can see how many in Sun's universe. Check, 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 check. That's the top 5 keywords or the topics that Google likes in titles. The title analysis, again, this is provided inside of Rank IQ, which is nothing to do with AI. This is a separate application, a separate program where they do the research for these keywords and they provide you this information. And then we take this content analysis that Rank IQ is providing us and we feed it into the AI, in this case, inside of Koala, so it can write this article for us. And on the back end of Koala, it's using GPT. It just has a little of its own magic inside of what it can do, the way it structures the outline, the way it structures the content, and then the way it can provide these links that you see right here as it does its research and it's providing those outbound links. And then we can go through and then we can make sure those references are good, make sure it makes sense, take a look at the conclusion and the key takeaways and everything that's putting together for us. As you can see, the word count going up. And you can see here, you can actually watch it write. And then once that writes, we'll copy that, we'll add it over into our Groove blog, and we'll add it to our Groove blog tracker, green all that up, and make sure that we're tracking along to get to 100 posts indexed and ranked by day 100. So we'll get back into creating content now that we have our Koala credits back, and we'll also do some more analysis like what we've done here, and also get that ticket into Groove support to see what they say, because this case study is about Groove blog, just because I have it and just because I wanted to see what it can do, what it does. And also I heard some people saying or asking, could you rank content using Grooveblog? And I don't really see an issue with that. You know, we indexed, we've ranked content, but we're also looking, when we break it down and we look at the analysis, look at some of the tools, we do have issues that we can't fix like we do over in WordPress, which is easily just slap a plugin in there. Of course, that can be problematic as well, just always trying to add a plugin, but it is possible in WordPress. It is the things that people do. And WordPress obviously is the #1 blogging platform on the internet for that reason. Let me know in the comments what you think, what you're doing, what you want to see next. Give this video a thumbs up if you're enjoying the series. If you're enjoying this case study, I appreciate it, and I'll see you in the next update. Bye. Hey, day 87, Gary here with you, AI blogging. We're going to jump straight into Grooveblog because we're going to look at this draft that we created by clicking to open the editor. And of course, we copied this straight from Koala. So inside of Koala, you can see here's the post. We copied it. I really wish Grooveblog would keep the formatting, but it doesn't. It smushes everything together. So we have to go through at a minimum and give it a few carriage returns just so I can go through and read it. And typically that's what I do is I come through, I give it a quick glance over like this, where I make a few carriage returns just so I can read it and understand that when I read it, what's going on. But I'm not going to bore you with all of that. I just wanted to show you that and also talk a little bit about what else I do inside of Rank IQ or the information that I have inside of Rank IQ. Of course, here is the keyword, how many suns are in the universe. If you go back to Grooveblog, that is our H1 right here, how many suns are in the universe, as well as it is our post slug. So we have the H1, the post slug, and then the title we fancy up a little bit to try to get more clicks when people see it, obviously. But inside of Rank IQ, when we run that report based on that keyword, in that report, in the SEO report, we have the title analysis that we looked at yesterday. And we want to track this grade of perfect in our blog post tracker, as well as we want to look at the content optimizer report, which gives us a grade and also gives us a number of words. I don't keep track of the number of words, but I am interested in the grade of the A++. And I take that all back over to the handy dandy blog post tracker and I add that in. Here you can see the post keyword. Then you can see that it was written by Koala GPT-4. The keyword came from Rank IQ, and then I have ran the report and I'm giving it a score for the overall score, A++, as well as ranking the IQ title or the IQ title rank of perfect. Of course, we still need to write an excerpt for this, as well as for this entire, or for the rest of all the keywords that we've done here, even the ones that we've written in ChatGPT, we need to go ahead and fill in our blog post tracker, and I'll get that done and update that tomorrow. But for completeness, and so you understand and see what I'm doing inside of Rank IQ using the content optimizer, you can also see here the unused words or the words that we didn't use that it recommends based in the SEO report. Again, these content analysis topics, Google likes and posts. If we go back to Koala, you can see the post written here. You can always click on the details tab here. That'll bring up the article details. Then you can see everything that you selected, as well as the extra section prompt and also the extra entities prompt. And these are all the words that we got from inside of Rank IQ or the topics that Google likes. You can also see down here the key takeaways. You can also get access to the full outline that it wrote. And then you can come back up here and close this. And I wanted to show you the difference here. So when we go back to Koala Writer, what we're doing here is inside of Koala Writer, we're selecting GPT-4 and we're selecting a blog post because there is, or they have different article types. They have Amazon product roundups, which we've done a few of those for best, or in those transactional posts where people are looking for recommendations or reviews. But they have this new one, YouTube video to blog post. But in this case, I don't have any blog post or I don't have any YouTube videos that I could convert to blog post. And I don't really feel comfortable going to YouTube and looking for or grabbing someone else's and converting that information into a blog post. But I guess that could be done if you were going to do that. You could just post in the URL right here, but we're going to avoid that. And what I wanted to show you was that when you select the target keyword here, and then you come down and you set the SEO optimization, or under advanced options, is what I was looking for, the extra section prompt where I put in all those keywords. We have written here and we've used 21,000 credits out of the 100,000 that we have used. But inside of bulk mode, you have the ability to generate these in bulk mode. And right here, you can put in a list of keywords and it'll write a blog post for each keyword. But you don't get the option down here of adding in extra section prompts or extra title prompts. But you don't have the option, is what I'm trying to say, of adding the SEO optimization keywords. Here you can put manual and you can put in related keywords, entities, and topics. Use this field to list any keywords, entities, or topics that you want the article to cover. We will automatically try to assign them to semantically relevant sections and naturally use them in the article. But the problem is that would apply to all the blog posts that you're writing in bulk mode that I can see or that I've seen. And I've also seen that bulk mode when I read the post just doesn't seem to give me the depth of article. For example, if you go back to how many suns are in the universe inside of rank IQ, that keyword, you go back to the content optimizer, you can see that this post is 4,074 words. Now, it may be overdoing it, but the depth of the article is way better when you have it, just like we see in ChatGPT, when we run the outline and we get the outline for the post, and then we write each one of these heading twos or these H2s, each one of these subsections, we write them, or we have ChatGPT write them individually, versus doing a bulk mode action, like even what we see in Koala, where we're assigning a bunch of tasks and just letting it run in the background and just over automating, in my opinion. So that's why I'm not going to use bulk mode. I have used bulk mode in the past because they do have this sort of leeway on tokens or credits. So you can overuse your credits. And of course, they'll take them back the next month. So it is a way, if you're right on the edge of credits, you can run bulk mode and you can get 1 or 2 articles, but they are going to be a little thinner in my opinion. But you can always take that over to ChatGPT. Or of course, you could actually write a little bit of content yourself if you wanted to do that. Of course, when you're doing the edits, you always have to read it, edit it, and change things up a little bit if it doesn't make sense, or if you notice the AI, like you saw, or like I mentioned in the last update and you've seen in the past around day 44, where it got hooked on that word fascinating. But all these are things that we're doing as we head out towards day 100, and we'll take a look at more information, to include going back to Google Search Console tomorrow and looking at pages that are indexed and then pages that get de-indexed, and then what we can do to actually try to get our pages re-indexed. So indexed, de-indexed, and then re-indexed. I think that's a thing. If you're having fun and you're enjoying this case study, give this video a thumbs up. I look forward to see you in tomorrow's update. Any questions, comments, let me know in the comment section, and I'll talk to you later. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you, day 88 AI blogging. We are going to take a little bit of time inside of Google Search Console to first take a look at the fact that we have 100 pages indexed here on July 11th, 2023, as we move towards day 100 of our 100-day case study. The last update for the pages indexed, you can see here, was 7/7/23, but I want to scroll down and bring this into play here. Why pages aren't indexed. And I want to focus in on this one specifically, crawled, currently not indexed, because this one is probably the hardest one, or one of the hardest ones to figure out, because it really relies on the content itself after Google has crawled it and then just chose not to index it or serve it up in the search results. Go ahead and click on crawled, currently not indexed. It brings up the pages that are currently, or that have been crawled but are currently not indexed. And then what you can do is you can click here to inspect them. But the first thing you should do is simply just do this and click and open this in a new tab. And once the blog post loads up, simply just read through it. I instantly see here, this is a pretty weak link. It's an external link to an external site, and it's pretty weak as far as the rich anchor text. Then if you keep scrolling, you're going to notice some other ones that we have here. As far as the content itself, it probably is a little thin with just really small paragraphs for each one of these H2 headings. But as you scroll down here, and again, you can see just single paragraphs or H2 headings. So we can definitely make this blog post better. But the first thing that I want to fix is these external links and the rich anchor text. And specifically, when you get down here, you're going to see a problem here under this heading here, future perspectives, current state. You're going to see I've linked out rich anchor text, and it is just called source. It's done it 3, 4, maybe even more than that. If you go back and you take a look at day 20, this video right here, there'll be a card. I'll also leave a link in the description. Go back and watch this video, and you'll see back on day 20, we had 18 blog posts indexed. And then if you take a look, I was looking at a specific blog post here that was crawled but not indexed. And then when I opened that blog post up in this video, check this video out, day 20, you're going to see exactly what we're seeing now. And this is an issue of where I just have overlooked, or when I had my editing hat on, it just got skipped over. I published it. And then when Google crawled it, they saw a thin piece of content and they saw the same problem that you see here, source, 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 and it didn't get indexed. Now, if you go into that post and you search for, or you go down to telescopes and binoculars, the heading right before identifying constellations and stars, you're going to see that source is nowhere to be found. As you see in the day 20 video, I either just removed it or I added an external link. So for this post where we see source, inside of this post here, astronomy versus cosmology, understanding the key differences. We're just going to go ahead and copy that. We're going to go back into Grooveblog. We're going to exit out of that. No need to save it. We didn't make any changes. What we're going to be looking for is this blog post right here. And we're going to edit this blog post. Of course, you can see this blog post is live. The problem is that Google crawled it, meaning they scanned it, they read it, but it wasn't a piece of content that they said was worthy of being served up in the search results. And here you can see that first astronomy scope, but if we were just to search for the word source, you can see here we have these very thin pieces of content with these individual paragraphs or just single paragraphs, and then top that off where we have said source, 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 source as these rich anchor text for these external links. So I'm going to fix that and then, of course, see if we can get this article indexed. And this article is indexed, or this article title is Astronomy versus Cosmology. We will fix that. Then we will come back here and we will click Inspect, because here you can see that the URL is not on Google, but you can also request indexing to have it crawled again. Now this comes into how quickly Google will actually index that. It's not instant. It doesn't like happen. You won't click that button and it indexes it. You'll have to wait for a couple days, a few days, and see if Google crawls it and then what they give you back and the feedback they give you. Of course, the feedback they give you is the fact that page is not indexed, crawled, currently not indexed. That's all it says. If you go and you actually look here to this information down here for learn more, and I've covered this before on this help page, discovered, currently not indexed, but it's good to go back over this and read these definitions to understand what crawling is. The process that Google puts the page through. You can see here the page was crawled by Google but not indexed. It may or not be indexed in the future. No need to resubmit this URL for crawling. They're saying that they will come back around to it and recheck it, but I typically like to, at least to feel better once I make the changes that I want to make, either by updating the content and or those rich anchor text links, by go ahead and selecting request indexing. It may not do anything, but it makes me feel better. And again, back to the 100 pages that we have indexed and the 81 pages for 6 different reasons. And you can see all of those 81 pages here. You can go through each one of these, but I wanted to focus on crawl, currently not indexed. Something like not found 404, that's a technical issue. It literally just means the link can't be found. So those can be corrected if they need to be corrected. And then sometimes even after you correct them, they'll still just hang around here. Google doesn't get rid of them. So if you go back to pages and you see the number of pages indexed and you see 100, again, that wasn't updated or hasn't been updated since the 7th of this month. If you just go to Google and you type in site and your site name, as I've done here, you can see about 108 results are shown up when you do a search for your site. So that means 100 pages, post categories, all the pages, all the posts that we've created since day 1 up to this day, day 88. 108 results have been indexed. And if you want to use ChatGPT to do this, you can do the same thing. If you have GPT-4 and you have one of the plugins like WebPilot enabled, you can just simply ask how many pages do you count indexed if you do this Google search, and then do the same search that you would type into Google. And you'll see here that it came back with 108 pages or 108 results. Please note that this number is an estimate and the actual number of index pages may vary. And of course, if you go back to Google Search Console and you trust this as the authority, then as of 7/7/23, again, today being day 88 in our case study, July 11th, 2023, it's telling us we only have 100 pages indexed. And of course, we are going to work on that thin content that we have for that crawled but not indexed page with those rich anchor text using those keywords or the same keywords, the keyword being source, which is not a valid or not a quality way to do rich anchor text for external or internal linking. So we'll get that fixed, and you can see that in day 20. Again, the link in the description for that, where we've done this once before. So we'll do that again. We'll verify all the other pages that are in there. We'll look for simple fixes like this one where we have just a poor rich anchor text. And then we'll just look and we'll see, and we'll use ChatGPT to look at some of those and say, how can we improve this post? And probably just need to bump up the content, the amount of content, not just adding more words, but adding quality content to the words there that already exist. And then just let Google go ahead and recrawl those as it keeps processing. And then we'll see how many pages we have by the time we get to day 100. If you're having fun, if this was helpful, give it a thumbs up. Let me know in the comments what you think, what you're learning, what you want to see before we get to day 100. As always, thanks for watching. I look forward to seeing you next update. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you, back at it today, day 89. We're going to be looking inside of Google Search Console, talking about these pages that aren't indexed, and we're going to focus again on crawled, currently not indexed, to look at another example. So you can see we have 10 pages currently not crawled, or that have been crawled but not indexed. The one we're going to look at today is this one right here, how to get an asteroid named after you. So the first thing we want to do is simply just click here to open in a new tab and take a look at the post to see what we have. We have a title, we have our H1 here, which is our keyword, which is also the URL. I'll bring this down. You can see the URL, how to get an asteroid named after you, is actually our H1. It's also in our title. Now, whether or not this needs to be like this is just the way that sort of Groove is laid out. This might look different if you're in Wix, Squarespace, or any other website builder or WordPress, also depending on your theme. But the point here is to have the H1 as the keyword that we're going after, and also to have it in the title. And then here, add a little extra oomph, if you will, to hopefully make it more appealing to get people to click. So that's what we've done there, and that's okay at this point. The article might be a little thin as we read through it, and the first issue here is observe and report a new celestial object is the backlink or the internal link, and it actually links to the post Amazing Barred Spiral Galaxy Facts You Need to Know, which is not a relevant link. So I didn't do a very good job when I was editing that, or I think this might have been, not to push the blame on our chat buddy or our AI assistant, but I think this was one of the ones that I came up with in the backlinking attempts that we've used and we've tried here multiple times using ChatGPT, and we saw that it gets lost along the way, especially if we try to do bulk actions with those backlinks with multiple links, multiple posts. But we have had some better luck when we do individual posts and look for individual links for these rich anchor text examples, or for these interlinkings that we want to do using the best rich anchor text that we can come up with that is relevant to the post on the other side, which that one just absolutely isn't. So we'll go ahead and we will remove that. And then we'll take a look at what ChatGPT tells us about the rest of the article. And then we will manually find a better way to link or do interlinking. But again, as I scroll through here, you can see that the content is kind of thin. So most definitely that will probably be the focus, or that will definitely be my focus. But let's take a look and see what ChatGPT does for us. Here you can see we're in ChatGPT 4. We have Brainwork as well as Web Pilot enabled. And we just started off with the input or the task at hand between us and our AI assistant. Our chat buddy hopefully is in the mood to help us make this post. And then I put the URL better for this keyword, the keyword how to get an asteroid named after you. Please provide step-by-step instructions for this, and then let's get started. We went ahead and used the Brainwork plugin to do an SEO analysis, and you can see it came back with 4 things. And it said, let's start by addressing these issues. Would you like me to generate a new meta description and includes the keyword and is of the correct length? I went ahead and said, yes, please. And then you can see its response, discovering the fascinating process of how to get an asteroid named after you. Now inside of Grooveblog, when you go in to edit the post where we'll be cleaning this up or adding new content and fixing that terrible rich anchor text to that internal link, you can see I've entered the excerpt that I did way before we started this, or when it first got crawled but didn't get indexed, or maybe got indexed and then fell out. And my excerpt is discover how to get an asteroid named after you, which is the keyword that we're going for, how to get an asteroid named after you. And if you go to the post and then you view the source, this is that duplicate meta property issue or meta description. So you can see here the meta description shows up, discover how to get an asteroid named after you. But then there's a second meta description down here that is the default meta description that we saw back in the previous episode when we were looking at that duplicate, or we were looking at duplicate meta descriptions based upon when we were using SEMrush to look at SEO issues. So that's definitely an issue, but I can't fix that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to provide more input based upon where we are now, based upon the information that Brainwork gave us. So ChatGPT and Brainwork gave us good information about that. It's definitely an issue, the duplicate tag, and the fact that Brainwork pulled the tag that's been added for the default as the overall default tag for the site and not the meta description or the excerpt that we put in. So that's not going to fix the issue. So I moved on and said, okay, great, thanks. But let's back up and let me give you some more details on what I meant by make this post better for the keyword. Currently, this post is crawled, currently not indexed by or in Google Search Console, and I want to get it indexed. Please make the recommendations on how to achieve that goal. I see your goal is to get the post indexed by Google. Here are some steps you can take to improve the chances of your post being indexed. Now, it doesn't necessarily address the fact of the issue of crawled, currently not indexed, because it goes through here and it mentions just getting crawled, but we have already been crawled. We just didn't get indexed. And you can see each one of these: improve SEO, submit the URL to Google, create a sitemap, improve site speed, get backlinks, share on social media, update content regularly. Remember, even after taking these steps, it can take some time for your post to be indexed. Google has to crawl billions of pages, so it can take anywhere from a few days to a few weeks for your post to be indexed. 1000% agree with everything it said there, but I want to go back and I want to dig into this idea of just making the content better by comparing the content to the competition that ranks for the keyword and adding new content that might be missing compared to what they have included. So now you can see it's using Brainwork, WebPilot, and Brainwork, and then it gives us information here or the things that we can add more real life examples, include more visual content, add an FAQ section, update your content regularly, and promote user engagement. That's about sharing or getting the word out about your new post to get people to click on it, to go over, so Google sees that as a positive signal. And then it goes into, remember, the goal is not just to have more content, but to have better content. Quality is key when it comes to SEO and ranking on search engines. As for getting the page indexed by Google, the steps I mentioned earlier, improving SEO, all those steps are important. And then it says here, please note that while these steps can improve the chances of your page being indexed, it's ultimately up to Google's algorithm to decide when and if to index the page. It can take some time, so be patient and keep improving your content. So to keep improving my content, this one jumped out at me because we've been doing this a lot lately, using the Google or using the frequently asked questions section based on the Google people also ask. So using that information to build these FAQ sections. So I went ahead and asked our AI assistant. I said, hey, chat buddy, that's great information. Let's start with number 3. Please create a frequently asked questions section using the top 5 Google people also ask questions to create the FAQ that I will add into the post. Here you can see that it has created that for me. So I'm simply going to copy that, go back into Grooveblog, and then go down towards the bottom before the conclusion. And I am simply going to paste that in. Then I'm going to edit that. Obviously, I'm not going to leave this based on people also ask. I'm going to change this to frequently asked questions. That will be in H2. Then you can see here, it still doesn't understand the markup here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bold these. Actually, I'm going to make these H3s and I'll bold them as H3s. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to edit this. So now we've added this new section with this additional content that I think will improve the post. The next thing that we are going to do while we're here to make this post better, in my opinion, is we are going to remove this backlink because it honestly just doesn't make any sense. So we will remove that. And let me see, how can I remove the backlink? Why will this just not remove? So what we'll do is we will copy this and I'll delete that. And then what I'll do is I'll just add the text back in and make sure this means that you need to be the first person to observe and report a new celestial object that meets the criteria of being a relatively small body orbiting the sun. We can see that that reads correctly. So we'll go ahead and publish that. So now we've taken out that backlink and we have added our FAQ. The next thing that we want to look at is we want to look at a good place to actually add a backlink. And I think this section about how to get an asteroid named after you, which is the actual keyword, it's the reason people are searching, is a good place to look for a link to additional information about how to go about finding an asteroid, because that's what you have to do. You have to first find an asteroid to get it named after you. So we'll go ahead and we'll say here, discovering a new asteroid. And then the first step to get an asteroid is named after you discover a new asteroid. Then it talks about professional astronomers using observatories and the Hubble telescope. are the ones that are most likely to discover a new asteroid. But there's a sentence here, and I'm going to carriage return this. However, amateur astronomers can also make new discoveries. And here's where I want to link to our post on the basics or understanding the beginnings of how to become a amateur astronomer or how to get started in astronomy. And to do that, I'm going to link to our Astronomy for Beginners, your essential guide to stargazing and exploration. I'm simply just going to copy this URL right here, take it back over here. I'm not going to include the however, I'm just going to include amateur astronomers can also make new discoveries. And this is an internal link, so we're just going to have that open. We're not going to toggle the new tab, and we're going to select save. So we're going to save that. So now we have added this new internal link that I think makes more sense, as well as the FAQ section with the people also ask questions that we got from the internet and then created the answers. Our AI assistant or our chat buddy created those answers for us. So we're going to go ahead and we are going to publish that. And what we'll do is we'll go back to Google Search Console, and here you can see 100 pages have been indexed, but we're focused on the ones that haven't been indexed, which is just 10. And this is for a variation or varying reasons, but we're focused in on the one that we have fixed or corrected or hopefully made better. UniverseUnriddled.com post how to get an asteroid named after you. We made those changes. We'll come back in a couple days and see if that has actually been indexed based upon the changes that we made. And then we'll keep trucking out to day 100. If you're having fun, if you enjoyed this one, give it a thumbs up. Let me know in the comments if you got any questions. Thanks for the support in this case study as we keep going here towards day 100. Thanks for watching, and I'll talk to you in the next one. Bye. Day 90 of AI blogging. Today, I want to jump straight into Google Search Console. We have 11,000 impressions for the content that we've created. Today is July 13th. The impressions that we're tracking here go out to Wednesday, July 12th. Inside of Google Search Console, the data is always at least a day behind. When you go and you look at things like the number of pages that are indexed and the errors and getting those errors corrected, or when you think you've corrected those errors, like we talked about in the crawled, not currently indexed, and improving or trying to improve our post so that Google will recrawl them and then understand that we're making the content better. And then we have a chance of getting it to show up in the search results. One thing that I want to talk about that most people never get into is under settings. And then under settings, you have something called crawl stats, and you have a report. You can click open report. That'll open up your crawl stats report. And then there's tons of information in here. The only thing that you really need to know is that as your site gets bigger or grows, meaning that you add more content and Google needs to crawl it more often, then you'll need to look at this report to make sure that your hosting or your platform, in the case of what we're doing, we're using Groove, so we shouldn't have this problem. Or if you're paying someone for a blogging platform, you should never have a problem with this. But if you have something simple like inexpensive shared hosting, then this might become an issue. And what you can see here is the status. You can see the total crawl request, the total download size, and the average response of your site as Google sends out their spiders and their bots to crawl your content. Then you can see your host, and you can see the different responses, different file types, different purpose. For example, to refresh the content, or Google is doing a discovery. And then you have different type of Google bots, for example, desktop or smartphone. There's some other really technical stuff here that I'm not going to get into. But if you look under host, which is the main host, the main site that we're hosting our blog post on, which is universeunriddled.com, you can click in here, and at first glance, it looks to be the same thing. But if you click here on host status, you'll see here that we had no problems. It can get to our robots.txt, the DNS is working, and also our server connectivity is good to go. Now you go back to crawl stats here, the main page, and you scroll down to refresh or discovery. Click on discovery. You can see here the last time that it was crawling the site was 7/11. Then you see 7/10, then you see 7/9. So it is crawling it. But if you look at the data that it's giving you, again, it goes out to the last time it crawled it as of 7/11, 12:20 a.m. Again, in real time, today is July 13th. So this isn't a real time thing as far as when you're looking at the statistics versus what it's actually doing behind the scenes, like when it's trying to crawl, discover, and index your pages or your new post. So the thing to remember here is when you're looking at these statistics, the impressions that you're receiving, it's not real time. And just like when you go to pages and you look at these pages and you come down and you say, okay, crawled, currently not indexed. Then you scroll down and you look at the one we worked on the other day, how to get an asteroid named after you. And you click this little magnifying glass and it opens up and it's retrieving the data from the Google index. You can see here, even though it says in the pages, and we just worked on this yesterday and we actually clicked this test live URL button and we requested indexing, you can see now that the URL is on Google. So did our changes make that happen, or was it already in the queue to be indexed? I'm not really sure, but we needed to make those changes to improve the content. I've clicked on the testing live URL button. You can see that this is a live test. This is you actually interacting inside of Google Search Console and clicking a button and telling Google or asking Google to go out and actually look at what's out there on the URL. Then you can see here it was tested July 13th, 2023, 10:14 a.m. as of me shooting this video. Then you can click here, view tested page. It'll show you the HTML and it'll also give you a screenshot. And of course you can scroll down here. It's not going to show you the entire page, but we had a link here. We had that internal link, that rich anchor text that we replaced. It's gone now. You can also click more info and it gives you the information here, more detailed sort of techie information. And of course, if you don't understand something, you can always go to YouTube and you can watch a video. Then what you can do is you can ask your chat buddy using the VoxScript plugin. This is a plugin that we don't really use here in this case study to create content for the blog. But this is part of the case study, is understanding how to use ChatGPT to help you understand the things that you need to know to improve your blog. So VoxScript is going out and pulling down a summary of this video. So then I can hit the highlights without watching the video. Then I can understand things like crawl demand, crawl rate, crawl budget. And then again, understand that if you're using, and I don't see any problems with Groove pages, so we don't have any issue there. So I don't need to open up any tickets to support. And here in day 90, we're really not pushing the limits of what I would consider or what I would think or even ever really consider to be the limits of what Google would be pushing on the hosting that we're provided with Groove, or even a shared hosting, something we're paying $7 a month for. But go back here because I want to ask another question. Now that VoxScript and ChatGPT have pulled down that video transcript, were there any mentions of new sites and how long it takes to get a new page crawled and indexed? Because that's what we're interested in. Now you can see the answer that it got here, or that we got here. The video does not specifically mention how long it takes for a new site or page to get crawled and indexed by Google. However, it does discuss the concept of crawl demand, which refers to how much the content is desired by Google. This is affected by URLs that haven't been crawled by Google before and by Google's estimation of how often the content changes on the URL. The video also explains that Google uses crawlers to visit website addresses, read the information on them, and follow links on those pages. The crawlers revisit pages already in the list to check if they have changed and also crawl new pages they discovered during this process. Crawl purpose is another concept mentioned in this video, which could be either discovery when a URL is new to Google, or refresh for a recrawl of a known page. We took a look at both of those inside of Google Search Console, but however, this video does not provide a specific timeline, and no one really knows for when a new site or page will be crawled and indexed. This process can vary based on a number of factors, including the site's crawl rate, crawl demand, and crawl budget, among other things. Now, over at Google Search Console, documentation and in-depth guide to how Google search works. This page was mentioned in the video. So in that same ChatGPT session that I'm having with my AI assistant to get a better understanding of this entire process and crawl stats and why they matter and how they matter and the things that I should be aware of as a beginner blogger on day 90, looking at creating content for 100 days and not really getting too deep into the weeds. I just want to know what I need to know. So I asked ChatGPT to please summarize this as it applies to the video. The linked document provides an in-depth guide to how Google search works, which can be broken down into 3 stages: crawling, indexing, and serving search results. Crawling. Google uses software known as web crawlers to explore the web regularly and find pages to add to its index. The program that does the fetching is called Googlebot. Indexing. After a page is crawled, Google tries to understand what the page is about. This process includes processing and analyzing the textual content, content tags, and attributes. Google determines if a page is a duplicate of another page on the internet or canonical. The canonical is the page that may be shown in search results. Google also collects signals about the canonical page and its contents, which may be used in the next stage where the page is served in search results. However, not every page that Google processes will be indexed. Indexing also depends on the content of the page and its metadata. Number 3 is what we're interested in after we get crawled, indexed, serving search results. When a user enters a query, Google's machines search the index for the matching pages and returns the results that are believed to be of the highest quality, and most relevant to the user's query. Relevancy is determined by hundreds of factors, including the user's location, language, and device. Search features that appear on the search results page also change based on the user's query. In the context of the video, the very first video that we reviewed about this process of Google crawling or Google bots, this document further emphasizes the importance of Google's crawling and indexing process. It also highlights that Google doesn't accept payment to crawl a site more frequently or rank it higher, meaning you can't pay to rank higher or get Google to crawl your content. Of course, you can always pay for ads. If a page follows the Google Search Essentials, it doesn't guarantee that it will be crawled, indexed, or served. The document also mentions that Google is always working on improving its algorithm, and changes can be tracked by following the Google Search Central blog. Again, this is day 90. We got kind of geeky there, but it's part of the process. It's part of what we're trying to accomplish. Of course, we're throwing as much content up as we can by having the AI generate it for us. And we have got indexed and we are ranking, but we need to understand things like this. Just take a look at them, be aware of them so we know what's coming next as we head out to day 100 and then day 100 and beyond. Beyond is as we keep trying to make the site better and actually generate revenue from it, whether that is as an affiliate marketer or putting up paid ads or collecting leads and building an email list, all these things that we can do from the process or from getting started with the process of creating content, getting it indexed and getting it ranked. If this video was helpful as well as this case study so far here in day 90, thumbs up, and I appreciate it. Let me know in the comments and I'll see you in tomorrow's update. Bye. Hey, day 91 here, AI blogging. We're going to run our blog through the paces today over at the Hoth. Of course, our blog is coming together quite nicely, I do think, or I do believe. Let me know in the comments what you think and what you'd like to see as we head out to day 100. Only a few days left. So we're over at thehoth.com. This is their free SEO audit tool. We're going to go ahead and enter our information here. We'll start with the website URL. Go ahead and add in our name, and then we'll go ahead and put in our email. Then when all that information is put in, we simply just select or push the Run Report button, and you can see here it is generating our PDF report now. This should take less than a minute. Now, while that's generating in the background, over at RankIQ, we have these 5 keywords left. Actually, how large of a solar system do I need? I'm not sure what that keyword is about, so I'm going to do a little investigation in that. But for sure, these other 4 keywords, I'm going to finish before we finish here and get to day 100 in our case study. Over the next few days, we'll definitely be taking a look at what we've created, how it's performing, running some more of these SEO audits like we're doing with the Hoth. But here inside of Google Search Console, we'll also be taking a look at the overview and seeing how we are performing. Because here as of July 14th on day 91, we currently have 11,000 or 11.5K, 11,500 impressions with 53 clicks, an average CTR of 0.5%, as well as an average position of 48.4 for our content or for the keywords that we're trying to rank for. And now here, the Hoth has finished our report and they gave us a PDF here with quite a bit of information. The audit results for universeunriddled.com. We have a D. Your page could be better. Recommendations 24. Of course, that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to figure out what we need to do. Here we have recommendations, execute a link building strategy. They have that marked here as high priority. Implement an XML sitemaps file. Of course, we know that we don't have that. You can see here it says implement a robots.txt file. We do have that. I'm not sure why it didn't read that. Then you can see some other issues here that we definitely need to address. So we need to go through this report and break all this down. Then it takes us into on-page SEO results. We have a C here, title tag, got a check, meta description, got an X. Your page has a meta description tag. However, your meta description should ideally be between 70 and 160 characters. And it shows us that we have ours at a length of 261. Also shows us some information here about the SERP snippet preview that illustrates how your page may appear in search results. Note, this is intended as a guide, and search engines are more frequently generating this content dynamically. There's some information here about H1 header tag usage. Of course, I don't know that we have an H1 header on the blog roll or the first page, the universeunriddled.com page. That would be considered the blog roll page. But we'll go ahead and take that under advisement. And I think this report might be better if we targeted individual blog posts, but I just wanted to run it and see what we get. Here we have keyword consistency. Your main keywords are not distributed well across the important HTML tags. Your page content should be focused around particular keywords you would like to rank for. Ideally, these keywords should have or should also be distributed across tags such as title, meta, and header tags. Then here are the individual keywords. You can see page frequency, you can see the X's, you can see the checks where we're doing the wrong thing, where we're doing the right thing. So all in all, pretty cool information. But then we get into some interesting, or what I think is probably the most interesting thing at this stage, is the rankings and the top keyword rankings. This shows your top 10 keyword rankings in the specific location. The list is ordered by the keywords that drive the most traffic to your page. Then you can see that list of keywords. And you can also see the total traffic from search that shows you the estimated traffic volume your page receives from its keywords ranking. The idea here is, the concept is, we are still in the super duper early stages of building a blog and seeing anything other than an initial idea, or getting an initial idea of the content that we've created and the fact that it does index and that it does rank and that it does get traffic, and we're able to run these types of reports and then take all of this information and then adjust and move forward by creating better content. So with that information and that report and us focusing in really on where we rank in Google for specific keywords, the keywords that we've been finding using ChatGPT and that we were given inside of our RankIQ account for our particular niche of space. Now we're going to check out the Hoth.com for their free Google rank checker, and we're simply just going to enter our target URL, because here is where we would like to check, and we're going to be able to use this tool to check for existing rankings by go ahead and clicking View Google Rankings. Got to verify that we're not a robot. The irony there is not lost on me, that we're using AI to create content, but to use this tool, we have to verify that we're not a robot, that we're a real person, and then actually click the button to get the search engine rankings for our keywords. This is a nice little report here that shows the top driving or top traffic driving keywords. Here you can see the keyword, you can see the rank. You can hover over this and you can see some other information here. You can see rank, volume, traffic percent, number of results, and a search trend. And you can scroll down here, and this is actually a very good report, or a very interesting report for it being free. So here what we can do is we can start tracking our rank and our volume, more specifically our rank. This one is very interesting here. You can see A to Z astronomy, current rank 37, last month rank 47, changed since last month. We've gone up 10 spots. Of course, you can see the total results for the keyword and the average monthly searches of 30. The point and the idea was at the very beginning of this case study was to go after these low competition keywords. Of course, if they're low competition, they may or may not have a really high volume or a number of people searching for them. But the idea here is to grab what is considered low-hanging fruit, keywords that other people aren't going after, because we've looked at some of the competition, and some of the competition is quite stiff in the category that we're going after. But there are specific keywords, and these tools that we use at the Hoth.com can definitely help us, and have already helped us by showing us information in a different format so we can look at it, we can interpret it, and then we can see and say to ourselves, do we need to adjust? And if we need to adjust, go back to ChatGPT and our AI assistant and feed that information into the AI and see how it can help us with ultimately getting where we want to rank as high as possible on the SERPs when someone looks for that particular keyword, or the information when they're asking a question about how, what, why around that keyword about the content that we're creating. And that's what this case study is all about. Seeing what we can do with the AI and all the other tools that we have at our discretion, whether they be free or paid, and then mixing those all together and seeing what we can accomplish in 100 days. And here we are on day 91. I look forward to seeing you in day 92. If you're having fun, give it a thumbs up here on this video. I'd appreciate it. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you, day 92. On our journey to day 100 of AI blogging, we're inside of Groove Blog. We're taking a look at the posts. We have 13 pages of posts. If we were to go to page 13, you will see that there are 6 posts there. So that's about 102 posts if my math is correct. But today what I want to do is jump into Koala Writer because I want to finish up writing a few more keywords that we have in Rank IQ. But our current usage is at 70,000 out of 100,000 words that we can use. Based upon the fact of the usage limitation that I have of 100,000 words and the LTD or my lifetime account inside of Koala, my usage resets on August 5th, 2023. Today is July 15th as we head out to day 100. So I won't be able to utilize Koala in this case study to finish out the rest of the keywords that we have here inside of our Rank IQ report. And I have these 1, 2, 3, 4 that I definitely want to do. And I'm going to use Koala Bulk to do that. So we're going to do that real quick. But before we do that, this keyword, I mentioned it yesterday, and I was looking at how large of a solar system do I need? Now, of course, I could always just search for Google. And then you can see that this keyword, how large of a solar system do I need, seems to apply to solar panels on your house, or the idea of using solar energy, which really doesn't apply to what we are going for. So while it is in space under Rank IQ, I'm not sure that it's something that we want to do, but we'll take a look at the report. You can definitely see inside of the report for this keyword, how large of a solar system do I need? Right off the bat, the number 1 keyword, number of solar panels. If you take a further look at the top ranking titles with competition analysis and the highest graded content in the SERPs, you'll see that this is definitely nothing to do with our niche inside of universeunriddled.com. So inside of our reports, or inside of our keywords here inside of Rank IQ, which with these individual reports for each of these individual keywords, we are still going to run the bulk mode because you can sort of, for lack of a better term, cheat on the words that you can use or your credits. We can use up more credits than 100,000, or we can go over 100,000 inside of bulk mode, and then they'll just charge us when it rolls over again in August. And I want to make sure I get these all up before the end of the case study. So we're just going to copy these, go back into Koala Writer, go ahead and click on bulk mode. Here, there's that new project. We haven't started using that. That's optional. Blog post. We want to go with GPT version 4. We want to write a blog post, and we want to enter all of our target keywords, and then we don't have an integrated account. This is if you are integrated with WordPress, you can automatically post. We want SEO optimization to be AI powered. Typically, we would do manual and add in our related keywords and entities and topics per report, per keyword, but there is no way to separate these entities, these topics, these keywords, these extra information, these extra topics that we have inside of the report to make sure that we hit for each report for each keyword. So I'm going to go ahead and go with AI powered, and then I'm going to go ahead and use real-time search results. I am going to include the FAQ section. I'm going to go ahead and show advanced, and then we are going to add our extra section prompt here where we give Koala extra instruction on how we want the content to be written per section. And to do that, I'm going to click on my response manager, and then I am going to grab my blog post section with my 12th grade analysis. That reminds Koala and ChatGPT to please go deep into the subject as if you were teaching a 12th grade high school class, but keep it at a 5th grade reading level. Include key takeaways. I definitely want to do that. Then we're going to go ahead and click bulk create. It's going to open up the article queue. And as you can see here, it is processing this one, creating the outline. This one is queued, as well as the other 2 that we have here. They'll be queued up, and it will create the outline, and then it will write them all in the background. Then we'll come back to the queue, and at any time, we can view all of the other articles that we've written inside of Koala Bulk using the bulk mode process. And then we will annotate all that inside of the blog post tracker, so we know this was written with Koala Bulk and using GPT-4. And then anything we need to add when we get the final product or the blog post, we'll put it into the content optimizer. Inside of Rank IQ, we'll get all of our grades, we'll look at our titles, and we'll adjust as necessary. And then most likely we'll need to add a conclusion. So we'll have GPT, or we'll have ChatGPT using GPT-4 write that, where we'll manually input that information into our ChatGPT account. That way we'll really be using Koala and ChatGPT to combine the power, combine the effort, see what we can get, and also see or make sure that we get it indexed and ranked. If this video was helpful, give it a thumbs up. If you're enjoying the case study thus far and looking forward to day 100, seeing everything that we accomplished and each day that we showed up and we were creating content, go ahead and let me know in the comments. Look forward to seeing you in tomorrow's update, and I'll talk to you then. Bye. Day 93 of AI blogging. We are at 12,000 impressions over the last 92 days. This is Saturday, July 15th here inside of Google Search Console, the last impressions that we see. Of course, it's a day behind. This is day 16, or this is July 16th, and this is day 93 of our time together. Using tools like RankIQ, we have these last 4 keywords that we're going after, and we are creating the content inside of Koala Writer. We have decided to use bulk mode, but I do have a note that I want to add from what has happened here. When you click on the article queue, you're going to see that your article queue is paused because your usage limit has been exceeded. When your plan renews, then the queue will automatically start from where it left off. Articles in progress, 1. Down here, you're going to see this keyword that we were going after. You're going to see that the status is processing and it's still writing section 2. Now, we did get these 2 keywords completed, and I've added one of those already into Grooveblog, but this is new here for me where it stopped processing, or it stopped writing in the middle of the section and it's stuck there. And then this new message up here, your queue is paused because your usage limit has been exceeded. When your plan renews, then the queue will automatically start where it left off. So we'll go back to Koala Writer, and if you scroll down, you're going to see that I've used 100,055 words out of my 100,000 that I have available. But we're going to go back to bulk mode, and it's going to, or I want to focus on this sentence right here, or this paragraph. If you run out of credits, then the articles will be paused until your credits reset or you purchase a new subscription. Now, if you remember, I said in yesterday's update that we could cheat a little bit, meaning that it would keep writing the article. Check this out right here where it states, if you run out of credits, then the articles will be paused until your credits reset or you purchase a new subscription. Articles that are in progress are granted up to 5,000 overage words to avoid stopping in the middle. That was back on day 29. You can see down here, that was day 29 of AI blogging when we were using bulk mode. And that's where I was saying that we could cheat a little bit and it would continue writing out that blog post. Well, this is no longer the case because, again, you can see here, if you run out of credits, then the articles will be paused until your credits reset or you purchase a new subscription. Then when you view your article queue, you're going to see this message that we have here. And hey, they changed it. So this article is not going to finish. It's not going to be processed until sometime in August. So we'll update that when that article finishes, because at the end of the day, even when the 100-day case study ends, the work still continues. So we'll add these articles in. But for now, what we'll do is we will add these 2 articles here, starting with this first keyword that you see here. I've already put it over in Grooveblog. You can see the draft right here. And you can see I have the article in here. I've started the format process. But when you get down toward the bottom or right here, you're going to see these little about blank and these little footnote annotations. I decided to just add a footnote section down here at the bottom, which I absolutely do not like. So I'm going to use these references, bring those back up to the top. You can also see a section here where it just uses the word source. So we'll need to fix those because or we've seen in the past that we don't get indexed if we leave those poor, rich anchor text in place, like when you use the word source or you don't give it enough thought. So I have updated the blog post tracker. You can see the post was written by Koala Bulk GPT-4. And of course, it was from RankIQ. We do have the report. We'll go ahead and get the RankIQ score in. And to do that, we can simply just copy this, or we can copy everything from here inside of Grooveblog. Or better yet, we can go back to the article queue. We can click view, and then we can view the article here inside of Koala, and we can just click copy here. We'll go back into RankIQ, and for this keyword, we'll click on optimize. It'll bring up the content optimizer. We'll simply paste in our content, and you can see that we have a grade of B. We exceeded the number of words that we need as far as a word count, But if you come over here to our keywords or the topics or the extra entities or topics that Google likes to see, we have quite a few that are unused. So we can use ChatGPT to write the conclusion. Because if you'll notice here in this article, when it gets down towards the bottom, there is a conclusion, but it's kind of thin, and then it goes into the frequently asked questions. I'll actually move the frequently asked questions above the conclusion, and then I'll add all these keywords in the conclusion, and I'll have ChatGPT do that. And that's one of the things about having the tools, all the different tools, whether it be AI tools, whether it be Rank IQ, whether it be one of the tools that we've looked at, the free tools, or buying a subscription to actually evaluate the status of your SEO or do SEO research for you or help you understand what your competition is doing. You have to take all of these tools, combine them together, and understand the limitations and what a tool is good at and what another tool can help you or add on to what you're trying to accomplish. And that, again, is part of this case study, understanding and learning all the different tools, their limitations, their value they bring to us as a blogger or as a content creator, specifically as a content creator that is doing affiliate marketing, or as an affiliate marketer using the strategy of content marketing, which is effectively what a blog is, to put out information out there that solves a problem for people or let people find information they're looking for. And then as you help them with your useful information, then you provide your link, your affiliate link out to a product or service that helps them ultimately solve their problem. And again, that's what this case study is about. If you're having fun, you're enjoying what we've been doing, give this video a thumbs up. Let me know in the comments what you think so far. And I look forward to seeing you in tomorrow's update. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you. Update day 94. We're inside a Grooveblog taking a look at what we have. If you head over to post, you'll see that this is still in draft. I haven't had a chance to edit that yet. But if you head over to page 13, you'll be able to see when we get that published, that'll be filled up, and then we'll have 14 pages of post. But what we're doing today is we're going to use a site called SEO P-Timer to do an SEO audit and use their reporting tool. Now, I've never used this site, but it does promise a comprehensive website audit. It'll also provide us a beautiful branded white label PDF report. Now, this is more if you're an agency or you're giving this information to someone to have them take action, or you're doing SEO for them. But just to get a full picture of what SEO P-Timer is all about. They also include a free SEO toolbox that you have here that you can see does meta tag generation, keyword generator, a robot.txt file, and a .htaccess file generator, as well as an XML sitemap generator. So it's free, and it's one of the many tools, the SEO tools, where we can take a look and we can work with these tools to do like what it says here. Getting your website to rank in Google is harder and more competitive than ever. There are many factors such as on-page content, performance, social factors, and backlink profile that search engines like Google use to determine which site should rank highest. And that's what this is all about. Taking a look at all these free tools and comparing or trying to figure out and analyze our content versus the competition so we can get our content ranked. And some good news before we actually run the audit. You can see that here in day 94, we have 113 pages in post indexed. Today is July 17th here on day 94. So to fire up the audit and run it, we're just simply going to enter our URL here and click audit. Then it'll take a few seconds there, and you can see here that your page could be better, and there's 22 recommendations. We're coming in with a C-. We have a C for on-page SEO. We have an A+ for links. We have a C for usability, a B- for performance, and an F for social media. Now, if you scroll down through the report, you'll see recommendations here, and you're also going to see that this report looks awful familiar. So if you go back to day 91, when we were using the Hoth free SEO audit tool, you can see that their report is basically the same thing. For example, if you check out day 91 AI blogging, you can see the on-page SEO results here. You can see the title tag with a link of 18, and you can also see the meta description tag with a link of 261, as well as the SERP snippet preview. And if we go back to SEO P-Timer, we'll scroll down and you'll see the on-page SEO results here, title tag, meta description, and the SERP snippet preview. So effectively, this report is the same as what we already have and what we're already working on from the report that we got from the Hoth. So one last thing here, and again, this is pretty much what we saw over at the Hoth. So pick one or the other, or run both to see if maybe there's some differences between the two. But the idea here is the rankings. We're looking at keywords. We can see our position. We can see our total searches and our estimated traffic. So these are the things that we definitely want to look at in these reports. There's also some performance results here. Now, if you are running a self-hosted blog, if you have your own hosting and you're running WordPress, this is definitely something that you want to pay attention to and possibly upgrade your hosting, or maybe work with your hosting to see if they can fix these things. Of course, I would give this over to Groove support and let them know and see if there's something they can do to fix that. Because if you're using Groove or if you're using Wix or something like Squarespace, you don't have much control over this other than to turn over an audit like this, give it to their support and see what they come back and what they say about it, and let them handle all that while you move on to things like what you see here, or things like you see here, social results. You'll see your social needs improvement. We got an F. That's because we don't have any social media presence, but you can see things like your Facebook open graph tags. Your page is using a Facebook open graph tags, so you can look at the details like that. But we don't have a Facebook pixel. Our Twitter is not connected. We don't have an Instagram or a LinkedIn connected, and we probably never will on this site that we built here over this 100-day case study. Again, this 100 days is about creating the content as fast as we can, but also make sure that we rely on the fact that we need to focus on creating quality content and making sure that we address the questions or we provide the best information that we can while letting the AI generate the content. If you're having fun and you're enjoying this and you're looking forward to the conclusion up when we get to 100 days, or as we move up through each day, as we head out to 100 days, then give this video a thumbs up. Let me know what you think in the comments, and I'll see you in tomorrow's update. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you, day 95 AI blogging. If you remember back in day 93, we had used Koala Bulk Writer and we had gotten a grade of B. We're trying to get to A++ for this blog post. Of course, inside of Koala Writer, we were using bulk mode. And inside of bulk mode, we were looking at our article queue. Of course, it's paused, but we were able to complete blog posts for these two keywords. And this blog post here for how far is the Jupiter belt from the sun, a concise overview. We have moved it from draft to live. And I was able to do that by cleaning up all of the anchor text and the external links. Here at the end of the post, I added the frequently asked questions, or I moved the frequently asked questions up from the original conclusion or above the original conclusion. And I was able to take that information, or I was able to go over to ChatGPT using the plugins in ChatGPT 4, and I asked it to read the blog post because I published the blog post in the state, not the finished state, but in the state after I got the rich anchor text and the external links all lined out, and I moved the FAQ and pushed the conclusion down. I had ChatGPT read the blog post and give me some information about SEO as well as doing the excerpt. And of course, both WebPilot and Brainwork reached out and did their thing, and it gave me some analysis here. You can read the SEO analysis as well as the SEO excerpt that it gave me here. Now that was too long, so I went ahead and told it to keep it shorter, or make it shorter and keep it no longer, or make sure it's no longer than 160 characters. It then gave me this, which was 114 characters. I pasted that in over in Grooveblog. And then I said, great, thanks for all that. Now we have evaluated the blog post. You've read it. Now please write me a conclusion for the new blog post, and be sure to include the contents of the current conclusion and then add these keywords for the new one, the new conclusion. Of course, the unused keywords that we used here come from the keywords inside of RankIQ that are topics or entities, other words and phrases, keywords that Google likes to see in posts. And you can toggle that here between unused and all, and you can see what's left over. But here inside of the post, you can see I was able to get a grade A++, and that was after I added this conclusion, the updated conclusion that ChatGPT wrote for me right here after I included all those topics, entities, and keywords from inside of RankIQ. You can see the conclusion. This is the new conclusion that it wrote. I simply just took that, pasted it in, made sure I added in the original, or made sure I updated the original anchor text for each of the new paragraphs, and then I added that conclusion, and it finalized the blog post that we now have published. And then of course we have this last post here that we'll be able to use from our Koala Bulk, or using Koala Writer in Koala Bulk mode. And it pushed all of our credits. We used up all of our credits, so it pushed the limits on that. But we do have that in draft mode, and we'll do the same thing for that one that we did here in this one that we now have live. And then we'll report that back in day 96 or tomorrow, and also what we'll be doing now as we head out. And we basically finished our content creation for this case study. Now it's all about going through reviewing our positions for our keywords, doing all the little extra checks that we need to do, and making or trying to make sure that we have the content that we need. But also understand that now that we're this close to 100 days, really we're just going to have to let that content settle, see where our position is, see what happens over the coming months, and then make a few tweaks and changes and see what we can do. And of course, we'll update all that and we'll come up with a plan tomorrow in tomorrow's update. If you're having fun, let me know by giving this video a thumbs up. Also, what you think in the comments. Appreciate you watching, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Bye. Today here in day 96, we're going to be taking a look at this free SEO audit tool from SEO Mater. Free SEO audit tool is a part of our complex SEO software tracking pages to see exactly how well your website stacks up against your competitors. Now, this is day 96. If we were to go out to the last 3 months, you can see here July 18th is the last day, or the day that we have the latest update for impressions. You can see that we are over or at 13,000 impressions here in day 96. Now, one thing I will take note of, again, over in pages, under index pages, we are down to 112 from 113. So in tomorrow's update, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be going through the crawled, currently not indexed pages, and I'm going to be making a little spreadsheet and then seeing how we can go about improving these posts. We've looked at this before, but it's very important, and I want to look at it again before we wrap up in day 100 to at least make the effort to get the number of pages as high as we can by the day 100. We've reached our goal, to be quite honest at this point. 100 posts we have made on our blog. So our blog is looking good as far as the amount of content that we have posted, and actually the amount of pages that we have indexed and that are ranking, and that we have the capability or the possibility of moving up in the rankings because we were able to create it and get it indexed is looking pretty good as well. Now back to this SEO Mater free SEO audit tool. Since I've tried to run this, this is all I get when I try to enter the URL from our blog. I just get this spinning page here, so I'm not sure what's going on with that. But there are some free SEO tools here. And on this SEO tool, or on this free SEO tools powered by SEO Mater page, there are some interesting tools that you should definitely take a look at. And one of the ones that I wanted to look at today is the keyword density. The free keyword density tool for SEO is like a microscope for your website's content, providing insights on the frequency or of keywords and phrases used, allowing you to optimize your content for both users and search engines. I want to focus in on that. Optimize your content for both users and search engines. And that's what we've been talking about as we've been moving through this 100-day case study, is the fact that we are creating content, but our focus is always on the people that find our content as we create it using the AI, with our AI assistant doing the heavy lifting and writing the bulk of the content, but making sure that we look at it, edit it, make sure it makes sense, make sure that it reads well, and people will be able to get information that they're looking for when they land on our content, not just about ranking in the SERPs. But again, keyword density, I went ahead and went back to the blog and I took a look at the latest blog post that we just published on July 16th, 2023, and I simply just copied that link address. I put it into the keyword density tool here and I hit submit. And then you can see here it's asking me to test another page, and then it dives into the details for the title, the description, all the top keywords, the count. Is it in the title? Is it in the description? It has a weight here, a metric that shows you how heavily weighted the keyword is based upon how many times it has been seen in the post. And then as far as what you want to focus on going forward using SEO Mater is the information they're giving you for how to check keyword density for a web page or URL. And then it walks through, or it has a checklist here, what keyword density is and why it's important for SEO, the optimal keyword density range with examples and stats, strategies for achieving the optimal keyword density range using synonyms, using related phrases, using LSI keywords. The thing that I wanted to point out here when you're going through this information, it's not just for you to be able to read and understand, which is fantastic, but think about being able to leverage this idea or this strategy for achieving the optimal keyword density range by feeding this information into the AI. And we're going to take a look at this before we get to day 100. When we take a look at that spreadsheet and we looked at those crawled but not indexed, we're going to use this strategy right here for achieving optimal keyword density. And we're going to tell the AI, or again, we're going to ask the AI as our assistant to use synonyms, use related phrases, use LSI keywords, and see what we can get as far as these recommendations. Also, there's some important information here, tips for avoiding keyword stuffing. And we can also take a look at what the AI already knows about this and or feed this information into it so we can help educate it on the things that it needs to know that we're learning here from SEO Mater. And then this last piece is importance of keyword density for SEO with statistics. Keyword density is a measure of how often a keyword or phrase appears in a piece of content compared to the total number of words in the content. It's considered to be an important factor for SEO as search engines understand the topic and context of your content. However, the importance of keyword density for SEO can vary, and it's not always necessary to have a specific density. It goes through and it has a survey here from Moz. This is a type of information that you want to be looking at and understand as you continue down the path of understanding SEO, creating content with the AI, getting that content posted on your blog, and then getting it indexed and seeing where and which position you can get it to rank for, and understanding with this information from this tool that we just looked at, this free tool SEO Mater, and using the information that we have, see if the AI is aware of this, and or we can take this knowledge and feed it into the AI to assist it. Just like it is assisting us in creating the content, we need to try to be as helpful as possible to give it the best information so that it can succeed in its task and we can succeed in our task of creating helpful content for the people that find our content when we start ranking higher in the search engines. And ultimately get our content found, clicked, and then of course as an affiliate marketer, providing an offer over to a product that ultimately solves the problem for the person that was looking for the content in the first place. So day 96, 13,000 impressions overall. So far, so good. At this point, I'm going to say having a lot of fun. Still got a few days to go. Let me know in the comments what you think. If everything's looking good to you, give this video a thumbs up. And I look forward to seeing you in tomorrow's update. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you. Day 97 AI blogging straight into Google Search Console. We're at 13,400 impressions. The thing that we want to look at today is pages. We have 112 pages indexed currently. We're going to go back and we're going to revisit crawled, currently not indexed. These pages aren't indexed or served on Google. Then it gives us a list. There are 11. We need to go out to 25 pages. So I've taken all of these URLs. This last one is an actual page, not a post. I'm not going to worry about it too much, but I did add it here and I put a nice little odd color on it. So I'm not going to worry about it. And that's one of the pages that isn't indexed. It is our About Us page that we wrote, that we put together using both what I thought was important to say as well as some information from ChatGPT. There may be some duplication in there. That is the reason that it's not being picked up with the Contact Us page. But really what I wanted to focus on and start with was looking at who wrote what. So thinking about the blog post written by Koala Bulk, ChatGPT 4, Koala Bulk, Koala GPT 4, Koala GPT 3.5. So as you can see, it's not just the posts that were written by Koala Bulk or just the posts that were written by Koala or Koala GPT 3.5 versus Koala GPT 4, but it's some different things going on here that we need to just look at each post individually, read it, understand what, why, or how we can make it better, or why we need to make it better, or what we need to add to make it better, and really just look at what's going on. So the first one is facts about the planets. This one was written by Koala Bulk. And if we go take a look at it and we read it, it reads okay, but I think that there's not much here that we haven't already said on the blog, especially around these space fun facts or fun facts about the planets, which actually came up here as an H1. And fun facts about the planets is a keyword that we already went after. So I think we may have already covered that under that keyword. But what I want to do here is I want to take a look at this post inside of ChatGPT, GPT-4. And I really just want to rework this entire post around facts about planets for kids and then publish it again or request it to be indexed or just wait for it to be re-indexed as it gets recrawled. And I want to do that inside of GPT-4 with the plugins that we have, Brainwork, and Web Pilot, and I want to provide it this information. So I provided it this information by saying we are going to rewrite a blog post. But before we get started, I want to give you some information. And this is strategies for achieving the optimal keyword density range using synonyms, using related phrases, using LSI keywords. And if you remember, this came from yesterday's update when we were looking at SEO Mater, when we were looking at keyword density, a free tool. I really like this idea, this concept, this strategy for achieving optimal keyword density, utilizing this framework or these thoughts and ideas around synonyms, related phrases, and LSI keywords, especially for this blog post, that if you go back after we feed it that strategy, and then I ask it, how do you think that the information that I just gave it, that strategy around achieving optimal keyword density, will help us rewrite this blog post to get it indexed by Google? Then Web Pilot scrapes or goes out and reads the blog post, and it comes back and ChatGPT says, the blog post titled, and it gives the title, is an educational piece that provides a comprehensive overview of the planets in our solar system. It is divided into several sections, each focusing on different aspects of the planets, such as their characteristics, the distinction between terrestrial and gas giants, the concept of dwarf planets, interesting facts about each planet. The post also discusses the role of NASA and spacecraft in exploring these celestial bodies. To rewrite this blog post while optimizing for keyword density, we can use the strategies provided. Here's how. And this is what I like from ChatGPT, and taking a strategy that we find is taking that strategy and seeing what ChatGPT can educate us on about what it thinks about that strategy and how it would actually use that strategy to rewrite the blog post. You can see each one of these, and you should pause and read those. But remember, the goal is to create high quality, engaging, and informative content that will be useful for the readers and will naturally attract links and shares. The use of keywords should be natural and should not disrupt the readability of the content. Now, really what I want to focus on, again, after you, and you should have paused and read but all 5 of these, but the bottom 3 are really kind of after we get the post redone, because it hasn't even been indexed at this point. But if we use synonyms and related phrases and change that up, as well as use LSI keywords, but then just rewrite the blog post from the aspect of that keyword. If you go back to the keyword, that keyword here is facts about planets for kids. That's also in the URL, facts about planets for kids. That's the slug. That's the way we've been doing it, using the keyword for the slug. That's the keyword that we want to go after. But I want to use this information that we fed it in this concept, but I really just want to utilize this keyword and just create a brand new post based upon the information we have in the post, but thinking about a different format for the post. And here in this input, I'm really just going to do something completely unique and different than we've ever done before. I'm going to say, using this keyword, facts about planets for kids, and this blog post, that's the URL of the blog post that currently exists. It's published, it's just not indexed. It's been crawled, but not indexed. Please give me a blog post outline that makes this an interesting and gamified adventure post using a Nickelodeon style tone with clues to be found in the post and other posts on the blog. So give them things to look for on the blog and in the post, and a Q&A to fill in to complete the adventure. The idea here is, or my thought process, what I see as the end game here is that there will be a blog post and it will have questions and answers with an introduction that says, okay, now we're going to go find things, facts about the planets for kids. Listen up, kids. We need to go find these facts. We need to understand this information. The information is in this post and or on the blog. So check out these questions. Now let's go find the answers. So let's see if what I think or what I'm thinking comes to fruition when I actually get the outline. Sure, here's a fun gamified blog post outline with a Nickelodeon style tone. Space Explorer Adventure. Uncover the secrets of the solar system. Introduction. Start with a fun, engaging introduction that sets the tone for the adventure. Introduce the Space Explorer characters who will guide the kids on their journey. Explain the mission to uncover facts about the planets and complete the Space Explorers quiz. Blast off. Meet the terrestrial planets. Journey to the gas giants. Discover the dwarf planets. Spacecrafts and NASA. Section 6, the Space Explorers quiz. Present a quiz based on the clues given in the previous sections. Encourage kids to fill in the quiz based on what they've learned. The quiz can be interactive with instant feedback on answers. Now, I'm not sure how that's going to look or how that's going to work, but let's find out, because at this point, we're doing something completely different than what we did all through the other days of creating content. We just decided that, look, the post that we wrote didn't work. So using this new strategy of LSI keywords, plus this concept of just creating something unique based upon gamification and adventure using that Nickelodeon style, let's take this outline and let's see if ChatGPT 4 plus the plugins can create something that will get indexed when it gets recrawled. Now back to the spreadsheet that I created, there are no guarantees that ChatGPT 4 will create something that when it gets recrawled that it will be indexed. Because if you look here, there's no commonality between the writing or who did the writing, Koala Bulk, ChatGPT 4, or Koala GPT 3.5. None of these posts were indexed, and none of them were indexed for different reasons, or none of them were indexed for the same reason, meaning that they were written by a specific AI. It's just that the content isn't good enough. The content isn't different enough. The content doesn't stand apart either from what you've already written for keywords or what is already out there for keywords. It doesn't bring anything to the table. When someone's looking for that keyword, in this case, facts, or kids are looking for facts about the planets, nothing was brought to the table, nothing new, nothing fresh, nothing inventive. And that's what we're going to do. Here late in the game, we're going to take this blog post, and I say late in the game for us, day 97, as we head out to day 100 to finish up this case study. I'm going to pause and I'm going to rewrite this piece of content with ChatGPT based upon this new outline. I'm going to update that blog post, show you what I came up with tomorrow, and then we will have it re-indexed, or we will request it to be indexed again. And of course, that will hopefully prioritize it, and maybe possibly we can see if this will happen before day 100. But even if it doesn't, I will definitely let you know what happens with my thought process and idea on this specific blog post. And of course, I created that spreadsheet, and I'm going to go through each post, and I'll update you on that spreadsheet and the idea, or what I think the fix is for each post. And then we'll take a look at that. Again, we may not get the answers before we finish out here in day 100, but hey, it's my channel. It's my case study, so I can always bring back this information and show you what I'm thinking, what I'm doing, because this is super interesting for me. I hope it's super interesting for you. And if it is, thumbs up for this video. Let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Hey, Gary here with you, day 98. AI blogging. We're talking about free SEO tools that we can use to take a look at our site, the site that we've created using ChatGPT, Koala Writer, taking a look at a paid SEO tool that I use, Rank IQ. Inside of Ahrefs, we're going to be taking a look at their site audit, where we can run an SEO audit to uncover our website's technical and on-page SEO issues. But also here, I want to talk a little bit about the tools that we looked at. Uber Suggest, Moz, the free domain authority checker, the SEMrush site audit, the Hoth tools, the free SEO audit tool from Hoth, also SEO Optimizer, or SEO P Timer, where we ran that SEO audit and got a look inside, or we took a look at what is going on with our site using their reporting tool. Then we also took a look at the free SEO audit tool here from SEO Mater. But before we pick the winner, or who I think is best, or the one that I think you should concentrate on, let's go ahead and run this site audit over at Ahrefs. And to do that, you simply just enter your domain name here, and then you'll start the audit. Note that to verify ownership, you need to verify that you own the site, and you can do that by connecting your Google Search Console, which is the recommended method and the method that we're going to use. You can upload an HTML file, you can add a text to your DNS configuration, or you can add an HTML meta tag to your home page. So after clicking Start the Edit, I went ahead and logged in as my Google account, and here you can see that it's asking to import or add a project. And I'm going to go ahead and import from Google Search Console. It's going to ask to authenticate using our Universe Unriddled Google account. Here you're going to see what Ahrefs wants access to. We're going to go ahead and trust that and continue. Then you can see here we have select projects to import. We found one verified project in your Google Search Console. I'm going to go ahead and add this one too. Crawl external links. And then we're going to go ahead and click import. And here that's going to bring up your dashboard. Here is some training. You could watch that. We're going to go ahead and close that so we can see what's going on down here. And you can see now that it is crawling currently, and it's going to pull in our overall health score. It's going to pull in all that data, and it's going to break it all down for us. And it's going to rank our domain, talk about referring domains, talk about backlinks. We can see organic traffic, our organic keywords, and where the traffic is coming from. And then when it does all that, you're going to have all these other tools: Site Explorer, Keywords Explorer, Site Audit, Rank Tracker, Content Explorer, Web Explorer, Competitive Analysis, as well as more. Now, to unlock some of these features, you're definitely going to have to pay Ahrefs. And as far as comparing the tools, and that's what we're going to talk about a little bit here, and look at this comparison starting with Ubersuggest, because Ubersuggest is really one that gives you a complete full dashboard like Ahrefs does, where you can set up a workspace, set up a project, and then start tracking all the technical SEO opportunities, start tracking your keywords, looking at competition. It's really built for that overall experience of doing everything and anything you can think about for a project, or as you build out your website, to think about your website as a project and track all the on-page SEO stuff and all the backlinks and all the things that you're doing, to include where the traffic comes from, organic traffic, if you're sharing it to social media, whatever the point of reference is for where the traffic is coming from because you've interacted. Or just like with Ahrefs, Ubersuggest has you sign up with your Google account, and it connects to your Google Search Console to pull in that Google data, and just gives you a little different reference point inside of their own unique dashboard. Again, Ubersuggest and Ahrefs with that dashboard where you're looking at a project, which is your site. So that becomes the focal point and the point of reference where you come in and you can utilize all their tools. Of course, you get started for free, which is effectively a lead magnet to get you to sign up to their list, get on their email list, get into their world, understand their tools, and really feel out what you can do for free, and see just a little bit of what's going on and how to evaluate it, and then really dig in and most likely upgrade to a paid plan to get the full benefits of the tool. And again, that's going to be the same thing with Moz. If you go back and you look at each video as we walk through this here in the case study, you'll see what each free tool did. But here, for example, Moz is talking about their proprietary domain authority and page authority. And really they're looking at the top pages by links and the different links and the way to get backlinks, or thinking about the way to get backlinks and then measuring the power of those backlinks is really what you're getting here in this free Moz tool. And then of course they have other free tools here as well. Again, competitive research, Mozbar, Keyword Explorer, Link Explorer, and even more SEO tools. And then when you move over to SEMrush, you're going to have that same thing where we started for free. It's going to break down the technical SEO, give us that free report, and then lead us to different resources where they have blogs, they have other tools, they have an academy that understands or tries to help you understand SEO overall. So it's all baked into the idea of giving you this free site audit and then showing you the tools. The Hoth is going to be the same thing. Come up here, they have all these SEO tools where you can break it down. Each one of these is going to be dependent on their own way or the way that they look. Again, backlink checker, keyword planners, PPC, this is pay-per-click calculators, headline generators, domain authority checkers, full SEO reports. And then of course, if you click here to see all their SEO tools, it's going to bring up a list of all the search engine optimization tools they have and what they do. And really, you just have to dig in and figure out which one you like the best, because you can go to SEO P Timer and run that free report and get that same analysis as far as technical SEO. Then they're going to have resources here. Then they're going to have all these different features. Again, I think SEO P Timer is more aimed towards people that are looking to set up an agency to do SEO for clients. The same with SEO Mater to get that free audit tool that really looks really similar to what we saw on SEO P Timer and the Hoth. So maybe those are really reports that are focused on technical SEO and then diving into, again, things like Moz looks at, where you're looking at your domain score or your domain authority, your page authority, really building around backlinks. And then tools like Ubersuggest with a full complete dashboard for everything, or all-encompassing sort of a reference point after you interconnect or log in with your Google account and then pull that data in from Google Search Console. You're getting the same thing here with Ahrefs. You can see here right now it's crawling. So we're going to have all that information. Once it's gone out and it's crawled, it's going to give us that report all here inside the dashboard. Then it's going to give us a hint of the full power of Ahrefs. Of course, that's going to be a paid plan. So at the end of the day, when you're looking at and you want to compare and say which one's the best, it's really what you're looking for. But I would probably say either go with Ubersuggest. But at the end of the day, Ahrefs is probably the Cadillac of SEO tools, especially when you're looking at keyword research and all the things that it can do inside of the dashboard. Once you get inside, it probably has all the tools that you'll need. And again, starting out for free, it's going to give you the things you need to know when you're at that level. But then if you really want to dive in and build out a big project, Ahrefs, although it's really expensive for most people, if you're just doing one small niche site at the beginning, and at the end of the day, really, even what you've seen here in this 100-day case study, we didn't need any of the free SEO tools. They didn't really tell us anything we didn't already know. Of course, I've used RankIQ to do that low-hanging fruit research for those low volume keywords, but gives us that gap or that place where we can find or we can wedge our way in to getting found inside of search by finding those low volume keywords that most of the big folks, most of the big niche sites that we're going to be competing against in just about any niche that we go after aren't going to go after, because they already rank or they already have authority for the more powerful keywords. But it's our way of breaking into the niche, building out our niche site to get started. So that's why I like RankIQ for doing that keyword research for us. But all these other free tools, which one's the best? It really just depends on which one you like, which one resonates with you when you run the report, and the one that you get the most benefit of based upon the way that they give you the information, because everyone learns and sees things a little differently. And of course, at the end of the day, you have to look at the power that the tool is going to bring you overall. Of course, if you were to upgrade and get into the paid version of the tool, because the free tools aren't really free. They're just giving you, or they're solving a small subset of problems that you're going to have overall, looking at the big picture as you continue to grow your site into an authority site. And if you take on, or you start taking on other sites and building other sites, other quote unquote projects, then you want to look at each one of those individually. But taking a look at the free tools like we did here in the case study is super important. And you can learn a lot from looking at each single one of them. And we just really scratched the surface of the ones out there. I really just did free SEO tools and just took like the first 7 or 8 tools and the ones that I knew and took a look at what they offer for free. So go ahead and let me know in the comments what you think of each one, or what you've picked, or one that I didn't cover that you think works the best for you, or is working the best for you, and you think it might work best for everyone else watching this case study, to include me. I would appreciate it. Look forward to seeing that. Thanks for watching this video. Give it a thumbs up if you appreciate it. See you in tomorrow's update. I'll talk to you then. Bye. Day 99 of 100 days of blogging using artificial intelligence. Today, we are inside of Google Search Console. We have over 14,000 impressions. As we're moving out towards day 100, we have 112 pages indexed. Now, recently, we were looking at crawled, currently not indexed here as we start to wrap up these 100 days. We were focused on this post right here, facts about planets for kids. I did make this spreadsheet over in Google Docs to track all the crawled, currently not indexed posts, and I was going to update each one. So far, I've only fixed this first one that was written by Koala Bulk, and I rewrote the blog post back on July 20th. So that was 2 days ago. And I made sure to record or keep a record of the old blog post by opening up a Google Doc and copying in the post. Amazing facts about planets for kids. Discover the wonders of our solar system. If you wanted to read this, if you wanted to be reminded of how just sort of generic and vanilla this post actually was, you could go ahead and read this here, because really this just laid out facts, and it wasn't that engaging, and it wasn't much different than anything else that we had created. So I decided that we would utilize ChatGPT 4 and take a little different angle. And of course, I gave you those prompts. But again, this didn't really hit fun facts until it got down to this last piece here. Are you ready for some fun facts about the planets? Then it just listed out these facts, and then it basically just ended the blog post right there with these list of fun facts after it asked a question and laid out a bunch of generic facts at the top. So we went back to ChatGPT and we were using this idea to create the blog post outline that we were going to redo it with a gamified, or create a gamified version of a blog post using a Nickelodeon style tone. We created that blog post outline, and then I went through and I used the old school normal response manager recorded prompt or input that we've been using all the way up till now, day 99, as we head out into day 100. And you can see here, it gave me a title, an introduction, And then I went back up here, and of course it used emojis. So I had to remind it not to use emojis. And it said, okay, I won't use emojis. And then I just continued writing section by section. And then section 6 is where it really got interesting. This is where we created a Space Explorer quiz based upon all the fun facts that we had listed or ChatGPT had given us and listed in our blog post. Then I had ChatGPT write a conclusion, and then I created a recommended reading list here at the end. And now here is what that blog post looks like compared to what it was before. Of course, that's why I kept a record of what it was, because I completely blew away the blog post. I didn't try to add to it. I just said, this isn't anything that provides real value for anyone looking up this keyword. So now we have for facts about planets for kids, Space Explorer Adventure, uncover amazing facts about planets for kids. And then you can see that I've created the post here, blast off to the planets. We list all the planets and fun facts about each planet as we're going on a journey. Then we are breaking it down into terrestrial planets, and we list each one of them and what's so special about them. Journey to the gas giants, it wraps up the rest of the planets. And then it talks about the dwarf planets and all their brothers and sisters that apply, or all their brothers and sisters that are flying out there in space with them. So it applies this idea or this concept of building a family of planets, and then it's going to walk through the spacecrafts and what NASA stands for and the idea behind NASA and the reason for NASA. And then we wrap up with this, what I think or what I'm hoping is going to be unique enough, or when Google recrawls this, they're going to take a look at this. And we know that we rewrote this on July 20th. So we can see if and when it gets recrawled, we can take a look and we can see if this is good enough to make it something unique and something different, with the conclusion as well as the recommended reading list. And of course, these recommended reading list books are my Amazon links. Of course, those are affiliate links. But the idea here is we created a completely new blog post to add to our blog here inside a Groove blog that we've been writing with Koala. And of course, Koala Bulk in that case wrote a very generic and non-interesting piece of content. So what do? We went to ChatGPT and we said, check this out. Let's read this blog post. Let's create a new outline with this brand new idea. Give me an outline. Now let's write it. And then at the end, after it wrote it and I put in a conclusion, then I said, okay, now give me a list of recommended reading that someone that found this blog post or might find this blog post interesting would want to carry on or go find further resources. And of course, those are books over on Amazon with our affiliate links. And that's what we did up to now, or that's what we did in day 99. And that's what we'll continue to do as we go out or as we continue. But tomorrow we're going to wrap all this up and we're going to talk about everything that we've covered. Well, almost everything that we've covered in great detail. Or not that I'm not going to include anything that we didn't cover, but I'm going to try to summarize it up. But we've covered a lot. I've learned a lot over these 99 days. And I want to make sure that I give you something on day 100 that really shows what and why we've been working so hard to create all this content and learning how to interface with our AI assistant or our chat buddy using ChatGPT and all the tools that I've been using and looking at, to include all of the free tools. We'll take a look at those and we'll take a look and we'll deep dive into the one that I think is probably going to give you the most detail, even though in reality, or the reality of the situation is that it all really just pulls in information from Google or by scraping your site and using what they think are the SEO best practices. Just sort of like we've done with our ChatGPT plugins that we use in ChatGPT 4. We've gotten a lot of great information every time we utilize a different tool, whether it's a paid tool or a free tool. And just the idea, or not even just the idea, just taking the idea and running with it and putting it into action and literally creating 100 blog posts or more than 100 blog posts and creating all the legal pages and putting it all together, getting it indexed and getting certain blog posts or keywords for those blog posts ranked. So we're actually getting clicks as well, is what this is all about. And really, 100 days has gone by super fast. Well, not 100 days yet. This is day 99, and I look forward to seeing you in day 100 tomorrow. So I'll talk to you then. Bye. Day 100. We made it to the end. Well, technically not the end. We still have a lot of work to do as we continue growing the blog, and that's the plan. And that's for sure what I'm going to do as I continue to update and change and grow the blog that I've created, because it is a lot of fun and I do see a lot of potential. But I wanted to jump into Google Search Console because we have a lot to cover in this day, day 100, the end of the case study, the end of the daily updates to the case study. But here inside of Google Search Console, what I wanted to do was simply click on the Search Console Insights. That takes us over to the Search Console Insights beta tool that breaks down sort of everything at a glance that's going on. And one of the things you can see here is also achievements. And here it says, good job, your site reached a new achievement. So we're looking here at all the different achievements that we've hit. Of course, here we're seeing Google Search Impact reach X amount of clicks. And that's basically what they're showing you here is the number of clicks that you are getting inside of that tool. And I guess there might be other achievements that we can unlock as well. But the general idea here is this site overview. It's looking at the number of page views, the average engagement time, showing you your new content, your most popular content, how people are finding you. And then it's showing the keywords that people or how people are finding you based upon the keywords that are showing up in search. Then you have your referring links, or these would be backlinks. Of course, we don't have any, but then you can get the full story here by clicking and going over to Google Analytics. Now inside of Google Analytics, this is going to be when you go under reports, where it's going to show you everything that Google is tracking here inside of these different reports they set up for you. And then GA4, the new version of Google Analytics, is a beast unto itself. And I'm going to attempt to show you the things that I learn, or I'm going to attempt to learn things and share them with you as I learn them about GA4 and use this site for that to continue this case study to show you how I use this site, this content that we created using ChatGPT and the AI. But one thing that I wanted to do is invite you to go back and not only check out all the videos of the 100-day case study. Of course, there are 100 videos, a video every day out to today, day 100. So check out that playlist. There's a link in the description and the pinned first comment that takes you over to this playlist. So if you landed here, you can go back to day 1 and you can see the introduction and exactly what we did every day for 100 days to get where we are today. But I wanted to highlight that on day 21, we were setting up Google Analytics or GA4, and inside of Search Console, the beta, we were looking at achievements. And on day 21, we were still 15 days out before Google could actually highlight and show us any achievements because it was still gathering data about the site because it was so new. Even today at 100 days, it is still super new. So I'm going to link also in the description this video, day 21, as well as this video, day 22, where we took some information from Google Analytics, GA4, and we fed it into ChatGPT. And here in day 100, we're going to look at the difference. So the invitation for this video is so that you get a full understanding of what we're doing. So you can see that the way that ChatGPT-4 back in day 22, because ChatGPT has changed a lot since we started this. And since I made this video back in day 22, because this is day 100, ChatGPT-4 has changed to include it added plugins. And we're going to take a look at that today because I simply took data from Google Analytics and I fed it into ChatGPT and it gave me the information that you'll see in day 22. Then you can compare and contrast. And again, that's the point of this case study, is to see everything we're able to do, see what result we get, see the changes that we make, and see if we get a better result or a worse result, and then understand what we need to adjust going forward. But in day 22, we take this Google Analytics data, we feed it into ChatGPT, and I've done that here in ChatGPT, and you can see the data that I fed in here to get the output, or this is the input, not really a prompt. I literally just gave the input to ChatGPT based from the raw data inside of Google Analytics. And then it gave me this information. This appears to be a website analytics report, possibly from a tool like Google Analytics. It provides data on various metrics for different pages of a website. Here's a brief explanation of the columns. Then it breaks down, or it's educating you or allowing you to learn more about what each column means and the information that we're getting from GA4. So this is going to be a learning experience for us as we learn GA4. Now, this data right here, where did it come from? Of course, if you go back to day 22, you'll see that in day 22 where I got it from. But real quick, because we're here together in day 100, all I did was go down to engagement and pages and screens. And then I took all of that data from this screen right here by going to rows per page and opening it up to 250 or the max. And we only have 96 pages. So I was able to copy all of that just simply by coming up here to the top and simply highlighting everything inside of the table and just doing a simple copy. And that's where I just pasted this into ChatGPT, not using a plugin. You might get a plugin, or there might be a plugin available, and that's something we'll take a look at later on when I do a sort of, hey, check out what's going on with the blog, the AI blog update, and I'll try to do those every so often as we move forward with the blog and as we move forward with understanding the AI and how the AI content, or how Google is going to let the AI content continue to do for us as we move forward. But you can see here it broke down that data. It didn't really give me a summary like it did in day 22. So I went ahead and said, please give me a summary of the website statistics. And then it broke that down and it gave me information about the website had a total of 335 or 353 views from 140 unique visitors. The one I was focused on here is the average engagement time across all the pages was 44 seconds. And the reason I focused on that was some of the information that it gave me. Overall, the website seems to have a decent number of views and interactions, but the average engagement time is relatively low. The lack of conversions and revenue could be a concern if the website's goal is to drive sales or other specific user actions. Of course, if we're going to use this as an affiliate marketing website to make money as an affiliate marketer, then we're going to have to get that up. So what I wanted to say, or what I said, was please give me a step-by-step plan for recommendations on how to improve the average engagement time. So then it comes and it gives me a plan, gives me a 10-step plan here. The one that I know that we need to focus on here, and we've looked at this a little bit, and we'll look at this more as this improves, but we looked at using the AI to create images. I wanted to use real images for space or for the planets and moons and stars, things like Hubble telescope pictures and things like that. We also found a plugin during this case study where ChatGPT can go and reference all the images over on NASA. It didn't work really well, but it might get better. Or we might just move forward and start creating images using AI to add to the blog. We'll take a look at that as well as we continue to create content and see where we can take this blog. Because 100 days was really just us looking at the tools, all the tools we used, the concept, the idea, just to see if it would work. Because the first 100 days is nothing in the time that it takes to build and grow a niche site into an authority site, or even just have a really, really good niche site. 100 days is just a blink of an eye. So improve content quality. Ensure your content is high quality, informative, and engaging. Use visuals, images, infographics, videos to make content more appealing. Break up text into smaller sections with subheadings for easier reading. I think we did okay on that last one. But images, infographics, and videos, for sure, we need to double down on that and really build out each post to make it really the best post that it could be from every angle. Because I think we have really good written content from what we generated using ChatGPT or the AI using Koala, which on the back end is OpenAI. But the idea and the concept here of creating a very highly engaging blog post and then actually creating videos or having videos that make sense to add them to the blog, infographics and other visuals, for sure to add pictures. Otherwise, you have a very bland blog post. And of course, if you were just to go to the blog and click on any of these blog posts, you'll see that it looks good, it's laid out, and it's formatted okay as far as the text. But when we get into added images, and we looked at some of that and the limitations of Grooveblog and the way you can place the images versus the things that you can do inside of WordPress with WordPress plugins, or even the native Gutenberg WordPress post builder where you can go in and you can put in multimedia. Grooveblog is a little behind the curve when it comes to that, but that is definitely something that we need to look at. But I wanted to move forward and kind of dive deeper into this, and also using another input or asking ChatGPT using a different type of input based upon this data. Can you tell me the other post I should make based on this data? So taking a look at the pages and posts and the keywords that we're ranking for and that we are getting engagement for, how can we add new content? Of course, I think the best thing to do here at day 100 is to go back and to look at all the content we created and then make it better, like we did in the last few days where we were looking at crawled, not indexed, and improve that post. But here, this is very interesting, and it's using the plugin. Again, the plugins that didn't exist when we started in day 100. It's using the plugin Brainwork, and based on the related keyword data, here are some Post ideas that could potentially increase engagement on your website. Astronomy picture of the day. This is a really cool idea where we could go find a picture and we could write a blog post around it and maybe tie historical events and facts to that day, something like that. Then you have astronomy definition. We do actually have an astronomy A to Z post, but I think we could enhance that and also work on our interlinking, so our internal backlinks to our own blog post. And we did a little bit of that here in this case study as well, where we tried to feed that information to ChatGPT. And we saw that when we fed it large chunks of data and tried to really let it do it for us, we had to back off because it made a lot of mistakes. And then we had to do one blog post at a time. And we did actually interlink into our astronomy A to Z to other blog posts and back and forth. So when people are reading the blog post and they see a definition and maybe don't understand it, then we have that internal backlink over to the astronomy A to Z page. So we are doing that, but we could definitely do more of it. And then the next one that we could probably add or think about adding is astronomy news. It could definitely open up a different avenue or a different way to get people in. And this could help establish your website as a go-to source for the current information in the field. And using the AI, I'm not sure that we could get the current data, because we know that we have the problem of the data set in the AI being limited based upon the last time it was fed data. But with the plugins and access to the internet, we could combine the information that we have from a historical view and look at things that are happening right now. And maybe, hey, here's a current event. Here is some news in astronomy. Let's take a look at how we got where we are today, looking at this big news story, and go back and look at a timeline, something like that. It really just opens up all types of different ideas. And just like ChatGPT says here, remember, while these topics are based on search data, it's also important to consider what fits your website's existing content and what your audience is interested in. So we need to think about that and look at that over the long term as well. So that's all great information. And of course, like I said, we're going to be looking at GA4, and I'm going to be sharing that with you, this data, this information, as this content on this blog ages. We'll definitely be taking a look at that and we'll get more out of it. But we're going to go back to Google Search Console real quick and look at the pages that we have indexed, because we have big news. We have 114 pages indexed. And yes, that includes, if you were to take a look at the pages here, that includes facts about planets for kids. That was last crawled on July 20th, 2023. So when we redid that, if we go ahead and we retrieve the data from the Google index and look at the live page, you can see here that the URL is now live on Google. And we'll go ahead and we'll look at the screenshot and we'll test the live URL. It'll actually go and pull down the screenshot or pull down a screenshot of that blog post as it tests the live URL. And there we have it, Space Explorer Adventure, Uncover Amazing Facts About the Planets. That is the new piece of content that we created. And we were able to create that new piece of content with ChatGPT. If you remember, if you go back a couple of days ago, that was written with Koala Bulk. We took that post and we wrote a new outline based upon the information that Koala Bulk wrote us. But then we flipped it a little bit and came up with a new idea, created this new blog post, and now you can see that it is indexed and it is going to get ranked eventually. And so on day 100, we have 114 posts and pages indexed. And if we look at the performance over the last 3 months, because that's how long we've been together here, 100 days, a little over 3 months, July 22nd, we have 14.6K impressions. Of course, today is July 23rd, but the time we spent together, we know that this is a little behind. It's always one day behind here inside of the Google Search Console. And also taking a look at Google Search Console and thinking about the free SEO tools that we took a look at. Of course, you can see all the queries. And then for the queries here, these are the keywords that people are searching for. All that information is here. Now inside of RankIQ, this isn't a free tool, but this is a tool that we started with because I wanted to go over that or go after that low-hanging fruit, those keywords that RankIQ had done the research for us in the space niche. And this is a tool that I use, I really enjoy. It makes life super simple for just finding a niche and then going after that low volume keyword or that set of low volume keywords to ease your way or to wedge your way into the niche that you're trying to break into by being able to rank as fast as possible by creating high quality content, which is what you've seen over these last 100 days. You can see this has its own analysis section where it lays out the information. Of course, you connect this to your Google Search Console account. And then once you do that, it can read all that information. It lays it out and sees how, or it lays it out in a way so you can see how important things are. And you can see that we don't yet have any data available for these reports. Pages experience traffic growth and pages experiencing traffic contraction, meaning pages that are going up, pages that are going down, because we have only, again, been creating content for 100 days. And we are still at the very, very early stages of getting indexed and ranked with our content over at Google. But I also wanted to cover or go back to Ahrefs because the question came up, what is the best free tool? The best tool overall for SEO is Ahrefs. It has a hefty price tag, but this is the free account. And here you can go in and you can see, for example, if you click on organic keywords, what they do, because this is connected to Google Console as well, they bring in all the keywords that Google is showing us to rank for, all the queries that are showing up in Google Search Console. And then you have these different metrics that Ahrefs is showing you, and you can see volume and keyword density, and you can see the traffic, and you can see the position that you are, so you can track these things. And this is inside of the free account. Also, you can come down and you can do other things. You can look for backlinks. You can come down and look at your organic competitors. And then once you are looking at your organic competitors, you're going to be able to see what other people are doing, the types of content they're creating. And this is going to be very helpful. When you go back and you look at this web report and you look at this information right here, or what ChatGPT said to us, the information, the helpful content, or the helpful advice that ChatGPT gave us when I asked it, please give me a step-by-step plan for recommendations on how to improve the average engagement time. And it talked about improving the content. Having that report from Ahrefs and understanding that you need to use visuals, images, infographics, and videos to make the content more appealing. You can go back to this report and you can see who is winning the position for what keyword, and you can look at that content, and you can even have ChatGPT look at that content, look at your content using some of the plugins that we've seen, and then take all that information that we're gathering from the free tools, your free Ahrefs account, Google Search Console, Google Analytics, GA4, putting that information into ChatGPT, looking at your blog with your own eyes, putting on your editor hat and saying, how can I make this piece of content better? Giving that information to ChatGPT and asking it, hey, AI assistant, my chat buddy, help me out. Let's make this content better together. We've created all this content. Now let's make it better and move forward. And that's what we're going to do here. We're going to move forward. We've ended 100 days together, meaning that I'm not going to show up every day, but I will definitely let you know more about where this blog is going and how it's going as it progresses, as it grows, as I take it to new levels, which possibly may include moving it off of Grooveblog due to the limitations, especially when we're looking at being or doing affiliate marketing using the blog and the content. There's lots of plugins that you can use to do things for Amazon affiliate links or other affiliate links, track those affiliate links, track conversions, all these things, create an email list. It can be done on Grooveblog, but Grooveblog just isn't mature enough yet. And it doesn't have a lot of the things that are readily available right now on WordPress or inside of WordPress once you add the plugins, but you can't really customize Grooveblog. I think Grooveblog is a great starting point for a blog that's tied to a business and or a website where you're just creating old school style blogs where you're just putting up text-based information with a few key infographics or a few key images, or maybe embedding your YouTube videos. I think that would be a great strategy if you had a YouTube channel and you wanted to create written content that aligned with the videos. You could put those on Grooveblog and I think you would do okay. Of course, we use Groove pages to build all of our legal pages and it worked well. We were able to get those indexed and we have all this stuff indexed and ranking and we have all this data coming in from Google Analytics. We can look at it inside of our free Ahrefs account. Of course, we have Rank IQ. It's going to be tracking all these as well because that's where we got this idea for this niche. So we've used all these tools and we can also go back to Koala and ChatGPT. Although I do prefer ChatGPT, ChatGPT 4 for the $20 a month that I pay for it, the access to be able to create the content and not hit those hard limitations as far as the number of credits or words that I have in Koala. But I do like the way Koala creates the content and using Koala Writer. And I think the bulk tool might get better, but there's not a whole lot of control. So I still, when I write a blog post or I get a bulk blog post, I still need to go back to ChatGPT and enhance it. But I think that may always be the case. Even if you write a blog post yourself, I think you can go to ChatGPT and you can use different angles like we did in that page where we created that Space Explorer quiz. Because if you know what you're looking for, if you understand and you have something in your mind that you're looking for as far as the output, if you can give an input to ChatGPT. It'll give you an output. And then as long as you know and you understand in your mind's eye exactly what you're looking for, you can keep giving it input and you can go back and forth and you can work in that process, or you can work through that process of ideation, and your ability to create content is going to get a lot better by being able to let the AI work with you, or working with the AI and going back and forth. You can see some of the content that we've created here. We've had a lot of luck with getting quality content, in my opinion, and for sure, we're able to get it indexed. You saw when we didn't get it indexed, we went back to ChatGPT, we just reframed and changed the content a little bit, put it back, had Google go ahead and recrawl it, and they went ahead and indexed it. So we'll see how long that'll last as far as the AI content that we've created for this blog. And again, that means that I will be back with you, giving you more information about the AI blog, where it's going, what I'm doing with it, and the success that I'm finding with just spending 100 days. These first 100 days together, we found success of just getting the content up, getting it indexed, and getting that information, because without that content being up there, there's no way for us to look at what is possible and then see the keywords that we're ranking for and the posts that we got indexed, and then being able to take that to the next level. So thanks everyone that watched through this entire 100 days, no matter where you picked it up, or even if you're landing here today on day 100, make sure you go back, check out the playlist, and definitely check out day 21 and day 22. If you're interested and you want to see sort of where we were, basically nothing on Google Search Console and Google Analytics, to where we are today based upon creating content every day for 100 days together here on the channel. So again, thank you for your time and spending it here with me. Let me know in the comments, questions, what you think, what you thought about every day that we've been here together, and what you would like to see going forward. Thanks for watching this one, and I'll see you in the next update. Bye.